I'm not worthless. I'm not worthless. I am not. Jiang Ke jolted awake from his slumber. In his dream, he had envisioned himself being cast out from his family for failing to complete the spirit gathering right upon reaching adulthood. This scene replayed in his mind countless times, as vivid as if it had truly transpired, leaving him drenched in sweat. Thank goodness it was merely a dream, he thought. But there are only half a month left until the spirit gathering array opens. I must seize this final opportunity. Otherwise, everything in my dream will become a grim reality. I refuse to accept that. A fierce sense of injustice surged within him. This upcoming spirit gathering would mark his 9th attempt, after which he would face the rite of passage into adulthood. Those who fail the spirit gathering after adulthood will be banished. This meant that everything Jiang Ke feared in his dream could indeed manifest. Just as he prepared to solidify his cultivation, a cacophony erupted from outside his door. Bang! The door was flung open, and a servant, seemingly not much younger than Jiang Ke, rushed in. "Young master, it's terrible. Jiang Chun has secured the consent of the Grand Elder to personally propose to Miss Yun. She is your betrothed." What? Jiang Ke was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. It was not that he had any particular affection for Jiang Yun, rather, it was a commitment made by the family due to his extraordinary talent, designating Jiang Yun as his fiancée. Now, however, they have turned their backs without the slightest regard for sentiment. This is a slap in the face and affront, a blatant and unabashed insult. Jiang Ke felt as if his eyes were bleeding. "Where's my father?" Jiang Ke managed to ask. The family head has not expressed himself, but all the elders unanimously approved this decision. Those elders stated that the Jiang family does not require waste. Who can comprehend such humiliation? The servant he wore, his only attendant, remained nameless, commonly referred to as Xiaojiu. He was, nonetheless, fiercely loyal to Jiang Ke. The grandson of the eldest elder, that is to say, Jiang Chun, was surrounded by countless servants, while as the son of the family head, Jiang Ke had to make do with just one. This was nothing short of ironic. "Father has changed," Jiang Ke said with a bitter smile. In the past, Jiang Hong was so commanding, single-handedly elevating the Jiang family to one of the 3 great families of Qianyue City. Jiang Ke was cherished and adored, with extraordinary talent, regarded as the second Jiang Hong. At that time, Jiang Hong was fiercely protective, renowned for his protectiveness in Qianyue City. Unfortunately, Jiang Ke repeatedly failed in his spirit gathering, and Jiang Hong claimed he needed to practice some exquisite techniques. Ever since then, he seemed to have transformed into a different person, almost unrecognizable to Jiang Ke. What do they intend to do? I am the son of the family head, and they dare to lay hands on me? The family head has declared a closed-door retreat, stating he wishes to become the strongest in Qianyue City, striving for the Yuanling realm. Xiaojiu cast a furtive glance at Jiang Ke and spoke in a hushed tone. "Ha ha ha! Has everyone truly abandoned me? Everyone? Who has stolen my innate talent? Is he truly dead from seclusion?" Jiang Ke bellowed, his heart filled with bitterness. He could not accept being expelled from the family in such a bewildering manner. Even if the gathering spirit formation was to commence in merely half a month, he could have undergone his 9th gathering. Even in failure, he would have preferred to be cast out willingly, rather than being subjected to this inexplicable fate. He was unwilling to resign himself to this outcome. Moreover, he could not fathom that it was merely Jiang Hong in seclusion, allowing them to brazenly expel him. The sound of an explosion echoed, but alas, fate had other plans. "Ha! I wonder who it was. Turns out, it is the great genius practicing the lion's roar." A mocking voice drifted in from outside the door. Xiaojiu's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Young master, flee! How loyal of servant you are!" Another voice chimed in. "But what purpose does a waste serve within a family? Waste is meant to be expelled, lest we squander our resources." Jiang Ke glared at the 2 individuals who had entered, his eyes ablaze with fury. These 2 had once been nothing more than his subordinates, mere pawns, yet now they dare to address him in such a manner. Jiang Chen, Jiang Lung. Jiang Ke hissed, his eyes bloodshot. Ha ha, we're grateful that the great genius still remembers us. The young man who had just entered was Jiang Lang, his gaze filled with derision as he looked upon the once mighty Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke's brilliance had once shone so brightly that it incited madness in others, not just Jiang Lang, but all who beheld it. Now, witnessing Jiang Ke's despondency and the news of his broken engagement, a sense of vengeful delight blossomed within him like wild grass. Her heart brimmed with envy as she cast a glance at Jiang Chun, who was indeed a delicate beauty. She could only lament inwardly that such a prized jewel had fallen into the hands of swine, yet she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Although the Jiang family hailed from a venerable lineage, after countless years of evolution, numerous branches had emerged, alongside the primary lineage represented by Jiang Ke. The head of the family constituted the principal lineage. Jiang Chun and the family's prodigy, Jiang Ning, were among the most formidable branches, possessing the greatest potential to ascend as the primary lineage. Conversely, Jiang Yu was a prodigy from a collateral branch, rumored to be on the verge of comprehending the intricacies of spirit gathering. It was nearly unheard of for someone like Jiang Ke at the 9th meridian to fail in attaining such a breakthrough. It was akin to a mere rite of passage. Therefore, Jiang Yu had already been recognized as a genius poised to transcend into the realm of spirit gathering. Given that the bloodlines had diverged over countless generations, it was only natural to forge alliances through marriage, thereby integrating the strengths of the branches and infusing fresh vitality. Jiang Yu is not someone a waste like you can covet. Only I am worthy of him. If I were in your position, I would have fled the scene already. Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to deride him. Get lost. Even though I may not have attained spirit gathering, merely being at the 9th meridian does not imply I am inferior to you. Jiang Ke bore the humiliation in silence, refraining from retaliating as he noticed several individuals standing outside, all of whom were aligned with Jiang Chun. Ha ha! Do you not realize that some individuals are born geniuses? Am I not the one? To proclaim oneself a genius in the presence of a once great talent, could there be a greater exhilaration? He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Let me disillusion you. I have independently ascended to the spirit gathering realm. There is no need for a spirit gathering array. Amidst his taunts, the pent-up resentment that had long been suppressed beneath Jiang Ke's former brilliance erupted instantaneously. A hand suddenly magnified before Jiang Ke's eyes, delivering a thunderous punch to his dantian, leaving him with no means of evasion. With a resounding boom, a clap of thunder echoed from the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour down. Xiao Jiu, utterly stunned by the spectacle, fainted from the overwhelming aura of Jiang Chun, having never undergone any training himself. Anguish surged within Jiang Ke as his dantian was shattered, his vitality waning until it was extinguished entirely perished. Jiang Chun, Jiang Lang, and the others were equally taken aback. Jiang Chun had only just broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, and he had not anticipated that a single strike would cost Qianyue his life. They hastily fled the scene. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of golden light flickered from Jiang Ke's forehead, akin to a door swinging wide open. Has it been 800 years? If I am to return, I shall unleash chaos upon you. If I do not slay you, how shall I attain sanctity? Chapter 2. The Cycle of Celestial Mastery in the Past. Jiang Ke was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, achieving the Nirvana realm within a mere 50 years, a feat truly astonishing, as those of the same realm were typically ancient beings of several centuries. Concurrently, Jiang Ke was acknowledged as the individual with the greatest potential to ascend to the Great Saint realm across the entire Xianling continent. It was during this time that an unexpected discovery of a Great Saint's tomb surfaced, rumored to harbor the secrets of ascension to emperorship. Yet, despite his remarkable prowess, Jiang Ke found himself relentlessly pursued, and just as despair began to engulf him, he fortuitously encountered Dantai Ling. In his moment of need, he implored Dantai Ling to secure a safe haven for him to recuperate and cultivate in seclusion. However, to his astonishment, Dantai Ling greeted him with a formidable earth-grade cold jade blade. This blade, forged from the rare Tianshan iron that Jiang Ke had painstakingly retrieved from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, ultimately became the instrument of his demise. Now, before Dantai Ling, he felt as insignificant as a mere finger, aware that a single careless word from her could render him utterly obliterated. Achieving the Nirvana realm is not solely a product of innate talent. It also requires astute intelligence. After venting his emotions, Jiang Ke began to reassess his current physical form. Suddenly, he erupted into a wild fit of laughter. Heavenly fate! Oh, heavenly fate! I never anticipated that this seemingly frail body would possess such exceptional talent, even surpassing my former self. While some individuals may exhibit extraordinary gifts, they may lack aptitude in other pursuits. Yet, Jiang Ke's alchemical talent was undeniably exceptional. At that time, he had already approached the threshold of becoming an 8th-rank alchemist. The elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, with 8th-grade alchemists being exceedingly rare and 9th-grade masters scarcely countable on one hand. In this vast world, it is certain that there are medicinal herbs unknown to Jiang Ke. However, he can effortlessly recognize low-grade herbs such as the dispersing spirit incense with just a glance. This dispersing spirit incense is colorless and odorless, and when cast into a furnace, it releases its essence into the air, gradually accumulating within the body of those who inhale it. The effect of the dispersing spirit incense, as its name suggests, is to dissipate spiritual energy. During the gathering of the 9 veins, spiritual energy is confined within them, rendering the incense's effects dormant. Yet, once the energy is gathered, its efficacy becomes apparent. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Ke's formidable talent would ultimately succumb to this seemingly insignificant dispersing spirit incense? Within this family, I have numerous adversaries, short-sighted individuals, as foolish as swine or dogs. It is no longer necessary to maintain any semblance of courtesy. A murderous intent flickered in Jiang Ke's eyes. He understood the motivations of those who perpetrated these actions. They likely felt threatened by his overwhelming talent, fearing it would eclipse other branches of the family. Only by extinguishing Jiang Ke's gift could they find peace. Now that Jiang Ke's memories have awakened, such occurrences shall never transpire again. There seems to be something amiss with Jiang Hong as well. It is implausible for Jiang Ke to address Jiang Hong as father so soon after the awakening of his memories. Frowning, he mused, "My own strength is of utmost importance. In half a month, the time for the gathering of spiritual energy will arrive, and then I shall thoroughly slap their faces." Jiang Ke chuckled coldly. Half a month is more than sufficient. Chapter 3. Qianyue. The 9 veins of spiritual power have once again reached their full capacity. The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is nothing short of terrifying. It seems that a breakthrough to the spirit-gathering realm is imminent, perhaps even today. However, Jiang Ke hesitates, for the scattered spiritual fragrance within him remains unpurged. A breakthrough would inevitably lead to failure. He must concoct a detoxification pill. Contemplating his next move, he rises and notices the unconscious Xiaojiao. He pauses for a moment and remarks, "This servant exhibits loyalty and possesses commendable talent. I shall reward him in due course." He then strides directly into his chamber, where he opens a small incense burner atop his desk. With a determined gaze, he extracts a piece of substance as dark as coal. Indeed, it is the scattered spiritual fragrance. A chill fills Jiang Ke's eyes as he swiftly discards it out the door. The primary ingredients for the detoxification pill, Luo Linghua and Bai Yui, should be relatively easy to procure. Yet, to his dismay, he finds himself with a mere 4 gold coins. Every rare herb and treasure is exceedingly precious. Even low-grade spiritual herbs are fervently sought after by those of lesser cultivation. In his previous life, Jiang Ke never worried about finances. Now, discovering only 4 gold coins in his pocket leaves him both amused and exasperated. He never anticipated that without awakening his former self, he would find himself in such dire straits. He must devise a plan to earn some money. Alchemy is undoubtedly the most lucrative method for him at present. Yet acquiring initial funds is painfully slow. It is inconceivable that Jiang Ke would lack ideas. He merely considers harvesting herbs and selling the pills he concocts. However, he believes time is of the essence, yearning to dedicate every moment to cultivation. The desire for revenge gnaws at him like a relentless torment. One day without retribution digs deep into the bones. 8 centuries have passed, and Jiang Ke believes that every fleeting moment should not be squandered. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, and the door was flung open. Jiang Ke, a girl, seemingly of similar age, burst in with an anxious expression, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Jiang Ke. In that instant, Jiang Ke understood. Qianyue, among the family, she was the one with whom he maintained a certain connection. This Qianyue was a distant branch of the family, yet exceptionally gifted. Having already reached the first level of the spirit-gathering realm, far surpassing the previously mentioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Ke, are you all right? Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, and replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? I heard that those scoundrels, Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang, have come to bully you again. It's truly despicable. But thankfully, you're unscathed. Rest assured, your cousin will seek justice for you. Qianyue sighed with relief upon hearing the news of Jiang Ke's mistreatment. She had rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Ke, however, recalled an important detail. Qianyue was actually his cousin, merely a day older than him. Yet that single day had led her to always refer to herself as his elder. Since childhood, Jiang Ke and Qianyue had been close. And due to Jiang Ke's extraordinary talent and rapid progress, he had provided her with considerable guidance. However, after Jiang Ke's aptitude faded, Qianyue did not choose to vanish like others. Instead, she remained steadfastly by his side. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ke felt a slight warmth in his heart. He understood the vicissitudes of life. Having experienced so much, one inevitably learns to discern the hearts of people. True feelings emerge amidst adversity. This is a truth so simple it hardly requires explanation. Could you do me a favor, cousin? Jiang Ke said after a brief pause. Jianyue's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost. In truth, she had always possessed a carefree disposition, which allowed her to bond with Jiang Ke while other girls her age hesitated to play house. You actually called me cousin? Ha ha ha, you called me cousin. Oh, you must never change that. Jianyue laughed heartily, as if she had gained a tremendous advantage. Now speak freely. In light of your calling me cousin, feel free to share your troubles. I have but one condition. Whenever you see me from now on, you must call me cousin. Before Jiang could finish her sentence, Jiang Ke silently lamented. Previously, she had never referred to her as cousin. One was adamant about being called cousin while the other resolutely resisted, creating a playful rivalry between them. Jiang Ke, displaying no trace of awkwardness, replied, well, cousin, could you lend me some money? Huh? I thought it was something serious. You actually capitulated for a mere loan? Jiang Ke, I must say, I am disappointed in you. However, considering you called me cousin, I shall forgive you. Qianyue chuckled, feeling like a cunning little fox that had just struck a good bargain. Here, 10 gold coins, no need for repayment. As Qianyue generously handed Jiang Ke a small purse, warm to the touch, it was evident that she had carried it close to her. However, Jiang Ke did not open it to inspect and merely inquired, is it just 10? Heavens! No wonder she was so eager to call me cousin. It seems she was preparing for a hefty demand. A flicker of doubt crossed Jianyue's eyes. 10 gold coins were quite a sum for them at this moment, equivalent to a month's allowance. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Ke intended to procure such a considerable amount. However, she wisely refrained from inquiring. If Jiang Ke wished to share, he would certainly inform her. After a moment's hesitation, she produced another pouch from her bosom, its bulging form causing her to furrow her brow. In total, there are 140 gold coins. Will that suffice? Chapter 4. Breakthrough. Casting a glance at Xiaojie, who remained in slumber, she chose to disregard him and stepped outside unaccompanied, leaving the door ajar. After taking a couple of strides beyond the courtyard, Jiang Ke paused, his gaze drawn to a particular spot, yet he continued on nonchalantly. Jiang Ke, he was still alive. Hidden behind a tree was Jiang Lang, and the earlier panic had dissipated entirely. Alive? How delightful. A genius? Huh. I shall make you feel utterly worthless. Jiang Ke surmised the intentions of the voyeur, but could not be bothered to address them, instead making his way toward the marketplace etched in his memory. In Qianyue City, the three prominent families, Jiang, Fu, and Lin, stood in a triumvirate. Each family had established its own marketplace within the city. Naturally, Jiang Ke entered the Jiang family's marketplace. The atmosphere was a cacophony of voices, a veritable mix of the genuine and the counterfeit. Premium spirit herb, the bygone fruit, only 20 gold coins. Don't miss out as you pass by. A single Qing Hu Yao Dan, accompanied by herbs to expedite your cultivation. Only one available. Once sold, it's gone. In this marketplace, discerning the authentic from the spurious relied solely on one's own eyes. Jiang Ke possessed an exceptionally keen eye, capable of discerning counterfeit goods with a mere glance. The title of an 8th-grade alchemist was not one to be taken lightly. After a thorough inspection, he realized that the gold coins he had acquired from Qianyue were barely sufficient, and he had only a single batch of medicinal herbs. One batch of herbs would suffice. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Ke halted before a vendor, for idle chatter was not his nature. He seized the items, tossed down the coins, and departed. If an 8th-grade alchemist could not concoct even a 1st-grade elixir from a single batch of herbs, then Jiang Ke might as well resign himself to despair. Upon returning home, he secured the courtyard gate and discovered it had been tidied. "Young master, are you unharmed?" A voice filled with surprise resonated, revealing the presence of Xiaojio. Jiang Ke offered a nod, instructing, "Guard the entrance diligently. No one is permitted to enter, understood?" "Understood." Though somewhat puzzled, Xiaojio said nothing further and took his post at the courtyard entrance. The only thing lacking now was an alchemical furnace. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on that. He promptly inverted the incense burner, revealing a makeshift alchemical furnace. Thus begins my journey to greatness. The furniture, shattered by Jiangchen and Jiang Lang, served as kindling, the roaring flames mirroring the fervor in Jiang Ke's heart. He maintained an unwavering demeanor, methodically tossing in the medicinal herbs until a wisp of fragrant smoke wafted forth. Purging pill, success. Dozens of round, lustrous pills settled at the base of the incense burner, and without hesitation, Jiang Ke consumed one. The medicinal power dissolved in his mouth, surging through his limbs and bones. A quarter of an hour later, a plume of dark vapor escaped from Jiang Ke's lips. At last, it is complete. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ke could no longer contain the exhilaration within, erupting into a fit of laughter as the spiritual energy surged through his meridians. With a thunderous roar, the barriers that had oppressed him for several years shattered, akin to a rampaging dragon surging forth, while the vortex in his dantian remained steadfast. Spirit gathering accomplished. Jiang Ke stepped out, gazing at the world beyond, and was struck by a sense of familiarity. Traversing the path of cultivation once more, he felt as though he were in a different era. "I am still too weak," Jiang Ke mused internally, shaking his head. "Young master." Xiaojio gazed at his master with uncertainty, sensing a change in Jiang Ke, yet unable to pinpoint its nature. Has the young master grown more confident? Could it be that he has achieved a breakthrough? Xiaojio struggled to believe it. The rumors of Jiang Ke's inadequacy had circulated throughout the clan for years, deeply ingrained in their minds. Even a loyal servant like Xiaojio found it hard to accept. Jiang Ke, a seasoned veteran, immediately discerned the doubts in Xiaojio's heart. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I have broken through." Broken through. A wave of profound joy surged within Xiaojio. Regardless of his loyalty, who would not desire their master to be an immensely powerful individual? If Jiang Ke had truly achieved a breakthrough, who would dare to confront him with disdain? Filled with elation, Xiaojio knelt on one knee, suppressing his excitement, and said, "Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough. I believe you will soar to great heights and embark on a remarkable journey." "That is a certainty." A glimmer of confidence flashed across Jiang Ke's calm smile. "And I have not forgotten you. You are quite commendable." With a loud creak, the courtyard door was once again violently kicked open. "Oh, Is this the great genius training his servant? I see you are adept at training servants. Would you care to instruct me as well? The act of training servants is typically the domain of domestic aides, albeit a more refined version of such. Naturally, one cannot expect any praise from the depths of Jiang Lang's character. To compare the son of the house to a mere servant is nothing short of an insult. The intruder was none other than Jiang Lang himself. Is it you? Jiang Ke coldly regarded Jiang Lang, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the presence of the Jiang family, he would have swiftly disposed of such a lowly insect without a second thought. Ha ha. You truly know how to feign ignorance. You frightened both me and Jiang Chun. Jiang Lang laughed heartily, his demeanor unrestrained. Seeing you thrive so well irks me greatly. In times past, Jiang Lang might have hesitated, for even a cornered dog may leap over a wall. Jiang Ke had gathered the energy of 9 meridians. While he could not break through, he was undeniably at a solid 9 meridians. Jiang Lang himself was merely at the same level, with even less foundational strength than Jiang Ke. In the realm of 9 meridians, few would dare claim superiority in front of Jiang Ke. However, with Jiang Chun having shattered Jiang Ke's dantian, remaining alive was already a stroke of great fortune. Thus, Jiang Lang felt no restraint. Upon reflection, even if he were to kill him, what of it? Could his father, Jiang Hong, still intervene? You are courting death. Jiang Ke regarded Jiang Lang as one might a fool. Jiang Lang, incensed, recalled how, in their youth, Jiang Ke reveled in such disdainful glances, labeling him a fool. Now, the tables had turned. How dare a waste like you look at me that way? It seems you are the one seeking your own demise. You have been rendered useless. What audacity do you still possess, you worthless fool? Jiang Lang seethed with rage, channeling the power of the 9 meridians from his dantian, coalescing it into his fist. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing Xiaojio, merely a servant, to stagger backward under the weight of his presence. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Jiang Ke dispelled this oppressive force from Xiaojio. Jiang Lang sensed an unsettling anomaly. Could it be that this so-called waste had not truly been rendered powerless? Nevertheless, retreat was not an option at this juncture. Should the other Jiang family disciples learn that he had been intimidated by a single gesture from Jiang Ke, they would surely mock him mercilessly. Moreover, he was convinced that Jiang Ke was merely engaging in theatrics. With a mighty fist, he struck with lethal intent. The fist approached with blinding speed, merely inches away from Jiang Ke's face. Yet Jiang Ke remained unfazed. Xiaojio's complexion paled, exclaiming, "Young master." Chapter 5, The Sacrifice Humph. A faint yet chilling scoff escaped Jiang Ke's nostrils, resonating in Jiang Lang's ears like the tolling of a great bell, a cacophony akin to countless mosquitoes buzzing. The sharp pain jolted him into clarity. How could this be? A gasp escaped him as Jiang Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, his body was already hurtling backward. Were you not rendered useless? Jiang Ke merely smiled coldly, advancing step by step. In Jiang Lang's gaze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent. He seeks to kill me. How could this be possible? A waste dares to threaten my life? In his heart, Jiang Lang pondered. Yet he was intimidated by Jiang Ke's imposing presence, causing him to stagger back, momentarily forgetting the pain from his fractured arm. Suddenly, as if awakened from a dream, he beheld the open gate of the courtyard and swiftly turned to flee. Could he escape? Jiang Ke's voice resonated like the harbinger of death, imbued with an invisible pressure. Before Jiang Lang could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a fierce gust of wind behind him. As he attempted to break free, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body propelled forward, leaving his final words unspoken. His desire for mercy, for survival, surged within him. Yet, a single foot crushed those hopes. Snap! Let your blood be the offering for my rebirth. Jiang Ke remarked, glancing back at the trembling Xiaojio. Bury him. Young master. Will there be repercussions from killing him? Xiaojio gulped nervously. And if there are, will they believe I was the one who killed him? Jiang Ke replied with a nonchalant smile, pointing to a corner of the courtyard. Bury him there, and make haste to avoid being seen. He then turned and entered the room. To Jiang Ke, the act had been as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Nevertheless, Xiaojio, despite being a servant in a prominent family, quickly came to terms with the reality. He dragged Zhang Lang's lifeless body to the designated corner and cleansed the ground of the blood, erasing the traces of the grisly act. In the ensuing hours, Xiao Jiu remained on edge, fearful of being discovered that Jiang Ke had slain Zhang Lang. Yet, everything unfolded precisely as Jiang Ke had anticipated. Although numerous individuals interrogated Jiang Ke, none would believe he had been responsible for Zhang Lang's demise. Although few are aware of Jiang Qin's incapacitation of Jiang Ke, the senior members of the Jiang family are well informed. Nevertheless, I suspect that Zhang Lang's grandfather, the second elder, will not let this matter rest easily. As Jiang Ke concluded his cultivation, the spiritual energy dissipated into the air in an instant. Having reached the pinnacle of the first level of spirit gathering, he is poised to break through again imminently. In just 10 days, he progressed from a breakthrough to attaining the peak of spirit gathering, a speed that is utterly astonishing to outsiders. Xiao Jiu, upon your return home, do not hinder anyone who enters. Jiang Ke instructed Xiao Jiu. He understood that certain individuals remained unyielding in their intentions towards him and that visitors would inevitably come. Xiao Jiu, being merely immortal, would be incapable of thwarting them. The corpse in the corner had been treated with a rudimentary corpse disintegrating powder, rendering it invisible and odorless. Xiao Jiu exhaled in relief as he watched Jiang Ke depart. He made his way directly to the market, Bichuan Hall. Standing before a shop, Jiang Ke squinted slightly. At this moment, he had employed a rudimentary disguise technique, aging himself by 2 or 3 decades to appear as a middle-aged man. He strode through the entrance. Is the owner present? Jiang Ke inquired. Are you here to purchase medicinal herbs or elixirs? The shopkeeper responded. The market not only featured vendors, but also such establishments, which were relatively upscale and offered a more comprehensive array of materials. I wish to buy. Jiang Ke merely cast a glance at the young attendant, discerning that he was not the one in charge, and thus refrained from elaborating further. The attendant felt a chill. One who dared to sell elixirs was not someone he could afford to offend. Please take your time. I will summon the shopkeeper shortly. Jiang Ke casually glanced around when suddenly, a wilted flower with a faint reddish hue caught his eye. What is this? Good sir, might I inquire what type of elixir you wish to sell? A barrier-breaking pill? The old man paused for a moment, instinctively catching it, then came to his senses and exclaimed, Is it truly a barrier-breaking pill? He hurriedly uncorked the jade vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Indeed, it is a barrier-breaking pill. Please, esteemed guest, step inside. The old man shed his earlier nonchalance and adopted an inviting demeanor. No need for that. Simply provide a price. Noticing Jiang Ke's casual demeanor, the old man suppressed his excitement, glanced around the sparsely populated shop, and replied evasively, Might you have any additional barrier-breaking pills? Our Bai Chun Tang would gladly accept them all. None left. Jiang Ke was taken aback by the old man's fervor over his barrier-breaking pill. However, it dawned on him why. 230. The old man, perceiving Jiang Ke's silence as dissatisfaction with the offer, quickly raised the price. 240 gold coins, no more. Seeing Jiang Ke still silent, the old man gritted his teeth and repeated, Deal. Jiang Ke did not hesitate this time. He found such haggling rather tiresome. He was prepared to agree when the old man initially offered 200, but he had not anticipated such substantial profit from the elixir. 150 gold coins. Each pill exceeded the cost of its materials. Jiang Ke had always concocted elixirs for his own use, rarely selling them, which made the sudden profit leave him momentarily stunned. However, despite his aversion to haggling, it did not imply he was easily swindled. Casually pointing at the wilted pale red flower, he stated, Include this. In the 6th chapter, titled Crimson Cloud Pill, the elderly shopkeeper, upon realizing that Jiang Ke was in need of something, brightened up and eagerly proclaimed, This is a rare spiritual herb from our shop. Only this one specimen. Isn't that just a withered crimson spirit flower? It's worth no more than 10 gold coins, no matter how much you exaggerate. Jiang Ke interjected with a scoff, cutting off the old man's sales pitch. The shopkeeper, momentarily embarrassed, soon chuckled and replied, Discerning customer, let us consider it an added bonus. Altogether, That will be 3,360 gold coins. Please take a look, and if you happen to possess any purging pills. Our Bai Chun Hall is always interested in purchasing. Here is a crystal card from the Luo River Bank, which holds 3,000 gold coins. The remainder will be packed in a bag for you. Within the Great Chu Empire, you can exchange it wherever the Luo River Bank operates. Understood, Jiang Ke replied, shaking his head, fully aware of how these items functioned. The crystal card was palm-sized and of a light green hue. Crystal cards are generally categorized into 4 ranks: green, purple, red, and gold, with green being the lowest and gold the highest. This modest sum of gold coins would merely afford him a green card. Nonetheless, Jiang Ke was indifferent, valuing convenience above all. Indeed, it was a purging pill. A woman, veiled and possessing an alluringly voluptuous figure, stood at the second-floor window of Bai Chun Hall, gazing at the marketplace. Do you know who he is? Forgive me, my lady, but I am unaware. The young lady, often referred to as the Miss, delicately twirled the jade vial in her slender fingers. Investigate this matter. One capable of concocting the dispelling elixir is certainly no ordinary individual. Either there are influential connections behind this person, or they possess the skill to refine it themselves. How intriguing that a mere casual stroll would lead to an encounter with someone adept at crafting the dispelling elixir. Remember, do not alarm him. To Jiang Ke, the dispelling elixir seemed trivial, yet in reality, it was perpetually in high demand among practitioners. The formulation was one aspect, but for lower-tier cultivators, the elixir offered remarkable benefits for ailments caused by toxic herbs or injuries sustained in combat. Thus, each individual skilled in crafting the dispelling elixir was a rarity in Qianyue City. Even the 3 prominent families could only support them. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ke, he had become the target of someone's attention. Even if he were aware, it would not weigh heavily on his mind. After meandering through the marketplace and procuring the items he required, he departed without discovering anything else of interest and headed towards the Jiang residence. After being challenged by Jiang Chun and intercepted by Jiang Yu, Jiang Ke stepped into the arena. With a single, forceful punch, he vanquished Jiang Chun, who, in defiance, consumed a burst spirit pill, only to be defeated once more. The elder, Jiang Lang, intervened, unafraid, and unleashed his potential in a fierce exchange, sustaining injuries in the process, leading to Jiang Hong's appearance. To Jiang Ke's astonishment, it was the Crimson Moonflower. Seated at home, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Although the Crimson Spirit Flower and the Crimson Moonflower differed by merely a character, their rarity was not comparable. The Crimson Moonflower was far more precious. Upon closer inspection, despite its wilted state, each blossom resembled a crescent moon, beautifully arranged. Moreover, the withering appearance of the red moonflower is precisely as it seems. In contrast, the red spirit flower is truly withered to attain such a state. Jiang Ke would undoubtedly not mistake one for the other. The red spirit flower is merely a low-tier spiritual herb, of little utility even to me at this moment. However, for those in the spirit-gathering realm, the red moon flower is perfectly suited. Although, viewed through the lens of 800 years past, it may not seem remarkable. Yet for Jiang Ke in the present, it is precisely the type of herb he requires. Truly, fortune has smiled upon me. I never anticipated that the humble Qianyue City would harbor the red moon flower. It is just right for concocting the red cloud pill, allowing me to break through to the second level of the spirit-gathering realm. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Ke's eyes. He harbored no concerns regarding the stability of his foundation due to the use of such herbs. Prior to the awakening of his memory, his foundation was already exceedingly stable, and there was no cause for alarm. Jiang Ke promptly arranged the incense burner. A pill furnace would be essential. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He was about to refine the red cloud pill. An exceptional pill furnace would significantly enhance the probability of successful pill formation. However, crafting such a first-tier pill is merely an optional endeavor for Jiang Ke. Possessing one would certainly be advantageous. Half an hour passed. Xiao Jiu, stationed by the door, caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance wafting from the room, utterly enchanted. Yet, He refrained from inquiring about Jiang Ke's activities, content to fulfill his duties, assured that Jiang Ke would not neglect him. Another 15 pills. Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, finding no surprise in the outcome. He retrieved the pills from the incense burner. They gleamed a vibrant red, adorned with delicate and distinctly clear cloud patterns. It is quite satisfactory, with 13 exquisite pills and 2 superior ones. Among pills of the same grade, there exists a distinction in quality. The exquisite ones are undoubtedly the finest, while the superior ones rank just below them, alongside inferior and substandard variants. The clarity of the patterns on the Qianyue Dan directly correlates with its grade. The clearer the patterns, the higher the quality. Naturally, the ones of exceptional clarity are classified as exquisite, whereas the superior ones exhibit a slight dullness. Should the inhabitants of Qianyue City learn of Jiang Ke's remarkable success in refining exquisite pills, they would surely be left in astonishment, especially since Jiang Ke has produced a whole batch. Though still somewhat inexperienced, it is more than sufficient for the present. Without hesitation, Jiang Ke took one of the still warm Qianyue Dan and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, its warmth spreading through his abdomen and permeating his limbs, ultimately merging with the spiritual energy within his dantian. A rumbling sound resonated from his dantian as the vortex expanded significantly. He ascended to the second layer of the gathering spirit realm. An aura emanated from Jiang Ke, growing increasingly potent until it reached a crescendo and then halted. Jiang Ke opened his eyes, tightly clenched his fists, and with each advancement, he felt himself drawing closer to Dantai Ling. How long to witness the expression on your face when we meet again? It shall be utterly captivating. Rising to his feet, he pushed the door open and observed Xiaojio, who was diligently on guard. Jiang Ke nodded and said, "Xiaojio, after all these years, you have proven yourself loyal. Though your talent may be average, it is still commendable. I shall now impart to you a set of techniques. But you must keep it secret." "What?" Xiaojio's eyes widened in disbelief. Cultivation techniques are typically closely guarded within families. Even ordinary family disciples seldom have the opportunity to learn them, yet Jiang Ke claims he will pass down such knowledge to him. It was hard to fathom. "What? Are you unwilling?" Jiang Ke casually remarked that to him. It was merely a martial art technique, one among countless memories. "I am willing," Xiaojio responded, as if awakening from a dream, kneeling on one knee and declaring, "Xiaojio shall pledge unwavering loyalty to the young master." "Rise," Jiang Ke replied. "I am not fond of such formalities. Simply be yourself." "Yes." Xiaojio complied and stood up. At that moment, Xiaojio realized that the young master's ascent beyond the gathering spirit realm was not merely a stroke of luck. He was truly extraordinary. Remember this well. I shall only say it once. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Jiang Ke nonchalantly selected a profound-level martial art technique from his mind to present to Xiaojio. It was not that he was reluctant to offer something superior, but rather that the technique he revealed was simply too astonishing. If word of it were to escape Xiaojio's lips, it would surely lead to complications. Chapter 7. Crumbling Mountain Fist. However, the profound-level technique was exceedingly shocking to Xiaojio. This, a profound-level martial art, capable of serving as the foundational technique for an entire clan, is being so casually bestowed upon me by Jiang Ke. Xiaojio's heart burned with fervor. He understood that his destiny would henceforth be irrevocably altered. He hastily committed the entire technique to memory. With only a few days remaining until the activation of the Gathering Spirit Array, he was determined to deliver a surprise. He was eager to ascertain whether that old man had truly perished or not. Nevertheless, his martial skills were still unrefined. He needed to practice. Presently, he could only manage to train in profound-level techniques. Certainly, superior martial arts existed, but for Jiang Ke at this juncture, the profound level was the most suitable choice. Firstly, the body was unable to support itself. Secondly, the consumption of the more formidable martial techniques was excessively overwhelming. Merely relying on the second level of spirit gathering was utterly insufficient. Thud, thud, thud. The courtyard resonated with the sounds of various collisions. The towering trees within the yard swayed precariously under the force of Jiang Ke's strikes. This is unacceptable. At this level, it is hardly worthy of being called the mountain-crumbling fist. Again, Jiang Ke, dissatisfied with the power he had unleashed, relentlessly continued to strike, incessantly refining his technique. The few solitary trees were mercilessly shattered into fragments by his relentless assault. Days slipped by quietly, with a sudden surge of intensity. Jiang Ke's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed a rapid punch, akin to a flash of lightning, striking a stone with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, a fine crack appeared in the stone. At last, the effort was not in vain. His fist technique had reached a minor accomplishment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Ke observed his slightly reddened knuckles as the spiritual energy within him began to circulate and dissipate. It was time to check on the spirit gathering array. Surely, even if I do not go, there will be those urging me to attend. Undoubtedly, there are individuals who will not let Jiang Ke off easily. Many within the clan were keeping a watchful eye on him. "Young master, are you still going?" Xiao Jiu approached, his admiration for Jiang Ke boundless. Not just for the martial arts he had imparted, but for the sheer strength he had demonstrated. Jiang Ke changed into a fresh set of clothing and headed towards the Jiang family's training grounds, where the spirit gathering array was located. On the way, he encountered two robust servants of the Jiang family approaching. "Ah, it's the eldest young master. It's good that you're here. It saves us the trouble of fetching you." Everyone knew Jiang Ke's esteemed position within the Jiang family. Even the servants would not dare to look down upon him. Jiang Ke silently mused. Yet his countenance grew cold as he remarked, "One must possess the awareness of a dog. Barking at one's master invites the threat of being slaughtered for one's flesh." The laughter of the two house servants abruptly ceased, their expressions darkening. If such words had been uttered about the Jiang family by another, they might have endured it. But directed at Jiang Ke, was there truly a need for such insolence? It seemed the young master intended to teach them a lesson. The young master was evidently displeased with us, ha ha ha. Being a dog allows one to live, yet you are even inferior to a dog. These servants served as guardians of the Jiang clan, possessing certain rudimentary skills, their strength hovering around the 9th meridian, not particularly weak. Naturally, two 9th meridian servants would not fear a person who had struggled for years to break through to the gathering spirit stage. Jiang Ke cast a glance at the two servants and strode forward, declaring, "I am no teacher. I merely know how to train dogs." Suddenly, he quickened his pace, causing the pupils of the two servants to constrict. They intended to react, but before they could respond, a gust of wind swept past, followed by an intense pain. Jiang Ke's hand landed upon their shoulders, twisting with a sharp crack. The two servants stared in horror at Jiang Ke's departing figure, disbelief flashing across their faces. Had Jiang Ke truly broken through to the gathering spirit stage? They had scarcely registered the moment to react. Jiang Ke paid little mind to the incident. Such insignificant creatures were hardly worth remembering. The call for him had not been made with good intentions. "Look, isn't that Jiang Ke? What brings him here now that the gathering spirit has concluded? Humph, what difference does it make that he has arrived? Did he still aspire to break through to the gathering spirit stage? A waste is a waste, destined to remain so." Surrounding the gathering spirit wooden platform were numerous disciples of the Jiang family. Upon spotting Jiang Ke's approach, one exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of many, who began to converse openly, their voices betraying no hint of restraint. Perhaps he is merely concocting an excuse for his lack of breakthrough. Another disciple of the Jiang family remarked, instantly garnering the agreement of the crowd. "Jiang Ke has arrived?" A voice, aged and authoritative, emerged from another corner of the throng, silencing all other sounds. Currently, the family head is in seclusion, and I, an old man, temporarily oversee family affairs. Since Jiang Ke has come, I shall now announce an important matter. The source of the voice possessed an irresistible allure that instantly drew everyone's gaze. It was the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is set to make an announcement. Could it be? Ahem. The Elder cleared his throat twice and continued. This matter was previously declared, but Jiang Ke was not present, so we have summoned him as a witness today. Jiang Ke, your betrothal to Jiang Yun is hereby dissolved. Do you consent? The previously unremarkable voice, upon reaching the final query, "Do you consent?" suddenly carried an air of pressure, surging through the crowd directly towards Jiang Ke. Yet, Jiang Ke remained unfazed, a wisp of hair caught by the wind, as if the breeze left no trace. He cast a calm glance at the elder and replied, "What if I do not consent?" Chapter 8. Dare you confront? How audacious to challenge the Grand Elder. Human nature encompasses both virtue and vice. Amidst the multitude of scornful gazes, a few voices still emerged to express sympathy. "Humph, this matter is beyond your control. It is the result of a consensus reached by the clan elders." The old man snorted coldly, somewhat surprised by Jiang Ke's demeanor, yet his astonishment was fleeting. "Furthermore, your squandering of the clan's resources over the years without achieving the breakthrough to spirit gathering has led to a grave imbalance, fostering discontent among many clan members and jeopardizing the unity of the family. Therefore, from this moment forth, you shall be expelled from the clan. Are you so eager for this?" Jiang Ke suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at the elder's nose from a distance and declaring, "Does an old dog dare to be arrogant before me? Has Jiang Ke lost his mind?" This thought flickered through the minds of all present. The world had become utterly chaotic. A mere useless wretch who could not even gather spirit dared to berate the Grand Elder as an old dog. Even without his status within the Jiang family, no one in Qianyue City would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Given his cultivation at the sea of circulation realm, surely one does not attain the position of Grand Elder without considerable prowess. Among the crowd stood a man whose gaze towards Jiang Ke briefly flashed with malice, yet like a venomous scorpion, he silently receded, instead sighing as he stepped forward and spoke in a notably gentle tone. "Jiang Ke, you were once our prodigy, yet the Jiang family has shown you ample kindness. How can you harbor resentment instead of gratitude for such treatment? Even if you can no longer reside in the main household, as the son of the master, we shall undoubtedly arrange a commendable position for you, overseeing a prosperous shop, allowing you to live out your days in peace." This sentiment, this scene, undeniably illustrates that Jiang Chun is an exceptional actor. His words have evoked a profound sense of disdain among many for Jiang Ke's perceived ingratitude. Even those who once felt sympathy now regard him with a different perspective. Jiang Ke, filled with indignation, cannot help but feel disgust towards these shameless individuals. Jiang Chun, in collusion with your grandfather, performs in perfect harmony. My heartfelt words, how could they be premeditated? I must question whether you, dear cousin, are deliberately sowing discord within the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened, yet internally he harbored a desire to laugh heartily. This is precisely how he intends to incite the ire of all the Jiang family members, ensuring his complete expulsion from the clan. The elder, squinting, caught a glimpse of a fleeting murderous intent in Jiang Ke's eyes. The term "old dog" ignited his fury. However, with Jiang Chen's impressive entrance, he found great satisfaction. Could it be that his cousin feels defiant? Naturally, for the cousin, once a prodigy, looks down upon us mere mortals, perhaps wishing to chastise this ineffectual elder brother of his. What began as a somewhat tense atmosphere was unexpectedly alleviated by Jiang Chen's words, eliciting laughter from all present. They regarded Jiang Ke as nothing more than a farce, dismissing Jiang Chun's remarks as mere expressions of exasperation towards Jiang Ke. "You have indeed spoken the truth." Jiang Ke scoffed coldly, suddenly turning his gaze towards a young girl within the gathering. Though this young girl was of similar age to Jiang Ke and the others, she had already reached the blossoming age of youth, possessing an extraordinarily beautiful visage, yet she gazed at Jiang Ke with a furrowed brow. "Jiang Ke, you need not go to such lengths for my sake," the girl remarked, her brow knitted in concern. "Do you truly believe I act for you?" This girl was none other than Jiang Yun. "Is there any need for further stubbornness? The chasm between us is akin to an insurmountable divide. You shall never traverse it. Why force yourself to endure such torment? To court death?" Beside them, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Although Jiang Yun appeared to mock Jiang Ke, that was not his intent. He merely hoped Jiang Ke would acquiesce, yet Jiang Yun's words left him at a loss for immediate action. So self-righteous, truly believing yourself to be a flower. A woman like you, even if offered to me, would scarcely warrant a second glance, Jiang Ke replied with a smirk. Then bypassed Jiang Yun, striding directly towards the central wooden platform. Jiang Chun, do you not yearn to strike me? To take my life? Come forth. Hereupon, fate shall dictate life and death. Jiang Chun, do you dare? Jiang Ke's furious roar echoed throughout the entire martial arena. Everyone was taken aback by his audacity. Truly mad. Jiang Ke was undeniably a lunatic. Yet, some young girls gazed on with a touch of sentimental admiration. Jiang Ke was unafraid of death for Jiang Yun's sake. Alas, he was but a waste. A waste remains a waste. A look of disdain washed over Jiang Yun's face as she coldly retorted, as if he were of no consequence to her. Ha ha ha, cousin, you exaggerate. How could my younger brother ever contemplate taking your life? However, seeing your eagerness for a duel, I shall engage you in a sparring match. Rest assured, I shall exercise due caution. Upon hearing Jiang Ke's words, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with a mixture of hatred and desire. How dare he covet his woman? In broad daylight, it was impossible to kill him outright. But leaving behind some hidden injuries and later manipulating events would surely ensure that Jiang Ke would meet his demise without any suspicion. The Grand Elder remained silent, surrounded by several other elders who displayed a nonchalant attitude. Only one elder seated beside Mo appeared anxious, fidgeting restlessly, casting glances at the Grand Elder as if he wanted to speak but refrained, sighing inwardly. Cousin, are you prepared? Jiang Chun asked with a booming laughter, confidence radiating from him. I can give you 3 moves, but you better worry about your own safety. Jiang Ke glanced up at Jiang Chun, a sly smile creeping across his face. I've long been unable to contain myself. A bunch of ants daring to claim superiority. Can it get any more ludicrous? Jiang Chun had previously maintained an air of lofty arrogance, but now the tables had turned, rendering him the one to be looked down upon. Jiang Chun felt an acute discomfort. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. With that, Jiang Chun launched himself forward, unleashing a powerful punch. It is worth noting that Jiang Chun had successfully consolidated his spiritual energy. Had this been the former Jiang Ke, such a surprise attack would have been beyond his capacity to withstand, likely leaving him gravely injured or even dead. Yet, could he truly not hold back for even a moment? Unfortunately, the current Jiang Ke was no longer the Jiang Ke of the past. He remained unfazed by Jiang Chen's assault. Just as the fist was about to connect with Jiang Ke, he twisted his body just in time to narrowly evade the blow. Something was amiss. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Chen's heart. Was Jiang Ke not previously rendered powerless? A punch was deftly evaded, followed swiftly by another. His movements rapid yet again, Jiang Ke eluded the strike. Jiang Chen's fury ignited, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches akin to a tempest. Vowing not to relent until he struck true. Cease this. Chapter 9. Depart suddenly, a hurried voice echoed from afar. Jiang Ke glanced over to see it was Qianyue. Jiang Ke was merely at the 9th meridian realm, while Jiang Chun had already attained the gathering spirit realm. How was this fair? Stop this at once. It's Qianyue. To think that such a stunning beauty would perpetually protect Jiang Ke. Indeed, her talent was even more formidable than Jiang Chen's. She was likely on the verge of the 2nd level of gathering spirit. How could she be entangled with someone deemed useless? Perhaps it was that worthless one who clung to her. Whispers among the Jiang family disciples filled the air. Qianyue, this is the venue for the family assembly. It would be wise to refrain from intervening. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Yun's mind as she watched Qianyue rush forward. It was one thing for a woman to possess greater talent, but to be more beautiful as well? She resolved to step in and obstruct Qianyue. What do you think you are? Step aside. Qianyue, exasperated, watched Jiang Chun unleash a ferocious assault from the platform, her heart racing with urgency. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. How dare you strike me? Jiang Yun exclaimed incredulously. Within the family, when had she ever not been treated like royalty? Everyone had always been courteous to her, yet Jiang Yu had the audacity to strike her. You, a mere novice, dare to strike at me? Jiang Yun, driven mad by humiliation, struck in public, her face stinging with shame and anger. In her irrational state, she summoned all her spiritual energy and directed it fiercely at Qianyue. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to attack, knowing her newly acquired strength was insufficient compared to Qianyue's. Yet, her sense of reason had abandoned her. Impudence. The elder's eyes suddenly flew open, his gaze sharp as lightning, and a formidable aura pressed down upon Qianyue, momentarily halting her assault, though it primarily targeted Qianyue. Unable to withstand the pressure, Qianyue coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent reeling backwards. To disrupt the order of the clan. A minor punishment serves as a grave warning to deter others. The elder proclaimed before shutting his eyes once more, ceasing to speak. He was well aware of the limits of his own power. Qianyue was rendered incapable of further action. Her earlier outburst had clearly been an attempt to protect her perceived granddaughter-in-law, Qianyue. On the platform, Jiang Ke's pupils constricted, a rush of warmth flooding his heart. Despite knowing the higher-ups of the Jiang family were present, she had dared to rush in, even at the cost of her own injury. You vermin truly deserve your fate. Jiang Ke murmured, his indignation boiling over. Jiang Ke, if you are a man, do not cower. Jiang Chun, however, was oblivious to the turmoil within him. He had yet to even brush against Jiang Ke's sleeve, and a sense of unease began to dawn upon him. But in this public arena, he perceived Jiang Ke's actions as an affront, and his fury eclipsed all rational thought. Flying cloud palm. Suddenly, Jiang Chun halted, his aura surging dramatically. It was a martial technique. The elder had imparted the flying cloud palm to him. What a display of martial prowess. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chun possessed such skills. Suddenly, his hand appeared ethereal, as if the very air trembled before him, an unseen force seemingly originating from an unpredictable direction. Die? Jiang Ke's expression darkened. His previous intention to parley with Jiang Chun extinguished upon witnessing Qianyue struck down, blood staining the ground. A sense of despair enveloped him. He no longer wished to evade or retreat, his fist clenched in defiance as he charged forward recklessly. Was he courting death? To confront Jiang Chun head-on in the midst of his martial technique was sheer folly. No one could save him now. Qianyue, lying on the ground, witnessed this unfolding drama with eyes wide in horror, disregarding her own pain as she struggled to rise, exclaiming in desperation. She felt utterly hopeless, bewildered by Jiang Ke's foolishness. Yet, in a startling turn of events, the usually composed Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief, "How could this be?" The second elder, too, seemed to sense a shift, abruptly rising to his feet. He had truly broken through. The mountain-crushing fist. Jiang Ke's comprehension of martial arts far surpassed that of anyone present. His training had spanned several days, hindered only by his physical limitations. Now, even achieving minor success felt trivial to him. The voice resonating through the air, did it not resemble Jiang Chun's? Indeed it was. Jiang Chun's figure was sent hurtling backward. My hand. My dantian. Jiang Ke had refrained from taking lethal action in public. Yet Jiang Chun gazed in disbelief at his right hand, grotesquely twisted and shattered. The force surged into his dantian, obliterating the core of his years of cultivation. Ah, grandfather! I wish for his demise. Such audacity! A fierce roar erupted from the lips of the Grand Elder, resonating like thunderous waves, his presence betraying no signs of age. As he swiftly approached Jiang Chun, "He has destroyed my dantian." Jiang Chun, trembling with fear, felt utterly powerless, akin to a death warrant, engulfed in an overwhelming dread. Young yet malevolent, to have so viciously harmed a clansman, it seems expulsion from the family is insufficient. Elimination is the only remedy for such a menace. The murderous intent in the Grand Elder's eyes was palpable, yet he maintained his composure, having long occupied a position of authority. As he quickly retrieved a pill from his robes and offered it to Jiang Chun, "I am the menace. It is merely a case of retribution in kind." Jiang Ke remained unfazed, undeterred by the Grand Elder's unrelenting pressure. His aura stemmed from a profound understanding of martial arts, rendering the Grand Elder as insignificant as an ant in his presence. How could Jiang Ke fear him? After all, he is Jiang Ke. He defeated the prodigious Jiang Chun with a single strike. Wasn't Jiang Ke deemed worthless? How could the outcome unfold in such a manner? It is truly improbable. Qianyue, aware of the Grand Elder's temperament, realized he would never spare Jiang Ke. What to do, what to do? In stark contrast to Qianyue, after her shock and bewilderment, an unending resentment flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. If you have been this formidable all along, why did you not inform me? Why did you allow me to bear the stigma of breaking our engagement? Why not tell me? Now, having incapacitated Jiang Chun with a single move, how am I to face others? Eliminate him, eliminate him. In the depths of Jiang Yun's heart, a tempest of rage surged forth. Yet a sliver of reason restrained her from charging recklessly forward. She perceived Jiang Ke's actions as deliberate humiliation, believing that without slaying him, her pent-up wrath would remain unquenched. It is indeed you. I knew it was you. How dare you murder our kin, slaying Zhonglang? Behold as I deliver a fatal blow to you, vile wretch. Suddenly, the second elder materialized around the wooden platform, leaping forth with the formidable aura of the 9th layer of spirit gathering. Aiming a single hand toward Jiang Ke with lethal intent. You permit the scattering of spirit incense within my chamber while denying me the right to gather my essence? You allow your grandson to incapacitate my Dantian? Jiang Ke remained composed, yet he was no fool. He recognized that he was far from being a match for these elders. The oppressive force had no impact on him, prompting him to swiftly retreat. However, the second elder's hand pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. The Grand Elder refrained from intervening, confident that the second elder was more than sufficient for the task at hand. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, both the second elder and Grand Elder's pupils constricted in shock. He knows. How audacious to slander a family elder. Sparing you would be a violation of clan regulations. Ultimately, Jiang Ke was merely at the second layer of spirit gathering. No matter how extraordinary he was, he could never hope to contend with a master of the 9th layer. Even in flight, he would soon find himself cornered with nowhere to escape. Old ghost, if you do not emerge, your son shall be slain. Jiang Ke bellowed, unwilling to bear the brunt of such a strike. What had commenced as an unavoidable confrontation, driven by the relentless advance of his adversaries, had turned into a regrettable distraction from his cultivation. Even the casual concoction of elixirs could yield a considerable profit. The ostentation was unnecessary, and he surmised that the old man, likely ensnared in some scheme, was merely acting brazenly. However, Jiang Ke remained skeptical that Zhang Hong had truly met his demise. A fool's errand. The second elder's murderous intent was palpable. Would he compel me to employ some extraordinary technique? Cursed be this predicament. Jiang Ke cursed Zhang Hong vehemently in his heart, his brow furrowed in consternation. After all, he had once belonged to the upper echelons of power 8 centuries prior and was well versed in countless secret arts capable of temporarily augmenting combat prowess. Nevertheless, he was loath to resort to such methods, for their subsequent repercussions were far too severe. Regardless, he resolved to flee the Jiang family immediately after the confrontation. Jiang Ke was not one to waver. Having made up his mind, his Dantian's spiritual energy surged along an extraordinary path. A fierce glare ignited in his eyes, abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the training ground, halting Jiang Ke's energy flow. Away with you. Chapter 10. The appearance of Jiang Hong. The booming voice resonated throughout the entire arena, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that swept over everyone. Yet primarily targeted the elder and the second elder. The second elder's outstretched hand, which had nearly reached Jiang Ke, came to an abrupt halt, his eyes flashing with horror as if he had been seized, unable to take another step forward. Jiang Hong. The elder's previously grim visage now turned a ghastly shade of ashen, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Jiang Changzai, you possess an audacity that is remarkable. How dare you lay a hand on my son? A shadow emerged from an unknown source, its form indistinct, and suddenly appeared atop the martial platform. This figure was none other than Jiang Hong. Gazing upward, one would perceive a middle-aged man in his 40s, yet his hair was a striking white, clad in a gray robe. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, framing a gaunt visage, and his eyes radiated an unmistakable brilliance. You're still alive, Jiang Hong exclaimed, addressing Jiang Changzai, the second elder. At that moment, fear was evident in Jiang Changzai's eyes, and with a startled cry, he attempted to retreat in desperation. Sensing a malevolent intent, he had never felt himself so perilously close to death before. To harm the clansman is a crime worthy of execution. A glint of severity flashed in Jiang Hong's eyes as he extended a hand, his form blurring as he advanced, arriving in an instant behind Jiang Changzai. Stop, Jiang Hong. This is not solely your Jiang family. In this critical moment, the Grand Elder intervened, releasing Jiang Chun and delivering a palm strike to thwart Jiang Hong's onslaught. You still acknowledge that the Jiang family is not just yours? Jiang Lin, have you truly lived to such an age only to become a fool? Is this realization not a tad belated? The crowd below was left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom the sudden appearance of Jiang Hong, who had been in seclusion. Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, while Jiang Yun's face drained of color. Why? You actually broke through? Jiang Ke cast a surprised glance at his esteemed father. You've advanced to the Yuanling realm? In a place like Qianyue City, a master of the Yuanling realm is undoubtedly unparalleled. Whether to break through or not is of no concern to you. I merely wish to convey that all cunning tricks are futile before the might of my fist. Do you truly believe he can escape? First, I shall deal with him. Then I shall address you. One by one, none shall evade. Jiang Hong did not linger in place. He had vanished once more, leaving only a few fleeting shadows in the air. No, Jiang Changzai is merely at the 9th level of spirit gathering at this moment. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and his heart was gripped by sheer panic, wishing fervently that his hands could become feet to facilitate his flight. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the periphery of the training ground. Yet, the sense of crisis within him did not wane. On the contrary, it intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Changzai struck behind him with an open palm. Initially, he intended only to obstruct Jiang Hong, but the outcome was far beyond his expectations. A tremendous force surged towards his arm, twisting it with a resounding crack. Ah, Jiang Hong. No, master. I am an elder. You cannot kill me. His body, however, was uncontrollably propelled away. To spare you would only allow you to bring calamity upon the Jiang family, Jiang Hong sneered, grasping Jiang Changzai by the collar just as he was about to hit the ground. Not bad. Jiang Ke silently appraised, as everyone else stood paralyzed in fear. For Jiang Ke to bestow such praise is indeed a high compliment. At that moment, Jiang Hong hoisted Jiang Changzai, as if he were a mere chick, bringing him to the wooden platform and then tossing him onto the ground. Jiang Hong, you are acting wantonly, violating the family rules. Such treatment towards us elders will surely lead the Jiang family to ruin at your hands. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lin did not flee. At this moment, he had found his composure. He intended to fight, for with Jiang Hong's prowess, escape was futile. Even if he managed to flee, a life of instability awaited him. Most importantly, numerous accusations would undoubtedly be leveled against him, despite the fact that he was indeed guilty. Yet, within the lofty confines of the Jiang family, who would willingly choose a life of destitution and despair? Jiang Hong typically did not involve himself in family affairs. But Jiang Lin had long been entrenched in the family's operations, his authority deeply respected and renowned for his fairness. He could not believe that Jiang Hong would act tyrannically and murder him. He was even prepared to reclaim his position as the Grand Elder with renewed stability. The essence of a family lies in its cohesion. Jiang Hong's intent to kill him would only sow discord, leading to the inevitable collapse of the Jiang family. Within a fleeting moment, he had devised a strategy. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of Grand Elder. Yes, Jiang Hong, you cannot kill me. The authority of the elders serves to curtail the power of the patriarch. Should you proceed with such an act, the very necessity of the elders would vanish. Jiang Changzai trembled in fear as he scrambled to his feet, casting a terrified glance at Jiang Hong. Then let it be. Jiang Hong replied with a chilling smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that resembled sharp, cold blades, piercing to the marrow, exuding an aura of frost. Jiang Lin felt a surge of unease, his gaze alert as he regarded Jiang Hong. What do you intend to do? Perhaps like this? Jiang Hong suddenly struck Jiang Changzai's chest with a resounding blow, leaving Jiang Changzai in a state of disbelief. You. A flicker of fear crossed Jiang Lin's eyes. He had not anticipated that Jiang Hong would dare to take action, let alone commit murder. Madman, you have lost your mind. Jiang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a frantic roar before turning to flee. Did I allow you to leave? With a menacing grin, Jiang Hong surged forward, exuding an imposing aura that directly targeted the Grand Elder, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. The Jiang clan is doomed, Jiang Lin bellowed, having discerned that Jiang Hong was acting unusually aggressive, far more so than the Jiang Hong of yore. He hoped that his thunderous shout would rouse Jiang Hong from his frenzy, instilling a sense of caution. What is happening? Jiang Ke observed as Jiang Hong disregarded Jiang Lin's furious outcry, delivering a brutal kick that sent Jiang Lin flying. His brow furrowed deeply as he swiftly propelled himself forward. If Jiang Lin were to be killed in front of everyone, regardless of any faults on Jiang Lin's part, it would evoke a poignant sense of shared tragedy, inevitably leading to disunity and discord. As Jiang Hong prepared to deliver a lethal blow, Jiang Ke's figure abruptly shot forth. Jiang Hong, he shouted, his internal energy surging like a tempest, resonating with the ferocity of a tiger's roar, a sonic martial art known as Tiger's Roar, designed to instill fear in the heart and soul. However, Jiang Ke was straining to perform this technique, as it demanded tremendous energy. What did you call me? Jiang Hong halted, turning to frown at Jiang Ke. Cloud-seeking hand. At that moment, as Jiang Lin's attention was diverted, a glint of fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. He leaped from the ground, his internal energy flowing into his palm like a rushing river. In the air, there was an almost tangible sensation of stagnation. As Jiang Lin's hand began to stir, forming an ethereal imprint that surged forth unexpectedly. Die? He exclaimed, laughter echoing maniacally. The Jiang clan still belongs to me. Jiang Lin's expression was wild. The power of this strike exceeded his usual capabilities, a remarkable display of prowess. All the disciples of the Jiang family in the training ground were pallid, and as if the very air had been siphoned away. Some, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, collapsed onto the ground. The cloud-searching hand. It was indeed the cloud-searching hand. Ha ha, my grandfather's cloud-searching hand is a low-level, Xin-grade martial skill. Jiang Hong is undoubtedly doomed. Jiang Chun, who had already been rendered powerless by Jiang Ke, now harbored an intense hatred for him, feeling as if even his supporter, Jiang Lin, had been treated like a mere dog. Once Jiang Hong was slain, Jiang Ke would inevitably face his reckoning. Though a low-level Xin-grade martial skill, its rarity and might far surpass that of Huang-grade techniques. The palm strike landed squarely on Jiang Hong's chest without the slightest hesitation. Yet it felt as if it had struck an impenetrable layer of mysterious iron. With a resounding thud, Jiang Hong's body remained unperturbed. Jiang Hong, with an indifferent demeanor, seized Jiang Lin's hand. Since my son has decreed your life spared, I shall grant you a reprieve. With a crack, Jiang Lin's face flushed red instantly, only to turn ghostly pale moments later as Jiang Hong methodically snapped his fingers one by one. Head of the family, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. The poison was not my doing. It was him, Jiang Chongzai. He is the mastermind. Jiang Lin's heart was consumed by fear. Despite being a master of the Wheel-Sea realm, he was utterly defenseless before Jiang Hong. Is this what it means to be in the Yuanling realm? It is indeed real. The eldest elder conspired against the clan leader. A suddenly awakened disciple of the Jiang family murmured, though he was the only one to voice it. His words echoed the sentiments of all present. The truth had been revealed. Jiang Lin pleaded for mercy, hoping that Jiang Hong would grant him a reprieve, waiting for the opportune moment to escape when Jiang Hong was distracted. No matter how powerful one may be, it pales in comparison to the significance of life. Jiang Hong, with a derisive glance, surveyed all the members of the Jiang family before erupting into laughter. Suddenly, he delivered a sharp kick to Jiang Lin's abdomen. I have declared that I shall not kill you. That is my word. However, I shall render you powerless. Guards, take him into custody. Upon hearing the command, several elder attendants from the Jiang family rushed over, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Hong before escorting the ashen-faced elder, Jiang Lin, away. along with the lifeless body of Jiang Chongzai. Chapter 11. The heart-eating goo. Once the matters concerning the Jiang family were settled, an invisible tempest swiftly spread throughout the clan. Jiang Lin and Jiang Chongzai's loyalists faced relentless suppression, while Jiang Hong's presence had rendered the atmosphere in the entire Qianyue City tense. News of Jiang Hong's breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm quickly circulated among the discerning individuals of Qianyue City. Speak. Why do you prevent me from killing him? Jiang Hong, seated at the head of the Jiang family council chamber, regarded Jiang Ke with an imposing demeanor, his rage contained yet palpable. At that moment, only Jiang Ke and his son were present. To recognize me signifies that you have not succumbed completely to the poison. Jiang Ke replied with a chuckle. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow in surprise. How did you know I was poisoned? The second point is that I am aware of this venom. You know? How do you know? Jiang Hong's astonishment deepened, yet he could not suppress a flicker of impatience as he observed Jiang Ke's tendency to speak in half-truths. This poison is known as the heart-eating goo. Goo, a formidable entity from the southern mainland, is not merely a creature, but rather a potent poison akin to a lethal elixir. Once it enters the body, it does not strike with sudden ferocity. Instead, most victims remain oblivious to their poisoning, allowing the toxin to gradually erode their vital essence. By the time one becomes aware of its presence, it is often far too late, leading those of lesser strength to a grim fate. I surmise you merely acted impulsively, did you not? Jiang Hong's expression shifted between gloom and brightness as he regarded Jiang Ke, as if he were meeting his son for the first time. A sudden realization dawned upon him that his understanding of Jiang Ke was woefully insufficient. How could you possess such knowledge? Weak? I, at the essence spirit realm, am deemed weak. You may be the only one bold enough to utter such words. In Qianyue City, dare anyone claim the essence spirit realm is weak? After a brief pause, Jiang Hong scoffed. Jiang Ke chose not to argue, stating simply, procure Qingling grass, Fuhong flower, and Luoyue fruit. These spiritual herbs should not be overly expensive. Jiang Hong was truly taken aback, his concern for Jiang Ke's seemingly irrelevant response forgotten. Suddenly, he stood up, an uncontrollable aura emanating from him, shattering the chair beneath him. You can refine pills? Jiang Ke's request for these items left only two possibilities. Either he possessed the ability himself, or he was acquainted with an adept alchemist, enjoying a favorable relationship, always willing to oblige. Regardless, the poison within him could be resolved. Since recognizing its presence, he had endured unimaginable torment, his hair turned white overnight, and his temperament had drastically altered. He was vaguely aware of certain truths, yet found himself unable to control his tumultuous emotions, often losing his composure even in front of his own son. Subsequently, Jiang Hong secretly lamented the situation. The oppressive aura of his Yuanling realm was far too much for his son, who was merely at the gathering spirit stage, to endure. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Ke appeared completely unfazed. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Ke exclaimed, "Do you think that's why I cannot break through to the gathering spirit stage?" Jiang Lin and Jiang Chong actually placed dispersing spirit incense in my room. Fortunately, I encountered a master who recognized my potential and saved me. Otherwise, you would have long since lost sight of me. My master is an alchemist, and at present, I am learning the art of alchemy from him. Do you wish to see the Jiang family crumble? If so, consider it unspoken. By the way, if you can't hold on, then don't force it. With that, Jiang Ke turned and exited the council hall. Not long after Jiang Ke left, Jiang Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. The poison was simply too vicious. His cultivation could only suppress its toxicity, but any exertion resulted in a loss of control. Even the suppression from his cultivation was being gradually eroded. If this situation continued unresolved, Jiang Ke's words might indeed hold a grim truth. A wisp of black vapor escaped from his nostrils, and his pupils dilated slightly. Jiang Hong sensed that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Nevertheless, he was aware that the toxicity was once again surging. He took a moment to calm himself, channeling his energy to quell the violent onslaught of the poison. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke had already sent Xiao Jiu away to start preparing the alchemical furnace. This time, he was concocting the Clear Heart Jade Elixir, a pinnacle-grade potion specifically designed to counter this malevolent toxin. The time spent in refining was brief, yet the mastery of the flame and the consumption of spiritual energy were remarkably swift. Jiang Ke found the process of refinement somewhat challenging, but ultimately, he succeeded. 12 pieces. Just barely. Jiang Ke opened his eyes, and then rose to seek out Jiang Ke. Xiao Jiu gazed at Jiang Ke departing, her eyes betraying an uncontainable admiration. Beyond the door, every passerby regarded Jiang Ke with either envy or jealousy, all believing that his fortune was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a crisp voice called out from beside him. It was Jiang Yun. What is it? Jiang Ke inquired casually. A smile faltered on Jiang Yun's face. Yet her beautiful countenance revealed little change in expression as she cheerfully said, "Congratulations, cousin, on the return of your innate talent, surpassing even your former self." "Thank you," Jiang Ke replied. Such a woman, who not long ago had regarded him with disdain and scorn, now shifted her demeanor with such rapidity. "What did you say?" Jiang Yun trembled with rage, her eyes blazing as she pointed at Jiang Yu. Had she been capable of overpowering him, she would have undoubtedly charged at him. Humph. Jiang Yun turned to leave, but Jiang Yu would not relent, calling after her. "I know you are concerned about your fiancé, Jiang Chun, but he has already been rendered useless. Save your energy, don't wear yourself out." Jiang Yun exploded with fury, whirling around in a sudden burst. Jiang Yu had struck a nerve deep within her heart, leaving her gritting her teeth in frustration. With a near growl escaping her throat, she spat, "Jiang Yu." Yet, Jiang Yu merely chuckled as he walked away. She sought revenge for Jiang Ke, scorned the worthless, then let her marry a true waste. Jiang Ke, however, remained oblivious to these matters. Even if he were aware, he would merely dismiss them with a wry smile. Upon entering the council hall, he found Jiang Hong, a man with flowing white hair, seated at the head of the table with his eyes closed in meditation. As if sensing Jiang Ke's arrival, he exclaimed in surprise, "So soon? Qingxin Bu Dan, consume one immediately." Yet, when Jiang Hong opened the jade vial, he was taken aback by its contents. So much. Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating further. With the existence of the so-called old man mentioned by Jiang Ke, nothing else bore significance. Eagerly, he uncorked the vial and swallowed its contents without hesitation. Jiang Ke chose to remain, patiently awaiting the outcome. His gaze swept over the bloodstains still lingering on the ground, and he understood that Jiang Hong's affliction had reached a truly terrifying degree. The heart-biting goo was not an exceptionally formidable poison. It was merely a pinnacle-grade toxin, primarily difficult to suppress once it infiltrated the body, as spiritual energy proved utterly ineffective against its toxicity, even acting as a supplement. Chapter 12. The Auction. The direct assassination of Jiang Lin was far too lenient for that old dog. A flicker of rage ignited in Jiang Hong's eyes. Jiang Ke had been humiliated, even nearly slain, and now, as his consciousness gradually returned, this was simply unforgivable. "However, why did you not address me as father?" Jiang Ke recalled the moment on the training grounds when he had referred to him as Jiang Hong. He hesitated, his expression becoming rather peculiar. 800 years ago, he had not belonged to any prestigious clan. He was merely a wandering cultivator, having attained his current level solely through innate talent and fortune. His parents had passed away many years prior, and now, observing Jiang Hong, he felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. However, Jiang Ke could hardly bear the intensity of Jiang Hong's gaze and reluctantly uttered, "Father, Qianyue City is not his objective. Jiang Lin's fate will undoubtedly be dire. Jiang Hong will not spare him." As the days passed, Jiang Ke immersed himself once more in the cultivation and practice of martial arts, seldom venturing outside. He had consumed 7 of the 15 Qiyun pills. He was at the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit realm, with only a slight distance remaining to reach the 4th level. In his eyes, there seemed to swirl a vortex, which gradually dissipated as Jiang Ke concluded his meditation. It was time to step outside. Xiao Jiu was exceedingly diligent in his training, his innate talent commendable, He had already unlocked his first meridian over the past few days. Jiang Ke chose not to disturb Xiao Jiu's cultivation and set out with a jade vial of medicinal pills in hand. Disguised as a middle-aged man, he walked into the Baichuntang once more. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the shopkeeper." The attendant recognized Jiang Ke and greeted him before hastening inside. Shortly thereafter, the elderly shopkeeper emerged. "Esteemed guest, have you come to buy or sell?" "Sell," Jiang Ke replied succinctly, producing the jade vial containing the Qianyue pills without further ado. The Qianyue pills had proven most effective when Jiang Ke was at the first level of the gathering spirit realm, but their efficacy diminished as he progressed. Thus, he had ventured out today with the intention of exchanging them for a different type of pill. Qianyue pills. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Yet he regained his composure, asking, "Are you truly offering Qianyue pills? I will buy them at 700 gold coins each." Potent pills that could facilitate breakthroughs and enhance spiritual power would never be deemed excessive. As the proprietor of a medicinal store, he was well acquainted with various elixirs. The Qianyue is far more precious than the Qiangdan, its price having multiplied several times. The old man ascended the stairs once again. But this time it was not the veiled woman. Instead, it was a middle-aged man. "My days of waiting here have finally borne fruit," the middle-aged man murmured. However, this individual was disguised. "What?" the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. "The art of disguise is rather simple, allowing me to see through it. Notice his hands, which do not match his face at all. I estimate this person to be no more than 25 years old. It is time to acquire a Dan furnace. Relying on an incense burner feels rather peculiar. However, Dan furnaces are generally not available for purchase, so Jiang Ke proceeded directly to a specific location, the Luha Auction House. This auction house is a renowned enterprise under the illustrious Luha Bank, exceptionally distinguished in Qianyue City. Even the three prominent families of Jiangfu Lin dare not provoke or offend it. The power of Luha Bank is truly formidable, spreading throughout the entire Great Chu Empire. With its foundation rooted in the imperial capital, and it is said to have considerable connections with the royal family. Jiang Ke did not remove his disguise and entered the auction hall directly. To his astonishment, he spotted Jiang Hong and Jiang Yu. Who was that fellow? It seemed that Jiang Yu had come alone, not in the company of Jiang Hong. Jiang Ke noticed that a man was following Jiang Yu closely. This man was adorned in luxurious garments, wielding a folding fan, and fancied himself quite dashing as he swayed it, persistently trailing behind Jiang Yu, who appeared exceedingly impatient. The auction house was bustling with numerous attendees. Upon hearing Jiang Ke's words, someone cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "Isn't that Fu Xiaoqing from the Fu family? And there's Jiang Yu from the Jiang family. Young man, I advise you to steer clear of the members of the three prominent families in Qianyue City. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave peril without understanding how." Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed Fu Xiaoqing. Known for his mediocre talents, he relied heavily on his family's influence in Qianyue City, where he had a notorious reputation for abducting virtuous women. To Jiang Ke's astonishment, he dared to pursue Jiang Yu. In Jiang Ke's recollections, Jiang Yu had always been the epitome of a spirited and bold character, maintaining a close relationship with him, marked by a continuous rivalry. As the auction house was not yet at full capacity, Jiang Ke positioned himself near Jiang Yu. He began. "I have just received word that Bichuan Hall has acquired a batch of Qianyue pills, which are now available for auction. These pills are quite effective for breakthroughs. I see you have reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. I shall gift you one." Jiang Ke was astonished at the swiftness of this news and the immediacy of its dissemination. Regret washed over him for having overlooked Jiang Yu's situation. While her talent was commendable, progress in cultivation required more than mere aptitude. It necessitated resources, and many gifted individuals lacked the means to advance. Jiang Yu, however, responded with a cold, scornful gaze, saying, "Are you foolish? If you've already informed me of the Qianyue pills' presence, do you think I would not bid for them myself?" To Jiang Ke's surprise, Fu Xiaoqing remained unfazed, his expression brimming with arrogance as he replied, "How many gold coins does your Jiang family allocate to you each month? You may consider it a mere 10, But do you know the starting price of the Qianyue? 800 gold coins each. Yet, I am different. I possess ample wealth. 800? Jiang Ke exclaimed, utterly astonished. How could she have been deceived? The starting price was supposed to be 800 each. Yet I was charged 700. Jiang Ke had already resolved to deliver items directly to the auction house in the future. However, observing Jiang Ke's expression, and given Jiang Ke's familiarity with her, Fu Shaoqian surmised that he had indeed been duped. As the gavel gently struck the podium, silence swiftly enveloped the crowd within the auction hall, which was already brimming with attendees. Standing upon the stage was an extraordinarily enchanting woman, her ruby lips and alluring eyes captivating the audience, eliciting audible gasps. Jiang Ke recognized this woman as he Shui, the foremost auctioneer of the Luoha auction house. Thank you all for your support. I am Shui. I trust that none of you are particularly fond of my idle chatter. So let us proceed directly to the main event. Behold our first item for auction. Clearly, he Shui had long since mastered the art of defusing awkward situations with remarkable ease, leaving the burly man blushing. Purchase the auction house. Even the Fu family could not afford that. The first item for auction was a sword, discovered on Mingyue Ridge outside Qianyue City. After our appraisal, we have determined that this sword is crafted from Qishan iron. However, it bears the unfortunate flaw of being damaged. Its enchantments have suffered a 50% loss. Now, we shall commence the auction, starting at 100 gold coins, with no limits on bidding increments. Remarkably, it is forged from Qishan iron. Already, discerning individuals gasped in astonishment. Crimson Qian iron? Jiang Ke silently straightened his back, his eyes flickering with fervor. Chapter 13. The Harvest Crimson Qian iron is a material frequently utilized in the crafting of high-grade, first-tier alchemical furnaces. Although the array inscribed upon the sword was damaged, Jiang Ke remained undeterred, for his intention was to completely melt the Crimson Qian iron, rendering the array utterly irrelevant. Drawing upon his previous life's expertise as an 8th-tier alchemist, he was fully confident in his ability to forge a low-grade furnace. An 8th-tier alchemist possesses their own crafted furnace, and beyond the 5th tier, the complexity of concocting elixirs escalates significantly. At this stage, the precision of one's mental acuity in controlling the spiritual herbs becomes crucial, making the synergy between the furnace and one's mental focus indispensable. Upon witnessing the Crimson Qian iron, Jiang Ke could hardly contain his excitement. At this moment, it was evident that the crowd had little interest in the battered sword. Though it was forged from Crimson Qian iron, few in Qianyue City shared Jiang Ke's perspective. After a while, only 3 individuals placed bids, reaching a sum of 300 gold coins. The onlookers shook their heads, clearly reluctant to expend their wealth on the tattered sword. Noticing that no one else wished to increase their bids, he may recognize this as merely an appetizer and declared, 300 gold coins once, 300 gold coins twice, 300 gold coins. For 100 gold coins, Jiang Ke interjected at an opportune moment. As he spoke, the crowd turned to gaze at him, puzzled by his sudden bid increase, yet they chose to disregard him. Ultimately, with a decisive hammer strike, the remnants of the Crimson Qian iron sword were secured by Jiang Ke. At that moment, the enchanting voice of He Mei spoke up. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the sword forged from Qishan iron. Next, I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating a rare treasure, a vial of Qianyue. As soon as her words fell, whispers filled the hall. Wow, it's Qianyue. This is a precious pill that aids in breaking through the spirit-gathering realm. Indeed, several prominent families were vying for it, but it had nothing to do with us. At this point, Fu Shaoqian turned to Jiang Ke and said, do not worry. I will ensure that this Qianyue is secured for you. He spoke as if the pill were already in his possession. However, Jiang Ke replied, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for your concern. You may keep the pill for yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Ke thought to himself, in the future, I must leave some pills for Jiang Ke. He Mei's voice once again rang out. This vial of Qianyue is a rare premium quality. As we all know, the higher the quality, the lesser the side effects on the body. I hope everyone will not miss this opportunity. The starting bid is 800 gold coins per pill. with a total of 3 pills, amounting to 2,400 gold coins. Now, let the auction commence, with no restrictions on bidding. As her words echoed, the bidding commenced fervently. 2,500 gold coins, 2,006, 2,007, 3,000 gold coins. Witnessing such fervor, Hime couldn't help but smile. Her allure intensified. The atmosphere grew increasingly electric, when suddenly a voice rang out. 5,000 gold coins. The crowd gasped, turning to see Fu Xiaoqing from the Fu family, one of the 3 great families of Qianyue City. Upon hearing the words of Fu Xiaoqing, Chao Jiangyu turned to look. Yet Jiangyu remained steadfastly gazing ahead, leaving Fu Xiaoqing feeling humiliated, his expression darkening with malevolence. Jiang Ke, witnessing this scene, had a flash of insight and began to ponder. At that moment, due to Fu Xiaoqing's bid, others were reluctant to raise their offers, fully aware that offending the Fu family in Qianyue City would lead to dire consequences. As Fu Xiaoqing reveled in his perceived victory, believing that his increase in bid would deter any challengers, Hime on stage wore a troubled expression, glancing towards the backstage. Suddenly, a calm voice declared, 7,000 gold coins, causing a stir among the auction attendees, who turned to find it was Lin Jun, the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the 3 prestigious families of Qianyue City. Fu Xiaoqing was taken aback, unprepared for Lin Jun's unexpected intrusion, which threatened to thwart his plans. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, 8,000 gold coins. Hearing that a single Qianyue Dan could fetch such a high price, Jiang Ke felt a wave of regret wash over him, realizing he possessed only 8,000 gold coins in total. In mere moments, he had reached his limit, silently resolving to sell his medicinal pills through the auction house in the future. On stage, Hime felt a sense of relief upon seeing Lin Jun's bid. While others feared offending the Fu family, the Lin family, being one of the 3 great families of Qianyue City, had no such qualms. Meanwhile, the auction hall buzzed with discussion. The Lin family was indeed formidable, although 3 Qianyue Dan were rare. Securing them at 9,000 gold coins indicated that the Lin family was not lacking in wealth. Indeed, a spectacle awaited Fu Xiaoqing. Although displeased by Lin Jun's bid, Fu Xiaoqing brushed it off and declared 15,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. Lin Jun's voice echoed once more. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Indeed, 20,000 gold coins was no trifling sum. At that moment, Jiang Ke mused that Lin Jun was rather intriguing, and he hoped to encounter him someday. Fu Xiaoqing, upon realizing that Lin Jun had taken a stance against him, was already seething with anger. When he noticed Jiangyu stifling a laugh beside him, he retorted, "Young Master Fu, it seems that the Qianyue pill will elude you. However, that is of no consequence, for I have no need of it." His words dripped with scorn. Hearing Jiangyu's mockery, Fu Xiaoqing could hardly contain his indignation. Typically, he wielded the reputation of the Fu family to assert dominance, and it was rare for a woman to dare to ridicule him. Were it not for Jiangyu's affiliation with the Jiang family, he would have erupted in fury, especially with Lin Jun present, which only intensified his ire, causing his face to flush crimson. Jiang Ke observed this scene with an amused shake of his head, thinking to himself how mischievous Jiangyu was. Simultaneously, memories of the current world surfaced in his mind, clarifying the relationships between the Fu, Lin, and Jiang families in Qianyue City. At that moment, Fu Xiaoqing prepared to raise his hand to bid again, but Mr. Chung promptly grasped his wrist and whispered urgently, "Young master, you must refrain from further bidding. We came to this auction without informing the master and brought less than 20,000 gold coins. We shall devise a means to acquire the Qianyue pill later." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoqing was greatly vexed, yet he restrained his temper. At present, he stood as a paragon among his peers with his cultivation at the 2nd level of spirit gathering, but deep down, he understood that his prowess was merely a product of alchemical potions. He had once believed the Qianyue pill to be within his grasp. Yet Lin Jun was now contesting him for it. "Very well, I shall not compete with him," he declared, feigning magnanimity as he waved his fan. Jiangyu looked on, harboring utmost disdain in her heart. Subsequently, noticing that Fu Xiaoqing showed no intention of raising the bid, He Mei called for a countdown. Just as the gavel was about to strike, a sudden voice pierced the air, 50,000 gold coins. In that instant, the entire venue was astir. Turning to look, it was none other than Jiang Hong, the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Hong, upon hearing of the Qianyue Dan, could hardly contain himself. Immediately thinking of acquiring it for his enigmatic son, Jiang Ke, to enhance his strength. At this moment, his mind was resolutely set. If he were to bid, he would secure it with full force. Fu Xiaoqing was equally taken aback upon recognizing Jiang Hong, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Lin Zhun then turned to speak a few words to a companion before falling silent, seemingly disinclined to raise his bid any further. Ultimately, seeing Jiang Hong as the winning bidder, He Mei asked no further questions and decisively brought down the hammer. The Qianyue Dan became the possession of the Jiang family. After a brief pause, she added, "This treasure was brought from the capital of the Chu kingdom. It is a pinnacle-grade alchemical furnace, revered by alchemists, known as the Qixin furnace." Upon hearing this, the audience was electrified, for a pinnacle-grade alchemical furnace was exceedingly rare in Qianyue City. With such a furnace, one could invite alchemists to concoct customized elixirs, a coveted aspiration for all martial artists. At this moment, Jiang Ke also wore a smile, inwardly applauding the turn of events. Chapter 14. The Qixin Furnace. Now, let us commence the auction for the Qixin Furnace, with a starting price of 5,000 gold coins. There is no limit to the increments. He Shui's voice resonated with gravity. As soon as her words fell, the clamor of bidding erupted throughout the auction hall. In a short while, the price soared to 100,000 gold coins, during which Fu Xiaoqing, Lin Zhun, and Jiang Hong all raised their bids without hesitation. The three families of Qianyue City were well aware that the Qixin Furnace could bring immense benefits to their clan. As Fu Xiaoqing's bid reached 100,000, both the Lin and Jiang families sought to raise their offers further. The contest for the fiery Qianyue Furnace had transformed into a fierce rivalry among the three prominent families of Qianyue City, with each faction resolutely unwilling to yield. Whoever secured this furnace would undoubtedly enlist at least a pinnacle-grade alchemist, a significant boon for the entire clan's members. At that moment, a somewhat jarring voice interjected, proclaiming, "I bid with second-grade elixirs." The instant the words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the auction hall, leaving many attendees momentarily bewildered. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Who was this individual, and what had they just declared? Had they truly chosen to enter the fray against the three families? The mention of elixirs, what did it signify? He Shui, on the stage, appeared equally perplexed as she gazed at the speaker, inquiring, "Sir, could you please clarify what you just stated? What is your bid?" "I am offering second-grade elixirs for the fiery Qianyue Furnace," the voice calmly reiterated. This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience, igniting a cacophony of astonishment throughout the auction hall. What? Second-grade elixirs? This was absurd. Who was this person to possess such elixirs? Was he an alchemist? The audacity to propose a trade of second-grade elixirs for the furnace. Who else could be so bold but Jiang Ke? At this moment, Fu Xiaoqing, Lin Zhun, Jiang Hong, and Jiang Yu all turned to gaze at Jiang Ke, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was essential to recognize that second-grade elixirs were treasures that could scarcely be purchased for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Although Jiang Ke had not specified which second-grade elixirs he possessed, the mere designation of second-grade was more than sufficient. Upon hearing the mention of the second-grade elixir, He Shui's countenance paled slightly. Having spent numerous years at the Luaha auction house, she was acutely aware of the rarity and value of such potions in Qianyue City. Second-grade elixirs were exceedingly scarce, typically only surfacing in the auction houses of larger cities within the Great Chu kingdom. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Ke was directly exchanging a second-grade elixir for an alchemy furnace suggested that he was either not an alchemist himself or a figure of considerable stature. She could not afford to underestimate him. As soon as Jiang Ke finished speaking, she immediately donned a smile and addressed him. "Esteemed sir, please allow me a moment. I must consult with my superiors regarding your unique bidding method." He Shui continued, "We at the auction house are indeed willing to accept your special increment, but we need to ascertain the final price. If I may be so bold, Could you enlighten us regarding the grade of your second grade elixir? Her words fell, and the entire auction house fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon Jiang Ke, eager to see what caliber of elixir he would produce. Many were filled with fervent anticipation, for such a spectacle was a rarity. Perhaps a mid-tier second-grade elixir? Jiang Ke suggested, though internally he was unsure of its exact worth. He lamented his current lack of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the crafting of a second-grade elixir would be as simple as child's play. The moment his words escaped, the auction house erupted into a flurry of excitement. This included the three prominent families of Qianyue City, Fu Xiaoqing, Lin Zhun, and Jiang Hong, who gazed at Jiang Ke in astonishment. Given Jiang Ke's tone, the assembly was convinced that he must indeed be an alchemist. In an instant, most gazes were imbued with reverence, each attendee eager to leave a favorable impression on an alchemist. At this moment, Jiang Ke felt a deep sense of distress. He was eager to enhance his strength, and acquiring this alchemical furnace was imperative. Even if it meant exposing his identity as an alchemist, he was determined to secure it. Fortunately, he was currently disguised, which made matters more manageable. Hua Shui, the auctioneer, had already taken note of the situation. After casting a glance backstage, she spoke in her melodious voice, "Very well. The gentleman's bid is for a mid-tier second-grade elixir, which equates to no less than 500,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Anyone attempting to outbid him would essentially be competing with an alchemist, and no one was inclined to offend such a figure. The members of the three prominent families also found themselves in a quandary, regardless of whether the individual was an alchemist. 500,000 gold coins was not a sum they could easily dismiss. Moreover, it was highly likely that he was indeed an alchemist, and all three families were eager to befriend him. Observing the expressions of the attendees, Hua Shui could surmise their thoughts. Noticing that the members of the three families had fallen silent, she recognized that the furnace had been secured by the middle-aged gentleman. She announced, "Going once at 500,000 gold coins, going twice at 500,000 gold coins, going thrice, sold." With that, she brought down her small hammer amid the gaze of the entire assembly. "The Qixin furnace has been successfully purchased by this gentleman." With that, the auction came to a close. As soon as Jiang Ke saw that the event had concluded, he swiftly rose to his feet and exited the auction hall. He had no desire to be intercepted for idle pleasantries, having endured far too many of such encounters in his previous life. Upon exiting the auction hall and entering the appraisal room of the Luo River auction house, he found Hua Shui and a middle-aged man waiting for him. Observing the profound respect exchanged between the two individuals, it was evident that they had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. He stepped forward and greeted, "Esteemed sir, greetings. The Qixin iron sword and the Qixin furnace you purchased have been meticulously prepared for you." Indeed, the Qixin iron sword and the Qixin furnace were elegantly wrapped and placed aside. As she spoke, a captivating fragrance enveloped the air, and her voice carried an enchanting softness that compelled Jiang Ke to glance her way, silently admiring her beauty. It was no surprise that such a remarkable woman graced the small town of Qianyue, especially at the renowned Luo He auction house. He responded, "That is splendid. Please prepare the materials for the second-grade mid-tier elixir you wish to refine, and I shall assist you." Since the other party recognized him as an alchemist, he felt no need to conceal his identity. After all, he was disguised, and no one knew his true self. Thus, there was no cause for concern. His sole desire was to depart swiftly from this place. Upon hearing his words, He Shui and the middle-aged man were both astonished to confirm that he was indeed an alchemist, especially since he had directly offered to concoct the second-grade mid-tier elixir they had requested. Joy filled their hearts. He Shui promptly gestured toward the middle-aged gentleman, "Sir, this is our auction house's manager, Mr. Luo Qi." Mr. Luo Qi immediately addressed him, "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am the manager of the auction house, Luo Qi. May I inquire your honorable name?" After speaking, he focused intently on Luo Qi. Noticing that Jiang Ke preferred to remain reticent, Luo Qi refrained from pressing further. He replied, "Very well, sir. Your straightforwardness is appreciated. Please wait a moment. I will return shortly. Shui, please attend to this esteemed gentleman. With that, he turned and made his way toward the appraisal room. Upon entering the room, Jiang Ke realized that he was alone with Shui. Without waiting for her to speak, he approached the blazing Qianyue furnace, lifting it to gauge its weight. He was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this furnace possessed an unusual quality. Its texture resembled that of a third-tier alchemical furnace, yet he could not examine it closely. At that moment, Shui approached him, turning to face her. Jiang Ke beheld her delicate, oval face adorned with a charming smile, exuding a mature allure that was undeniably captivating. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, hinting at a latent wariness within him. Just then, Rocky emerged, holding a fabric bag whose edges were intricately embroidered with golden threads, indicating its preciousness. With a friendly demeanor, he approached Jiang Ke and said, "Sir, within this bag are the medicinal materials we have prepared for you. We hope you will concoct the second-tier, intermediate-grade Qianyue Dan. The Qianyue Dan can be considered an upgraded version of the Qianyue Dan, possessing explosive spiritual energy akin to a thunderclap, hence its name. This elixir can significantly enhance the strength of practitioners in the gathering spirit realm." Upon finishing his words, Rocky presented the bag with both hands, bowing slightly. Though his gaze lacked the previous nervousness, suggesting that someone had given him reassurance behind the scenes. He continued, "This spirit storage bag can hold approximately 3 cubic meters of items, and the elixirs you create will be a gift for you." Jiang Ke, upon hearing this, did not dwell on it. In his past life, he had received numerous treasures from various individuals. He replied, "Very well. I shall proceed to refine the elixir and will come by tomorrow to exchange for the Qianyue furnace." With that, he waved his hand, stowing the Qixin iron sword into the bag before exiting the appraisal room. Rocky and Shui watched Jiang Ke depart, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chapter 15. The Crimson Thunder Pill. Jiang Hong tossed the vial, and Jiang Ke deftly caught it, his thoughts drifting to Qianyue. She is also at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. She too requires this crimson cloud pill, he remarked. Jiang Hong responded, "Do not fret. I have already bestowed upon that girl a pill, and she has taken it to enter seclusion for her breakthrough. By the way, Kur, allow me to ascertain your current realm." As he spoke, he stepped closer and placed his hand on Jiang Ke's wrist. Jiang Ke felt a slight resistance. After all, permitting someone to directly probe into one's realm is a significant taboo. However, recognizing that Jiang Hong was his father in this life and harbored no ill intentions, he said nothing. Upon his examination, Jiang Hong exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, my good son, you have actually reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. Ha ha ha, splendid. These 2 crimson cloud pills are perfectly suited to aid your breakthrough into the 4th level." Jiang Hong added, "With this pill, hasten to enter seclusion for your advancement." With that, he turned and strode purposefully out of the courtyard, appearing to have largely dispelled the toxins within him, regaining his former confidence. Observing Jiang Hong's departure, Jiang Ke immediately addressed Xiaojiu. "Xiaojiu, I must now enter seclusion for my cultivation. No one is to enter." "Yes, young master," Xiaojiu replied respectfully. Jiang Ke understood that with his current spiritual energy, he was still insufficient to refine mid-tier 2nd-grade pills. Yet, he relied not solely on spiritual power, but rather on the extraordinary comprehension of alchemy possessed by an 8th-grade alchemist. He had long since discerned a path uniquely his own in the art of pill refinement. The essence of the Great Way is simplicity. He no longer required external aids to assist him in the alchemical process. Moreover, with years of invaluable experience and extraordinary alchemical skills, including his mastery over spiritual energy, these factors are of paramount importance for an alchemist in the creation of elixirs. Furthermore, given that Jiang Ke possesses a profound foundation of spiritual energy, his strength at the 3rd level of spirit gathering is more than sufficient. Upon retrieving the spirit storage pouch and opening it, he was immediately enveloped by a delightful array of aromas. Inside, he discovered 3 types of medicinal herbs: crimson leaf lotus, thundercrack fruit, and spirit condensing grass. Each of these herbs was evidently of superior quality, and their quantity was considerable, indicating that the Luaha auction house was indeed quite affluent. They had prepared such a substantial amount, likely fearing the low success rate of concocting the mid-tier Crimson Thunder Pill. However, they could never have anticipated that Jiang Ke was. In fact, an 8th-tier alchemist, even with his 3rd-level spirit-gathering strength, he would encounter little difficulty in the process. Suddenly, Jiang Ke's keen eyes spotted another herb within the pouch. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fire yin fruit, although there was only one. It seemed to overshadow the brilliance of the other 3 spiritual herbs as soon as it emerged. A chuckle escaped Jiang Ke's lips, for it was evident that the fire yin fruit was a gift from the Luaha auction house, clearly a generous gesture. This particular fruit is essential for those in the spirit-gathering realm seeking to break through to the Wheel Sea realm. It was apparent that the auction house sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, a sentiment Jiang Ke fully understood. Nonetheless, he was resolute in not accepting benefits without reciprocation. Without further ado, he stored the fire yin fruit in his spirit pouch. Armed with the 3 medicinal herbs and a modest yet invaluable incense burner, he split the chair and commenced the alchemical process right there on the spot. Previously, when concocting 1st-tier elixirs, Jiang Ke had not employed spiritual energy in the flames, as such low-level elixirs were mere child's play for him. However, with each elevation in the grade of the elixir, the efficacy of the potions appears as a chasm, and thus the complexity of alchemy increases exponentially. Consequently, for the mid-tier 2nd-grade Red Thunder Pill, Jiang Ke must employ spiritual energy to enhance the purity of the flame, a task that necessitates formidable mental fortitude to control the infusion of spiritual energy into the fire. In truth, Jiang Ke's mental prowess is exceptional among his peers. Yet managing the infusion of spiritual energy into the flame remains a considerable challenge. Fortunately, Jiang Ke's mental capacity has been augmented by the memories of his previous life, resulting in a significant enhancement of his mental acuity. At this moment, the flames danced, gradually heating the incense burner to a glowing red. Jiang Ke deftly seized a handful of thundercrack fruits and gently cast them into the furnace. Simultaneously, his spiritual energy surged into the fire, causing the flames to swell dramatically, enveloping the entire incense burner with a whoosh. Before returning to its original size, the flames now faintly tinged with a deep blue hue. At this juncture, Jiang Ke furrowed his brow, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, indicating that the infusion of spiritual energy into the fire had indeed exerted considerable strain on him. The thundercrack fruits within the furnace had transformed into a pool of dark purple liquid, slowly swirling within the cauldron, revealing subtle threads of lightning within upon closer inspection. Jiang Ke remained fully focused on controlling the flames, having nearly attained a state of mental and spiritual unity, even as his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. As the temperature of the flames reached a critical threshold, the threads of lightning within the dark purple liquid surged dramatically, prompting Jiang Ke to act swiftly, adding the scarlet leaf lotus into the incense burner. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy flowed into the flames like rivers converging into the sea, causing the fire to dance wildly as if boiling water. However, the spectacle lasted but a fleeting moment. As 2 distinct liquids emerged within the furnace, one a vibrant crimson and the other a profound violet, they intertwined, and the lightning sparks within them erupted with fervor, resembling a tempestuous dragon of thunder. At this juncture, Jiang Ke's lips had turned pale, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his body, indicating the immense strain he was enduring. The consumption of both spiritual and mental energy was indeed considerable. After all, Jiang Ke was merely at the 3rd layer of spiritual gathering, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of panic. As the temperature of the flames gradually escalated, the 2 liquids transitioned from complete immiscibility to a state of mutual blending. The lightning gradually infused itself into the crimson liquid, causing both liquids to thicken, their colors deepening with intensity. At that moment, as if startled, both liquids suddenly began to boil violently, the explosive spiritual energy churning tumultuously within the furnace. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the incense burner. Observing this scene, Jiang Ke furrowed his brow, fearing that the incense burner must not explode midway. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. He promptly quickened the pace of his alchemical endeavor. The two liquids now resembled combatants locked in a fierce duel, neither yielding an inch, determined to emerge victorious. In the climactic moments of this battle, Jiang Ke swiftly grasped the final stalk of condensation herb and cast it into the incense burner. Upon contact with the red and blue liquids, it transformed into a mass of colorless liquid enveloping them. Instantly, the crimson and azure liquids calmed, and the colorless substance rapidly fused with the other two, gradually forming a cohesive whole, rendering their distinctions indistinguishable. Jiang Ke understood he had reached the most critical juncture. He steadied himself, merging his final vestiges of spiritual energy into the flames, and then bellowed, "Consolidate." The three distinct elemental liquids ultimately coalesced, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. At that moment, white vapor ascended as a fragrant aroma gradually wafted through the air. The incense burner had become deformed and twisted, nearly on the verge of melting, clearly unable to withstand much longer. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, the incense burner shattered, its fragments scattering throughout the room. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, shaking the very walls of the chamber, startling Qianyue, who was guarding at the door, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. In a flurry, Qianyue shouted, "Young master, are you all right?" As the smoke in the room began to dissipate, Jiang Ke stood amidst the remnants, clutching something in his hand. His face was pallid, yet a confident smile graced his lips. As he opened his palm, there lay 10 alluring red elixirs, unmistakably the Qianyue Dan. These pills seemed to harbor boundless energy, their surface adorned with a faint red glow that rendered them breathtakingly exquisite. The rich fragrance permeated the air, evoking a sensation that simply inhaling the aroma of the Qianyue Dan would enhance one's spiritual power. The ground was strewn with shards of the incense burner. Jiang Ke, upon witnessing the scattered debris, smiled knowingly, reflecting on the considerable utility of the incense burner. He then retrieved a jade vial, placing the elixirs within. Turning to Qianyue, he instructed, "It's nothing serious. I am preparing to make a breakthrough. You must remain here and ensure that no one enters." "Yes, young master," Qianyue replied respectfully, filled with admiration. Jiang Ke understood that his breakthrough was merely in its infancy, with the red thunder pills in his possession. Ascending to the 4th layer of the spirit-gathering realm posed no challenge. However, the extent of his advancement remained uncertain. The quality of the several red thunder pills he had concocted could be deemed exceptional. Evidently, in this new world, the initial use of his spiritual energy to refine these pills had not disappointed him in the least. He promptly placed 2 red thunder pills into his mouth, aware that the efficacy of any pill is at its zenith when taken for the first time. Subsequent consumption would yield diminished effects. Jiang Ke recognized the principle of moderation and understood that his current physical condition could not withstand an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Moreover, given the notorious explosive nature of the red thunder pills, he estimated that consuming 2 would be his limit. Indeed, the red thunder pills were extraordinary. At that moment, the energy from the pills began to erupt within Jiang Ke's body, gradually integrating into his being. He felt an excruciating pain radiating through his internal organs, akin to being struck by lightning. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably as he endured intense suffering. The convulsions of his body intensified, sweat soaking him completely, while the vortex of spiritual energy above his head spun at an imperceptible speed. A cry of agony escaped Jiang Ke's lips as the momentum within him reached a terrifying crescendo. Gradually, he found a semblance of calm. His abdomen contracted slightly, and a surge of azure light erupted rapidly from his dantian, illuminating the entire room with a blinding brilliance reminiscent of the sun. The abundant spiritual energy within him then surged forth, breaking free from the confines of the room. Upon stepping out of the house, the dawn had already begun to break. At that moment, Qianyue approached, his face a picture of astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Ke. "Young master, you have successfully made a breakthrough. Congratulations." The spiritual energy just now was so overwhelming that it nearly knocked me unconscious. Jiang Ke, touched by the sight of Qianyue having guarded him throughout the night, waved his hand and produced a jade vial, saying, "This vial contains the Qianyue pill. Take 1/3 of it each time to accelerate your progress." With that, he turned and exited the courtyard. Upon receiving the vial, Xiaojiu opened it, gazing at the rich spiritual essence within, and surmised that it was an exceedingly precious elixir. Tears welled up in his eyes as he suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master," clutching the jade vial tightly in his hands. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Ke made his way directly to Jiang Yu's quarters. Having just refined the Qi Lei pill, she was the first person to come to his mind. In good spirits, he called out as soon as he entered the courtyard, "Jiang Yu, are you there?" With a resounding boom, the flowers, grasses, and trees in the courtyard trembled in response, while the nearby maidservants, already startled, hastily took cover. As he exchanged blows, he soon realized that it was none other than Jiang Yu who was engaging him. At that moment, Jiang Yu exuded an aura of confidence, looking at Jiang Ke as if she intended to devour him whole. Jiang Ke feigned anger and remarked, "Jiang Yu, what do you mean by seeking me out to practice just because you have made a breakthrough?" With a playful smile, Jiang Yu replied, "Hee, your cousin has reached the 4th layer of the gathering spirit realm. I thought I might practice a bit with you." Jiang Yu spoke lightly while her hands moved swiftly, engaging Jiang Ke in a series of 6 strikes. A flicker of surprise coursed through her, having just broken through to the 4th level of spirit gathering. Her momentum was robust. She intended to catch Jiang Ke off guard, yet to her astonishment, there was no trace of panic in his eyes as he parried her strikes with equal prowess. Noticing Jiang Yu's unwavering determination, Jiang Ke understood that her current strength was at its peak following her breakthrough, and conventional techniques would prove futile. With a commanding shout, he unleashed the full force of his 5th-level spirit gathering. This maneuver indeed bore fruit. Jiang Yu, taken aback, leapt aside and exclaimed, "You have actually reached the 5th level of spirit gathering. How is that possible?" Upon speaking, her large, glistening eyes sparkled with an undeniable charm. Jiang Ke, momentarily stunned, mused to himself that Jiang Yu had become increasingly adorable and beautiful. He then chuckled softly and replied, "It's because of this," as he shook the Qi Lei Dan in his hand and flicked it towards Jiang Yu. As she caught the Qi Lei Dan, the rich aura of spiritual energy wafted towards her, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment, This is the Qi Lei Dan. How did you obtain it?" Chapter 17. Luo Qianhuan. After shaking off Jiang Yu, Jiang Ke sought a secluded spot and once again altered his appearance to resemble that of a middle-aged man. He made his way to the Luo River auction house, and upon entering, he spotted the auctioneer, Qianyue. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Ke, she approached him eagerly, a captivating fragrance enveloping him. Jiang Ke instinctively stepped aside. Observing his repeated evasions, Qianyue felt a mixture of surprise and a burgeoning respect. And with a smile, she greeted him, "Mysterious sir, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, come in." With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, every frown and smile exuded an irresistible charm. Jiang Ke nodded slightly, following Qianyue into the appraisal room. Inside, the auction's head, Rocky, was seated beside a blazing Xinyan furnace, evidently awaiting Jiang Ke's arrival. Observing the scene, Jiang Ke felt little, as his previous life as an 8th-grade alchemist commanded great reverence. Regardless of the event's scale, he was always anticipated with eagerness. Upon seeing Jiang Ke, Rocky's expression transformed, revealing a sense of relief, and he promptly approached him, while Qianyue discreetly withdrew, leaving only Jiang Ke and Rocky in the room. Rocky bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Sir, I have awaited your arrival for some time. The Xinyan furnace is prepared for you." Jiang Ke nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well. Here are the Qi Lei pills, a total of 7. As he spoke, he produced a jade vial and presented it to Rocky. Rocky, astounded that 7 Qi Lei pills had been successfully refined, felt a surge of disbelief. They had meticulously calculated the materials provided to Jiang Ke. Even if Jiang Ke were merely a 3rd-grade alchemist, producing 5 Qi Lei pills would have been remarkable. Yet he had achieved 7. Moreover, Jiang Ke appeared utterly nonchalant, as if the 7 pills were of no particular distinction. In his astonishment, Rocky respectfully accepted the vial with both hands. Upon opening it, a rich and potent aroma of the pills wafted forth, ensnaring Rocky in its intoxicating fragrance. only to realize his lapse in decorum moments later. Rocky, a martial artist, has spent many years cultivating, yet remains at the sixth layer of the spirit-gathering realm due to his moderate talent. Consequently, he devoted himself entirely to the management of the Loha auction house. However, what martial artist does not aspire to grow stronger? Upon opening the vial of the Crimson Thunder pill, the pure and rich fragrance invigorated his spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ke, who had been refining pills of the 6th grade and above, he held extremely high standards for this level of elixir. Now, having concocted the 2nd grade Crimson Thunder pill, he deemed it a reflection of his true abilities, considering it merely of average quality. Nevertheless, given his overall alchemical prowess, these few Crimson Thunder pills would be deemed exceptional in the hands of others. At this moment, Rocky clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Jiang Ke, exclaiming, "Thank you for allowing me to witness such exquisite elixirs." In his heart, he had already concluded that Jiang Ke was at least a peak 4th grade alchemist. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such a pill. It is worth noting that 4th grade alchemists are revered as deities in Qianyue City. Seeing this, Jiang Ke furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "There is no need for thanks. I merely exchanged the pill for goods." With that, he approached the Qixin furnace and stowed it away in his spirit storage bag. Just as Rocky was recovering from his astonishment, he noticed Jiang Ke preparing to leave with the furnace. He quickly stepped forward to block his path and urged, "Sir, please wait a moment. The owner of the Luaha auction house wishes to meet you and forge a friendship." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke realized that the true proprietor of the Luaha auction house was about to make an appearance, all because of his unique identity as an alchemist. He is now eager to enhance his abilities, knowing that meeting this individual will make the search for medicinal herbs a trivial matter in the future. He then remarked, "That would be splendid. I am also keen to witness the grandeur of the renowned owner of the Luo River auction house." At that moment, seeing that Jiang Ke showed no intention of leaving, Rocky felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that if Jiang Ke truly wished to depart, he would find it quite difficult to impede him. Just then, a melodious and tinkling laughter floated through the air, unmistakably originating from a young woman. Her voice was as clear and distant as a celestial melody, bringing delight to anyone who heard it. A young woman clad in a white dress entered the gem appraisal room, her immaculate gown resembling that of a heavenly fairy. With lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, skin as smooth as cream, and a face like white jade, her bright, dark eyes evoked an indescribable joy, though there was a hint of youthful innocence in her demeanor. The enchanting aura she radiated was utterly captivating. Upon seeing her, Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not linger on his thoughts. For the wisdom acquired over a century in his previous life reminded him that he was no longer a foolish youth. He then clasped his hands in greeting and said, "This young lady must be the esteemed head of the Luo River auction house. It is truly an honor to meet someone so remarkable at such a young age." The young woman, noticing Jiang Ke's calm demeanor and the admiration in his gaze, replied, "You flatter me, sir. I am merely here in Qianyue City at my father's behest for some training." "Ah, the young lady is none other than Jiang Ke, the daughter of Luo Qingtian, the owner of the Luo riverbank." At this moment, he finally comprehends that this woman hails from the Luo family, inheriting the family legacy. He refrains from overthinking, as such formalities have become commonplace in his previous life. Now, he merely wishes to leverage the strength of the Luo River auction house to procure medicinal herbs. The young woman continued, "Indeed, my name is Luo Qianwan. My father has assigned me to manage this auction house in Qianyue City. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" Jiang Ke understood that he could no longer remain nameless. Fabricating a casual identity, he replied, "I am known as Yao Ke, an ordinary alchemist." "Ah, so you are Mr. Yao Ke." Luo Qianhuan smiled lightly. "You are far too modest. The exquisite Qi Lei Dan you have refined must surely reflect your extraordinary talents. I greatly admire your straightforward nature, and it is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance." With that, her gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Ke, her eyes magnetic as if drawing him in, causing him to startle and regain his composure swiftly. Luo Qianhuan then stated, "Allow me to be candid. Our auction house wishes to establish a collaboration with you, Mr. Yao. We can supply you with the medicinal herbs you require, and after you have refined them, you need only provide us with one portion for auction. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke realized that this proposition aligned perfectly with his intentions. He responded, "That is certainly agreeable. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Let us formalize this agreement." "Excellent. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he said, cupping his hands in salute before exiting the appraisal room. At that moment, Luo Qi approached Luo Qianhuan and remarked, "Miss, this individual possesses remarkable alchemical skills. He is certainly a formidable character, and we ought to remain vigilant." Luo Qianhuan nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Nevertheless, he is rather intriguing." As Jiang Ke exited the auction house, he was unexpectedly greeted at the entrance by members of the three prominent families of Qianyue City: the young master of the Fu family, Fu Xiaocheng, the young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhen, and Jiang Ke's father, Jiang Hong. Upon seeing Jiang Ke emerge, they swiftly surrounded him. It turned out that following the conclusion of the last auction, all three families had expressed a desire to be acquainted with Jiang Ke. For a second-grade alchemist was indeed a rare treasure in Qianyue City. However, they were unaware that Jiang Ke had departed hastily and had employed a disguise, thus evading their attempts to stop him. Upon learning that Jiang Ke would return the following day to collect the Qixin furnace, they positioned themselves at the auction house's entrance in anticipation. Jiang Hong had initially intended to introduce Jiang Ke to the alchemist, but when he found that Jiang Ke had vanished early in the morning, he felt compelled to come alone to emphasize the importance of the meeting. Little did Jiang Hong expect that his son, Jiang Ke, would also be present. Upon spotting them, Jiang Ke silently lamented his predicament, yet upon seeing his father, Jiang Hong, he decided to observe the unfolding situation and listen to their discourse. He spoke. "It appears that you are the esteemed representatives of the three illustrious families of Qianyue City, the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families. It is a privilege to meet you." Upon hearing Jiang Ke place the Jiang family first, Jiang Hong felt a surge of joy and stepped forward, saying, "I am Jiang Hong, head of the Jiang family. I was greatly impressed by your poise at the auction and would be honored to invite you to our residence for a discussion. May I inquire about your thoughts on this?" At that moment, the Lin and Fu families, witnessing Jiang Hong's advance, were hesitant to speak, mindful of his formidable presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he recalled the ongoing rivalry between his family and the Lin and Fu clans in Qianyue City, and he felt the need to assert his own authority. With a respectful gesture, he addressed Jiang Hong, stating, "I have long admired the esteemed reputation of Master Jiang Hong. It would be an honor to visit the Jiang residence for a drink." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hong was elated. A renowned alchemist expressing a desire to visit his home was a clear indication of wishing to forge a bond. He promptly replied, "That would be splendid. Please, do come." He cast a glance at the Lin and Fu families, who were but juniors in Jiang Hong's presence. Witnessing the alchemist and Jiang Hong's enthusiastic exchange left them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Fu Xiaocheng stepped forward and said, "Sir, it seems rather inappropriate to depart without acknowledging us, does it not?" His tone carried a hint of arrogance. Jiang Ke recognized Fu Xiaocheng's voice but chose to disregard him entirely, turning his back to walk alongside Jiang Hong. Seeing Jiang Ke's blatant disregard for him, Fu Xiaocheng felt deeply insulted in front of the assembled crowd. His anger surged, and he shouted, "How audacious! Do you wish to offend the Fu family in Qianyue City?" At that moment, Jiang Ke caught sight of Fu Xiaocheng and, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, turned to Lin Zhen, saying, "Young Master Lin, I apologize, but I am obliged to accept Master Jiang Hong's invitation. Perhaps we shall convene another time." Lin Zhen, recognizing the weight of the alchemist's words, refrained from protest and returned a courteous gesture, saying, "Not at all." Fu Xiaocheng, feeling increasingly resentful at Jiang Ke's exclusive attention to others, huffed in displeasure before turning on his heel to leave. Jiang Ke paid him no mind and proceeded with Jiang Hong towards the Jiang residence. Chapter 18. The underhanded scheme upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Jiang Ke was warmly received by Jiang Hong. However, upon hearing Jiang Hong summon a servant to fetch him, he realized that he could no longer conceal his identity. He addressed Jiang Hong, saying, "Please wait a moment," and effortlessly removed his disguise. Jiang Hong, taken aback, stammered, "Why, you are that rascal?" After uttering this, he began to scrutinize Jiang Ke from head to toe, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Quick, reveal yourself. You've even managed to deceive your father." He then presented the Qixin furnace, which boasted a lustrous bronze hue, adorned with ancient, majestic carvings. Jiang Ke, upon probing the furnace with his spiritual energy, discovered that the spiritual patterns were intact. To his delight, the Qixin furnace was classified as a top-tier second-grade alchemical furnace. This discovery filled Jiang Ke with joy, as it meant he could easily concoct third-grade elixirs. However, he lamented his insufficient spiritual energy. Although a fifth tier in the gathering spirit realm, he aspired for vengeance. He then recalled a high-level Xin-grade martial arts technique, the Phantom Steps. With his fifth-tier cultivation, he could wield a fraction of this technique's power. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ke moved like a specter, darting through the bustling streets of Qianyue City. For a brief moment, the sensation of being pursued vanished, yet as soon as he relaxed, the feeling returned. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy approaching from one side, indicating that the two individuals were indeed working together to corner him. Aware that escape was becoming increasingly difficult, Jiang Ke ceased his flight and stood still, observing the unfolding situation. Not long after, the two pursuers, realizing that Jiang Ke had stopped running, swiftly closed in on him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ke recognized one of the individuals as Fu Shaoqian from the esteemed Fu family of Qianyue City, while the other was a middle-aged man, evidently also affiliated with the Fu family, possessing the cultivation level of the 8th layer of spirit gathering. Observing Fu Shaoqian's sinister grin, Jiang Ke remarked, "Isn't this the alchemist summoned by that Jiang Hong? Master, in such a hurry to where?" Jiang Ke felt a surge of anger at Fu Shaoqian's derision towards Jiang Hong, his eyes flashing with fierce intent, poised to retaliate, adopting a strategy of remaining unchanged amidst turmoil. Fu Shaoqian, perceiving Jiang Ke's contempt for him, turned to the middle-aged man and declared, "Uncle, this person is of no use to our Fu family. Rather, he aids the Jiang family. He must be eliminated." With that, he struck out a palm towards Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke had long been prepared. Witnessing Fu Shaoqian's attack, he suddenly lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, executing the mountain splitter kick from the Xin-level footwork, aimed directly at Fu Shaoqian's face. Although Fu Shaoqian had reached the 4th layer of spirit gathering, his foundation was weak, primarily bolstered by medicinal pills. Upon seeing Jiang Ke's fierce strike, his eyes widened in alarm, and in a flurry of panic, he fumbled to respond. Just as Jiang Ke's kick was about to inflict severe injury upon him, the middle-aged man intervened with a powerful punch, colliding with Jiang Ke's strike, allowing Jiang Ke to leap aside. At that moment, Fu Shaoqian was drenched in cold sweat, standing behind the middle-aged man with a glimmer of fear in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Ke. The middle-aged man remarked, "This individual is exceedingly malevolent. A single kick could leave one gravely injured," and feigned another attack towards Jiang Ke. Although Jiang Ke appeared to match the middle-aged man blow for blow, he could feel a subtle pain in his right leg. After all, his opponent was at the 8th layer of spirit gathering, where every level of disparity in spiritual power exponentially increased. Jiang Ke's spiritual energy suddenly surged, and he charged toward the middle-aged man with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the man was taken aback, witnessing Jiang Ke's right fist erupting with swirling black spiritual energy. Although the middle-aged man was astonished, he had no time for contemplation and retaliated with a punch directed at Jiang Ke. What appeared to be a reckless move on Jiang Ke's part was, in fact, a meticulously calculated strike. He unleashed all his spiritual power, barely reaching the 6th level of spiritual gathering, and with the addition of the nether spirit fist, he aimed to catch the middle-aged man off guard. As their fists collided, Jiang Ke felt a sudden halt in his internal energy, and his body was sent flying backward, a consequence of the vast difference in their levels. The middle-aged man staggered a few steps back, but quickly regained his footing. However, surprise filled his eyes as he gazed at his palm, which had inexplicably darkened. Upon witnessing Jiang Ke being propelled away, Fu Xiaoqing immediately took off in pursuit. Jiang Ke's earlier kick had nearly inflicted severe harm upon him, and seeing Jiang Ke injured fueled his desire for revenge. After being thrown back, Jiang Ke, noticing Fu Xiaoqing's approach and discerning his intentions, feigned injury and collapsed to the ground, biding his time for Fu Xiaoqing to draw nearer. As Fu Xiaoqing stepped closer, Jiang Ke sprang up unexpectedly, delivering a fierce mountain foot technique that unleashed a burst of spiritual power aimed directly at Fu Xiaoqing's dantian. With a cry, Fu Xiaoqing was sent flying, the abruptness of the attack causing him to spit blood as he fell to the side. Observing Fu Xiaoqing's injury, the middle-aged man rushed over. Upon realizing that Fu Xiaoqing was not gravely harmed, he glared at Jiang Ke and declared, "You seek your own demise. I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death." With that, he charged ferociously toward Jiang Ke. The punch delivered by Jiang Ke had already inflicted damage upon his internal spiritual energy. Recognizing that his adversary intended to eliminate him today, he understood that only by employing secret techniques to temporarily augment his strength could he hope to survive this perilous encounter. This unforeseen turn of events utterly terrified both the middle-aged man and Fu Xiaoqing. They beheld Jiang Ke emanating an aura as formidable as that of an ancient beast, seemingly poised to rend them apart, and they promptly turned to flee. Yet, Jiang Ke was not one to allow their escape. With a swift punch, seemingly unremarkable but brimming with power, he struck the middle-aged man squarely in the back. With a gasp, the man spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Jiang Ke advanced, crushing down with a foot, and the middle-aged man's skull shattered, leaving no trace of life. At that moment, Jiang Ke unleashed another punch, causing Fu Xiaoqing to also spew blood, crying out in desperation, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." Jiang Ke, embodying the very essence of death, paid no heed to his pleas and prepared another strike. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoqing produced a spiritual talisman, shouting urgently as he fled like a madman. Just as Jiang Ke was about to pursue, an ethereal figure emerged from the talisman, resembling Fu Xiaoqing but appearing as a middle-aged man. With a single palm strike, he unleashed an overwhelming force akin to a mountain, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiang Ke was taken aback and exclaimed, "A master of the Yuanling realm." Instantly, he activated his phantom stepping technique, now harnessing the pinnacle of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, his speed a myriad of times greater than before. Yet, despite his lightning-fast agility, the palm strike still connected with his shoulder. With a cry of anguish, Jiang Ke coughed up blood as the force of the blow cleaved through several towering trees behind him. At that moment, the ethereal figure gradually faded after delivering a palm strike. Jiang Ke surmised that it must be the master of the Fu family, Fu Xiaoqing, who had employed a spiritual talisman. At this juncture, the secret technique enveloping Jiang Ke had also dissipated, leaving his complexion exceedingly pallid, as he had sustained severe injuries. He pondered that it was unwise to linger in this place, as he had narrowly avoided a calamity. Clutching his wound, he hastily made his way back to the Jiang family. Chapter 19. Healing Jiang Ke's internal injuries had extended to his vital essence, primarily due to his use of the secret technique, the Golden Divine Body. This technique, being of the highest order within the Xian realm, enabled one to instantaneously elevate their strength to the zenith of their current realm, rendering it an exceptionally formidable skill. However, the side effects were equally significant, as it could inflict damage upon one's vital essence. Coupled with the fact that he had received a palm strike from the master of the Fu family in such a compromised state, Jiang Ke had indeed suffered a blow to his vital essence. Typically, to mitigate such damage, one would have to sacrifice their spiritual energy to restore their primordial essence. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had elapsed during his cultivation. Jiang Ke bathed and donned fresh attire. At this moment, Xiao Zhu remarked, "Young master, the master summons you to the main hall. stating there is a matter of great importance to discuss. Jiang Ke replied affirmatively. Upon exiting his chamber, he noticed that Xiao Jiu had ascended to the pinnacle of the second meridian, which elicited a slight nod of approval from him. He mused that Xiao Jiu was indeed quite diligent. He then proceeded towards the great hall of the Jiang family. Upon arriving at the hall, he was greeted by the sound of animated discussions among the gathered individuals. Entering the main hall, he beheld Jiang Hong, Qianyue, and various members and elders of the Jiang family, all appearing exuberant as they deliberated on some pressing matter. Upon seeing Jiang Ke, Jiang Hong beckoned him to come closer and said, "Ke, I summoned you because of the upcoming martial competition among the 3 families in Qianyue City in 5 days." As soon as Jiang Ke heard this, he instantly recalled that every 3 years, the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families would engage in a contest to determine the foremost family in Qianyue City. He then pondered, no wonder the Fu family had sent someone to trail me. They are evidently wary of the Alchemist's potential assistance to our Jiang family before the competition. After all, there are numerous conflicting interests among the 3 prominent families, which have gradually led to martial skirmishes among the younger generations of the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families. With the time for the competition once again approaching, this triennial event is a significant occasion for Qianyue City, drawing all the notable figures to witness the spectacle. Each family will dispatch 2 young representatives to compete, with each bout leading to a final victor. Jiang Hong continued, "We intend to send you and Qianyue. You must not bring shame upon our family." At that moment, Jiang Ke glanced at Qianyue, who made a playful face at him and said, "Cousin, rest assured, I will protect you." He, before covering her face and giggling. Jiang Ke rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue at Qianyue. Turning to Jiang Hong, he declared, "Father, do not worry. This time I shall greatly enhance our Jiang family's prestige. Do not let your guard down. I have heard that Lin Jun from the Lin family, whom you have encountered, has seemingly reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of gathering spirit. Although Fu Xiaoqing from the Fu family may not be remarkable, it is said that Fu Feng, the grandson of the elder of the Fu family, has already attained the 7th layer of the gathering spirit realm. Despite their greater age, once you enter the arena, no one will concern themselves with such trivialities," Jiang Hong stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke nodded in agreement. Jiang Hong continued, "You are our 2nd seed. Currently, the foremost young powerhouse of the Jiang family is Qianyue, your cousin, who has already reached the 5th layer of gathering spirit." Hearing Jiang Hong refer to her as Jiang Ke's cousin filled Qianyue with pride, and she chuckled. "Did you hear that? Uncle said I am the strongest in the Jiang family. Do you accept that, brother?" With that, the entire hall erupted in laughter. Jiang Ke, feeling somewhat bitter at Jiang Hong's support for Qianyue, responded, All right, I shall be the 2nd seed." However, he was astonished. Qianyue was advancing her cultivation at an astonishing pace, even with the Chile Dan she received last time, to leap through the ranks. It seems Qianyue harbors some secrets. He then looked at Qianyue, a smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, Jiang Hong addressed the assembly. "Very well. It has been decided that the representatives for the competition 5 days hence will be Jiang Ke and Qianyue. You may disperse." "Understood, clan leader." The crowd replied in unison before gradually exiting the hall. Jiang Ke observed that ever since his father's recovery, the family had been flourishing under his leadership, and he felt a sense of joy. Noticing Qianyue gazing at him, he approached her, saying, "Qianyue, you have actually reached the 5th layer of gathering spirit. That is impressive." He feigned astonishment. Qianyue observed Jiang Ke's feigned surprise and, with a hint of wariness, remarked, "What is the matter? Is this the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person?" She then pouted adorably. At that moment, Jiang Ke stepped forward and provocatively asked, "I wonder if a genius can evade a flick to the forehead?" Without hesitation, he swiftly flicked her forehead and dashed away, leaving no time for Qianyue to react. Startled, she let out a shout and immediately pursued him. Jiang Hong, witnessing this playful exchange, burst into laughter. Chapter 20. A reunion with Fu Xiaoqing after enduring a life-and-death battle. Jiang Ke had resolutely resolved to become formidable in the shortest time possible. especially with his identity as an 8th-rank alchemist. Given Fu Xiaoqin's treachery, Jiang Ke was not one to let grievances go unavenged. Seizing the opportunity presented by the martial arts competition among the 3 prominent families of Qianyue City, he intended to strike a decisive blow against the Fu family under the watchful eyes of the city. Jiang Ke made his way directly to the Jiang family's marketplace, seeking several medicinal herbs. He opted against the Luo River auction house, for these herbs were relatively common, and he saw no need to venture there. After all, he preferred to procure what he could find on his own. Frequent visits to the auction house risked revealing his vulnerabilities, and he harbored an instinctive wariness toward Luo Qianhuan, sensing that she was not an ordinary opponent. Upon entering his family's marketplace, he was greeted by the bustling throngs of people and the incessant cries of vendors, which brought him joy. With a smile, Jiang Ke strolled past various stalls, his gaze scanning the offerings. Purple spirit grass, only 100 gold coins. Come take a look. Fire element spirit beast crystal, exceptionally pure. Come see. At that moment, Jiang Ke paused in front of an elderly man's stall. The old man, hunched over, displayed an array of rather common spiritual herbs, but among them lay a small azure and white elixir furnace. Although the furnace was not particularly large, it bore visible cracks, indicating its damaged state. Jiang Ke crouched down, yet he did not reach for the furnace directly. Instead, he picked up some spiritual herbs and inquired, "Good sir, how much for these herbs?" The old man glanced at him and replied, "These herbs are 30 gold coins." Jiang Ke, pleased that the old man did not inflate the price due to his youthful appearance, responded, "Very well, I shall purchase them." He then added, "But good sir, why do you still display this broken furnace?" Upon hearing Jiang Ke's intent to buy the herbs, the old man felt a surge of joy and explained, "This furnace was something I found not long ago near Zhongshan, just south of Qianyue City. I've displayed it for several days, yet no one has shown interest." Jiang Ke's heart leapt with excitement as he proposed, "Then, good sir, I shall offer you an additional 10 gold coins to take this furnace as well." With that, he pulled out 10 gold coins. The old man, delighted by Jiang Ke's enthusiasm for the damaged furnace, readily agreed. Though the elixir furnace was indeed broken and its spiritual formations compromised, it was crafted from azure jade copper. Despite its flawed condition, the azure jade, known as azure jade of the night, still retained its utility. The jade bronze is indeed a material utilized in the crafting of top-tier alchemical furnaces. Yet this shattered furnace holds no value in the eyes of others. To Jiang Ke, however, it is a treasure of immense worth. Without further contemplation, Jiang Ke proceeded to several stalls, procuring the 7-leaf grass, marrow-cleansing flower, blazing grass, and ice element spirit beast crystal. Only the silver mirror fruit and teardrop remained elusive, and he harbored no expectations of finding them in the market, as these superior medicinal herbs are notoriously difficult to obtain. Consequently, he resolved to visit the auction house in search of Raki. After all, the Luha auction house wielded considerable influence in the Daju kingdom, making the acquisition of a few herbs a relatively simple endeavor. He intended to exploit the resources currently at his disposal, for he was eager to grow stronger. Once he possessed power, he would no longer need to remain overly cautious. Just as he prepared to exit the auction house, he unexpectedly caught sight of Jiangyu, followed closely by Fu Xiaoqing from the Fu family, whom he had previously kicked. Behind Fu Xiaoqing trailed several subordinates from his family. Jiang Yu's delicate and elegant brows were furrowed in concern, while Fu Xiaoqing persistently hovered near her, inquiring, "What do you wish to buy in the market? Why not accompany me to our Fu family's marketplace? You are free to choose whatever you like once we enter." Jiang Yu did not even glance at him as she retorted, "Is our Jiang family's marketplace not as good as yours?" With that, she turned on her heel to leave. Observing her intent to depart, Fu Xiaoqing's expression shifted to one of urgency as he stepped forward to block her path, pleading, Do not go. If there's nothing pressing, why not join me for a stroll?" Jiang Yu had longed to extricate herself from the presence of Fu Xiaoqing, her face displaying a vexed expression as she remarked, "I apologize, young Master Fu, but I have matters to attend to." I must take my leave." Just as Fu Xiaoqing was about to respond, Jiang Ke unexpectedly appeared between them. Fu Xiaoqing, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ke's presence, then turned to Jiang Yu with a mocking grin, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the renowned genius of the Jiang family? What brings you to the market in search of miraculous elixirs?" With that, he erupted into laughter, joined by his subordinates who chuckled in unison. Without hesitation, Jiang Ke directed a single word at Fu Xiaoqing, "Scram." The volume of his voice drew the attention of everyone nearby. Fu Xiaoqing, stunned for a moment, quickly erupted in fury, retorting, "What did you say? You worthless fool dare speak to me." He reached out, attempting to seize Jiang Ke by his collar. In that instant, Jiang Ke swiftly extended his right hand, forcefully grasping Fu Xiaoqing's wrist. Fu Xiaoqing was taken aback, and with a sudden exertion, a sharp crack resonated, signaling the impending fracture of his wrist. He found himself kneeling, his expression contorted in agony as he wailed, "Ah, it hurts. Weren't you unable to cultivate anymore?" As Jiang Ke applied further pressure, Fu Xiaoqing's cries intensified, and the surrounding vendors began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, Fu Xiaoqing's subordinates rushed forward. Yet upon witnessing his plight, none dared intervene. They merely pleaded, "Release our young master, Jiang Ke. I was wrong. I'll leave. Just let go of me." Fu Xiaoqing, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, grimaced in distress. It was then that Jiang Yu interjected, "Jiang Ke, please let him go. We shouldn't escalate matters in our market." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke nodded slightly. If it weren't for being in his own marketplace, he would have relished the opportunity to deal with Fu Xiaoqing for the treachery he had suffered. However, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, he released Fu Xiaoqing. Fu Xiaoqing, clutching his wrist which Jiang Ke had grasped, was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated Jiang Ke to possess such formidable strength. He found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Being in the Jiang family's marketplace, he dared not escalate the situation and subsequently left with his subordinates, their faces covered in dust. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, blushed and said, "I didn't mean to. I was merely feeling bored and wanted to find you to stroll around. But when Xiao Zhou mentioned you were not here, I came out alone, only to unexpectedly encounter him." After she finished speaking, she pondered and added, "By the way, how do you mean you encountered me and him again? When was the last time you saw him?" As she said this, she gazed at Jiang Ke with her bright, sparkling eyes. At this moment, Jiang Ke swiftly made his way towards the auction house. Having arrived near the venue, he disguised himself once more and entered the auction house. Upon reaching the appraisal room and seeing Luo Qi, he raised his hand without any pleasantries and said directly, "Please prepare these 2 spiritual herbs for me, 1 ice mirror fruit and 1 teardrop seed." Luo Qi, taken aback, looked at Jiang Ke. Noticing Luo Qi's surprise, Jiang Ke reassured him, "I intend to refine some elixirs. Rest assured, I will naturally provide them to the auction house." Understanding Jiang Ke's straightforward nature, Luo Qi promptly replied, "Understood, please hold on for a moment." After Jiang Ke's departure that day, Luo Qianhuan had instructed Luo Qi to do everything in his power to accommodate Jiang Ke. After all, establishing a connection with Jiang Ke, a renowned alchemist, would be beneficial for their auction house. Moreover, Luo Qianhuan's intuition suggested that Jiang Ke was someone trustworthy. Before long, Rocky emerged with the 2 herbs requested by Jiang Ke. Upon seeing them, Jiang Ke promptly stored them in his spirit pouch and declared his departure, turning to exit the appraisal room and leaving the auction house behind. Chapter 21. Advancement in the tranquility of his chamber. Jiang Ke retrieved the 3 herbs he had acquired in the marketplace, along with a crystal from a spirit beast, specifically 7-leafed grass, cleansing flower, and blazing grass. In addition to an ice-type spirit beast crystal, these items were not meant for concocting elixirs, but were rather materials for refining body-forging liquid. Jiang Ke understood that his pressing concern was to hasten his cultivation to enhance his prowess. However, he was hindered by the limitations of his physical endurance. He yearned to refine high-grade elixirs to elevate himself, yet the higher the grade of the elixirs, the more potent the spiritual energy they contained. As the spiritual energy ignited the flames, Jiang Ke discerned a marked improvement in the fluidity of the process compared to the last time. The flames danced beneath the blazing furnace, which seemed to purify the flames, rendering the effects on the herbs vastly superior to those achieved with an incense burner. In a short while, the azure liquid transformed into a crystalline essence, radiating a soft glow. At this juncture, Jiang Ke added several cleansing flowers to the mixture, and upon contact with the azure liquid, a violent reaction ensued, gradually morphing it into a white liquid. A fine sheen of perspiration appeared on Jiang Ke's brow as he pondered how arduous the elixir refinement had become compared to his previous life. Attributing the difficulty to his insufficient spiritual power, he then focused his mind intently on the two liquids within the blazing furnace, remaining utterly still. Just as the reaction between the liquids reached its zenith, Jiang Ke introduced the blazing grass into the mixture. In that moment, spiritual energy surged into the flames, causing them to flare dramatically, enveloping the blazing furnace entirely. At that moment, the sounds of the liquid merging within the furnace grew increasingly pronounced, causing the blazing furnace to tremble slightly. However, Jiang Ke remained composed, his left hand casting an ice-type spirit beast crystal into the cauldron. With a soft pop, the moment the crystal touched the liquid, silence enveloped the furnace, and gradually, the flames returned to their original size. The liquid had transformed into a deep green hue, yet the crystal continued to float within, albeit having diminished slightly in size. Jiang Ke, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, focused intently on the flames, allowing his spiritual energy to gently seep into them, causing the flames to flicker and swell. After approximately an hour, the crystal vanished entirely, thoroughly melding into the greenish liquid. The flames began to subside, and upon hearing their diminishing crackle, Jiang Ke steadied his mind, exhaling softly as he retracted his spiritual energy, restoring tranquility to the green liquid. He retrieved a wooden bucket, pouring the liquid into the fresh water contained within. Instantly, the water's color began to shift, transforming into a vibrant green. Observing this water, Jiang Ke let out a bittersweet smile, contemplating the arduous journey of starting his cultivation anew. He then moved aside to sit and recuperate his spiritual energy. As twilight descended and the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, Jiang Ke's eyes suddenly widened. With his spiritual energy restored to its peak, he rose to his feet. He stepped into the wooden bucket, maintaining a seated posture within, as his hands formed seals at his dantian. His eyes closed, and his breathing gradually found a steady rhythm. Within the bucket, the green liquid began to sway rhythmically alongside Jiang Ke's breath, reflecting an enchanting glow that appeared utterly extraordinary. As time elapsed, Jiang Ke's brow began to furrow. The azure liquid within the wooden barrel emitted a faint stream of vapor that gradually ascended, enveloping him. The vapor slowly permeated his body, eliciting a twinge of discomfort. Before long, the liquid within the barrel became animated, the flow of vapor quickening until it transformed into mist, which subsequently condensed into liquid. At that moment, Jiang Ke found himself entirely encased in the liquid, which flowed rhythmically around him, resembling a spring from which water continuously surged upwards. Night had descended, and the liquid began to levitate, forming a spherical orb of water that rotated incessantly. The dim light from outside illuminated the orb, bestowing upon it an enchanting and resplendent quality. Jiang Ke, filled with astonishment, beheld this phenomenon for the first time. In his previous life, he had utilized body tempering techniques, but had never witnessed such an occurrence. The efficacy of the liquid had undeniably increased manifold. His mental and physical states had reached their zenith, yet he did not intend to cease his endeavors. In this optimal condition, the process of refining elixirs could be described as highly efficient. Indeed, he was preparing to concoct the fire yin fruit and the silver mirror fruit, two spiritual herbs essential for crafting the Jing Yin pill, which was vital for advancing from the gathering spirit realm to the wheel sea realm. He promptly retrieved the blazing Shin furnace and infused it with spiritual energy. He placed the superior grade spiritual herb, the fire yin fruit, which had been gifted to him at the Luo River auction, into the furnace. As the fire yin fruit gradually melted within, Jiang Ke's countenance radiated brilliance. and he moved with newfound confidence, shedding the awkwardness that had previously accompanied his alchemical pursuits. Before long, the fire yin fruit transformed into a molten substance akin to lava. At this moment, Jiang Ke infused his spiritual energy into the flames and, with a flick of his wrist, cast aside the ice mirror fruit. To his astonishment, the lava-like liquid of the fire yin fruit gradually enveloped the silver mirror fruit. As time elapsed, the fire yin fruit and the ice mirror fruit merged into one, taking the form of a crimson pill. Jiang Ke then introduced the final teardrop into the mixture. However, before it could touch the red pill, it melted into a droplet upon encountering the intense heat, resembling a single tear. When the crimson pill made contact with the droplet, a miraculous scene unfolded. The pill slowly transformed into silver, and after a while, its surface began to radiate a brilliant sheen, resembling a mirror. Thus, the yin mirror fruit was born. Jiang Ke gazed upon this yin mirror fruit, an indescribable satisfaction swelling within him. This fruit, crafted at the pinnacle of his capabilities, marked his first true accomplishment in the realm of alchemy. At that moment, he was unaware that several days had passed. Turning to Xiaojio, he inquired, "Xiaojio, how long has it been since I entered seclusion?" "Ah, young master, it has been 4 days. Just now, the master came looking for you. Upon seeing you in seclusion, he asked you not to forget tomorrow's tournament." "Understood. Please inform the master that I shall certainly arrive for the tournament. I have reached a critical juncture and must not be disturbed." "Yes, young master." With that, Jiang Ke immediately seated himself cross-legged, consumed the yin mirror fruit in one gulp, and commenced his meditative practice. Chapter 22. The tournament today marks the triennial martial arts tournament of the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families in Qianyue City. At the heart of Qianyue City, the competition arena has been meticulously prepared. To the south of the arena lies the observation platform, where all the prominent figures of Qianyue City gather to witness the contest. After all, each of the 3 prominent families holds significant influence in Qianyue City. At this moment, the arena is teeming with spectators who are engaged in animated discussions about the upcoming martial competition among the 3 families. Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time? I am inclined to think it will be the Lin family, as Lin Jun has proven to be remarkably talented, having reached the 5th level of spirit gathering at a young age, and it seems he has recently advanced to the 6th level. However, we must not overlook Fu Feng, the grandson of the Fu family's elder, who has already attained the 7th level of spirit gathering. Among all, the Jiang family's Jiang Yu also stands out with formidable strength, and it is rumored that Jiang Ke has regained his former prowess. Meanwhile, at the observation platform, numerous distinguished figures are present. In the central seat sits the enigmatic city lord of Qianyue, Xiao Suyue, a formidable master of the Yuan spirit realm. Beside him is Luo Qianhuan, the head of the Luo River auction house, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding charm and grace with her bright eyes and radiant smile. Her skin fair and her hair cascading like a waterfall, captivating countless admirers. Many onlookers below occasionally glance towards the platform, but Luo Qianhuan remains unfazed, maintaining her composure and gazing straight ahead. The remaining attendees comprise various important figures from Qianyue City, while the heads of the 3 families, Fu Ying of the Fu family, Lin Xiaodian of the Lin family, and Jiang Hong of the Jiang family, are also seated at the observation platform. Although these 3 masters of the Yuan spirit realm appear to be jovial and relaxed, they are secretly vying against one another, each believing that their own family will claim victory in this martial contest. For the family, this is an immense source of pride, as the entirety of Qianyue City is keenly observing this competition, with the victor poised to reap substantial rewards. Yet, amidst this excitement, one individual displays a hint of anxiety, Jiang Hong. Since early morning, Jiang Hong has been waiting for Jiang Ke within the Jiang residence, but Jiang Ke remains in seclusion, reluctant to emerge. During this period, Jiang Hong dares not disturb him and thus proceeds to the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu finds himself even more anxious than Jiang Hong. In the backstage area, he observes the Lin and Fu clan members harboring quiet concerns. It becomes evident that both the Lin and Fu clans have been concealing their true capabilities, It is now clear why each family holds a significant position in Qianyue City. The Lin family has dispatched Lin Jun along with an enigmatic young man previously unseen, both of whom exude confidence. The Fu family, on the other hand, has sent forth Fu Feng and Fu Xiaochen, leaving Jiang Yu taken aback. While Fu Feng is indeed formidable, Jiang Yu cannot fathom why the Fu family would choose to present Fu Xiaochen, given his lack of strength. Beside Jiang Yu stands another capable member of the Jiang family. As he inwardly curses Jiang Ke for choosing this moment to engage in seclusion. Should they lose this competition, Jiang Ke will surely bear the brunt of his ire. At that moment, Fu Xiaochen notices Jiang Yu standing alone, with Jiang Ke conspicuously absent, and approaches him with a mocking tone. Where has Jiang Ke turned into a coward? Too ashamed to take the stage? He follows this with a hearty laugh. Jiang Yu, with a disdainful expression, retorts, "Have you forgotten how Jiang Ke subdued you single-handedly in the marketplace, leaving you to cry for help?" Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaochen felt a slight embarrassment wash over his face as he replied, "Umph. It is merely because this young master has sustained injuries and does not wish to engage in conflict. It is fortunate that he is absent this time. Had he been present, I would have ensured he received his due," he declared, a self-satisfied expression gracing his features as he tilted his head towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chose to disregard him, her heart now heavy with unease, musing to herself, "Fu Xiaochen's demeanor does not seem feigned. Could it be that he is genuinely concealing his prowess, deliberately feigning weakness before the competition?" At that moment, the host of the event made his way to the stage. This individual also bore the responsibility of protector, tasked with preventing any undue harm or unforeseen incidents during the contest, especially given the rivalry among the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families. The protector in question was Chang Baichuan, the Vice Lord of Qianyue City, a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. His temperament sharply contrasted with that of Lord Xiao Sui, who was known for his low profile and avoidance of social gatherings, choosing instead a solitary existence. In contrast, Vice Lord Chang Baichuan relished social interactions, boasting an extensive circle of friends, and maintained amicable relations with the Jiang, Lin, and Fu families. It was he who presided over this triennial competition. As Chang Baichuan took to the stage, he addressed the crowd. "Greetings, everyone. I am Chang Baichuan, the host and protector of our esteemed triennial martial arts contest among the 3 prominent families of Qianyue City, as well as the vice lord of this city." The audience erupted in cheers, for Chang Baichuan was a household name in Qianyue City, and the atmosphere was electric with excitement. He continued, "First, I would like to introduce the distinguished individuals present at the viewing platform, beginning with our city lord, Xiao Sui." As he spoke, he gestured towards the stage. Xiao Sui remained expressionless, merely offering a slight wave of his hand in acknowledgement. Chang Baichuan continued, "The other individual is Miss Luo Qianhuan, the head of the Luo Ice Auction House." Upon hearing this, Luo Qianhuan gracefully waved her hand, eliciting a wave of applause and murmurs from the audience, clearly captivated by her enchanting beauty and ethereal presence. Following this, Chang Baichuan introduced the remaining participants of the contest and then stated in a clear voice, "Now, allow me to elaborate on the rules of the competition." He paused momentarily before continuing. The 3 prominent families, the Lin, Fu, and Jiang families, will each dispatch 2 young members for the duel. The matches will consist of one-on-one confrontations, with the order of the first combatant determined by a draw. The victorious contestant will rest, while the representatives from the other 2 families take their turn. This will continue in a round-robin format until a champion emerges. The last person standing in the arena shall be declared the ultimate victor of this year's contest of the 3 great families of Qianyue City. Now, let the contestants take the stage to commence the draw. As soon as Chang Baichuan concluded his announcement, the audience erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating this triennial competition. At that moment, Lin Jun from the Lin family, along with the enigmatic youth, Fu Xiaoqing and Fu Feng from the Fu family, and Jiang Yu along with another family member from the Jiang family, all made their way to the center of the stage. Chang Baichuan held a box containing 3 paper slips, each inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. It was evident that whoever drew the number 1 would be the first to step onto the stage, while those who drew 2 and 3 would alternate in their challenges until the final victor remained standing. Qianyue, Linchen, and Fu Shaoqian ascended the stage to draw lots. In his heart, Qianyue silently wished to draw the number 3, for that would grant him a reprieve before facing the contest. The 3 individuals held their respective pieces of paper, and at that moment, Chang Baichuan remarked, "Well, the drawing is complete. Now, please reveal your numbers simultaneously so we may see what lies within." As the 3 unfolded their papers, Lin Zhen revealed a 2, Fu Shaoqian a 3, and Qianyue a 1. Instantly, disappointment washed over Qianyue. Chang Baichuan announced, "The Jiang family will enter first, facing the challenge from the Lin family, while the Fu family will be the second challengers." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong felt a surge of anxiety. The more he wished to avoid an unfavorable outcome, the more it seemed to manifest. Yet, there was no other recourse but to face the situation head-on, fervently hoping that Jiang Ke would arrive soon. Determined, Qianyue resolved that no matter the circumstances, he must secure at least one victory to buy himself some time. "Now, let us hear from the first participant," Chang Baichuan gestured to them. Qianyue declared, "The first from the Jiang family, Qianyue." Following him, Lin Zhen stated, "The first from the Lin family, Lin Zhen," and Fu Shaoqian added, "The first from the Fu family, Fu Feng." "Very well, competitors, please prepare yourselves." Chang Baichuan turned to the audience and proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament of the 3 prominent families of Qianyue City." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. At this juncture, Chang Baichuan stood beside the arena, while Qianyue and Lin Zhen positioned themselves in the center. He continued, "During the competition, any deliberate harm to opponents is strictly prohibited. All strikes must be controlled." After a brief exchange, Qianyue and Lin Zhen nodded and proceeded to their respective positions. At that moment, Qianyue occasionally glanced down at the audience, and upon noticing Chang Baichuan was about to declare the start, he focused his gaze on Lin Zhen, his expression surprisingly calm. "All right, the competition officially begins," Chang Baichuan proclaimed. Qianyue immediately dashed towards Lin Zhen, his movements resembling a fleeting shadow. Lin Zhen, taken aback, quickly gathered his composure, channeling his inner energy with great intensity, ready to strike. However, just as Qianyue neared Lin Zhen, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, a force akin to that of a raging lion. This was the Lin family's ultimate technique, the fierce lion fist. Lin Zhen held nothing back, disregarding Qianyue's gender, prompting the audience to rally in support of her. Is Lin Zhen truly devoid of compassion? How could he strike so fiercely against someone as beautiful as Qianyue? Yet, this could hardly be attributed solely to Lin Zhen's lack of empathy. It was primarily due to the palpable threat emanating from Qianyue's every step, as if she could leap forward at any moment. Caught off guard and overly focused, Lin Zhen poured all his strength into that punch. But to his astonishment, it met only air, for Qianyue had vanished in an instant. The spectators gasped in disbelief as she suddenly materialized in midair, executing a kick aimed directly at Lin Zhen's head. Startled, Lin Zhen instinctively raised his arm to block the attack. With a resounding impact, he felt a searing pain in his arm, utterly unprepared for the immense strength Qianyue possessed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retaliated with an upward strike of his right fist. Meanwhile, Qianyue utilized the momentum to leap away from Lin Zhen, leaving him in a state of alarm as he swiftly harnessed his internal energy, bracing himself for another potential assault. Qianyue also perceived that Lin Zhen was far from ordinary. In her previous strike, the Gale kick, she had exerted her utmost effort, eager to conclude the match swiftly and conserve her strength, uncertain if Jiang Ke would arrive in time. At that moment, Lin Zhen recognized Qianyue's formidable nature. He needed to launch a surprise attack, shifting from defense to offense, and unleash his ultimate technique to secure victory. Consequently, he dashed towards Qianyue, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. Yet, Qianyue remained utterly still, as if she were merely awaiting his approach. Just as Lin Zhen felt a twinge of confusion, Qianyue sprang into action. With both hands, she seized Lin Zhen's arms. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was something he could not evade. As Qianyue grasped him, Lin Jun immediately channeled his spiritual energy to break free, but to his astonishment, found himself utterly powerless. He could only watch in disbelief as Jiangyu's left foot pressed against his chest while her right knee struck his chin. With a resounding crack, Lin Jun soared into the air, his eyes wide with shock before he crashed down to the ground. At that moment, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, quite impressive, aren't you?" Jiangyu turned to see Jiang Ke standing behind the arena, observing her. Chapter 23. The strength of Jiangyu. Seeing Jiang Ke, Jiangyu felt an indescribable joy, momentarily disregarding the fallen Lin Jun as she approached the edge of the arena to converse with Jiang Ke. "You finally made it. When did you arrive?" Jiangyu exclaimed with excitement. Observing Jiangyu's condition, Jiang Ke inwardly marveled. Her previous two moves, seemingly unadorned, concealed a powerful energy that left Lin Jun with no means of escape. Lin Jun had just reached the 6th layer of the gathering spirit realm, a level of prowess that was indeed formidable even in Qianyue City. The Lin family had dispatched him, confident of victory. However, to their astonishment, he was completely subdued by Jiangyu. In Jiang Ke's heart, he sensed that Jiangyu harbored some secret, yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he smiled radiantly at Jiangyu and playfully asked, "Can you guess how you became so formidable? You seem entirely unassuming at times." At that moment, Lin Jun unleashed the Lin family's most powerful technique, the violent lion fist. This martial art resembled a raging lion, symbolizing the Lin family's stronghold in Qianyue City. Lin Jun focused intently on Jiangyu, gathering his strength and preparing for the next round. Meanwhile, the most astonished was Lin Xiaodian, who observed from the stands. He believed that Lin Jun would undoubtedly secure victory in this match, especially after he had procured a nearly second-grade elixir before the contest, which had elevated Lin Jun to the 6th layer of gathering spirit, a status of strength among his peers. However, the previous encounter left an indelible mark in his mind. It seemed that Jiangyu had not even employed any martial techniques, yet with merely 2-leg maneuvers, he rendered Lin Jun defenseless. The onlookers were equally astonished. Even the usually impassive Xiao Qianyue, the city lord, slightly raised his eyebrows and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jiang Hong was filled with surprise as well. He had noticed Jiang Ke's arrival earlier, and he observed Jiangyu with a glimmering gaze, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Jiangyu observed Lin Jun's demeanor with indifference, suddenly launching another offensive, employing the same mesmerizing footwork as before. Lin Jun let out a roar, and the spiritual energy of his 6th level of spirit gathering erupted instantaneously. This time, he did not remain passive. Instead, he charged directly at Jiangyu. In the blink of an eye, the two were face to face. Lin Jun seized the initiative, unleashing the full might of his violent lion fist, executing 6 punches in swift succession. The white spiritual energy transformed into 6 roaring lions that surged toward Jiangyu. These 6 punches flowed seamlessly, and Lin Jun felt assured that Jiangyu would not withstand such a blow. The audience below erupted in cheers at this display. However, Jiangyu exhibited no sign of panic in his eyes. With a sudden extension of his right hand, he faced the 6 lions composed of spiritual energy and began to trace a circular motion clockwise. A mysterious stream of energy manifested in Jiangyu's hand. The once furious lions, upon encountering this airflow, instantly transformed into formless wisps. The explosive spiritual energy from Lin Jun's punches spiraled along with the current, gradually shaping into a circular air vortex at Jiangyu's command. This left Lin Jun astounded. He had anticipated that Jiangyu would struggle to defend against his relentless 6 punches, allowing him to seize the opportunity for a follow-up strike that would catch Jiangyu off guard. Yet, Jiangyu effortlessly countered the assault, and what transpired next was beyond Lin Jun's expectations. Jiangyu's hand continued its motion without pause, then suddenly halted. The flowing energy morphed into a balloon, and the explosive spiritual force within caused the very air to quiver ever so slightly. Suddenly, Jiangyu struck out, thrusting his right hand forward with great force, and a rapidly advancing ball of explosive spiritual energy hurtled towards Lin Jun. This energy was derived from Lin Jun's earlier 6 moves of the violent lion fist. Lin Jun felt an overwhelming gust of wind rush towards him. The explosive spiritual sphere approached in the blink of an eye, leaving him with no means of evasion. With a roar of fury, he retaliated with a punch, his aura reaching its zenith. As this punch was unleashed, Lin Jun resembled an enraged lion. This strike was the most powerful move of the violent lion fist, the Blood Lion's Fury. The moment his fist made contact with the sphere, a blinding flash engulfed the entire arena, and a formidable shockwave surged forth, forcing the spectators to shield their faces from the onslaught. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Lin Jun. It was none other than Qianyue. Qianyue executed a series of 3 kicks aimed at Lin Jun's abdomen and chest, striking thrice in quick succession. Although they seemed to lack force, they concealed a tremendous amount of hidden power. Lin Jun, overwhelmed with astonishment, found himself airborne once more. His eyes widening in disbelief, his expression replete with shock. With a resounding thud, Lin Jun collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly, as if racked with pain. The entire arena fell silent, captivated by the astonishing scene before them. Meanwhile, the arena protector, Chang Baichuan, was equally incredulous, witnessing a complete and utter domination. Lin Jun was indeed formidable, a prominent figure among the youth of Qianyue City, yet the previously overlooked Qianyue had rendered this champion utterly defenseless. Especially just now, Qianyue transformed the 6 techniques of the fierce lion fist into an intangible form with remarkable finesse, leaving even the master of the Luanhai realm, who was observing, in quiet astonishment. If it had been him in that moment, he would have effortlessly caught it, yet he could not replicate such graceful technique. This caused Chang Baichuan to regard Qianyue with increased perplexity and vigilance. She seemed excessively formidable. At this juncture, Qianyue had already withdrawn to the side, her gaze fixed upon Lin Jun, who was slowly rising from the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes bore a hint of relief. Chang Baichuan approached Lin Jun and inquired, "Lin Jun, can you continue the match? Do not push yourself too hard." Lin Jun glanced at Chang Baichuan, nodded, and then fixed his gaze upon Qianyue, saying, "You are indeed powerful. It appears I have lost this match, yet I still have 1 move left unutilized." With that, he placed his fists at his waist, focusing his energy, the internal spiritual force surging like boiling water. Observing from the spectator's stand, Lin Xiaodian could not help but shake his head in quiet resignation. He recognized that Lin Jun was likely to be defeated, and his curiosity and confusion regarding Qianyue from the Jiang family grew, prompting him to glance toward Jiang Hong. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong remained composed, exhibiting no reaction as he watched the match, as though the contest held no relevance to him whatsoever. Suddenly, Lin Jun declared, head of the Jiang family, "I did not anticipate that such a talented individual would emerge from the Jiang family. It seems the Jiang family is destined for greatness." At this moment, Fu Ying also chimed in, "Indeed, this young lady Qianyue is not only beautiful but possesses remarkable strength. Lin Jun has attained the 6th level of gathering spirit. Could it be that Qianyue has reached the 9th level?" Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Hong, eager to gauge his reaction. To his surprise, Jiang Hong remarked, "Both esteemed families should not be overly modest. I am confident that there are still formidable warriors yet to be revealed. The final outcome remains an enigma." Upon hearing Jiang Hong's silence regarding Qianyue, both Fu Ying and Lin Xiaodian felt their curiosity deepen. Meanwhile, on the arena, Qianyue furrowed her brow, for she did not wish to unveil her full prowess. However, she felt compelled to contribute to the Jiang family and to demonstrate her true strength to Jiang Ke. At this moment, Lin Jun's aura had reached its zenith. With an explosive shout, he thrust his fists forward, summoning 2 ferocious lions that charged directly at Qianyue. The spectators gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look! This is the Lin family's most powerful move, the Angry Lion's Descent." Lin Jun truly possesses remarkable skill. Upon witnessing the 2 lions, Qianyue's expression grew serious for the first time. She bent her knees, gathering strength in her calves, and suddenly leaped into the air. Her body spun at an astonishing angle, creating a whirlwind that radiated outward, directly targeting the two enraged lions. As the lions made contact with the whirlwind, it was as if a thunderous roar erupted. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a tempest, obscuring the view of the onlookers as chaos ensued. The mighty lions clashed with the whirlwind. Initially, they appeared evenly matched, but gradually, the lions' power waned. In no time, the two lions dissipated into nothingness, and the whirlwind descended upon Lin Jun. At that moment, he had no strength left to counter, desperately raising his hands to shield his head. Observing the dire situation, Chang Baichuan swiftly prepared to intervene and rescue Lin Jun. Suddenly, the wind's intensity diminished significantly, and Jiang Yu leaped out from the whirlwind, which had already lost much of its power. Upon seeing that the threat had dissipated, Chang Baichuan ceased his movements. The whirlwind dragged Lin Jun out of the arena, leaving a profound silence. At this moment, neither the spectators at the arena nor those in the underground audience uttered a single sound. They merely observed Lin Jun standing outside the competition area. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Wow, did you see that? What just happened? Lin Jun was actually propelled out of the arena by a gust of wind. Those two lions vanished into thin air. How astonishing. At that moment, Lin Xiaodian, watching from the stands, suddenly stood up. What? This is an earth-level wind technique. The Jiang family possesses such a formidable skill. Fu Ying also gazed at Jiang Hong in astonishment, his eyes glinting with greed. He cleared his throat and remarked, "The Jiang family is indeed extraordinary. They even possess earth-level techniques. What are we to do about this?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Hong. Meanwhile, both Xiao Siyue and Luo Li exchanged glances with Jiang Hong, their hearts stirred with mild surprise. On the stage, Jiang Yu displayed no joy over her victory. Instead, she addressed Chang Baichuan. "May we announce the results of the match?" Chang Baichuan, still in shock from Jiang Yu's words, finally came to his senses and replied, "Very well. Lin Jun of the Lin family has been eliminated from the arena. Thus, Jiang Yu of the Jiang family is the victor. Please allow Jiang Yu a moment to rest." He then cast a complex gaze at Jiang Yu and continued, "Now, the next match will be between Fu Feng of the Fu family and Lin Mukin of the Lin family. Please prepare." At this moment, Jiang Yu had stepped down from the stage, and Jiang Ke, gazing at her earnestly, asked, "Is there something you wish to tell me?" Jiang Yu's face flushed as she replied, "Focus on preparing for the competition. You will understand soon enough." Chapter 24. A fierce battle after Fu Feng and Lin Musheng took to the arena. Both sides engaged in an intense struggle, each eager to swiftly conclude the bout in order to prepare for the subsequent matches. Having observed the contest between Jiang Yu and Lin Jun, both were secretly astonished. They had initially regarded Lin Jun as a formidable contender, yet were unprepared for Jiang Yu's extraordinary prowess, which left them feeling somewhat uneasy. Fu Feng, a powerful practitioner at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, was also the eldest among them. Within the Fu family, he stood on equal footing with Fu Shaoqian, the son of the family head, possessing immense strength. Yet, he found himself locked in a stalemate with the enigmatic Lin Musheng of the Lin family. Fu Feng relentlessly employed the Fu family's eagle claw technique against Lin Musheng, who responded with calmness, countering with the violent lion fist. The two exchanged over 20 blows in a short span, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting, neither daring to show any sign of complacency. At that moment, Fu Feng unleashed 2 consecutive strikes, his eagle claw enveloped in potent spiritual energy, launching a fierce offensive. Lin Musheng was left with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Feng channeled his energy, emanating a chilling and sinister aura. The Dark Eagle Claw, one of the Fu family's most powerful martial techniques, was unleashed. With unrelenting momentum, Fu Feng directed the overwhelming dark energy towards Lin Musheng's face, prompting a frown from Chang Baichuan, who watched from the sidelines. At that moment, Lin Mushi retreated 2 steps, employing a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement. Despite his backward movement, The spiritual energy within him continued to circulate. As he retracted his fists, he chose not to retaliate. Just as Fu Feng's claws were about to descend upon him, Lin Mushi unleashed a thunderous roar that pierced the air, disrupting the focus of those present. This was the Lin family's sonic technique, the dominant lion's roar. The sound reverberated through the arena, prompting the audience to cover their ears and shut their eyes, attempting to shield themselves from the sonic aftermath. However, Fu Feng faced the full brunt of this sonic assault. The powerful sound waves permeated his position, and before his dark eagle claws could reach their target, he felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, his head spinning, compelling him to leap aside. This moment transpired in the blink of an eye. The dominant lion's roar was but a fleeting technique, pivotal in critical moments. In his eagerness to secure a swift victory, Fu Feng inadvertently exposed a weakness. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary adversary, being at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Although Lin Mushi's roar had caught him off guard, his formidable spiritual energy prevented him from succumbing to despair. He observed Lin Mushi now standing before him. Fu Feng, undeterred, continued to advance, his dark eagle claws slicing through the air. Yet, Lin Mushi was no longer in front of him. Startled, Fu Feng glanced around, only to suddenly look up, where he saw Lin Mushi launching a right punch from midair, compressing the space with explosive spiritual energy in a technique known as Blood Lioness Fury. Realizing the imminent danger, Fu Feng inwardly lamented his predicament as the explosive energy threatened to tear him apart. In a moment of panic, he summoned his spiritual energy to his hands, preparing to counter the impending onslaught. As he extended his arms to block, a brilliant light erupted. A resounding crash echoed as the entire arena was engulfed in a clash of blinding white and purple light, dazzling to behold. In that instant, Lin Mushi stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding spectacle. As Fu Feng's garments lay in tatters, his hands trembled incessantly, blood flowing ceaselessly as he cast a venomous glare at Lin Mushi. At this moment, Jiang Ke observed the scene and nodded slightly, acknowledging that Lin Mushi indeed possessed formidable skills. In the stands, Fu Ying's expression darkened to an extreme. Fu Feng had been the most powerful member of the Fu family. Yet here he was, rendered utterly disheveled by Lin Mushi. In his agitation, he momentarily disregarded his status as the family head and shouted to Fu Feng, urging him to unleash his full strength without restraint. At Fu Ying's call, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Fu Feng then took a half-step back, extending his left hand forward, palm facing down, his fingers curling into a claw-like shape. Gradually, an eerie aura began to radiate from him, a blood-red energy manifesting around his form. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this crimson energy was coalescing in the palm of his left hand. A violent atmosphere emanated from Fu Feng, prompting Lin Mushi to heighten his vigilance, while even Chang Baichuan furrowed his brow, sensing the impending threat. As Fu Feng's power surged, a blood-red claw of spiritual energy materialized around his left hand, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue. Lin Mushi's expression grew increasingly grave. Jiang Ke, too, narrowed his eyes, fixated on Fu Feng. At this juncture, Qianyue interjected, stating that Fu Feng had invoked the blood demon technique, suggesting that Lin Mushi now faced a formidable challenge. Jiang Ke turned to Qianyue, who smiled back before returning his gaze to the arena. At the zenith of fury, Fu Feng suddenly sprang into action, leaping before Lin Mushi and striking with his left claw. This blood-red claw appeared somewhat cumbersome, yet Lin Mushi's fists, empowered by the ferocity of the violent lion fist, were equally formidable. With a resounding crash, both combatants were thrust backward. However, Fu Feng seemed to have entered a peculiar state. While Lin Mushi wore an expression of deep concern, his hands marred by injuries inflicted during the clash with Fu Feng's blood-red claw. In an unexpected surge, Fu Feng launched another attack, seemingly intent on denying Lin Mushi any respite. His left claw swiped again, prompting Lin Mushi to swiftly evade. Yet, Fu Feng anticipated this maneuver, unleashing a powerful right punch. In a moment of desperation, Lin Mushi countered with his own strike, but he was a fraction too late. Fu Feng instantly closed the distance, his massive red claws gripping Lin Muxing's neck with alarming force. This sudden turn of events startled those present, eliciting gasps from the crowd below. Lin Xiaodian, observing from the stands, wore a tense expression, uncertain of the nature of Fu Feng's blood-red claws. Meanwhile, Fu Ying, witnessing Lin Xiaoyan's demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, Fu Feng's blood-red claws tightened ominously around Lin Muxing's neck, while the latter struggled valiantly to pry apart Fu Feng's bizarre left hand. Yet, Lin Muxing found it akin to trying to move a mountain, unyielding and immovable, as he continued to grapple desperately. The crimson aura emanating from Fu Feng's hand gradually seeped into Lin Muxing's very being. Chang Baichuan was taken aback by the scene before him. The techniques employed by Fu Feng exuded a sinister aura, leaving Chang Baichuan uncertain of the outcome of Fu Feng's strategy against Lin Muxing. He sensed the gravity of the situation and heightened his vigilance, prepared to intervene at any moment. The blood-red energy encroached upon Lin Muxing, gradually diminishing his movements. A sudden realization struck Chang Baichuan, prompting him to swiftly position himself between the two. Grasping Fu Feng by the nape with his left hand, while seizing Lin Muxing similarly with his right. The overwhelming force of the Luan High Realm erupted forth, instantaneously separating the two. Fu Feng's momentum faltered, reverting to his previous state, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Lin Muxing, who now stood aside. His complexion ashen, indicating he had lost all combat capability. At that moment, Chang Baichuan cast a glance at Fu Feng and declared, "The Fu family triumphs in this match. Both Lin family members are defeated and eliminated." He then approached Lin Muxing, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the audience below erupted in fervent discussion. What was that technique employed by Fu Feng? One remarked. The moment he unleashed it, I felt an unsettling chill. Another chimed in, it was truly terrifying. On the arena, Fu Ying, brimming with self-satisfaction, addressed Lin Jiang Master, "My apologies." He performed a respectful fist salute. Lin Xiaodian, however, did not spare him a glance, while Jiang Hong, witnessing the exchange, consoled, "Xiaodian, fret not. Those who resort to underhanded tactics shall inevitably face retribution." Lin Xiaodian nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Fu Ying scoffed, asserting, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of our Fu family." At this moment, Chang Baichuan stood in the center of the arena and declared, "Very well." The next match is the third contest, featuring Jiang Ke from the Jiang family against Fu Xiaoqing from the Fu family. Chapter 25. The battle with Fu Xiaoqing. Upon hearing that his opponent was Fu Xiaoqing, Jiang Ke smiled slightly, then shook his head. At this juncture, Shishi Jiangyu approached Jiang Ke and cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. I sense something amiss with Fu Xiaoqing." Fu Xiaoqing then approached Jiang Ke, taunting, "You'd better brace yourself for defeat. I shall make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy in front of the spectators of Qianyue City." After uttering this mockery, he let out a few derisive laughs and strode towards the arena. Jiang Ke observed Fu Xiaoqing and noted that he indeed seemed somewhat off, appearing even more foolish than before. The Fu Xiaoqing he had previously encountered had shown no real prowess in combat, and now he seemed even less formidable. Not wishing to dwell on this, Jiang Ke merely raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu and confidently walked towards the competition stage. While Jiang Yu's face remained etched with concern, Chang Baichuan, witnessing Jiang Ke and Fu Xiaoqing positioned on the arena, proclaimed, "Let the third match commence." He cast a glance at the Fu family and added, "Neither side is permitted to intentionally harm their opponent." At that moment, Fu Xiaoqing wore a mocking expression, continuing to ridicule Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke, however, perceived Fu Xiaoqing as nothing more than a foolish lamb awaiting slaughter, blissfully grazing in his arrogance before the inevitable. "Commence," commanded Chang Baichuan. Neither Jiang Ke nor Fu Xiaoqing made a move. Jiang Ke, in fact, seemed distracted, gazing at the sky and then the ground, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Fu Xiaoqing, who simply awaited Jiang Ke's first strike, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. As Jiang Ke fulfilled his wish, he suddenly dashed towards Fu Xiaoqing with astonishing speed. Fu Xiaoqing, engrossed in strategizing against Jiang Ke, was caught off guard by this abrupt approach. Jiang Ke unleashed a powerful right punch, and Fu Xiaoqing, in a state of panic, attempted to block it. It was not that Fu Xiaoqing was slow to react. Rather, Jiang Ke was simply too swift. The arena was filled with a series of overlapping shadows, leaving the audience below in utter astonishment. Even Chang Baichuan was taken aback, preoccupied with recalling the move executed by Fu Feng of the Fu family. He feared that Fu Xiaoqing might employ a similar technique, but he never anticipated Jiang Ke's extraordinary speed. As Jiang Ke swung his right fist, Fu Xiaoqing barely managed to defend himself when Jiang Ke unexpectedly leaped, evading Fu Xiaoqing entirely. This left the onlookers perplexed, and Fu Xiaoqing himself was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation due to his earlier flustered defense, which had exposed a vulnerability that Jiang Ke chose not to exploit. In the midst of his bewilderment, the crowd erupted in laughter, leaving him confused. It was then that he noticed Jiang Ke standing beside him, grinning, while Chang Baichuan shook his head with a smile. It dawned on him that the laughter was directed at him. Looking down, he realized his trousers had come undone, and his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He had never imagined Jiang Ke would resort to such a tactic, and he felt utterly humiliated before the audience of Qianyue City. Hastily pulling up his trousers, he glared at Jiang Ke, indignation and shame mingling in his voice as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, do you seek death?" At that moment, the audience secretly cheered, for they were well aware of the notorious reputation of Fu Xiaoqing in the city, who had often engaged in nefarious deeds. The townsfolk had long been indignant yet silent. But now, witnessing Fu Xiaoqing's downfall, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Fu Ying, observing from the arena, was consumed with rage as he shouted at Jiang Hong. "Jiang Hong, look at the techniques your son employs." Jiang Hong, however, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "One must use appropriate methods to deal with different individuals." The crowd in the arena stifled their laughter, while Fu Ying glared menacingly at Jiang Hong. At that moment, Jiang Ke brandished Fu Xiaoqing's belt, shaking it tauntingly and saying, "Do you want the belt? Come and take it." Fu Xiaoqing was seized with fury, itching to rush forward and tear Jiang Ke apart. Yet he found himself in a dilemma, unable to move either way. Suddenly, Jiang Ke dashed forward with a speed surpassing even his previous attack. Fu Xiaoqing had no choice but to hold up his trousers with one hand while trying to block Jiang Ke with the other. Jiang Ke, however, tossed the belt aside and launched a powerful punch at Fu Xiaoqing. Realizing the immense force behind the strike, Fu Xiaoqing, fueled by rage, channeled his spiritual energy, and a blood-red aura erupted around him. Abruptly, Fu Xiaoqing transformed his fist into a claw, aiming to grasp Jiang Ke. In response, Jiang Ke mirrored this movement, shifting his fist into a claw to counter Fu Xiaoqing's assault. At this moment, not only Fu Xiaoqing but also Chang Baichuan and the spectators were taken aback, particularly Jiang Hong, for the Jiang family had never practiced claw techniques, and the intensity of this strike clearly matched that of Fu Xiaoqing. In truth, Jiang Hong remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Ke's strike is a pinnacle technique of the profound level, the Golden Eagle Claw. It surpasses the claw techniques of the Fu family by an entire tier, and Jiang Ke did not hold back in the slightest. As a result, it appears that Fu Xiaoqing's arm has been rendered useless. Upon the collision of their two claws, a blinding radiance erupted, casting golden and blood-red hues that illuminated the entire arena. A piercing cry escaped Fu Xiaoqing's lips, and at that moment, everyone could see him clearly. His right hand was gushing blood incessantly, and Fu Xiaoqing gazed at Jiang Ke in astonishment, while Jiang Ke stepped aside, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. Jiang Ke had initially believed that Fu Xiaoqing's arm would be completely incapacitated by his strike. However, it seemed Fu Xiaoqing had only sustained a minor injury. Evidently, Fu Xiaoqing's enigmatic technique had significantly augmented his power. Yet, Fu Xiaoqing was enveloped in disbelief towards Jiang Ke, aware that his mysterious technique had not yet been fully unleashed. In an unexpected move, he extended his left hand to retrieve his belt, and with a loud shout, that peculiar aura once again enveloped him, this time emanating an even greater force than before. At this juncture, Chang Baichuan regarded Jiang Ke as one with a treasure. Fu Xiaoqing's strike was equally formidable as that of Fu Feng's, if not more so. Yet Jiang Ke emerged unscathed, and Fu Xiaoqing had sustained injuries. This spectacle caused Chang Baichuan to momentarily forget his role as the guardian of the arena, his complete focus fixated on the unfolding duel. Jiang Ke observed that Fu Xiaoqing's aura had returned to its previous eerie intensity, yet there was no trace of panic in his eyes. On the contrary, Jiang Ke regarded Fu Xiaoqing as one with a lamb destined for slaughter, about to emit its final cries. Fu Xiaoqing's presence had escalated to a terrifying degree, causing palpable anxiety among the spectators below. His body radiated a crimson spiritual energy, exuding a ferocious and fearsome aura, and astonishingly, his previously injured arm had healed. With a fierce shout, he transformed his hands into claws and lunged toward Jiang Ke, a wave of sanguine sin accompanying him. Chang Baichuan, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm. Fu Xiaoqing's aura far surpassed that of Fu Feng, compelling even him to instinctively concentrate and channel his spiritual energy to fend off the overwhelming stench of blood. Meanwhile, Fu Ying, observing from the arena, wore a mocking smile as he glanced at Jiang Hong, who appeared grave and serious. At that moment, Jiang Ke felt the oppressive miasma of blood as Fu Xiaoqing approached. He swiftly employed the illusionary steps technique, deftly maneuvering left and right towards Fu Xiaoqing. In mere moments, they were face to face. Fu Xiaoqing's claws struck with ferocity, his left hand aimed at Jiang Ke's face, while his right targeted his dantian, a truly ruthless assault. Jiang Ke, however, transformed his hands into claws as well, meeting Fu Xiaoqing's strike with unwavering resolve. With a resounding crash, both Jiang Ke and Fu Xiaoqing were propelled backward, the clash echoing powerfully, indicating that their confrontation was evenly matched. At that moment, a smirk graced Jiang Ke's lips as he regarded Fu Xiaoqing. Contemplating the intrigue of the situation, it seemed that Fu Xiaoqing had employed some forbidden technique to attain such formidable power, one that bore the hallmarks of dark arts. In his previous life, he had experienced numerous battles, and his expertise in this lifetime was unparalleled. Upon witnessing Fu Xiaoqing's current demeanor, a combative spirit was ignited within him, and he yearned to discover what further abilities Fu Xiaoqing possessed. At this moment, it appeared as though the spark of vitality had vanished from Fu Xiaoqing's eyes, leaving only an aura of ruthless slaughter as he fixated on Jiang Ke, trembling with intensity. Chapter 26. The mysterious forbidden technique. Jiang Ke regarded Fu Xiaoqing with a subtle shake of his head, fully aware that the Fu family had resorted to forbidden techniques to swiftly elevate Fu Xiaoqing's power. The overwhelming presence he exuded compelled Jiang Ke to take the matter earnestly. However, having faced countless life and death battles in his past existence, Jiang Ke remained unfazed by the challenging circumstances before him. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoqing let out a furious roar, declaring, "Jiang Ke, I shall tear you apart, akin to a bloodthirsty and frenzied beast." Chang Baichuan, observing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had previously felt regret for not intervening swiftly during Lin Muxing's battle with Fu Feng, which had led to Lin Muxing being tainted by Fu Feng's violent aura, resulting in injuries to his vitality. Now, witnessing Fu Xiaoqing's state, which was evidently far more severe than Fu Feng's, he perceived him as an uncontrollable beast. He glanced at Jiang Ke, who displayed no significant change in his expression, which piqued Chang Baichuan's curiosity. He then stepped between Jiang Ke and Fu Xiaoqing, stating, "This competition is not a life-and-death struggle. I urge both of you to exercise restraint and know when to hold back." After saying this, he cast a pointed look at Fu Xiaoqing, yet Fu Xiaoqing remained largely unresponsive. Chang Baichuan's nerves were taut as he discreetly retreated to the side, his spiritual energy circulating quietly, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Fu Xiaoqing suddenly dashed forward, a sanguine aura emanating from his body, the scent of blood permeating the arena. In the blink of an eye, he reached Jiang Ke, launching a clawed strike towards Jiang Ke's face. Jiang Ke countered with a strike of his own, also employing claws, A surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from his hand as their claws clashed. At this juncture, Fu Xiaoqing transformed his other hand into a claw as well, sweeping horizontally towards Jiang Ke's visage. Unfazed, Jiang Ke responded with poise, using his other hand to block Fu Xiaoqing's strike. With a thunderous sound, the explosive energies of the two collided, causing both to stagger back a step. Fu Xiaoqing, seizing the moment, retreated further. His right hand surged with crimson energy, abruptly morphing into a massive blood-red claw. In an instant, the enormous crimson claw lunged forward, and Jiang Ke's heart raced with alarm. However, Fu Xiaoqing's assault was too swift, capturing Jiang Ke in an instant. As the eerie energy of the blood-red claw began to erode Jiang Ke's own spiritual force, Fu Xiaoqing laughed heartily, ready to boast of his prowess, only to feel a sharp pain in his right hand as Jiang Ke ferociously broke free from the grip of his claw, the force of his escape causing Fu Xiaoqing's hand to throb painfully. In that fleeting moment, astonishment and fury washed over Fu Xiaoqing, and as the pain in his hand intensified, Jiang Ke swiftly extricated himself. Jiang Ke then leapt aside, casting a glance at Fu Xiaoqing, and remarked, "You employ some arcane techniques to augment your strength, yet in comparison to me, you fall woefully short." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoqing's anger surged within him. He abruptly shook his hands, transforming them into blood-red claws enveloped in ethereal energy. He charged toward Jiang Ke, swinging his claws in rapid succession, each blood-red talon striking out erratically with astonishing speed. Observing the ferocity of Fu Xiaoqing's attack, Jiang Ke swiftly evaded, employing his shadowy footwork to deftly dodge each descending claw. Accelerating beneath his feet, he unexpectedly advanced toward Fu Xiaoqing, contemplating that prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to him. Hence, a swift resolution was imperative. Moreover, it was evident that Fu Xiaoqing's momentum was subtly escalating, presumably due to the secret technique he wielded. Fu Xiaoqing believed his victory over Jiang Ke was almost assured, fully aware of the prowess of the Fu family's secret arts. However, he did not anticipate that his relentless assaults would be deftly thwarted by Jiang Ke, which incited his ire, yet he found himself utterly at a loss. In a sudden display of agility, Jiang Ke, utilizing his shadowy footwork, appeared before Fu Xiaoqing. His hands emanated a dazzling golden aura, manifesting the Golden Eagle Claw technique. This time, Jiang Ke unleashed the Golden Eagle Claw's formidable prowess, a move known as Heaven-Splitting Golden Claw. In an instant, Fu Xiaoqing felt the ethereal energy around him stagnate, his movements slowing by a fraction. Jiang Ke's Heaven-Splitting Golden Claw struck directly at Fu Xiaoqing's dantian. Realizing the peril he was in, Fu Xiaoqing raised both hands to block the impending blow. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Chang Baichuan could not help but silently commend Jiang Ke. His technique flowed like a river, seamlessly combining the shadowy footwork with the heaven-splitting golden claw, demonstrating a fluidity of movement that was nothing short of masterful. At this moment, Fu Xiaoqing lay motionless on the ground, while Fu Ying, watching from the arena, wore an expression of utmost gloom. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Ke possessed such formidable strength. It appeared that Jiang Ke had completely shed the label of ineptitude that had once clung to him. Given his current state, Jiang Ke was undoubtedly among the most exceptional of the younger generation in Qianyue City, with the astonishing performance of Qianyue preceding this. Followed by Jiang Ke's resurgence, Fu Ying felt a surge of jealousy within him. Their family, the Fu clan, had only recently acquired the blood spirit secret technique, which could bolster their momentum and even siphon off an opponent's spiritual energy. Yet, it seemed that despite Fu Xiaoqing's exertion of the blood spirit secret technique, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Anger and astonishment mingled in his heart as he glanced at Jiang Hong, a venomous glint appearing in his eyes. At that moment, Fu Xiaoqing struggled to rise. After all, his earlier defense had proven somewhat effective. Had it not been for Jiang Ke's formidable strike, he would have sustained grievous injuries. As Fu Xiaoqing stood, his body began to undergo a transformation. His eyes, once bloodshot, gradually shifted to a crimson hue, and a savage, bloodthirsty aura surged forth. Both Jiang Ke and Chang Baichuan were taken aback by this spectacle, realizing he was still enhancing his power. Fu Xiaoqing seemed to lose all semblance of rationality, a fierce aura radiating from him. Even Fu Ying found this scene unsettling, while Chang Baichuan's eyes brimmed with apprehension. The aura emanating from Fu Xiaoqing was nothing short of terrifying, and he suddenly charged at Jiang Ke with reckless abandon. Yet, Jiang Ke remained as steadfast as a mountain, devoid of any panic in his eyes, waiting until Fu Xiaoqing was upon him. At that moment, he unleashed his spiritual energy, executing the mountain-crushing fist with a resounding thud aimed at Fu Xiaoqing, the sound of the energy tearing through the air almost piercing. At this moment, observing Jiang Ke's unwavering stance against his relentless assault, Fu Xiaoqing launched both claws towards Jiang Ke's face, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. A surge of alarm coursed through Jiang Ke. Fu Xiaoqing's actions were devoid of rationality. Jiang Ke swiftly raised his fist to counter the oncoming force, but he soon realized that Fu Xiaoqing's strength had significantly intensified, and the aura of his spiritual energy had grown increasingly peculiar. Fu Xiaoqing's momentum continued to escalate, and gradually, Jiang Ke felt each of Fu Xiaoqing's strikes becoming more formidable. The eerie red spiritual energy enveloping Fu Xiaoqing transformed into something truly terrifying, encroaching upon Jiang Ke's own spiritual essence. At this juncture, Fu Xiaoqing's prowess had undoubtedly reached the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, while Jiang Ke had only recently emerged from seclusion at the pinnacle of the 7th level. Previously, Jiang Ke's advantage lay solely in his extensive combat experience and the multitude of martial techniques he possessed. However, the crux of the matter remained the potency of their spiritual energies. Fu Xiaoqing's spiritual power was continuously augmented by a secret technique, now reaching its zenith, compounded by the enigmatic spiritual energy that made Jiang Ke acutely aware of the escalating peril. As Fu Xiaoqing launched another strike, the ferocity of his momentum was nothing short of terrifying. His claw lunged forth, appearing no different from before, and Jiang Ke responded with his golden eagle claw. With a resounding crash, Jiang Ke felt a violent tremor in his arm, causing his spiritual energy to dissipate instantaneously. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoqing's pupils had transformed into a blood-red hue, akin to a beast in a frenzy, launching a series of rapid attacks towards Jiang Ke. The speed was so overwhelming that Jiang Ke found himself struggling to keep pace, as the clash of their claws created a subtle tremor in the surrounding air. Fu Xiaoqing's momentum continued to ascend, his movements accelerating with an increasingly ferocious intensity. At this moment, Jiang Ke felt his spiritual energy depleting rapidly, and a subtle pain began to throb in his hands. Fu Xiaoqing had transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter, unleashing deadly strikes with reckless abandon, teetering on the brink of madness. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoqing lunged with both claws aimed at Jiang Ke's chest, a bizarre crimson spiritual force enveloping Jiang Ke in an instant. Startled, Jiang Ke unleashed the full force of his 7th layer of the gathering spirit realm, executing the most formidable strike of the golden eagle claw. In a brilliant flash, the blinding light erupted forth, dissipating the crimson energy instantaneously. From the onset, Jiang Ke had recognized the overwhelming ferocity of Fu Xiaoqing's secret technique. Thus, he had chosen to counter it with the golden eagle claw, and now he finally witnessed its efficacy. A dazzling yellow radiance erupted from Jiang Ke's hand, immediately suppressing the blood-red energy, prompting a cry of distress from Fu Xiaoqing. With a single claw, Jiang Ke shattered Fu Xiaoqing's 2 claws, his momentum unwavering as he aimed directly at Fu Xiaoqing's dantian. With a resounding thud, the golden eagle claw struck Fu Xiaoqing's dantian, the golden light merging into him. His entire body convulsed as gold and red energies began to clash. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoqing's dantian erupted violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, staggering several paces backward. His imposing aura diminished in an instant. He spat out more blood, half kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with malice as they bore into Jiang Ke. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. Chang Baichuan gazed at the prostrate Fu Xiaoqing, clearly aware that his dantian had been devastated. At that moment, Jiang Ke understood it was the effect of the golden eagle claw. Evidently, Fu Xiaochun's body could no longer withstand the blood spirit secret technique, culminating in a devastating blow from Jiang Ke's golden eagle claw that shattered his dantian. Suddenly, Fu Ying's thunderous voice echoed as he soared onto the arena. His gaze fixed on Fu Xiaochun, bloodshot with fury. Fu Xiaochun cried out, "Father, kill Jiang Ke." Upon hearing this, Fu Ying abruptly turned and launched himself at Jiang Ke. Alarmed, Jiang Ke hastily prepared to defend himself, but Fu Ying, a master of the Yuanling realm, was beyond his capacity to repel. Just then, a pair of hands seized Fu Ying. It was Jiang Hong. Looking at Fu Ying, Jiang Hong asked, "Why does the head of the Fu family attack my son?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Ying attempted to evade Jiang Hong's grasp, reaching for Jiang Ke instead. However, Jiang Hong deftly thwarted Fu Ying's assault. Fu Ying unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forcing Jiang Ke to retreat repeatedly, while Jiang Hong, in a swift motion, pushed Jiang Ke aside, his own spiritual power surging to counter Fu Ying's onslaught. Each of Jiang Hong's interventions was perfectly timed to thwart Fu Ying. At that moment, Fu Ying glared darkly at Jiang Hong. Chapter 27. As if out of nowhere, Jiang Hong spoke, "Fu family head, please do not be so agitated. Your son Fu Xiaochun has suffered physical ailments due to the secret technique he employed. Jiang Ke merely engaged in a fair contest with him." At that moment, Chang Baichuan also approached them, echoing Jiang Hong's sentiments. Indeed, Fu family head, Jiang Ke did not employ any ruthless tactics. Moreover, Fu Xiaochun had already reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. It was his body that could not endure, resulting in his injury. Upon hearing Chang Baichuan conversing with Jiang Ke, Fu Ying felt an indescribable surge of anger. At that moment, Xiao Sui gracefully descended, his ethereal presence captivating the attention of those around him. Upon reaching the arena, he cast a brief glance at Jiang Ke before turning to Fu Ying and remarking, "I comprehend the sentiments of the Fu family head. However, it must be acknowledged that Fu Xiaoqing indeed employed a forbidden technique to attain his current state. I urge you, do not be overly agitated. The citizens of Qianyue City are observing this situation closely." Realizing that even Xiao Sui had intervened to mediate on behalf of the Jiang family, Fu Ying recognized the futility of the matter and let out a huff. He commanded Fu Feng to carry Fu Xiaoqing and turned to Jiang Hong, stating, "Jiang Hong, mark my words, I will not let this matter rest." With that, he signaled to the members of the Fu family and exited the arena. The onlookers were taken aback by this turn of events, while a sense of unease crept into Jiang Ke's heart as he watched them depart. At this juncture, Chang Baichuan addressed Xiao Sui, who prompted him to announce the outcome. Nodding slightly, Chang Baichuan approached the platform and proclaimed to the crowd, "Esteemed guests, the Fu family has withdrawn from the competition. Hence, the Jiang family emerges as the ultimate victor of this contest in Qianyue City." This declaration stirred a cacophony among the spectators, not due to discontent with the ruling. Both Jiang Yu and Jiang Ke had exhibited formidable prowess, making their victory understandable, but rather due to the discussions surrounding the Fu family's abrupt exit. After the martial arts competition concluded, Jiang Ke remained preoccupied, anticipating that the Fu family would take some form of action. At this moment, his thoughts were visibly troubled. When he heard Jiang Hong inquiring, he had already prepared his response. "It was that master who refined the yin jing fruit for me, allowing me to ascend to the 7th level of spirit gathering. Those techniques were also taught to me by my master, who has traveled extensively and mastered numerous martial arts." Upon hearing about that enigmatic master once more, Jiang Hong was filled with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Jiang Ke continued, "Father, I find it peculiar that the Fu family would simply depart. Do you think they might seek revenge?" Jiang Hong replied, "The recent duel was witnessed by the entirety of Qianyue City. Should the Fu family desire retribution, it would likely be executed in secrecy. We need not be overly anxious. However, I am concerned about the mysterious techniques of the Fu family. The ferocity and bloodthirst they exude is indeed worrisome." Feeling the gravity of Jiang Hong's apprehension, Jiang Ke's unease deepened. He responded, Father, that technique is perpetually evolving, gradually eroding one's spiritual energy, leading to an increasing loss of control, while simultaneously enhancing one's abilities significantly. Jiang Hong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it appears the Fu family harbors some unsettling secrets. Do not fret too much. I shall make it a point to meet with your master when the opportunity arises. At that moment, Jiang Hong detected a troubling situation and immediately infused his voice with spiritual energy, declaring, "We are under attack. The Jiang family must enter a state of readiness." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that his voice had not transmitted. Startled, he was suddenly confronted by a figure before him, exuding an overwhelming presence and a palpable aura of bloodlust. Upon sighting this individual, Jiang Hong's instincts kicked in. Startled, he exclaimed, "Fu Ying, is it truly you?" With a sinister grin, Jiang Hong declared, "This time, I shall ensure the Jiang family meets a fate worse than death." Fu Ying, his eyes a crimson hue, removed his mask, revealing a fierce expression. At that moment, Jiang Hong realized that Fu Ying's aura seemed to eclipse his own. Evidently, he had also mastered the blood spirit secret technique. If Fu Ying was utilizing it, then surely other members of the Fu family had as well, making Jiang Hong acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch towards Fu Ying, unleashing the formidable energy of the Yuan spirit realm. Just then, another cloaked figure emerged unexpectedly. Indeed, this individual had also employed the secret technique. As this person's strength erupted, it was apparent they were at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm, likely an elder of the Fu family. Jiang Hong's heart raced with urgency. Entangled with these two adversaries, his chance to rescue the other members of the Jiang family dwindled. Meanwhile, as someone stepped into the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang Ke sensed the anomaly. Possessing extraordinary spiritual awareness, he abruptly ceased his training and rushed outside the courtyard, calling out with a commanding voice, "Jiang family, be on high alert. We are under attack." At that moment, Xiao Jiao, who was deep in meditation, was hastily awakened by Jiang Ke. "Xiao Jiao, enemies have infiltrated our home, and their numbers are considerable." Upon hearing this, a look of terror crossed Xiao Jiao's face. "Young master, what shall we do?" Jiang Ke replied earnestly, "Do not panic. Hide within the house and remain still. The enemies possess formidable strength." With that, Jiang Ke dashed out of the courtyard, only to be confronted by 3 black-clad assailants who, upon spotting him, charged forward, brandishing their blades with menacing intent. At this moment, Jiang Ke's spiritual power surged, and a formidable technique, the thunderous fist, instantly surged to his mind. With 3 resounding strikes, the 3 cloaked figures were sent crashing to the ground, though they promptly rose again. Jiang Ke then noticed the blood-red hue in their eyes, reminiscent of that in Fu Xiaoqing's gaze. Realizing these individuals were indeed from the Fu family, Jiang Ke understood that he must unleash a merciless onslaught. Without pausing, he hurried to other areas of the Jiang residence. A powerful shout from Jiang Ke made a significant impact. He beheld the fierce clash between Jiang family members and the masked assailants from the Fu family. Observing the elder of the Jiang family, he saw him facing 3 adversaries at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The trio had encircled the elder, who was beginning to struggle under the pressure. In that critical moment, Jiang Ke rushed forward, utilizing the mountain-splitting technique and the thunderous fist, each strike targeting the vital points of his foes. With anguished cries, 2 adversaries fell lifelessly to the ground. One, distracted by Jiang Ke, was swiftly dispatched by the elder, who crushed his skull with a single blow. The elder, astounded by Jiang Ke's swift elimination of 2 foes in mere moments, was nonetheless aware of the perilous situation and did not dwell on his astonishment. He promptly addressed Jiang Ke, saying, "Young master, I shall check over there." Jiang Ke nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well, proceed towards Jiang Hong's quarters." Along the way, Jiang Ke continued to eliminate 3 more cloaked figures, each one a member of the Fu family, employing strange secret techniques to augment their strength. The Fu family could never have anticipated the emergence of Jiang Ke. Presently, Jiang Ke's spiritual power has nearly reached the 3rd tier of the Wheel Sea realm, and combined with his exceptional techniques, he is capable of confronting a master at the 5th tier of the Wheel C realm. The Fu family, despite their meticulous calculations, failed to foresee this turn of events. At this moment, Jiang Ke arrived outside Jiang Hong's residence and immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Jiang Hong was entangled in a fierce confrontation with Fu Ying and an elder from the Fu family, and he had sustained some injuries. Fu Ying and the elder relentlessly employed the Fu family's Dark Eagle Claw technique to assault Jiang Hong, who displayed remarkable prowess by transforming his hands into phantoms, skillfully countering each strike. Just then, after Jiang Hong successfully defended against Fu Ying's attack, the elder seized the opportunity and clawed at Jiang Hong's shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. As the elder prepared to strike again, a figure suddenly burst through the window, unleashing a surge of golden spiritual energy that illuminated the surroundings. The golden eagle claw was unleashed, radiating with brilliance. This dazzling light, however, was the manifestation of the Wheel C realm's power. Jiang Ke discerned that the Fu family's members employed a sinister technique to enhance their strength, which was saturated with malevolent energy, exuding a violent and bloody aura. In contrast, Jiang Ke's golden eagle claw was perfectly suited to counteract this ferocity. At that moment, the most powerful strike of the golden eagle claw surged forth, its brilliance piercing toward the elder's back. A piercing scream erupted from the elder of the Fu family as Jiang Ke's golden eagle claw pierced through him. Seeing Jiang Ke suddenly appear and severely injure the Fu family's mightiest elder astonished Fu Ying. While he was momentarily distracted, Jiang Hong launched a punch, channeling all his spiritual power into it, which sent Fu Ying reeling, nearly forcing him to vomit blood as he crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. With a sudden strike, Jiang Hong delivered a powerful palm to the crown of Elder Fu's head, causing a gruesome splatter of brain matter. Observing Jiang Ke's momentum, which astonishingly had reached the realm of the Wheel C, Jiang Hong was taken aback but refrained from inquiring further. At that moment, Fu Ying rose, his eyes glowing with an increasingly intense crimson hue, his aura ascending to the realm of the Yuan spirit and still climbing. Both Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke wore grave expressions. Chapter 28. The death of Fu Ying. As Fu Ying's aura continued to swell, Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to conclude the battle swiftly. In unison, they sprang into action. Jiang Hong unleashed a punch that surged forth like an imposing mountain, aimed directly at Fu Ying. With eyes aflame, Fu Ying activated the Shadow Eagle Claw, its ferocity compelling one to instinctively evade. Yet, Jiang Hong stood firm, and with a resounding impact, the forces of their Yuan spirit powers collided, causing Jiang Ke to retreat to safety. After a series of exchanges, Fu Ying's eyes suddenly erupted with a bloody ferocity as he reached out with his right hand towards Jiang Hong. A dense, blood-red aura enveloped Jiang Hong in an instant, who felt the energy within him being insidiously eroded. Alarmed, Jiang Hong promptly unleashed his spiritual power to repel the sinister crimson force. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke summoned the golden eagle claw once more, swiftly aiming for Fu Ying's arm. As the golden energy of Jiang Ke's attack approached, Fu Ying's eerie blood-red aura momentarily faltered. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jiang Hong and Fu Ying felt a surge of astonishment. Yet, Fu Ying did not retreat. He continued to reach for Jiang Hong. At that moment, when Jiang Ke grasped Fu Ying, it was evident that Fu Ying's movement slowed slightly. However, Fu Ying immediately unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing Jiang Ke's arm to ache intensely, prompting him to release his grip. After all, Jiang Ke was incapable of contending with the strength of a Yuanling realm practitioner. This, however, afforded Jiang Hong an opportunity. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he transformed his hands into fists and struck decisively towards Fu Ying's face. Yet, Fu Ying did not evade. Instead, he swiped a claw towards Jiang Ke. Jiang Hong was taken aback and shifted from fist to an open palm to block Fu Ying's assault. At that moment, Jiang Ke, aware of his limitations, retreated a step to the side, fully cognizant that he was ill-equipped to engage in a battle against a Yuanling realm expert. Surprisingly, Fu Ying chose not to pursue Jiang Ke, abruptly halting his advance, just as Jiang Hong's palm was about to make contact with Fu Ying. The latter's entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura. Jiang Hong felt a flicker of surprise, yet he retaliated with a strike aimed at Fu Ying's head. Fu Ying's head tilted back slightly, indicating that he had indeed received the blow. However, Jiang Hong suddenly noticed that his hand seemed to be ensnared by this peculiar crimson spiritual energy, rendering him unable to withdraw. Moreover, this strange energy began to erode Jiang Hong's strength. At that moment, Fu Ying's crimson energy returned to its previous state, although his eyes appeared increasingly devoid of vitality. With both hands, Fu Ying grasped Jiang Hong tightly, who found himself unable to break free. Jiang Hong's spiritual power was being devoured, while Fu Ying's strength gradually surged. In that instant, Jiang Hong realized that if this continued, he would be entirely unable to withstand Fu Ying's onslaught. However, with both hands captured by Fu Ying, he found himself utterly immobilized. No wonder Fu Ying dared to approach the Jiang family. It turned out that the Fu family's peculiar secret technique was remarkably formidable. Just as Jiang Hong's thoughts were racing, Fu Ying suddenly let out a loud shout. It was revealed that Jiang Ke's golden eagle claw had struck, landing a blow to Fu Ying's back. Fu Ying's grip loosened slightly, allowing Jiang Hong to unleash his spiritual energy, launching his fists forward with tremendous force, sending Fu Ying crashing outside the house. At that moment, Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke immediately pursued him. As they exited the house, Fu Ying suddenly appeared, swinging a claw that struck Jiang Ke's dantian. Jiang Ke spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying across the ground, skidding for several dozen meters. Enraged, Jiang Hong charged at Fu Ying, who had now descended into madness, bursting into maniacal laughter. Fu Ying's aura intensified, and Jiang Hong found himself at a disadvantage in several consecutive exchanges, anxiety gnawing at him. At that moment, Fu Ying's energy reached its zenith as he clawed at Jiang Hong's left shoulder. Jiang Hong, unable to evade, was instantly wounded, blood gushing from the injury. Another claw followed swiftly, and realizing the dire situation, Jiang Hong disregarded his injuries and shifted from defense to offense. His body was already covered in wounds when Fu Ying, with a sinister grin, declared, "Jiang Hong, prepare to meet your demise." Strange spiritual energy emanated from him, spreading ominously. Jiang Hong's spiritual power was now nearly depleted. If that crimson energy were to erode his remaining strength, the Jiang family would face dire consequences. Just then, Jiang Ke soared from behind Fu Ying, seizing both of Fu Ying's hands. With a swift kick to Fu Ying's back, he shouted to Jiang Hong, "Present it." Upon witnessing Jiang Ke's movements, Jiang Hong immediately discerned his intentions. The spiritual energy within Jiang Hong surged rapidly as he concentrated all his power into his right fist. At that moment, the explosive force emanating from his fist caused the surrounding air to slightly solidify. Recognizing that the opportunity was fleeting, he unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Fu Ying's heart with lightning speed. Fu Ying, caught off guard by Jiang Ke's grip, was struck by astonishment and attempted to shake Jiang Ke off. The overwhelming aura from the Yuanling realm caused Jiang Ke to spurt blood, yet he resolutely resisted Fu Ying's bizarre spiritual energy, vowing to hold on at all costs. This entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke approached, they beheld a gaping wound at Fu Ying's chest, blood gushing forth incessantly, while his pupils had already dilated, indicating he was devoid of life. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke's aura had returned to its original state. However, he had exhausted his spiritual energy, and blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Hong stepped forward and infused his own spiritual energy into Jiang Ke to heal his wounds. At this juncture, Jiang Ke remarked, "Father, we should hasten to check on our kin and ascertain their well-being." Jiang Hong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Take Fu Ying's corpse as a grim testament." With that, the two departed from Jiang Hong's courtyard. Chapter 29. The remnant seen Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke soon arrived in the grand courtyard of the Jiang residence, where the bodies of the numerous black-clad men from the Fu family lay strewn across the ground, some dead, others wounded. Standing among them were the elders and clansmen of the Jiang family. At that moment, the Grand Elder approached Jiang Hong and stated, "Patriarch, we have gathered everyone, and indeed, they are all from the Fu family. However, we owe our survival to Miss Jiangyu." Jiang Hong and Jiang Ke, upon hearing the mention of Jiangyu, were filled with curiosity and turned to look at her. At that moment, Jiangyu was standing to the side, and upon noticing their gaze, she offered a gentle smile and approached them. Jiang Hong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Jiangyu, thank you for your contributions to the Jiang family." Jiangyu, with a hint of urgency in her expression, replied, "Uncle, why do you say that? It is merely my duty." Jiang Hong nodded in acknowledgement and moved forward to check on the clan members. At this juncture, Jiang Ke scrutinized Jiangyu from head to toe and remarked, "The elder claims it is all your merit. You didn't subdue them all by yourself, did you?" Jiang Ke sensed that Jiangyu was somewhat different. Among the adversaries from the Fu family were formidable experts of the Wheel Sea realm, while Jiangyu was merely at the Gathering Spirit realm. Yet, she had managed to subdue so many from the Fu family, which seemed almost implausible without substantial strength. Furthermore, he noticed that Jiang Hong's demeanor towards Jiangyu diverged from that of other clan members, which left him even more perplexed. As he pondered these questions, his gaze remained fixed on Jiangyu. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Jiangyu blushed and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? I have already mentioned that my strength is formidable." Jiang Ke chose not to delve deeper into this matter and inquired instead, "What did those from the Fu family say?" Jiangyu replied, "They all lost consciousness. The side effects of the secret technique they employed were too severe, and they fainted once they regained their senses." At that moment, a figure darted swiftly over the walls of the Jiang family estate, causing an immediate tension among the members. The individual's speed was astonishing, having appeared without any prior indication, suggesting a formidable strength. As they focused their gaze, they realized it was none other than Xiao Sui, the city lord. As Jiang Hongi beheld Xiao S's arrival, he stepped forward, clasping his fist in greeting. "City Lord Xiao, your presence is most fortuitous. Behold the assault by the entire Fu family upon my Jiang clan. Our timely response has spared us from dire consequences." Upon hearing the sounds of conflict, Xiao S rushed over, only to discover that it was indeed the Fu family attempting to annihilate the Jiang clan. He was struck with astonishment, especially upon encountering the lifeless body of Fu Ying sprawled on the ground. It dawned on him that the Jiang family was formidable indeed, having vanquished Fu Ying and apprehended the assailants. He promptly declared, "Rest assured, Master Jiang, I shall announce throughout the city tomorrow that none involved in this incident shall escape unscathed." With that, he gave a respectful nod to Jiang Hongi. At that moment, Chang Baichuan also arrived, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. "Master Jiang, what has transpired?" Jiang Hongi succinctly recounted the events, leaving Chang Baichuan in shock. Xiao S then addressed Chang Baichuan. "Baichuan, apprehend all members of the Fu family. We shall address this matter thoroughly at dawn." Chang Baichuan bowed slightly and replied, "Understood." Before turning to Jiang Hongi, "Rest assured, Master Jiang, I will ensure this matter is handled properly." Jiang Hongi then expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts, both of you." Exchanging glances, Xiao S and Chang Baichuan proceeded to escort the captured members of the Fu family out of the Jiang residence. Jiang Hongi reassured everyone, "Let us remain calm and tidy the courtyard. We shall resolve this matter comprehensively tomorrow in Qianyue City." With that, the members of the Jiang clan dispersed, though their expressions betrayed lingering trepidation. As dawn broke, Xiao Shai issued a proclamation throughout the entirety of Qianyue City, summoning the townsfolk to gather in the city center. Before long, a significant portion of the population had assembled. Xiao Shai had the members of the Fu family bound and instructed Jiang Hong to recount the events that had transpired. The citizens were astounded, and a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Lin family, in particular, was taken aback by the revelation that the Fu family had attempted to ambush the Jiang family, and they were equally shocked by the Jiang family's ability to subdue the entire Fu clan, culminating in the death of Fu Ying. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Jiang Hong. At that moment, Jiang Ke, witnessing the calmness that Jiang Hong had instilled in their kin, felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he noticed that Qianyue appeared troubled, sparking a wave of curiosity within him. Approaching Qianyue, he inquired, "What troubles you? Share your thoughts with me." Qianyue gazed at Jiang Ke, her eyes shimmering with a subtle light, and replied, "Jiang Ke, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." With that, the two stepped outside. Qianyue remarked, "Your strength has progressed remarkably of late. You have reached the 7th level of spirit gathering." Jiang Ke replied with a modest smile, "It is not so impressive. I still fall short when compared to you, a true prodigy." Raising an eyebrow, Qianyue asked, "Do you know what my realm is?" At this, Jiang Ke recalled the words of an elder from the Jiang family, who had mentioned Qianyue's assistance in averting damage during the Fu family's assault. He then queried, "Given that the Fu family had several formidable warriors at the We'll-See realm, how could you possess the strength to capture them alive? What secret do you hold?" Qianyue regarded Jiang Ke with earnestness, then stepped closer and solemnly stated, "Jiang Ke, if one day I were to suddenly vanish, would you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke was filled with confusion and inquired, "Why do you say that? Are you preparing to leave?" Jianyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she anxiously replied, "Don't say too much. Will you miss me?" At this moment, Jiang Ke felt the atmosphere shift subtly. Observing Jianyue's earnest demeanor and her rosy complexion, he awkwardly responded, "Of course, I will miss you." As soon as these words left his lips, both felt a wave of embarrassment. Jianyue and Jiang Ke exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Suddenly, Jiang Ke cleared his throat and said, "Let us not discuss such trivial matters. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." With a blush on her face, Jianyue smiled gently and replied, "All right, you may go." This made Jiang Ke momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at Jianyue, and they both shared an awkward smile before he hastily lowered his head and departed. Chapter 30. Jianyue's departure at noon. The blazing sun cast down its searing heat. Jiang Ke continued his meditative practice in his room as usual. Before long, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his pupils before restoring his usual vigor. At the pinnacle of the 7th level of spirit gathering, his cultivation speed was remarkably swift with the aid of spiritual herbs. He murmured, a smile gracing his lips, "I see your aura is stable. You should be able to break through to the 1st level of spirit gathering soon. Take these pills and consume them." As he spoke, Jiang Ke tossed a small white vial towards him. "Thank you, young master." Xiaojiu promptly nodded in gratitude. During Jiang Ke's low moments, Xiaojiu had remained steadfastly loyal, and Jiang Ke felt it was only right to reward him. "There's no need for formality. Your unwavering loyalty during all this time deserves this," Jiang Ke assured him. Upon hearing these words, Xiaojiu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although the little bottle weighed no more than 2 taels, the weight of this friendship felt substantial, especially considering he was merely a servant of the Jiang family. To receive such treatment was already quite fortunate. Subsequently, Jiang Ke exited his room and made his way directly to Jiang Hong's study. "Father, did you call for me?" he inquired. Jiang Hong nodded and picked up a letter from his desk, handing it to Jiang Ke. "This is a message from Yuer, entrusted to me for you before her departure," Jiang Hong explained. At these words, Jiang Ke's body trembled. The implication of his father's statement struck him. Jianyue had left. Although surprised, he refrained from asking further questions and opened the letter without delay. "Dear Jiang Ke, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed from the Jiang family. My dearest cousin, do not dwell too much on my absence. Remember to heed Uncle Jiang's advice, given your potential. I firmly believe you will lead the Jiang family to a grander stage in the future. I shall miss you dearly, as well as the Jiang family. However, due to certain circumstances, I must take my leave. Should fate allow us to meet again, I hope to do so under a different identity," signed Jianyue. Jiang Ke read the contents of the letter in one breath, and inexplicably, a bittersweet sensation enveloped his heart. It felt like reluctance, yet there were other emotions intertwined within. "Father, where has Jianyue gone?" He looked up at Jiang Hong, inquiring. Jiang Hong sighed deeply and replied, This is not something you should pry into. In any case, as long as Yue is safe, her departure is not a misfortune for either herself or our Jiang family. Although Jiang Li had never bullied Jiang Ke during his days of misfortune, Jiang Ke was acutely aware that Jiang Li genuinely looked down upon him and wished to avoid any association. Moreover, Jiang Li maintained a close relationship with Jiang Chun and others of a similar ilk, individuals Jiang Ke found utterly unworthy of his attention. Rather than expend his energy on pursuing Jiang Li, he deemed it far more prudent to devote his time to cultivation. Ke, your father understands that your relationship with Jiang Li has never been particularly amicable. However, he has come this time as an elder of the Yin Sword sect, specifically for recruitment. Do you not wish to enter the Yin Sword sect? Jiang Hong urged. His words stemmed from a place of paternal concern. After all, the Yin Sword sect wielded considerable influence within the Daju Empire, and many esteemed families aspired to enroll their children there. Naturally, as a father, Jiang Hong harbored hopes that Jiang Ke would seize this opportunity. It was only now that Jiang Ke realized why Jiang Yu had been speaking in such cryptic terms during their recent encounters. She must have been preparing to depart all along. During her presence, they had often engaged in spirited debates, truly a pair of lively adversaries. Her sudden and unexpected departure left Jiang Ke with a profound sense of loss, as if he had forfeited something of great significance. Lost in such thoughts, he resolved to return to his cultivation, only to discover that his supply of elixirs had been entirely depleted, and he lacked even the requisite materials. It appeared he would need to visit the Luo Bank to replenish his stock of medicinal herbs. I must make a trip, Jiang Ke murmured to himself, and with that, he exited the Jiang residence. In a narrow alley on the street, he first altered his appearance before stepping into the Luo auction house. Master Yao Ke, please take your seat. He was warmly welcomed inside. Upon entering the auction house, Rocky greeted him with great enthusiasm, promptly instructing his servants to prepare a selection of fine tea. Jiang Ke, unhesitant, produced a prescription and addressed the steward. I wish to procure some medicinal herbs from your establishment. The more, the better. Each herb listed on the prescription was exceedingly rare, with even the 3 prominent families' markets lacking stock. Otherwise, Jiang Ke would not have ventured to this auction house. Rest assured, Master Jiang, if it is your request, even in the absence of stock, I shall find a way to procure them for you, Rocky replied with a smile, subsequently taking the prescription and tossing it to a nearby servant to gather the herbs, instructing him to collect as many as possible. The latter part of his statement was clearly uttered with intent, as if he feared Jiang Ke might not hear him, raising his voice significantly. He placed all the herbs into a container ring and, preparing to depart, remarked, Thank you, Steward Rocky. The payment for these herbs can be deducted from my crystal card. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Master Jiang, please wait, Rocky interjected, his smile unwavering. Do not be in haste. Consider these herbs a gift from me. However, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Might you be willing to assist me? The combined value of these herbs was considerable, and the notion of receiving them free of charge piqued his curiosity. Steward Rocky, please proceed, he replied, choosing not to accept outright, understanding that one does not receive gifts without reason. He preferred to hear what was required of him first. Upon hearing these words, Rocky felt a sense of opportunity and promptly explained, as the sweltering days of summer approach, our auction house, the Luo River, is preparing to send a group to the Beast Mountain Range to gather blood spirit flowers. We sincerely hope that Master Yao Ke will accompany us. What are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke was taken aback. In his previous life, as an 8th-tier alchemist, he was undoubtedly familiar with the blood spirit flower. This peculiar herb only blooms during the hottest days of summer and withers at an astonishing pace. Typically, the optimal time for alchemical use is immediately after harvesting. The longer one waits, the more the flower's potency diminishes, with complete desiccation occurring within approximately 5 days, rendering it impossible to preserve. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ke hurriedly approached to assist Xiaojiu, urging, Xiaojiu, wake up. Young master. Xiaojiu weakly opened his eyes and called out, Who did this to you, Xiaojiu? Jiang Ke inquired in a grave tone. Xiaojiu appeared somewhat hesitant, clearly reluctant to divulge the details. Jiang Ke quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. Just tell me who did this, and I shall avenge you." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaojiu finally revealed the name of his assailant. "It was Jiang Qin. He came to find you today. When I told them you weren't here, they refused to believe me and insisted on barging in. I tried to stop them, but unexpectedly." Chapter 31. Even you shall be struck, Jiang Qin. Jiang Ke's voice articulated the name with deliberate precision. A glint of cold fury flickered in his eyes, as if it were about to erupt into a tangible force. "Once again, it is that wretched fellow. When I was at my lowest, it was this Jiang Qin who tormented me the most. I never imagined that even after rendering him incapacitated, it would not suffice as a lesson, and he would dare to harm Xiaojiu. Young master, I am fine. It is merely some superficial wounds that require bandaging. Please do not seek out Jiang Qin," I implored. "Ah, look who has arrived. Is this not our great genius?" Jiang Qin sneered with an air of arrogance. "What brings you to me?" "Jiang Ke, I have heard that your cultivation aptitude has been restored. Allow me to congratulate you." Jiang Li remarked with a smile. "This fellow feigns compassion. I am acutely aware of his true nature." "Jiang Li, spare me your prattle. I have not come here seeking you," Jiang Ke retorted, his voice laced with fury. "Do not overstep your bounds, Jiang Ke. Who do you think you are? My elder brother Jiang Li could crush you with a single hand." Jiang Qin shouted, emboldened by Jiang Li's presence, no longer fearing Jiang Ke. However, before the smug grin on Jiang Qin's face could fully manifest, Jiang Ke lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his face. "Ouch! That hurts." Jiang Qin was sent sprawling, rolling on the ground in agony. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, including Jiang Li, who was equally taken aback. No one anticipated that Jiang Ke would strike so unexpectedly. But Jiang Ke was indifferent to their astonishment. He had come solely to avenge Xiaojiu, and his target was none other than you. "Jiang Ke, are you out of your mind? Why do you resort to violence so easily? This is none of your concern. Speak further, and I shall strike you as well." Jiang Yin wished to advocate for justice, yet was silenced by a single retort from Jiang Ke, prompting the others to hastily refrain from speaking. "Jiang Ke, if you dare to strike me, I shall retaliate with all my might." Jiang Qin fumed as he charged forward. Alas, how could a mere invalid contend with Jiang Ke? Without uttering a word, Jiang Ke launched a relentless assault, showing no mercy, each punch landing with brutal force. Though this sequence may seem prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. From Jiang Qin's furious advance to his swift beating, merely a few breaths had elapsed. At that moment, Jiang Li could no longer bear the sight and bellowed, "Cease this at once." Jiang Ke disregarded him, continuing to pummel Jiang Qin. Observing his authority being ignored, Jiang Li's face contorted with fury as he suddenly retaliated, unleashing a claw strike towards Jiang Ke. Heavenly Fist. Sensing the impending attack from behind, Jiang Ke channeled his spiritual energy to counter the technique. A dull thud resonated as fist met claw. Though he successfully blocked the strike, Jiang Ke was profoundly astonished. Realizing the immense power contained within Jiang Li's claw was far beyond his own capabilities. After a brief stalemate, both combatants were forced back. Yet Jiang Li only took a single step back, while Jiang Ke staggered 5 paces, the disparity in strength glaringly apparent. "Brother Jiang Li, you must assist me in teaching this brat a lesson," Jiang Qin implored, grasping at a lifeline, though his hopes for revenge against Jiang Ke were ultimately in vain. "All of you, stand down." As a reprimanding voice echoed, Jiang Hong and several high-ranking members of the Jiang family entered the courtyard, accompanied by an elderly man whom Jiang Ke did not recognize. "Kuer, Lier, could you explain the reason behind the altercation?" Jiang Hong inquired. "Jiang Qin unjustly assaulted Xiaojiu, and in a moment of anger, I lost my composure and retaliated," Jiang Ke replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth since the confrontation had already occurred. "Lier, what prompted you to engage in this fight?" At that moment, the unfamiliar elder spoke. Although Jiang Ke had never encountered this elder before, he had heard from his father that Jiang Li had arrived with an elder from the Yin Sword sect to recruit students in Qianyue City. The elder, despite his unremarkable appearance, exuded a formidable aura, suggesting he was indeed a senior member of the Yin Sword sect. I initially intended to prevent my two cousins from fighting, but my words proved ineffective, which compelled me to intervene physically. I beseech the elder for forgiveness, the elder stated with a smile. Bring Jiang Ke to me for 50 strokes of the heavy stick. Subsequently, Jiang Hong ordered his subordinates to escort Jiang Ke away. Jiang Li, being a disciple of the Yin Sword sect, and Jiang Ke, the son of Jiang Hong, were both unlikely to face severe punishment from Jiang Hong. Thus, it was only fitting that Jiang Ke bear the consequences of this incident, as it had originated from his actions. After their departure, Jiang Li's expression darkened immediately. His eyes clouded with malice as they fixated coldly on Jiang Ke. Nevertheless, Jiang Ke chose to ignore this hostility, turning away as if he had not seen it at all. Subsequently, a group of individuals arrived at the Jiang family's discussion hall. During their journey, Jiang Hong had introduced the identity of the elder to Jiang Ke. His name was Wu Yinshan, an esteemed elder and steward of the Yin Sword sect, and he was also the person in charge of this recruitment initiative. It is worth mentioning that Wu Yinshan was not Jiang Li's mentor. He merely accompanied Jiang Li to Qianyue City for the purpose of recruitment. Esteemed Elder Wu, this is my son, Jiang Ke, Jiang Hong announced. Then turned to Jiang Ke, urging him, quickly pay your respects to Elder Wu. Junior Jiang Ke, I pay my respects to Elder Wu, Jiang Ke said, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, splendid. I observed just now that you were able to withstand a strike from Lear. It seems your prowess resides at the 7th level of spirit gathering. To achieve such a feat at your tender age is indeed remarkable, Elder Wu remarked with a smile. Upon hearing such praise, a sense of pride flickered across Jiang Hong's face. Although the commendation was directed at Jiang Ke, it filled him with greater joy than any accolade he himself might receive. However, Jiang Ke remained indifferent, for in his previous life, he too had been a formidable being. To him, Wu Yinshan was merely an elderly man. Elder Wu, what is your opinion regarding my son's potential to join the Yin Sword sect? Jiang Hong inquired. Rest assured, the recruitment of our sect is primarily based on aptitude and character. Your son's qualifications are commendable, so there should be no issue, Elder Wu replied. Jiang Hong's smile widened even further at these words, but at that moment, Jiang Li, who was seated nearby, doused him with a splash of cold water. Elder, please forgive my rudeness, but I believe my cousin is not particularly suited to join our Yin Sword sect, Jiang Li stated, his cold gaze already fixed upon Jiang Ke. His temperament is fierce and straightforward. According to what his disciples know, in just a few short months, he has had conflicts not only with his family members, but also with individuals from the other two prominent families in Qianyue City. Such a disposition may inevitably lead to disputes with other disciples once he enters the Yin Sword sect. Although I am his cousin, I am also a disciple of the sect, and I genuinely believe that my cousin is ill-suited for the Yin Sword sect, Jiang Li explained, deliberately adopting a posture of profound righteousness. Chapter 32. Fury. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Elder Wu seemed at a loss for thoughts. Remaining silent as he stroked his little mustache, observing Jiang Li with great interest, the hall fell into an awkward silence, with everyone refraining from speaking. Jiang Li, however, wore a cold smirk as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Ke, as if to say, do you really think you are worthy of entering the Yin Sword sect? My cousin is correct. I too feel that my temperament is somewhat fierce. It appears that I am indeed not suited for the Yin Sword sect, Jiang Ke remarked nonchalantly. The weight of his words was not insignificant, leaving the senior members of the Jiang family dumbfounded, with Jiang Hong's eyes wide as saucers. In such a moment, one should either remain silent or defend oneself, yet here he was, agreeing instead. Haha, no worries, no worries. I find this young man rather intriguing. Elder Wu waved his hand and chuckled, appearing entirely unfazed. Seeing him so nonchalant, Jiang Hong let out a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Li, despite having achieved his goal of disparaging Jiang Ke, found himself inexplicably irritated rather than pleased. Fortunately, Elder Wu did not hold it against you. Otherwise, your eligibility to enter the Yin Sword sect would have been revoked. Jiang Hong's face was flushed with anger, a reaction that was hardly surprising. After all, who within the borders of the Great Chu Empire would not aspire to join the Yin Sword sect? Yet, Jiang Ke nearly squandered this opportunity, which understandably vexed Jiang Hong, who harbored high hopes for his son. What do you mean it hasn't been revoked? Jiang Ke retorted, bewildered. He had nearly caused his father, Jiang Hong, to suffer a fit of rage. What had this boy just said, that it could still be revoked? Ke, my intention in wishing for you to enter the Yin Sword sect is for your own good, as well as for the benefit of our family. Do you not realize that many of the old-timers in our clan have already sided with Jiang Li? Jiang Hong said, his tone earnest and heavy with meaning. Jiang Ke listened, somewhat confused. What do you mean? Seeing his son's perplexed expression, Jiang Hong exclaimed. Don't tell me you are unaware of what day it is in 3 days. I truly do not know. In 3 days. It is the day of our Jiang family's internal selection. How could you forget such an important matter? Jiang Hong shook his head repeatedly, sighing in exasperation. Upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Ke finally grasped the significance. The so-called internal selection is the day that determines the successor to the position of clan leader. According to the ancestral customs of the Jiang family, each clan leader is elected by a vote among the senior elders within the clan. After the election, the individual with the most votes does not immediately assume the title of clan leader. Rather, this process serves to designate the next heir. When the current leader retires at an appropriate age, the preordained successor will ascend to the position. Currently, the majority supports Jiang Li as the heir. Unless you can become a disciple of the Yin Sword sect, it seems the position of heir will inevitably be given to someone else. Do you understand? Jiang Hong sighed. Jiang Ke felt a surge of emotion. Although he had little interest in the position of clan leader, the weighty affection of his father warmed his heart. The earnest intentions of his father were clear to him. However, is it truly necessary to become a disciple of the Yin Sword sect to garner support? Jiang Ke inquired. Jiang Hong seemed to grasp a certain implication and immediately perked up. Are you suggesting? Jiang Ke, with a resigned expression, replied. If you announce my identity as an alchemist, that should suffice, right? Indeed, that will be sufficient. Well done, my son. You truly are Jiang Hong's offspring. This is excellent news. Now we need not fear. Wait for me. I shall proclaim throughout the city that my son, Jiang Hong, is an alchemist. Jiang Hong laughed heartily and left in high spirits. Previously, Jiang Ke had advised his father against revealing his identity as an alchemist, concerned that the other 2 major factions in Qianyue City might unite against the Jiang family upon learning this news. However, with the Fu family now gone, the delicate balance among the 3 major forces had long been shattered, alleviating those previous concerns. Of course, the primary reason remained that Jiang Ke could not allow Jiang Li to be chosen as the clan leader, given their relationship. If Jiang Li were to ascend as the family leader, how could Jiang Ke expect to have a peaceful future? Thus, in summary, Jiang Ke resolved to no longer conceal his identity, deciding to publicly announce his status as an alchemist. On that very day, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the entirety of Qianyue City within mere hours. The young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Ke, was indeed an alchemist. Upon the dissemination of such astonishing news, the populace was left in sheer disbelief, and the city erupted in fervor. Have you heard? The young master Jiang Ke is actually an alchemist. Is this true? Where did you hear such news? Don't you know? It was personally declared by the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Hong. Humph, do you truly believe such gossip? I might as well claim to be an alchemist myself. This is likely a fabrication spun by Jiang Hong himself. Throughout the streets and alleys of Qianyue City, discussions regarding this matter could be heard everywhere. It is hardly surprising, for the number of alchemists within the vast territory of the Great Chu Empire could be counted on one's fingers. If this news were indeed true, it was likely that this humble Qianyue City would gain renown throughout the empire. On this day, the news of Jiang Ke's alchemist identity spread far and wide across the city. At the Lu auction house, the Lin family, even among the members of the Jiang family, as well as Elder Wu from the Yinjian sect, anyone who heard this news was taken aback. In any case, The most vivid memory for Jiang Ke on that day was the overwhelming number of visitors eager to see him, nearly trampling the threshold of his door. However, he chose to remain inaccessible to all those who came, leaving the task of dealing with them entirely to Jiang Hong. Even after 3 days had passed, the revelation of the alchemist within the Jiang family continued to generate fervent discussions, becoming a prevalent topic of conversation during meals and leisure alike. Certainly, these matters held little interest for Jiang Ke. Early this morning, he exited his chamber and made his way to the family hall. Upon his arrival, he found the hall already filled with numerous individuals, predominantly the esteemed elders and distinguished descendants of the Jiang clan, along with Elder Wu from the Yanjin sect. Today marked the occasion of selecting the next clan leader, a matter that, in essence, did not pertain to Elder Wu. His presence here was primarily motivated by Jiang Ke, whose reputation as an alchemist had preceded him. As Jiang Ke entered the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of all present, with most gazes reflecting astonishment, while others, particularly those of Jiang Li and Jiang Chen's faction, were tinged with jealousy and coldness. Jiang Hong gestured toward a sealed box at the center of the hall, stating that the esteemed elders should proceed to cast their votes into it. The voting process within the Jiang clan was entirely transparent and free, whether direct or collateral descendants. The individual with the highest vote count would become the next heir to the leadership. Old Wu, might I trouble you to assist in announcing the votes? Jiang Hong inquired with a polite bow towards Wu Yinshan. Haha, I am grateful to Clan Master Jiang for this opportunity. It is a privilege I eagerly accept. Wu Yinshan replied with a smile, moving towards the box to retrieve the ballots. Jiang Ke, 1 vote. Jiang Ke, 2 votes. Jiang Ke. With each ticket he opened, Wu Yinshan's voice echoed the name of Jiang Ke repeatedly. Unbeknownst to the assembly, Jiang Li's face contorted with rage and resentment, veins bulging, his fury palpable and unwilling to concede. Chapter 33. The invitation from Wu Yinshan. Before long, Wu Yinshan announced the results of the voting. Among the 18 elder stewards of the Jiang family, 15 had cast their votes for Jiang Ke, while Jiang Li received a mere 3 votes. The results of the internal selection are now clear. I hereby declare that the next patriarchal heir is Jiang Ke, Jiang Hong proclaimed. Though he appeared calm on the surface, inwardly, he was elated. What could bring greater joy than seeing his son become the heir? As for Jiang Ke, he felt little emotion. After all, he held scant interest in the position of heir. Had he not contested, Jiang Li would have almost certainly been chosen without opposition. And were it not for the recent revelation of his identity as an alchemist, he would have had no cause for concern. No, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, Jiang Li stood up, his face ashen. His reaction took Jiang Ke by surprise, while he had anticipated Jiang Li's dissatisfaction. He had not expected him to openly contest the results before so many senior family members. Many of the elders lowered their heads, embarrassed, as they had previously promised to vote for Jiang Li but had changed their minds after Jiang Ke's identity was disclosed just 3 days prior. Lear, do you have anything else to say? Jiang Hong inquired. Jiang Li cast a cold glance at Jiang Ke, replying, whether I become the heir is of little consequence. But I believe the voting process was unjust. Jiang Ke sneered. What a grand pretense. He claims to be indifferent to the position of heir, yet it is abundantly clear how much he values it. Certainly, these were merely the thoughts swirling in Jiang Ke's mind. On the surface, he maintained a facade of calmness, sitting in silence. The results had been announced. What could he do if he was dissatisfied? The selection outcome was determined by the free votes of the elders, devoid of any injustice. Jiang Hongdao and Jiang Li understood that the elders had cast their votes for Jiang Ke due to his purported identity as an alchemist. However, this identity was merely a rumor, as no one had witnessed it. The heir was destined to inherit the position of clan leader, and naturally, it should go to the most capable. I believe my cousin lacks the qualifications to become the heir, Jiang Li stated solemnly. At that moment, Jiang Ke could no longer remain seated. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Li and replied calmly, by your reasoning, what constitutes capability? It is quite simple. This world values strength above all. If my cousin possesses the ability to command respect, I have no objections. Of course, if you truly are an alchemist. You two may have your chance, Jiang Li scoffed. He had always been skeptical of the rumors surrounding Jiang Ke's status as an alchemist. To him, these tales seemed merely a scheme devised by Jiang Hong to elevate his son. However, was the truth truly as he believed? The answer was clearly not so. Almost instantaneously after Jiang Li's words fell, a crimson flame began to coalesce in the palm of Jiang Ke's hand. This spiritual fire? And of a crimson hue. At the very least, a second-grade alchemist. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Elder Wu from the Yin Sword sect was left dumbfounded. Identity can be fabricated, yet the unique spiritual fire of an alchemist is irrefutable. The fact that Jiang Ke can summon the spiritual fire used for alchemy is already sufficient to indicate the truth. Cousin Jiang Li, do you have anything further to say? He toyed with the spiritual fire in his palm, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Li. No, this is impossible. You had no foundation in alchemy before. How could you possibly be an alchemist? Even at this moment, Jiang Li found it hard to accept the reality. Nevertheless, no matter how much he resisted the truth, the clarity in the eyes of those around him was undeniable. At that point, Jiang Hong explained that Kuer had previously encountered an elderly gentleman, from whom the art of alchemy was imparted. This had transpired months ago, but there had been no appropriate opportunity to announce it until now. With this ironclad fact laid bare, Jiang Li, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Ke, whose indifferent demeanor only fueled Jiang Li's anger, making him wish to consume him whole, yet he refrained from acting. Subsequently, he sat in meditation and cultivation within the room, remaining there for half a day. Having already established a solid foundation, this breakthrough proceeded as smoothly as anticipated, without a hint of turbulence. As dusk fell, Jiang Ke opened his eyes, emerging from his meditation. He clenched his fists. Feeling an even more potent surge of power within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Junior pays respects to Elder Wu. Jiang Ke paused momentarily, then hastily cupped his hands in greeting. Ke, Elder Wu has been here for quite some time, but sensing that you were engrossed in your cultivation, he chose to wait outside. Please, do not delay in inviting Elder Wu to take a seat, Jiang Hong remarked with a smile. Jiang Ke, not wishing to appear negligent, promptly welcomed the two men inside and prepared tea for them. I am a man of straightforward disposition, so I shall not beat around the bush. The purpose of my visit is to extend an invitation for you to join the ranks of our Yanjian sect. What say you? Elder Wu Yinshan said, his countenance adorned with a benevolent smile. This statement bore considerable weight. One must recognize that the Yanjian sect stands as the foremost power within the Great Chu Empire, commanding respect even from the imperial family. Typically, it is others who beseech admission into the sect, yet here was Elder Wu extending an invitation to Jiang Ke. However, Jiang Ke was no fool. He understood that this courtesy stemmed from Elder Wu's appreciation of his identity as an alchemist. At that moment, Jiang Ke noticed his father, Jiang Hong, casting him fervent glances. He inwardly sighed, fully aware that his father wished him to acquiesce swiftly. Yet, the prospect of joining a sect held little allure for him. He valued the freedom of an unencumbered existence over the constraints imposed by sect rules. Jiang Ke comprehended his father's intentions, but his refusal to join the Yanjian sect was not a mere display of defiance. It was rooted in genuine disinterest. Moreover, with Jiang Li present, he had no intentions of joining whatsoever. Are you not considering this further? Elder Wu inquired. I have given it considerable thought, and I must express my gratitude for Elder Wu's kindness, he replied. As the conversation reached this point, Wu Yinshan found it unwise to further persuade. He calmly retrieved a waste token from his container and presented it to Jiang Ke. This is the Elder's waste token of my Yanjian sect. I bestow it upon you. Should you ever reconsider your decision, feel free to seek me out with this token, Elder Wu declared. At that moment, Jiang Hong, seemingly anxious that Jiang Ke might refuse once more, hastily snatched the token away. How absurd. Jiang Li slammed his palm down on the table with such force that it splintered under the pressure. Brother Jiang Li, please refrain from anger. I simply cannot fathom how that young man possesses any merit compared to you. It is truly perplexing how the elders of our clan perceive him. Jiang Ke chimed in, attempting to flatter. However, Jiang Li's mood was far from pleasant. No amount of praise could quell the simmering resentment within him, especially when thoughts of Jiang Ke ignited his fury. Noticing his flattery was in vain, Jiang Ke proposed a scheme. Brother Jiang Li, I have a plan that could secure your position as clan leader. Oh, what is this plan? Speak quickly, Jiang Li urged eagerly. Subsequently, Jiang Ke leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear, the content unknown, but it was evident that Jiang Li appeared quite astonished upon hearing it. Chapter 34. Cultivation. As Jiang Ke exited the auction house, Jiang Li observed Hishue's obsequious demeanor towards Jiang Ke, stirring feelings of jealousy within him. Hishue was regarded as the jewel of the Heluo auction house. He had never witnessed her so humbly treating anyone. In a secluded grove deep within the mountains outside Qianyue City, a powerful technique was unleashed, the fiery palm. Amidst the chilling voice, a surge of excitement suddenly reverberated through the tranquil woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. A shadow, swift as lightning, darted through the mountains, navigating the towering trees and lofty peaks with the ease of walking on level ground. Abruptly, the shadow landed before a grand tree, its right hand striking the massive trunk with a resounding smack, sending splinters flying as the colossal tree crashed to the ground. In the instant the tree fell, the shadow resembled a lithe leopard, swiftly transitioning to the opposite side. A white figure descended upon a cluster of green bamboo. This figure was none other than Jiang Ke. Observing the fruits of his cultivation over the past few months, a satisfied smile graced his handsome features. The destructive power unleashed by merely a primary celestial martial technique of the gathering spirit phase was astonishingly formidable. Jiang Ke gazed at his palm, feeling a slight tingling sensation that extended up his entire arm, a consequence of overexertion. He leapt down and reclined in the mountain stream, allowing the crystal-clear water to wash away his fatigue, his breath gradually returning to a steady rhythm, while a few unruly strands of hair danced upon his forehead. At this moment, the Qian pill he had previously concocted quietly coursed through his body, mending the muscles damaged by intense training. As one progresses in cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous. To advance further, one must possess rare treasures from nature, along with innate talent and diligent effort. It seems imperative to hasten the alchemical process and restore the treasured sword forged from Qishan iron. A faint sound of footsteps approached, breaking the silence. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must remember not to act with undue haste. Relentless striving may ultimately yield contrary results. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? I am still reveling in my own joy. However, recent events in Qianyue City have been rather tumultuous, and it seems a storm of bloodshed is about to unfold. Clad in his Taoist robe, Jiang Hong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the wind brushing against his somewhat emaciated frame, evoking a sense of poignant melancholy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke curled his lips into a faint, disdainful smile. Jiang Hong, since you were able to establish the Jiang family and elevate it to great heights, I, Jiang Ke, am destined to be the one who creates miracles. I shall undoubtedly propel the Jiang family back to its pinnacle. Jiang Hong turned to gaze upon Jiang Ke's resolute and tenacious visage, reminiscent of his own youth. The father and son exchanged a silent yet profound glance. After a lengthy pause, a rebellious smile suddenly spread across Jiang Ke's lips. He gathered his energy, leaped into the air, and, gazing at the vast sky above, bellowed, I, Jiang Ke, shall surely attain imperial mastery. Observing the spirited youth shouting towards the heavens, Jiang Hong smiled, reassured that the Jiang family has a worthy successor. If the former Jiang Ke was akin to a cup brimming with water, then the aura emanating from the treasured sword was precisely what spilled forth the excess, perfectly filling the cup anew. In a state of cultivation, Jiang Ke contemplated this thought, his heart racing with exhilaration. He forcefully restrained his inner excitement, holding his breath in concentration, fearful that a moment's lapse could pull him from his cultivation. Gradually, he steadied his breathing, commencing to absorb the energy exuded by the sword, preparing himself to surge forth into the realm of The white gas diminished under Jiang Ke's endless absorption until it vanished entirely. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing the moment had arrived, and began to penetrate the realm of the Wheel Sea. The environment around him transformed abruptly, forming a small vortex centered on Jiang Ke, where azure and white gases alternated incessantly. Suddenly, the two gases surged rapidly into Jiang Ke's body, causing his mouth to part slightly as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Instantly, a spark of vitality returned to his visage. To his astonishment, this session of cultivation inadvertently elevated his swordsmanship to an enlightened state of clarity. Truly, it was a dual gain. He grasped the sword beside him and discovered that the once rusted blade had transformed into a lustrous silver hue, intricately adorned with flowing patterns that ebbed and flowed continuously. As the patterns cascaded down to the hilt, they gradually converged. Etched resolutely onto the blade were the words, Crimson Thought Sword. This was the legendary Crimson Thought Sword, one of the 4 ancient divine swords. As Jiang Ke gripped the hilt, a surge of formidable power coursed through him. A smile of joy crept upon his lips. Chapter 35. Successful Advancement. Meanwhile, Jiang Li lurked outside the door, eavesdropping, his face growing increasingly grim. With a huff, he departed. As for the clan leader, I shall take my leave for now. Wu Yinshan nodded. Remember my words. Understood. Jiang Ke exited Wu Yinshan's chamber, beckoning Xiao Jiao to accompany him. Earlier, although Wu Yinshan had mentioned his alchemical pursuits, the primary emphasis had been on the matter of strength, which holds immense significance in the realm of spiritual energy. Here, one's prowess serves as a cornerstone of identity and status. Satisfied, Jiang Ke nodded, closed the door behind him, and felt his spiritual energy surge to its fullest. He retrieved his alchemical furnace and settled into a meditative posture, blending the herbs in his palms. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and tossed the herbs into the furnace. The flames of spiritual fire ignited instantly beneath the vessel. Jiang Ke gradually shut his eyes, mastering the temperature with precision. Outside, Xiao Jiao sensed a wave of spiritual energy and smiled, though he quickly shook his head, scrutinizing the surroundings, wary of any mosquito that might intrude upon Jiang Ke's concentration. Jiang Ke remained in this focused state for an entire afternoon, successfully crafting a medicinal pill. With this elixir, his ascension was assured. Without delay, Jiang Ke swallowed the pill and began to channel his spiritual energy. However, Jiang Li observed this phenomenon with a gentle smile before turning away. As night fell, the luminous moon ascended slowly into the starry sky, and a faint chill permeated the air. Within Jiang Ke's room, sporadic bursts of unique light occasionally flickered. Xiao Jiao stood at the doorway, on the verge of slumber, yet each time he felt himself drifting off, he instinctively clapped his hands to awaken his consciousness. At this moment, Jiang Ke was drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked, with beads of perspiration cascading down the edges. He had his eyes tightly shut, and the veins on his forehead were prominently bulging. After maintaining a fixed posture for an entire afternoon, he suddenly shifted, signaling that he had reached the final step. If he could surpass this pivotal moment, he would ascend to a new level. However, brilliance often breeds envy. A thin veil of clouds obscured the moon, and a figure clad in black darted past below. Xiao Jiao was jolted awake, no longer in a state of drowsiness. Someone echoed in Jiang Ke's mind, and he could only place his trust in Xiao Jiao. In this critical juncture, it was imperative to remain composed. Who? Before Xiao Jiao could react, a fist collided with his right cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, facing a masked man who pointed at him, signaling him to remain still, lest he be killed. Nonetheless, Xiao Jiao was not easily intimidated. He boldly stepped forward to obstruct the masked man's soul escape route. You cannot pass. My young master is in the midst of cultivation. The masked man raised an eyebrow slightly, gripping Xiao Jiao's clothing and flinging him aside. Just as he was about to push the door open, a pair of hands firmly grasped him. I said you cannot disturb him. It is not permitted unless you intend to kill me. The masked man chuckled, effortlessly pushing Xiao Jiao aside, and continued forward, clutching Xiao Jiao's collar tightly. The vacant fists fell relentlessly upon the face of Xiao Jiao. After several strikes, the masked assailant, filled with rage, cast Xiao Jiao aside. Just as he intended to step forward, Xiao Jiao grasped the hem of the assailant's trousers once more. "You have yet to kill me. I shall not permit you to enter," he declared. Xiao Jiao's sole purpose in that moment was to hinder the masked man before him. For each additional second he could buy, Jiang Ke gained a greater chance. The masked man, infuriated, trampled upon Xiao Jiao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had exhausted all strength to impede this man. As the assailant turned to step inside, Xiao Jiao experienced a haunting familiarity. The masked figure forcefully pushed open the door, revealing a room with nothing but a stove, devoid of any sign of Jiang Ke. Suddenly, Jiang Ke emerged from the shadows, his fists clenched, producing a crackling sound. "Who are you? Why do you torment my Xiao Jiao?" With a resounding crash, the masked man was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the wall. Furrowing his brow, he glared at Jiang Ke before storming away in fury. Jiang Ke huffed in annoyance and rushed to the motionless form of Xiao Jiao on the ground. "Xiao Jiao, how are you?" Xiao Jiao managed a smile, blood seeping between his teeth. "I'm fine. Just took a few punches. I won't die." "You fool. Why don't you dodge when others strike you?" Jiang Ke chided, supporting Xiao Jiao as they entered the room. He grabbed several towels to wipe the blood from Xiao Jiao's face. "Young master, allow me." "Stay still. If you're injured, don't move around, especially not for my sake." Jiang Ke tended to Xiao Jiao for a moment before offering him a medicinal pill. "Take this." "Young master, what is this? If I tell you to eat it, will you not? Am I going to poison you?" Jiang Ke's impatience was evident. "No, not at all," Xiao Jiao said as he swallowed the pill. "Did you see who it was?" Jiang Ke inquired while tidying up. "I did not see clearly, but their silhouette resembled someone." Jiang Ke paused, asking who. "Zhongli." Jiang Ke nodded thoughtfully. "I, too, believe it was him. Only he would come to disrupt my cultivation." Chapter 36. A lesson subsequently. Jiang Li disposed of the black garments he had worn, including the mask, casting them into the flames to eliminate any evidence. He pressed his hand against his chest. His gaze locked in contemplation, pondering over something unknown. As dawn broke, Jiang Ke rose early. Xiao Jiao pushed the door open. "Young master, here is today's breakfast." Jiang Ke scrutinized Xiao Jiao's facial injuries, noting they had nearly healed, no longer swollen as they had been the previous night. Satisfied, Jiang Ke nodded. "It seems you had a good night's rest." Xiao Jiao smiled. "It is thanks to your miraculous pills, young master. A good sleep has cured everything." Jiang Ke returned the smile, beginning to enjoy his breakfast. After their meal, the two exited in succession. Jiang Ke took the opportunity to survey his surroundings and foster relationships with several elderly gentlemen, knowing their support would facilitate future endeavors. Jiang Ke's gaze lingered on the wounds he had inflicted, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "The weather is delightful. Shall we take a stroll together?" Jiang Li paused momentarily, then subtly shook his head, replying, "No, I wouldn't want to disturb the air at work. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned and departed from Jiang Ke's presence. Xiao Jiao stepped forward and inquired, "Young master, indeed." It was the same silhouette from last night. Jiang Ke also discerned the difference during their conversation. It was evident that Jiang Li hesitated to exert himself with his left side, a clear indication of an injury to his chest. Jiang Ke spoke softly, "Follow him, and send someone to inform him that someone wishes to see him in the woods." Xiao Jiao nodded and trailed closely behind Jiang Li. Jiang Ke left the clan and arrived at the forest he had mentioned, gently stretching his body and savoring the serene beauty the woods offered. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao had sent a maid to summon Jiang Li, stating that Jiang Yu needed to see him in the woods. Xiao Jiao concealed himself nearby, observing intently. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as Jiang Li soon exited the clan and headed towards the forest, with Xiao Jiao maintaining a distance of a few hundred meters, ensuring he remained within sight. Jiang Ke approached and firmly grasped Jiang Li's shoulder, asking, "Why do you leave so abruptly, cousin?" He did not hesitate to pat Jiang Li's injured chest. Jiang Li stifled the pain coursing through him, stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I cannot converse now." "You have matters? I also have pressing concerns. Since you are here, let us settle the score from last night once and for all." Jiang Li felt a twinge of unease. What? What is happening? Jiang Ke forcefully pushed him aside, while Xiaojiu hurriedly took refuge behind Jiang Ke. "Young master, what is the matter? That black-clad figure who disturbed me last night was you, wasn't it? It was you who attacked Xiaojiu." Jiang Li, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain coursing through his body, straightened up, a smile directed at the heavens. "I presumed you would remain oblivious, yet to my astonishment, you recognized me despite my attire last night." As he spoke, he twisted his body with force, his movements involuntarily mirroring the motion. At that moment, he found himself entirely at Jiang Ke's mercy, his eyes wide with intensity. "Let me make this clear. You shall meet your demise. The clan's heir will not be yours. For today, you shall perish by my hand. From this day forth, there is only Jiang Li, no Jiang Ke." With a swift motion, Jiang Li struck Jiang Ke, sending him flying. Jiang Ke, however, managed to anchor himself with one hand on the ground, suddenly lunging forward. Jiang Li followed suit, and in an instant, red and blue emitted a brilliant radiance, culminating in a resounding explosion. Boom! The two swiftly disengaged, Jiang Ke emerging relatively unscathed, while Jiang Li appeared visibly strained, his arm hanging limply at his side, bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke stood tall, a smile gracing his lips as he advanced step by step. "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why do you seem so feeble? Oh, I almost forgot. You played the role of a masked figure last night and sustained injuries from me. It appears you lack the strength to contend with me now." Every word from Jiang Ke tantalized Jiang Li's nerves incessantly. In an instant, he charged towards Jiang Ke, who conjured flames in his hand and fiercely swung them at Jiang Li. Bang! He collided violently with a tree trunk. Jiang Li's body gradually slid down, while Jiang Ke approached with a smile, elegantly twisting his wrist and grasping his collar. "Xiaojiu, did he treat you like this last night?" "Indeed, young master." Jiang Li's eyes widened in fury. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will never escape this place." Jiang Ke completely disregarded his words, extending his fist directly towards Jiang Li. "How many times did he strike you last night?" 12 times. "How can you remember so vividly?" Jiang Ke chuckled, gently caressing Jiang Li's cheek. "If you dare to harm Xiaojiu, I will repay you in kind. 24 strikes. Young master, let it go. What if it leads to a fatality?" Jiang Ke gazed at Jiang Li incredulously. "Look at how good-hearted Xiaojiu is. How could you bully such an honest person?" With that, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Jiang Li's face. Bang! 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 Until Xiaojiu intervened, fearing Jiang Ke would stir up more trouble. Jiang Ke stood, shaking his numbed hand, declaring, "This is a lesson for you. Don't think we are easy to bully." Jiang Li, battered and bloodied, his visage unrecognizable, watched Jiang Ke's retreating figure with clenched fists, resolute in his vow. "I will surely repay this in kind." Chapter 37. The role of Jiang Yun in the pitch-black night sky. Only a few stars twinkled faintly, illuminating the vast expanse with their delicate glow. The soft moonlight draped the earth in a mysterious veil, reminiscent of a beauty adorned in sheer fabric, alluring and enigmatic. After the bustling day in Qianyue City, it now lay shrouded in silence, interspersed with the occasional sounds of joy between couples, faintly heard by the night watchman. In the backyard of the Jiang residence, within Jiang Ke's chamber, he reclined upon his bed, gazing at the moonlight outside. His dark eyes were filled with myriad thoughts, reflecting on the events of the previous day. Had it not been for Xiaojiu's selfless sacrifice, he would have either met a grim fate or suffered severe injuries, potentially reducing him to a state of utter helplessness once more. Helplessness. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Ke's eyes. Jiang Li truly regarded him as a thorn in his side, harboring the intention to eliminate him, believing that once Dantai Ling perished, he would be free from concern. Though Jiang Ke appeared aloof and detached, he was fiercely protective of those he cherished, ensuring that no one dared to lay a finger on them. This included his dear Xiaoxi and Xiaojiu, as well as his father, Jiang Hong, and Qianyue. Young man, Jiang Hong suddenly materialized in his room. Have you confronted Jiang Li today? His tone bore a hint of inquiry. Jiang Ke fell silent for a moment before softly responding. Father, I understand your concern. One must not be short-sighted, for though Jiang Li may be a mere rogue, he holds considerable influence within the Yin Sword sect. I fear they may hold grievances against you. Jiang Hong spoke gently, and upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Jiang Ke's face. Yet a trace of coldness lingered in his eyes. What? Do you still wish to eliminate Jiang Li? Jiang Hong remarked, slightly astonished by Jiang Ke's demeanor. Father, I apprehend your meaning. However, Jiang Li does not warrant such exertion on my part. To extinguish him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Jiang Ke remarked with a faint smile. Have you truly reached the limits of your patience? Your disposition is not typically one of impetuosity. Jiang Hong inquired after a moment of contemplation, his tone laced with playful mockery. Your cousin, Qianyue, upon her departure, instructed you to diligently cultivate and not to allow your focus to be disrupted by a mere gnat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke, recalling Qianyue's smiling countenance, felt a subtle warmth upon his face. My desire to cultivate is naturally driven by the aspiration to attain emperorship at an early date and to elevate the name of Jiang Ke throughout the continent, irrespective of her concerns. Indeed, Qianyue is of no consequence. Observing his son's bristling demeanor, Jiang Hong chuckled heartily, suspecting that Jiang Ke himself was unaware of the depth of his regard for Qianyue. Indeed, in truth, that lass, Qianyue, is not without merit, surpassing Jiang Yun, who abandoned him in his hour of need. Jiang Ke rolled his eyes, knowing full well what Jiang Hong was contemplating. Nevertheless, the alchemist of the Fu family must not be spared, Jiang Hong declared, a flash of ruthless resolve crossing his countenance. Is that your intention, father? Beneath the moonlight, father and son exchanged a silent, yet eloquent, glance. Jiang Ke cautiously opened his chamber door, peering about as if engaged in some clandestine act. He then slipped out, his form plummeting rapidly through the air, only to abruptly hover, his toes tapping lightly before he vanished into the night like a silent hawk. Disappearing from the Jiang family compound, 'tis a moonless, windy night, when murder is unseen. The Fu residence. How fares the concoction of Master Lin's elixir? In stark contrast to the pitch-black night outside, the Fu family residence radiated with bright lights, indicating a semblance of success. At the forefront was the head of the Lin family, who, due to the emergence of the prodigy Jiang Ke from the Jiang family, was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of gloom. However, upon hearing Mr. Lin mention his ability to concoct elixirs, he was initially taken aback, only to subsequently be filled with elation as he inquired further. Mr. Lin appeared exceedingly pleased with his reaction, taking a seat beside him and lifting a cup of warm tea, stating, indeed, in addition to some strength-enhancing pills, I can also refine elixirs suitable for those seeking breakthroughs, allowing them to instantly transcend their limits during the process. Upon hearing this, the Lin family head's face lit up with even greater joy. Should he succeed in the refinement, the Lin family could leverage this opportunity to attract more talented disciples, potentially overshadowing the currently flourishing Jiang family. However, Mr. Lin lamented, the crafting of such elixirs is quite taxing on my energy. With my current capabilities, I can only produce a few each day. No worries, a few will suffice. We can auction them at the Hulua auction house. This will not only enhance our Lin family's reputation in Qianyue City, but also aid us in recruiting gifted disciples. He waved his hand dismissively. However, esteemed leader, while I can indeed craft these elixirs, it must adhere to our previous agreement of a 50-50 split, Mr. Lin suddenly remarked with a smile. The color in the Lin family head's face shifted slightly. This cunning old fox was indeed shrewd. That is only natural. I wonder if Mr. Lin has any further requests. My requests are modest. I merely desire that rascal Jiang Ke. And if you could also bring that girl Jiang Yun to me. Lin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief as he spoke. The head of the Lin family twitched the corner of his mouth, utterly astonished that Lin Mu would dare to encroach upon the Jiang family. Jiang Ke swiftly sought a concealed corner, his keen gaze absorbing every detail within the room. Lin Mu pushed open the wooden door, a signature lewd grin adorning his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, my dear little treasure, I have arrived. What a pity it is that it isn't Jiangyun. But no matter, you shall suffice for now." Chapter 38. A secret affection. Jiang Ke directed his attention toward the dimly lit windowsill, where a once-closed window had mysteriously opened. The silvery moonlight poured in, illuminating a girl in a silver cloak, squatting in an eerie posture upon the edge. Beneath her cloak, her long, alluring legs were elegantly wrapped. The soft moonlight caressed her delicate face, reminiscent of Chang'e from the Moon Palace, cold yet enigmatic. "Jiangyun?" Jiang Ke gazed incredulously at the girl before him. After a moment, a voice of suspicion arose once more. "What brings her here? Could it be that Jiangyun's intentions mirror my own?" Frowning slightly, Jiang Ke pondered how her strength had surged so dramatically. Had she perhaps employed some secret technique to elevate her power within such a brief span? However, within the confines of the room, Lin Mu appeared oblivious to the peculiarities behind him, his gaze fixated upon the stunningly beautiful woman on the grand bed, frantically tugging at her garments. Suddenly, his hand froze, and as a practitioner of alchemy, he began to sense an unsettling disturbance. He swiftly turned to gaze at the silver-clad maiden by the window. Despite the palpable tension in the atmosphere, Lin Mu felt a strange intoxication wash over him. Yet, before long, a chilling sensation of impending doom began to encroach upon him. He hurried toward the door, hastily flinging it open, and called out desperately to the outside, "Help! Help! Someone is trying to assassinate me." Soon, 2 gaping wounds appeared on his calves, the agony nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, exclaiming with fervor, "Jiangyun, I know it is you. If you kill me today, I will ensure that the Lin family learns it was you from the Jiang clan who took my life. Rest assured, the Jiang family will be made to pay for it. Is that so? Then come." A glint of malice flickered in Jiangyun's eyes. "Did you not wish to capture me?" Lin Mu swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his face like pearls slipping from a broken string, when suddenly, a golden light pierced through her chest. Struck with a fatal blow, Lin Mu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In the shadows, Jiang Ke was taken aback. Realizing that although Jiangyun appeared gentle and amiable, she transformed into a ruthless killer without a flicker of hesitation. Jiangyun casually surveyed the room, her graceful steps leading her to the unconscious Lin Mu. "Humph, how audacious to come to my domain," she remarked, observing Lin Mu, who seemed lifeless on the floor. In a flash, she was at the window, her delicate form leaping into the boundless night. A smile graced Jiang Ke's lips, but as he witnessed Lin Mu's actions, his expression darkened. Indeed, Jiang had always been shrewd. At the doorway, the previously unconscious Lin Mu stirred slightly, and moments later, his tightly shut eyes began to open slowly. This wretched woman was truly ruthless. Had it not been for the elixirs pilfered from his master, he might have met his end here today. Lin Mu gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, inhaling sharply. Struggling, he retrieved a small vial from within his robes, sprinkling its contents, a fine white powder, onto his injury before consuming a pill. "This woman will eventually meet her demise at my hands. Apologies for interrupting your fantasies," he mused. Just as Lin Mu envisioned a day when Jiangyun would fall into his grasp, a crisp voice unexpectedly resonated in the room. Lin Mu's body jolted, and with great effort, he turned his head. A figure cloaked in darkness emerged from the shadows, stepping forth with a deliberate pace. "Do you believe you will see the sun rise again?" The sound of youthful laughter echoed beneath the veil of darkness. Were it not for Jiang Ke's extensive experience with varied characters over the centuries, he too might have been deceived by Lin Mu, the cunning fox. Eerie blue flames began to flicker to life upon his fingertips. As he gazed upon the mysterious azure flames, Lin Mu's pupils constricted suddenly. Indeed, this was scale fire, a flame specifically meant for incinerating corpses. Jiang Ke offered a faint smile, waving his hand as the eerie blue fire descended upon Lin Mu with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, before he could utter a cry for help, he was swiftly reduced to a pile of ashes. Henceforth, The first great alchemist named Lin Mu vanished entirely from this world, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Ke, with an air of indifference, clapped his hands lightly, casually waving as the ashes on the ground were whisked away by the open window, dissipating into the wind. He soared into the air, disappearing into the enveloping darkness without disturbing a soul. With a delicate touch of his toes on the rooftop, he paused abruptly, letting out a resigned sigh as he slowly raised his head. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Yun inquired, tilting her chin defiantly, her cool voice resonating under the radiant moonlight. Jiang Ke shrugged, and after a brief silence, he altered his tone, saying, "It matters not who I am. It matters not who you are. Had it not been for you, I might not have seen the sun rise tomorrow," Jiang Yun replied, her gaze narrowing into a subtle arc. Though his figure was shrouded in shadows, it bore an uncanny familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. "What is your relationship with Jiang Ke?" she asked with a tone of certainty. Jiang Ke chuckled lightly, pondering whether Jiang Yun had indeed recognized him. "Just a friend." "A friend?" Jiang Yun's long eyelashes fluttered as she recalled the indifference Jiang Ke had shown her at the altar that day. An inexplicable flame ignited within her, and several strands of silvery, sword energy materialized around her, poised for an imminent attack. "Miss Jiang Yun, what are you doing?" Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow at her actions. "I am genuinely curious to see the extent of your friend's capabilities," Jiang Yun replied with a smile in her enchanting eyes, fixated on Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback before grinning. "You are no match for me. It would be wise for you to retreat swiftly. How can one know without attempting?" Jiang Yun's figure moved, swift as lightning. Jiang Ke merely stood there, a serene smile gracing his lips. Just as Jiang Yun was about to close the distance, she found herself unable to advance even a fraction closer to Jiang Ke. With a sudden movement, Jiang Ke summoned a small white vial that soared through the air, landing gently in Jiang Yun's hands. An ethereal voice resonated in the air. "You have invoked a secret technique. Keep this concentration powder, it will aid you. I harbor no ill will towards the Jiang family." Jiang Yun gazed at the figure that faded into the void, gripping the vial tightly. Though she had only glimpsed his eyes moments before, she was certain it was Jiang Ke. Yet, when had he become so formidable? Chapter 39. Annual Assessment. By the time Jiang Ke awakened from his slumber, the day had already dawned, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the window, scattering glimmers of starlight throughout the room, illuminating the entire space. Jiang Ke, still enveloped in a haze of slumber, gradually sat up, the drowsiness lingering for a couple of minutes before it dissipated from his mind. He shook his head to shake off the remnants of sleep, stretched his arms languidly, and proceeded to wash up in a casual manner. After completing his morning routine, he stepped out of his room and wandered through Qianyue City, seeking information regarding the Lin family. The disappearance of Lin Mu was a devastating blow to the Lin family. However, to Jiang Ke's surprise, he did not perceive anything amiss within Qianyue City. The marketplace bustled as usual, with elixirs still being sold, and there seemed to be no difference from the day before. Jiang Ke's gaze deepened as he sheathed the Moyuan ancient sword. He resolved to keep this sword by his side at all times, a constant reminder that only through relentless cultivation could he seek vengeance against Dantai Ling and restore the Moyuan ancient sword. Channeling his internal energy, he slowly directed it through his palms into the sword's body, and astonishingly, he sensed the blade beginning to awaken. This Moyuan divine sword weighed 60 pounds and bore 13 intricate patterns along its length, each pattern representing a layer of a formation. As each layer of the formation awakened, the sword's heft would increase. Jiang Ke steadied his trembling arm, maintaining his grip, and with a swift motion, he thrust the sword forward. The sword's energy surged forth like a rainbow, yet controlling such an ancient blade was a formidable challenge. Still, Jiang Ke felt that this was far from sufficient. At this moment, he also sensed that he had reached a bottleneck in his physical condition, and any further enhancement of his cultivation would prove to be arduous. With a sigh, he finally exited his room and made his way to the Jiang family's training grounds. The path of the immortal beckons. Jiang Yun wielded her sword with grace, slicing through the air and leaving a long, dark trail upon the ground. Jiang Hong clapped his hands and stepped into the training arena, smiling as he remarked, Yun'er, your cultivation has indeed improved significantly. You are truly a credit to the Jiang family. The family head is too kind, she replied modestly. It is merely that I possess a natural talent for the sword and reached the realm of sword clarity at an early age, which has afforded me a profound understanding of the sword path. It is Jiang Ke who is truly remarkable. I should learn diligently from him. Ha. Your words bring me great joy, Jiang Hong replied, pleased. In all of Qianyue City, there are scarcely 5 individuals under the age of 20 who have achieved the realm of sword clarity. You too are a youthful genius, and your future is boundless. Yes, I shall devote myself to diligent practice, Jiang Yun vowed. Jiang Hong nodded in satisfaction and, with a beaming smile, exited the training arena, while Jiang Yun continued to refine her sword technique. In the distance, Jiang Li watched this scene unfold, consumed by jealousy. How formidable could Jiang Ke possibly be to earn the praise of the aloof Jiang Yun? Just then, Jiang Ke emerged from his quarters and spotted Jiang Hong standing at the door. Father, is today the day of the year-end assessment? He inquired. Indeed, Jiang Hong confirmed with a nod. You must be cautious. I just took a stroll around the training arena and noticed that Jiang Li is on the verge of breaking through to the Wheel C realm. Since you are currently in the Wheel C realm as well, he may target you specifically. Let him come, Jiang Ke replied with a calm smile. Chapter 40. The annual assessment, a venerable tradition of the Jiang family, was to commence at the foot of Thousand Moon City's mountain. This year-end evaluation, a grand occasion rivaling the test ceremonies, had drawn the populace and nobility of Thousand Moon City to the martial grounds before the break of dawn. Even formidable experts from across the continent had been drawn by its renown. Jiang Hong occupied the paramount position on the highest martial platform, with Jiang Ke in the seat of secondary importance. An aura of commanding presence emanated from him, rendering his presence impossible to disregard. Elders Jiang Chong and the third elder were tasked with presiding over the assessment. Intrigued, Jiang Ke noted the vacant seat beside his father, prompting him to inquire in hushed tones, Father, why is there an empty seat? I shall elucidate later, Jiang Hong replied, a flicker of amusement crossing his countenance. Young man, do you intend to partake in the year-end assessment? Assuredly, Jiang Ke responded, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Excellent, Jiang Hong exclaimed with hearty laughter. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, strength is the ultimate arbiter. Those who possess it are the overlords of the realm. What is the way of heaven? It is strength. The way of heaven is inherently indifferent, permitting wanton slaughter without divine retribution. Yishui, adorned in a crimson gown that subtly revealed her cleavage and exquisitely alluring collarbones, cast a bewitching smile and parted her cherry-red lips, inquiring, Clan Leader Jiang, surely you would not deny me participation in such a vibrant spectacle? Since the maiden Shuerer has spoken, this old man shall not gainsay her. However, this is a martial contest, and one wonders what manner of person could possess such allure as to draw the maiden Shuerer's attention. That such a youth should possess the ability to concoct elixirs, display such brilliance upon the sacrificial altar, vanquishing those who sought to humiliate him, and even be chosen as the heir to the Jiang family, has piqued her curiosity. Driven by this, she intends to personally observe this young man at the martial training grounds to ascertain the full extent of his hidden talents, whether he is merely a fleeting spectacle or a prodigy biding his time. Jiang Ke also cast a glance at Yishui. He was not well acquainted with her, but judging by his father's demeanor towards her, he knew that this woman was no ordinary individual. She possessed immense wealth, enough to influence the very workings of Thousand Moon City. It is said that 8 out of 10 shopkeepers in the city were in her employ. Moreover, rumor has it that Yishui has a mysterious benefactor, rarely seen, whose presence even Jiang Hong might never behold. To befriend her would undoubtedly bring benefit, with no detriment, to any family in Thousand Moon City. Maiden Shuerer has also come to witness the assessment, and you are? Yishui inquired, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Li. It is indeed an honor to encounter Maiden Shuerer here, Lin Feng, the Lin family head, said with a smile. And this gentleman is? A nearby attendant promptly whispered into He Shui's ear, "Maiden Shuer, this is Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family." It is not surprising that He Shui does not recognize Lin Feng. During the zenith of the Lin family, Lin Feng held a disdainful view of any family in Qianyue City, let alone the Hulao auction house, where he seldom made appearances. Whenever he required medicinal pills, he would send his subordinates to the Hulao auction house to handle the bidding. The Lin family? Ah. He Shui's eyes sparkled as she immediately displayed an elegant and charming smile, saying, "So it is the master of the Lin family. How foolish of me not to recognize you. I truly apologize for my oversight." Lin Feng was equally taken aback by He Shui's amiability. Although he had not directly confronted her before, he had heard numerous rumors about her. This young woman, while appearing amiable on the surface, was said to be as cunning as a hidden thorn. No one could gain any advantage from her. In this world, where martial prowess is revered, academic examinations are often undervalued. On the contrary, martial assessments are held in high regard. Those who perform exceptionally well are rewarded by the family head, and some may even receive personal mentorship from the elders or become renowned figures after a tournament. In the martial assessments, participants are prohibited from using any cultivation. They must rely solely on their skills to engage in combat, which essentially translates to hand-to-hand fighting. The first round of the martial assessment tests strength. Various black stones of differing sizes are placed within the arena, accompanied by stone discs of various dimensions. It is said that the heaviest of these discs can weigh up to 1,000 pounds. Each disciple of the Jiang family holds a piece of paper detailing their strength from the previous year's test, and they take turns measuring the growth of their strength over the past year in accordance with their seniority within the Jiang family. Jiang Li, the first of his kind, approached a substantial stone slab weighing 400 pounds. He paused beside it, gripping the edges with both hands. Although it appeared somewhat laborious, he soon lifted the black stone effortlessly above his head. With a powerful throw, he cast the slab down, which landed heavily on the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. He then turned his gaze towards the adjacent stone, which weighed 600 pounds. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to lift it once more, ultimately resigning to defeat. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd. "Bravo! Incredible! Jiang Li, not yet 20, effortlessly raised 400 pounds. Truly remarkable." Others chimed in, "Indeed. However, I am particularly eager to witness Master Jiang's test. I wonder what his weight will be." The onlookers exchanged glances, nodding in mutual anticipation. Next was Jiang Yun, merely 16 years of age, who effortlessly lifted the 1,000-pound stone slab, astonishing everyone present. Her beauty, coupled with her status as the foremost among the 4 beauties of Qianyue City, marked her as a woman destined to be the center of admiration. Yet, her gaze did not linger on any individual in the crowd. Instead, it fell upon a young man standing aloof, hands behind his back against the wind. Noticing his indifference to her presence, a flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes. The spectators then realized that Jiang Yun and Jiang Ke indeed complemented each other perfectly, a match made in heaven. Yet, alas, it was a case of unrequited affection. Furthermore, Jiang Hong expressed directly that, given Jiang Ke's prowess, participation in such elementary contests was entirely unnecessary. He should proceed directly to the second round of assessment, a notion that incited envy among many. The third elder, standing upon the stone platform, announced in a resounding voice, "Those who have lifted the stone plate, step to the side. Those who have not are eliminated. Lifting the stone plate demonstrates your capabilities, and thus, you shall partake in the second round of assessment." The subsequent trial involves the dispatch of fierce tigers. Before you are arrayed bows, spears, and swords, select the implements you require at your discretion. Again, I reiterate, the employment of any cultivation is strictly forbidden. Each of you carries a distress signal. Should you encounter insurmountable peril, activate the signal, and assistance shall swiftly arrive. However, should you be unfortunate enough to be consumed by a tiger, it shall be deemed a consequence of your inadequacy and insufficient strength. Only those who triumph shall advance to the subsequent assessment. The second round of assessment commences now. Jiang Ke descended languidly, casually selecting a bough to sling over his shoulder, and ambled into the dense forest, much like one escorting Xiao Jiao through a bustling market. Jiang Li, with a nimble leap, mounted a steed, brandishing a whip and striking the horse, causing it to bolt forward with frenzied hooves. Jiang Ke, too, selected a horse, and with the startling flashbow upon his back, rode off in a cloud of dust. Within the hunting grounds at the base of Thousand Moon City lay a primeval forest, teeming with various demonic beasts. The 60 participants of the assessment, upon entering the forest, rapidly vanished from sight. With a sudden rustling sound, a colossal yellow shadow darted past the grass nearby, swiftly vanishing into the thicket 100 meters away. Despite its immense size, it moved with astonishing speed. This was a lightning tiger, a low-level beast known for its rapidity, possessing razor-sharp teeth and claws. However, its defensive capabilities were notably feeble. If partnered with a powerful tiger, the dynamics could change. What made this dense forest peculiar was not merely the abundance of various beasts, but the fact that each creature had awakened its spiritual senses, enabling them to seek allies for assistance. Jiang Ke drew his astonishing bow halfway, glancing over his shoulder to find only 5 arrows remaining. Here, he faced not only the threat of these beasts but also the treachery of human hearts. Who could predict which adversary might turn their weapon against him in the next moment? After all, a death in the forest could easily be claimed as collateral damage. Many heirs from notable families had met their demise within this very wood, and the higher the caliber of the beast slain, the greater the accolades received. This particular lightning tiger was not worthy of wasting an arrow from his astonishing quiver. Suddenly, from another direction, an arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. A dazzling arrow, glimmering with the sun's radiance, struck the lightning tiger squarely in the forehead. With a resounding thud, the beast collapsed beneath the trees. Jiang Li rode over on horseback, dismounted, and seized the arrow from the tiger's head, lifting the massive creature with ease. He mockingly addressed Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke, you venture forth to hunt, yet you hesitate to slay even a mere little tiger. Do you truly lack such courage? Why bother being the head of the Jiang family? I merely wish to conserve my precious lightning arrows, Jiang Ke remarked. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise as he coldly retorted, it's no wonder you are unaware, considering your infrequent participation in such hunting endeavors. The prey within this dense forest is scarce. Not everyone is fortunate enough to strike down their quarry. With that, Jiang Li mounted his horse and vanished into the depths of the thicket. Jiang Ke, maintaining a serene smile, chose not to respond. Yet he felt no inclination to be negligent. He too spurred his steed in a different direction. Within less than an hour, Jiang Ke encountered nearly 4 lightning tigers. Yet he refrained from engaging, instead seeking more formidable beasts. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, reaching Jiang Ke's ears. Overjoyed, he swiftly pursued the source of the sound. Deep within the forest, he discovered a towering tiger king, standing a magnificent 3 meters high, gazing down upon him with an air of disdain. However, before Jiang Ke could make his move, 2 others had already arrived, Jiang Li and Jiang Yun. Young Master Jiang, I fear you have arrived too late. This tiger king is likely mine, Jiang Yun said with a captivating smile. At that moment, just as Jiang Ke was about to speak, he noticed that behind the tiger king, 2 additional tiger kings had emerged, totaling 3. All 3 tiger kings launched a simultaneous assault on Jiang Ke and his companions. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun drew 3 feathered arrows, aiming them at the tiger kings before releasing them. The 3 tiger kings fell into the stream in unison. Be cautious, Jiang Ke urged, his gaze fixed intently on the surface of the water. At this moment, Jiang Yun sensed the imminent danger. Turning around, she was startled to see the fierce tigers, which had previously been resting beside the creek, suddenly rise and charge towards her. She leapt into the air, but alas, her horse had already become prey to 3 of the tigers. Although Jiang Yun reacted swiftly, she underestimated the sheer power of the beasts. 1 tiger relentlessly pursued her, intent on devouring her whole. A stunning arrow soared through the air, striking the tiger's jaws, diverting its deadly intent. Jiang Ke, in a moment of urgency, propelled himself towards the creek. The Tiger King, the mightiest among them, possessed formidable strength and formidable defenses. With a growl, one of the Tiger Kings, enraged by Jiang Ke's earlier arrow, opened its massive maw, seeking to seize him. In midair, Jiang Ke drew another stunning arrow, fully charged, and released it with precision. The arrow found its mark, penetrating the Tiger King's mouth, and to everyone's astonishment, it exploded within, forcing the beast to stagger backward in agony. With a thunderous crash, it fell heavily into the creek, sending up a tremendous splash of water. Chapter 42. The Unfathomable Beast Tide. Damn it. This Tiger King is truly troublesome. Jiang Ke muttered under his breath, leaning against his horse to catch his breath. Suddenly, the trees behind him began to collapse. Debris and foliage swirling through the air as colossal trees crashed down, as if a tempest had swept through. Clang, clang, howl. What on earth is happening? The air was filled with the clashing sounds of swords and the chaotic roars of various beasts and humans. Jiang Ke's eyes narrowed sharply, yet his feet did not waver. As soon as he took a step forward, a colossal serpent followed closely behind. It was a tide of beasts, surely. The emergence of an unparalleled divine weapon had triggered such a grand scale of chaos. Fiery rabbits, fire-cloud wolves, lightning birds. Although these were all low-tier magical beasts, their numbers were astonishing, rushing towards Qianyue City in a dense swarm. Jiang Ke, perched upon a branch, was utterly astonished by the frenzy of the creatures. Zhang Li and his companions found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming multitude of low-level beasts, their garments tattered, their bodies marred with blood, and in a state of utter disarray. A smile played on Jiang Ke's lips as he surged forward with the tide of beasts. Eager to discover what kind of extraordinary divine weapon could incite such a massive upheaval, he completely disregarded Zhang Li's words. In the face of impending disaster, every individual harbored a desire to survive, yet they were all inherently selfish, wishing for the downfall of those they despised amidst the calamity. As Jiang Li watched Jiang Ke dart like lightning towards the forefront of the beast tide, a sudden realization struck him, his expression contorting. Jiang Ke, you shall not lay your hands on that divine weapon. In a moment of distraction, he was bitten on the arm by a green wolf. He retaliated by thrusting his sword, cleaving the beast in two, flesh and blood flying. The inexplicable surge of beasts left the citizens of Qianyue City in a state of turmoil. Upon spotting Jiang Ke amidst the tumult, Jiang Hong gathered his breath and soared towards him. Brat, what on earth has happened? Can't you see? Such a formidable tide of beasts undoubtedly heralds the emergence of an extraordinary weapon. Yet, the destination of this beast horde remains a mystery. Jiang Ke stands resolutely against the wind, suspended in midair, coldly observing the humans in Qianyue City who are valiantly battling the onslaught. Do you not feel the slightest twinge of sympathy for them, young man? At this moment, the irreverent Jiang Ke leisurely folds his arms, appearing utterly unconcerned with the chaos unfolding in Qianyue City. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Those lacking power are destined for elimination. This is the ruthless law of survival of the fittest, Jiang Ke scoffs. What a fitting principle of survival. They are inherently callous beings, reserving their affection solely for those they cherish, with the lives of others bearing no significance to them. Suddenly, the beast tide comes to an abrupt halt. Approaching the forefront of the horde, the once ferocious beasts tremble, as if sensing some dreadful presence. Their legs quiver as they retreat in small, scattered groups. Jiang Hong is the first to slay a beast attempting to draw near, but inadvertently splatters himself with blood. As he raises his head, he is met with the sight of the city center of Qianyue, engulfed in dust and debris, trees collapsing. A chill runs down his spine as an ominous premonition washes over him. The crowd, perplexed and unaware of the impending catastrophe, gazes with bewilderment at the figures of the two men. A resounding roar erupts, accompanied by swirling debris as if a tempest has suddenly descended. A gigantic azure python bursts forth from the depths of Qianyue City, its body several yards long, demolishing structures in its path, while the crowd erupts in screams of terror. What is this? What on earth is happening? Subsequently, Jiang Li trembled as he pointed towards the colossal serpent ahead. Ignorant humans, boomed the giant serpent, its triangular eyes gleaming as it observed the fleeing mortals below, disdain dripping from its voice. It then charged towards the panicking crowd, devouring all in its path. Jiang Ke was the first to react, swiftly grasping Jiang Hong and leaping to the summit of the highest mountain in Qianyue City, Qianyue Mountain. This is a level 10 magical beast, the Azure Dragon, Jiang Hong stammered. If the beasts encountered before were merely appetizers, this level 10 creature was a lavish feast. It seems I was right to venture out today. Ignorant humans, prepare to be my sustenance. The Azure Dragon's tail swept across, causing a nearby peak to collapse with a thunderous roar, demonstrating its incredible speed. Oh, you humans possess a certain intrigue, daring to face me without fear. The dragon's fierce gaze locked onto Jiang Ke. Clad in a crescent moon-colored robe, Jiang Ke stood resolutely against the wind, appearing almost ethereal, a true embodiment of the divine. Merely a beast, what is there to fear? With a resounding crash, the dragon's tail swung again, but Jiang Hong reacted in time, unleashing a surge of emerald energy that struck the dragon's form, forcing it back by half a meter. Regrettably, those below, including Jiang Li, were not as fortunate. Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, noting that this seemingly inept father had some skill, managing to repel a level 10 beast. Master Lin, we must unite our efforts to drive this Azure Dragon away, Jiang Li implored urgently. The Lin and Fu families were well aware, with a firm resolve. They allied with Jiang Li to confront the Azure Dragon. Upon realizing there were no lingering threats, Jiang Ke seized the opportunity to observe the battle alongside Jiang Hong. Jiang Li's expression darkened ominously. Indeed, the prowess of the Jiang brothers was formidable, earning Jiang Ke's admiration. With a seemingly innocuous smile, he spoke leisurely. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, who was engaged in a fierce struggle against the demonic beasts, was rendered pale with fright, gritting her teeth in rage as she shouted, "Jiang Ke, you despicable scoundrel." Chapter 43. The Celestial Lock emerges. Jiang Ke paid no heed to her outburst, continuing to watch the battle unfold. Jiang Li, consumed by fury, felt as though he might spit blood. He never anticipated that he would end up crafting a bridal gown for Jiang Ke. The Azure Dragon lifted its head. Moving with deliberate slowness, its eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, an ominous sight that signified its complete fury. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a series of eerie, high-pitched cries, its serpentine body twisting and coiling as it surged forward. "Help! Jiang Li!" he cried, unable to evade the onslaught, only to be violently slammed against a tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Look, that is the Celestial Lock," Jiang Hong exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. The Celestial Lock. Jiang Ke soared into the air, landing atop the Azure Dragon, his long robe billowing around his lithe form. The onlookers gazed upward, unable to discern his features, yet they instinctively recognized him. That Celestial Lock is an unparalleled divine weapon that has remained hidden for a century. Only the Emperor possesses one throughout the entire continent. It is imperative that we secure it. Jiang Hong cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful. This level 10 demonic beast is not to be trifled with." Jiang Ke's thin lips subtly curved, hinting at a sense of disdain. A single strand of hair cascaded from behind him, resting upon his chest as he stood poised in the air, resembling a deity of death arriving in the mortal realm. Just his silhouette could alter the hues of the heavens and earth. Even the sun, moon, and mountains could not diminish his grace in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, the disheveled Jiang Hong felt tears welling in his eyes. This young man had steadfastly supported their family with his formidable strength. Yet, no one anticipated Jiang Ke would pivot and descend gracefully, approaching Jiang Hong directly. Jiang Hong gazed at him in bewilderment, asking, "What are you doing, boy?" Jiang Ke remained silent, his piercing gaze indifferent to the chaos around them. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hong questioned, perplexed. "We are going to help," Jiang Ke replied, hastening towards Jiang Li and the others. casting a cryptic smile at the still confounded Jiang Hong. At that moment, Jiang Yun's hair was in disarray. She realized the azure dragon was about to strike her. Jiang Ke, with a swift motion, lifted her from danger, urging, "To survive, keep your distance." Jiang Yun's expression darkened. But reflecting upon her earlier harsh words towards Jiang Ke, she realized he was not as callous as she had presumed. Perhaps she had misjudged him. "Jiang Ke, be careful," Jiang Yun exclaimed, her heart racing as the massive dragon's tail swept towards him, panic seizing her throat. "Everyone, do not waste your strength just yet. Heed my words. Even this 10th-level magical beast, despite its might, possesses weaknesses. If we can identify its vulnerabilities, we can drive it away." Jiang Li commanded with remarkable composure amidst the chaos. "Help! Save us!" The crowd, with their uneven levels of cultivation, was further hampered by numerous individuals hindering progress. In an instant, the azure dragon gained the upper hand, its crimson venom saturating the ground. This azure dragon was nothing short of a calamity for the entire Qianyue City, a monumental disaster. Yet at this moment, Jiang Li, orchestrating from within the throng, emerged as the savior of the people. Jiang Ke, with fervor, stood resolutely before the azure dragon, elevating his cultivation to its zenith. The might of the mountains and rivers lay within his grasp. A tempestuous aura surged forth, enveloping him in a verdant haze. With a soft chuckle, he transformed his claw into a palm, extending a single hand in a sweeping motion, effortlessly commanding the scene. A thunderous roar echoed, resonating for miles around the azure dragon. As the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, akin to dark clouds looming overhead, leaving many gasping for breath. "What are you waiting for? Aim for its eyes," Jiang Ke urged the dazed crowd. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Hong's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly leapt out of the danger zone, realizing that a moment's delay could cost lives. "What are you all doing? Follow Jiang Ke's lead and act swiftly." Jiang Yun's hands were clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fervent affection. Jiang Li gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us unite our efforts." Dust billowed as fleeing individuals and beasts transformed the once resplendent palaces into mere ruins. Jiang Ke and Jiang Li, caught off guard, shouted, "Come down and join forces with us." Jiang Li, "Do not concern yourself with Jiang Ke. He will find his own way. We must focus on controlling the pace of the beasts." Jiang Yun shouted, "No more idle chatter. Seize the opportunity while the azure dragon's movements are hindered. We must act swiftly." Jiang Hong leaped forward. The group soared through the air, forming a formidable quadrilateral that ensnared the azure dragon within their grasp. "Attack!" With those two words from Jiang Ke, they struck simultaneously, vibrant energies surging like a colossal tidal wave, transforming into countless serpentine dragons, accompanied by a howling tempest that swept forth. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Li and the others barely managed to evade the onslaught. Yet, even the residual shock waves caused several to spit blood, and some collapsed in a faint, leaving only Jiang Ke and Jiang Hong to narrowly escape. Though Jiang Hong struggled to suppress the tumult within. Even a mere speck of light dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Jiang Ke summoned the energies within, manifesting as a streak of luminous brilliance that plunged towards the dragon's head. In midair, Jiang Ke executed a flawless 360-degree turn, locking eyes with the azure dragon's blood-red gaze, unperturbed by fear. How formidable and uncanny Jiang Ke's form is, echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Raising both hands, Jiang Ke astonishingly completed the formation that required the collective effort of many, now accomplished solo. The array spread across the sky, erecting a towering tree that pierced the heavens, while dark clouds loomed over its peak, stirring a tempest in the firmament. The immense dragon's body began to twist and flee in desperation. The spectators were shaken, awestruck by such overwhelming power. It was too late for the azure dragon to escape now. With a chilling utterance, a surge of ebony radiance manifested as Jiang Ke effortlessly conjured 3 spectral columns of stone. A tempestuous gale arose, reversing its course, intermingling with a sword forged from potent dark essence, advancing towards the azure dragon with unyielding momentum. A harrowing shriek echoed from the azure dragon as its colossal form gradually dissipated, leaving behind a dark ring ascending from its vanishing point, settling upon Jiang Ke's index finger. Chapter 44. A missive from Dean Yunze. The populace erupted in jubilation upon witnessing the azure dragon's demise, oblivious to the dark ring materializing in its wake. By Jove, this Jiang Ke is formidable. He single-handedly vanquished a 10th-level magical beast. Good heavens, where did the Jiang family unearth this prodigy? Throughout Qianyue City, cultivators were astounded by this spectacle. The Celestial Lock. It is the Celestial Lock. This is the peerless divine weapon, unseen on this continent for a century. Now acquired by this Jiang family scion. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, surpassing even the shock of Jiang Ke's triumph over the Azure Dragon. The Celestial Lock, originally a spatial ring, was once the property of the Creator God during the primordial era. Legend has it that the Creator God transformed his 10 digits into 10 celestial locks, scattering them across the corners of this continent. Since the dawn of this land, only the individual who attained emperorship a century ago had obtained a celestial lock. It was this very celestial lock that rendered him impervious to harm, as it possessed defensive capabilities against even the most potent magical artifacts. The celestial lock has fallen upon the Jiang family, and it seems that henceforth, their position in Qianyue City remains unassailable. Indeed, it appears that in the days to come, everyone will need to curry favor with the Jiang family, murmured the onlookers. Following the sudden calamity that befell Qianyue City due to the assault by the Qinglong, it seems the city must once again endure a period of restoration. Jiang Ke, perspiring profusely, bid farewell to a throng of relatives who affectionately referred to him as their young master, leaving the ensuing chaos to be dealt with by his irascible father, who frequently chastised him as a little rascal. Time, like clouds drifting across the sky, swiftly transitioned from spring to summer, and the scorching sun heralded the annual enrollment at Yunze Academy. Yunze Academy, independent of any nation among the 4 kingdoms of the continent, stands as one of the most prestigious institutions, renowned for its assembly of prodigies. Without exceptional achievements, neither royal offspring nor scions of noble families can gain entry. Conversely, those endowed with remarkable talent, regardless of their humble origins or status as beggars, are afforded the opportunity to study at Yunze Academy. My boy, you have truly brought glory to the Jiang family, boomed a hearty laughter from outside, even before the speaker arrived. Jiang Hong's jovial voice echoed within. Jiang Ke shot him an exasperated glare, reproaching him for interrupting his cultivation. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention this formally. Son, this is a letter from Yunze Academy. It seems they are aware of your talent and have sent someone to deliver this missive. As he spoke, Jiang Hong produced a letter and handed it to him, noting that it was penned by the Academy's director. Yunze Academy? Jiang Ke paused, momentarily bewildered, before accepting the letter and opening it to read. My dear child, though I remain unaware of the reason the dean has chosen to correspond with you, this represents an extraordinary opportunity, one that even royal offspring would covet. You must not squander this chance. The tremor in Jiang Hong's voice was palpable, yet it could not conceal the fervor embedded within his words. Throughout his life, Jiang Hong's greatest pride has been his son, Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke furrowed his brow, hesitating. Indeed, attending Yunze Academy would afford him a wealth of knowledge. However, his past experiences had taught him that true advancement of one's abilities comes only through practical application. Perceiving his son's indecision, Jiang Hong's eyes flared with urgency as he exclaimed, My boy, you must understand, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At Yunze Academy, you will encounter not only theoretical knowledge, but also various forms of authentic training. It was utterly exasperating that this young man, presented with a coveted opportunity, remained indecisive. Are you listening to your father? Jiang Hong pressed. Yes, understood. Jiang Ke replied succinctly. The simplicity of his response left Jiang Hong perplexed. Was this an agreement or a refusal? While other children beseeched their fathers for every conceivable means to attend Yunze Academy, His son seemed to require persuasion to seize the opportunity. Truly, ahem. The esteemed Dean Yunyi of Yunzhi Academy is a figure I deeply admire. Despite his youth, he has already attained the realm of Tao fruit. Over the years, there have even been whispers that he has reached the pinnacle of the grand sage. Jiang Hong's enthusiasm grew with each word, his tone imbued with admiration and longing. In his previous life, Jiang Ke had heard of Yunyi and had longed to make his acquaintance. Regrettably, although this individual was the esteemed head of Yunzhi Academy, he was as elusive as a dragon, with no one ever knowing his whereabouts. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, the headmaster personally penned a letter inviting him to Yunzhi Academy. Young man, do you realize that this Yunyi is the only divine alchemist in the entire continent? Jiang Hong remarked, his hands clasped behind his back. A divine alchemist? Jiang Ke was astonished to discover that Yunyi was indeed a master of such caliber. His eyes gleamed with newfound interest. Thus, Yunyi is a living compendium of alchemical knowledge. The experiences of a divine alchemist cannot be rivaled by mere tomes. Jiang Hong glared at Jiang Li, who was pressing the matter further. Jiang Li insisted, head of the family, I understand that Jiang Ke is your son, but you cannot shield him in this manner. What has transpired? Jiang Ke entered calmly, surveying the assembly with a discerning gaze. Jiang Li accused, Jiang Ke, you incited the beast tied to assault Qianyue City. What punishment do you deserve? Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, bemused that the blame was being placed upon him. Jiang Li, you speak nonsense. Had it not been for Jiang Ke, we would all have perished when the beast tide descended, Jiang Yun interjected. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped protectively in front of him upon his arrival. Do you have any evidence? Jiang Ke regarded Jiang Li with an air of superiority. With a swift motion, he executed a spinning kick, sending Jiang Li sprawling. Jiang Ke, you are being outrageous. Chapter 45. The imperial family of Chu. Those who do not provoke me shall incur no wrath. Yet, should one dare to offend, I shall repay 100-fold. This is the principle by which Jiang Ke conducts himself. With audacity, Jiang Ke swiftly articulated, who am I? I am the future head of the Jiang family. I exhibit boldness. Elder San, whom do you accuse of being reckless? Elder San found himself momentarily speechless, choked by the audacity of Jiang Ke. This matter ends here. No further mention shall be made. Jiang Hong slammed his palm upon the exquisite Nanmu table, which splintered instantly. In the face of power and might, the assembly fell silent. Daunted, Jiang Li, clutching his chest in pain, lay outside the door, bellowing, Jiang Ke, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Was Jiang Ke mad? He could scarcely believe that Jiang Ke had the audacity to confront him openly within the main residence of the Jiang family. Such temerity was unparalleled. Jiang Ke positioned himself outside the door, his movements so swift that he left a fleeting shadow in his wake. In mere moments, he stood before Jiang Li, followed by a fierce gust of energy akin to a tornado. Jiang Li spat forth a mouthful of blood, propelled back several meters by the force of Jiang Ke's overwhelming strike. Trembling, he threatened, Jiang Hong, behold your son, a bully relying on his station. Jiang Ke responded with a cold smile, unperturbed. If you possess the capability, then utilize your strength against me. Jiang Li clutched his chest, contemplating whether he would meet his demise at the hands of this so-called waste. The thought filled him with bitterness and resentment. Jiang Ke, dare you accept the 2-month contest of life and death? Jiang Li's thoughts raced as he devised this scheme. Jiang Ke smirked disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance. With you? What harm is there in agreeing? The young man, Jiang Hong's brow furrowed. It was evident that Jiang Li was a ruthless character. Why not eradicate the threat while it lay in their grasp? Young man, by sparing this serpent today, do you not fear that one day it may turn and bite you? Suddenly, Jiang Yun's piercing scream broke the air. Ah, it is already noon, Jiang Ke. You are late for your report to Yunzhi Academy. It dawned on Jiang Ke that today was indeed the day of his enrollment at Yunzhi Academy. It appeared Jiang Li had orchestrated this plan. Indeed, a smile curled at the corners of Jiang Li's mouth. Jiang Hong exclaimed in fury, young man, hurry and report. You need not concern yourself with matters here. Jiang Ke glanced at the prostrate Jiang Li, nodded, and turned to leave with Xiao Jiao. By the time they arrived at Yunze Academy, the enrollment period had already passed, and dusk was settling in. "Young master, we have arrived. This is Yunze Academy." Xiao Jiao indicated towards the imposing gates in the distance. Jiang Ke crossed his arms, his slender fingers tapping against his arms, gazing up at the magnificent vermilion gates, murmuring, "So this is Yunze Academy." The gate stood over him in height, with a dark plaque hung high above, emblazoned with the characters Yunze Academy in a flourish of dragon and phoenix strokes. These simple yet grand characters exuded an air of majesty. Towering stone lions stood sentinel on either side, exuding an aura of power, lifelike in their detail, while the grand vermilion doors loomed in the center. The Cloudsay Academy is situated in the southern frontier of the mainland, near the central region, flanked by the meteorite ridge to the south and the Serpent Witch mountain range. There are even whispers that the secretive Xingtian clan resides in this vicinity. In front of the academy, clusters of young men and women engage in spirited conversations, their youthful exuberance palpable. Do you know? It is said that the young master of the Jiang family was personally notified by the dean through a letter. Is it true? Rumor has it that this Jiang scion is nothing but a worthless individual. Who can say for certain? Perhaps he has encountered some extraordinary fortune. However, during this morning's report, he was conspicuously absent. Could the rumors be unfounded? As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, some lowered their voices to stifle laughter, while others expressed their disappointment. Yet, Jiang Ke appeared oblivious to the chatter surrounding her, as if she were not the subject of their discourse. "Young master, today." Jiang Ke donned an exquisite dark-hued robe, her striking features complemented by an innocuous smile, exuding an air of nobility that drew adoring glances from the surrounding women. "Pay them no mind. Clear the way, make way for me." 2 rows of armed guards, robust and imposing, formed a protective barrier, forcefully parting the crowd as they strode forward. The clang of their heavy armor echoed resoundingly, led by a sentinel clad in black armor, his expression vigilant. Behind him, 16 magnificent steeds, known for their exceptional speed, drew a resplendent pink palanquin, making their way slowly toward the academy's entrance. What a grand display! Who might this person be? Surely, you must know. This is the Princess of Dechu making her appearance. Without such grandeur, how could it befit her royal status? The Dechu royal family stands as the most formidable power on the continent, and this grand display unmistakably signifies the presence of the emperor's most cherished daughter, the 9th princess. Her brother is a disciple of the esteemed Mentor Lin Tian at Yunze Academy, and her mother is none other than the emperor's favored consort, Consort Ling. Such a remarkable lineage. The surrounding crowd predominantly consists of nobility. Although some are slightly displeased by the pushing of the guards, they dare not express their discontent openly, opting instead for hushed whispers among themselves. "Hey, why are you all just standing there? Quickly make way." A guard approached Jiang Ke, extending his hand to shove him aside. Jiang Ke's expression darkened, and without warning, he unleashed a kick that sent the guard flying, reminiscent of how he had dispatched Jiang Li back at the Jiang family. The guard fell face first to the ground. "Get out of here, quickly." The crowd immediately dispersed. The guard coughed up blood, let out a pained scream, and promptly lost consciousness. Jiang Ke dusted off his clothes and stepped out of the crowd, coldly declaring, "What are you, to dare to make a scene before me?" "Young master," Xiao Jiao said, casting a worried glance at Jiang Ke. "Good heavens, who is this person? He has certainly stirred up trouble. The 9th princess is known to be a ruthless woman. Indeed, anyone associated with the royal family is invariably surrounded by skilled protectors. This lad is doomed," the onlookers murmured with concern. "Who dares block the way? Such audacity!" A thunderous roar echoed, imbued with a formidable presence, sweeping through the crowd, causing many to retreat in fear. In an instant, Jiang Ke and Xiao Jiao were exposed amidst the crowd. Chapter 46. A violent confrontation with the prince. How audacious to obstruct even the royal carriage. Who on earth possesses such audacity? The speaker's tone, laced with the essence of the Yuan spirit realm, reverberated through the air, instilling a palpable sense of intimidation. Those beneath the Yuan spirit realm felt their blood surge uncontrollably, retreating several steps. Yet, Jiang Ke stood unmoved, a faint smile of amusement playing upon his lips, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. "I am eager to discern who dares approach." A steady yet piercing voice emerged, and before the words faded, a pair of individuals, a middle-aged man and woman, stepped forth from the rear of the throng, their power radiating ominously. Upon their arrival, a gasp resonated through the crowd. These two must be at the Yuan spirit level, likely among the finest in the Great Chu. Are they not the prince's guards? What brings them here? It was evident that misfortune awaited the two of them. Some scoffed. What of the Yuan spirit realm? They are merely palace attendants. Indeed, they rely on the prince's power. One man, his voice sharp and intentionally raised, only succeeded in making his remarks more grating. Jiang Ke remained silent, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Xiaojiu, observing Jiang Ke's silence, interjected, "Humph. What can we do?" Jiang Ke glanced at Xiaojiu, noting the boy's growth, and thought to himself, an ignorant child. The man was named Tianyin, and the woman was called Dean. Dean elongated her voice, her gaze lingering upon Jiang Ke as she remarked, "I do not know who you are. Why should I divulge anything to you?" Jiang Ke curled his lips in a cold smile, disdainfully retorting, "This individual is doomed. I truly did not anticipate that the one who arrived would be none other than the crown prince. His fate is sealed." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Tianyin and Dean exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Although they discerned that the second son was in the realm of the Wheel of Sea, they could not ascertain whether he possessed any other attributes. It is prudent for the youth to exercise a bit more discretion in his actions. Tianyin's sharp voice pierced through the gathering, standing out conspicuously. "Why do you not hasten to depart? The majesty of the royal family is not something you commoners can provoke." "Oh, is that so? It is certainly preferable to the pretentiousness exhibited by the two of you." Jiang Ke scoffed. Upon hearing this, Tianyin and Dean's expressions darkened further. "Who dares to create a ruckus?" A deep voice emanated from within the palanquin. A youth clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, adorned with a golden crown, exuded an air of vigor, as if a celestial being had descended under the sun's radiant glow. A thought flickered through the minds of the onlookers. The remarkable and prodigious crown prince of Chu. Encountering him today was indeed more enlightening than 100 tales. Beside him stood a woman in yellow, elegantly dressed, equally stunning in her beauty. A hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the crowd. This was the notorious and imperious ninth princess. Following her was a similarly attired man, though of a more unsavory appearance. He was none other than the infamous and debauched fourth prince, renowned throughout the land. "Who are you to dare stand in front of the royal carriage? You are simply courting death," exclaimed the fourth prince, his eyes blazing with fury. "Why should it matter who I am?" Jiang Ke replied, his hands hanging casually by his sides, his tone as serene as a cloud. The fourth prince, incensed by Jiang Ke's blatant disregard for his authority, felt a surge of rage. How could he, a dignified fourth prince, be so insulted? It was utterly intolerable. Let this royal prince have him killed. Alas, it seemed this young man was doomed. Indeed, the fourth prince was a figure who feared neither heaven nor earth, and it was doubtful even the crown prince could save him now. However, the ninth princess suddenly raised her hand, halting the two ready to strike. With a vicious glint in her eyes, she declared, "Fourth brother, wait. If you kneel and admit your wrongs now, I can plead for your mercy. Do not overstep your bounds," the ninth princess warned, glaring at her brother as she positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Ke. "Kneel? Admit my faults?" Jiang Ke glanced at the silent crown prince beside him, suspecting that he was perhaps the most cunning player in this royal game. While the crown prince had not participated in the familial strife, Jiang Ke was acutely aware that those who ascended to power often did so by treading upon the blood of their own kin. The crown prince's inaction, neither obstructive nor supportive, suggested he was far from benevolent. "Do you think the princess and the fourth prince cannot endure a humble bow from a commoner like you? Let us not forget, this realm belongs to the royal family," the ninth princess proclaimed, her head held high with pride. What a splendid proclamation that the entire realm belongs to the royal family. Could it be that your esteemed Chu royal family has already united the four nations? It was yet another nonchalant remark. The lowly commoners, indeed, the whole world is under the auspices of the royal family. It is all part of our Grand Chu. The ninth princess seemingly did not anticipate the repercussions and spoke candidly. Sister, cease your words. Although the fourth prince was a frivolous character, he possessed a modicum of sense. Sister, do not speak recklessly. The crown prince, who had been observing the exchange in silence, could no longer restrain himself and admonished the ninth princess. One must understand that at Yunzhou Academy, it is not solely the royal family of Great Chu present. Representatives from the royal families of all four nations have come. Should these words circulate, the delicate equilibrium maintained among the nations would be shattered. If the other three nations were to unite against Great Chu, the consequences would be dire. You insufferable dandy, you speak utter nonsense. I shall slay you. The ninth princess's face flushed crimson, at a loss for a retort. No one expected Jiang Ke to suddenly intervene, delivering a resounding slap to the ninth princess's chest. She immediately let out a cry of anguish, blood spurting from her mouth. Her body propelled away. Alas, in a cruel twist of fate, she crashed into the fourth prince, and the two tumbled onto the street in a tangled heap. What on earth? The onlookers, momentarily stunned by Jiang Ke's audacious act, finally regained their senses and erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Before them stood a royal princess and a prince of the realm. This man, without a word, had dared to strike her, and with such force. He had sent her flying. How pathetic! Jiang Ke remarked disdainfully, wrinkling his brow. The people around collectively fainted, and to everyone's astonishment, someone, after striking the princess and the prince, disdainfully remarked that they were too weak. Who on earth is this person? What kind of pervert has emerged from the shadows? Outrageous! Tianyin exclaimed in fury, as Jiang Ke's movements were astonishingly swift and utterly unexpected. Chapter 47. Who was more arrogant? Before Dian could comprehend the situation, he heard the sound of the ninth princess and the fourth prince crashing to the ground in a parabolic descent. Kill this person! Tianyin screamed in a frenzy, dashing towards Jiang Ke. Arrogant brat, spare your life for me. Dian, with a powerful leap that stirred up dust, propelled himself into the air, wielding a sharp blade that sliced through the air. Heavens! This is Dian's sword. The crowd gasped, urging one another to flee lest they be caught in the chaos. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously, scattering the onlookers like startled birds. Watching the spectacle was permissible, but one must have the means to survive it. Young master, run! Xiaozhou shouted urgently, stepping in front of him in a bid to shield Jiang Ke from the deadly strike. The Dian sword, a unique and formidable skill of Dian, possessed an incredible power that should not be underestimated. Amidst the oncoming aura of a Yuanling-level energy, a silver light surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, flashing towards them. Jiang Ke, with a derisive smile, executed a nimble sidestep, evading the lethal blow. With a slight tilt of his head, his fingers, as strong as adamantine, effortlessly halted the blade's advance, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. What a monstrous being this is! To one's astonishment, he actually caught it. Was this a joke? The onlookers stood agape, swallowing hard as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. How could this be? This young man effortlessly intercepted the renowned technique of Di-yin with bare hands, and with such nonchalance. Xiaozhou exhaled a breath of relief. It appeared that the young master was unharmed. Such a trivial display of skill, yet it was enough to elicit embarrassment. Jiang Ke smiled faintly as he flicked his wrist, dark tendrils of energy emanating from his fingertips, and with a mere gesture, the lethal blade was shattered between his fingers. The spectators were left in sheer disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. Could their eyes be deceiving them? That was indeed Di-yin's famed sword technique, and it had been inexplicably broken, met with disdainful ridicule. The young master, had he ascended yet again? Xiaozhou gaped, struggling to articulate. The young master is truly terrifying. Was this not a millennium of cold iron? How could this be? What sort of monster are you? Dean, in disbelief, gazed mournfully at his cherished technique now ruined. His expression darkened as he exchanged a hurried glance with Tianyin, both reluctant to advance further. Who do you think you are? Daring to strike at the crown prince and the princess? The fourth prince's visage twisted in fury, his eyes gleaming like a venomous serpent as he glowered at Jiang Ke. His face pale with rage, pushing aside the guards in a frantic rush to confront him. In a flash of electric light, Jiang Ke struck once more, unleashing a sudden blow that sent the fourth prince hurtling through the air with astonishing swiftness. Ah, the fourth prince. Tianyin desired to intervene, but it was too late. She could only watch as he screamed in anguish, tracing a perfect arc across the sky and stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. This time, he was utterly unconscious, unable to lift even a finger. What does it matter if he is a prince? The target was you. Fourth brother, quickly check on him, urged Dean and Tianyin, rushing forward. If any one of the three lords were to meet with misfortune, their own lives would be forfeit. At this moment, the ninth princess stood up, dazed and disheveled, pushing away those who supported her. You reckless fool! I shall avenge my brother today? The ninth princess appeared exceedingly disordered, her face contorted in rage, devoid of any semblance of royal composure. Having just risen, she witnessed her brother soar past her, leaving her in a state of utter turmoil, making it impossible for her to maintain the demeanor expected of a royal. In stark contrast, the crown prince observed the scene with an air of detached indifference. Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, recognizing the crown prince's extraordinary talent. He seemed intent on eliminating his rivals without getting his hands dirty. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with the ninth princess's forehead pulsating with anger. Tianyin and Dean stood ready, awaiting the ninth princess's command. The impending clash was imminent, prompting bystanders to retreat to avoid being inadvertently caught in the crossfire of these formidable adversaries. Who dares to act so audaciously, showing utter disregard for Yunze Academy? A resonant voice echoed from the entrance, filled with a sense of age and detachment, causing the crowd to part. An elderly man with a bushy white beard, clad in a simple long robe and possessing piercing eyes, was flanked by several students from the academy who hurriedly approached. It turned out to be His Highness the Crown Prince. Yunmu strode forward, his gaze landing on the ethereal crown prince and the disheveled ninth princess. His tone shifting abruptly as he inquired, "Might I ask why the ninth princess is causing such a commotion at the gates of Yunze Academy?" Though the ninth princess was known for her arrogance, her royal upbringing had afforded her some worldly experience. Quickly suppressing her anger, she replied, "Ah, it is you, Mentor Yunmu. I have come to visit my royal brother, but unfortunately encountered this impertinent individual blocking my path and had to teach them a lesson." The onlookers gasped, internally musing, the imperial family of Dechu truly lacks shame. Who is actually reprimanding whom? The ninth princess stiffened, acutely aware of the whispers surrounding her, yet unable to express her indignation. Yunmu appeared bewildered and confused. He turned to the seemingly unperturbed Jiang Ke and asked, "Pray tell, who is causing this uproar?" Chapter 48. Are we considered useless? What? This is Jiang Ke. Is that truly the case? He doesn't appear to fit the description. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation pierced the atmosphere, as the ethereal youth before them, renowned throughout the continent as the useless Jiang Ke, was indeed the heir of the Jiang family. Is this world truly fantastical? The crown prince exclaimed in astonishment. Regarding Jiang Ke, he is indeed well acquainted with his reputation. It is said that he has failed 8 times at gathering spirit, earning him the title of the useless scion of the Jiang family, to the extent that even the head of the Jiang family once forsook him. Truly, a scion of the Jiang family. Although I cannot claim a bond of life and death with your father, we share a profound friendship. Yunmu squinted at the ethereal youth before him, a boy of remarkable grace, nodding with a smile as he spoke. This young man, rumored to be a failure, seemed to defy all expectations. How could this be? How could this boy possibly be the Jiang family's disgrace? Is there some mistake? You are the one who is worthless. Did you not notice how he just engaged in hand-to-hand combat with both Dian and Tianyin? If he is a failure, then what does that make us? Mere refuse. Indeed, just look at that astonishing spectacle he just displayed. The crowd buzzed with excitement, almost setting a table with tea and snacks, as if they were at a storytelling session. Jiang Ke has truly surprised everyone. Yunmu stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Young man, since you have come to report to Yunzu Academy, why do you arrive only now? Do you have your registration certificate? The golden scales do not belong to mere pawns. When one transforms into a dragon, they soar to the heavens. In the past, Jiang Hong was a hero whose name rang across the continent. How could his son possibly be a failure? This can only indicate one thing. This young man has been biding his time, seeking the opportunity to ascend to greatness. There must be a reason for his delayed arrival, a truth not yet revealed." Jiang Ke took out a letter from his bosom and presented it to Yunmu. This is the dean's handwritten letter." Yunmu, with a face full of reverence, took the letter from Jiang Ke's hands and raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ke, filled with astonishment. "What? The dean's personal correspondence? Is this a jest? How could the dean personally write to a student of the academy? Is this a forgery?" Upon hearing this, everyone present, both teachers and students alike, were struck with awe. Who is the dean of Yunzu Academy? He is universally acknowledged as the foremost expert on the continent and the only qualified divine alchemist. He only accepted the position of dean out of gratitude to the previous dean for saving his life. Could it be true? Is the dean actually considering taking on an apprentice this year? The crowd's gaze was riveted on the letter in Jiang Ke's grasp, as if it were a rare treasure, yearning to pounce upon it. The dean's handwritten letter is a privilege that no student has ever possessed since the academy's inception. Even receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the dean is a matter of great honor to one's family. The onlookers stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation before them. "What are you all standing around for? Come in quickly," Yunmu playfully urged. "Very well, I shall trouble you, Mentor Yunmu." Jiang Ke nodded and walked slowly alongside Yunmu. Qianyue stood at the entrance, gazing at the crimson door, her brows furrowed in uncertainty, unsure of what to do. Jiang Ke turned to Qianyue and said, "Qianyue, why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and follow." "Ah, young master, what is this?" "Young master, this is the esteemed Yunzu Academy of Civilization on the continent. How could a humble person like me ever gain entry?" Jiang Ke, the old sage, helplessly shook his head, fearing that this young man was contemplating his lowly status, unfit for life in such a prestigious place. "Qianyue, this is your servant. He possesses commendable talent, so let him enter as well," Yunmu remarked, shrugging casually. Qianyue, moved to tears, immediately ceased his protests and hurried to catch up with Jiang Ke. The onlookers cast envious and jealous glances in their direction. What is so remarkable about this? It is merely a handwritten acceptance letter from the esteemed principal. Does he truly believe that he owns this academy? This princess is merely passing through. Though the 9th princess struggled to swallow her indignation, she managed to suppress her voice. Meanwhile, the 4th prince, determined to dampen the spirits, interjected, "This prince does not accept this. Did it not state that Yunzu Academy allows no latecomers to re-enter? This Jiang Ke was clearly tardy. Why is he allowed inside? 4th prince, if you possess the capability, go request your own handwritten acceptance letter from the principal. I assure you, I will treat you with the same respect I would afford to His Majesty the Emperor." Yunmu interrupted, thoughtfully remarking, You. The 4th prince nearly succumbed to his fury. Chapter 49. The principal is a woman. Yunmu, with a face etched in age, beamed at Jiang Ke, his expression blooming with joy. This is an exceedingly spacious house, with a seamless flow from north to south. On the pitch-black shelves surrounding it, a plethora of precious herbs is meticulously arranged: Linghua wood, qianxiao flower, and the rare dual-blooming grass, among others. The aroma of medicinal herbs permeates the entire dwelling. At the heart of the room stands a colossal alchemical furnace, with flickering flames still dancing beneath it, suggesting that its occupant has not yet departed. Is this an alchemical chamber? Even Jiang Ke, accustomed to the tumult of life, could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, Yunze Academy is remarkable. This mere medicinal kitchen is already impressive, brimming with a variety of herbs, many of which must have been personally gathered by the dean. Upon hearing Jiang Ke's admiration, Yunmu straightened his chest with pride and declared, "Since you are a direct recruit of the dean, you may freely utilize the herbs here." "Are you suggesting that I can use any of these herbs at will?" Jiang Ke gazed incredulously at the individual before him. "Indeed, use as much as you desire. There is no need for concern." Yunmu exuded an air of authority, reminiscent of a monkey claiming dominion in the absence of a tiger. Although he hesitated, observing Jiang Ke's youthful demeanor led him to believe that despite his exceptional talents in cultivation, he was likely inexperienced in the art of alchemy. Even if he were to whimsically attempt concocting elixirs, how much of the precious herbs would be wasted? Little did Yunmu anticipate that his casual remark would result in months of resentment from the students of Yunze Academy, nearly causing him to sputter blood in frustration. "Thank you, Mentor Yunmu." Jiang Ke's radiant smile sent a chill down Yunmu's spine, as if he had committed some grave error. At this moment, what Jiang Ke lacked most were these precious medicinal herbs. Flattered by Jiang Ke's praise, Yunmu felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Yet the brilliance of Jiang Ke's smile evoked a sense of foreboding that he could not quite place. "I shall take my leave now. Feel free to browse at your leisure." After conveying his message, Yunmu hurriedly made his exit. Jiang Ke strolled leisurely among the rare herbs, stroking his chin and chuckling. "Mentor Yunmu, you said it yourself, so I shall not hold back." "Young master." Xiao Jiu felt a sudden pang of anxiety at Jiang Ke's laughter, sensing that something ominous was on the horizon. "Is this truly the Lingxiao pill, young master? Is this pill really meant for me?" Xiao Jiu asked incredulously once more. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ke was about to respond when a gentle voice, laced with mirth, interrupted him. Suddenly, a figure entered the herbal chamber with graceful strides, draped in a simple, unadorned long robe, casually half-tied. Her eyes sparkled with laughter, exuding an air of elegance and nobility that was simply enchanting. With her hands clasped behind her, she radiated a refreshing charm that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "Dean Yunlin," Xiao Jiu exclaimed excitedly. When Jiang Ke finally recognized the person before him, an overwhelming urge to faint washed over him, and he fought the impulse to curse. Good heavens! The legendary alchemist of the Fengyan continent is a woman. "Young master, I must take my leave," Xiao Jiu said, bowing slightly. Xiao Jiu swiftly retreated, a hint of humor escaping his lips as he remarked, "Well, I shall take my leave as well." Jiang Ke, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, contemplated a hasty exit, his mind rife with expletives. How absurd. Yunlin turned out to be a woman of unparalleled beauty. Some women possess a captivating allure, yet exude an air of superiority, while others, though elegantly handsome, radiate warmth and approachability. In contrast, this Yunlin was an exquisite paradox, both breathtakingly beautiful and endearing. Her gaze was drawn to the alchemical furnace, where a few unrefined pills awaited their transformation. Beside the intricately carved black furnace, several white pills emitted a faint, fragrant aroma, clearly fresh from the forge. "Is this your concoction?" Yunlin inquired, her movements graceful as she approached the furnace, delicately lifting one of the pills. "Indeed," Jiang Ke replied, biting his lip, striving to divert his gaze from Yunlin's stunning visage. "Beauty is but a fleeting illusion." Setting down the freshly crafted pills, Yunlin remarked nonchalantly, "This Lingxiao pill is perfectly round and of exceptional quality. Young man, I did not expect such talent in your alchemical pursuits. You flatter me, esteemed director." "Flattery is an understatement. Your prowess surpasses my own in my youth." Yunlin's gentle smile illuminated the courtyard, where flowers bloomed vibrantly and birds sang melodiously. From her bosom, Yunlin produced a transparent orb resembling crystal and placed it before Jiang Ke, saying, "Now, let me see the extent of your spiritual power." Chapter 50. The rising wind testing one's mental strength resulted in the unfortunate shattering of another's crystal ball, and to make matters worse, The individual involved was none other than the esteemed dean of Yunzha Academy. Was this not akin to courting disaster? I fear there may be no other soul on the continent possessing such formidable mental prowess. Yunlin exclaimed in astonishment. It is utterly remarkable, unlike anything I have ever encountered. Jiang Ke replied with a serene smile. This indicates that I have indeed captured the attention of my teacher. Teacher? I could hardly bear such a title. Your mental strength is of the highest grade, 10. Even in my prime, when I underwent testing, my mental capacity was merely innate. This young man is already soaring towards 10. It is truly terrifying. Surely, he is destined to be an alchemist. To think that Yunzha Academy has uncovered such a rare gem, albeit one whose potential has yet to be fully realized. This raw talent requires refinement, and once honed, it will undoubtedly dazzle the world. Teacher, you continuously refer to yourself as old, yet I perceive you to be no more than 18 years of age. How? Jiang Ke finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Unexpectedly, Yunlin burst into hearty laughter. If I were to calculate, I am precisely 20 years your elder. However, my fondness for concocting elixirs has led me to create a beauty potion that preserves my youthful appearance, keeping me at the tender age of 18. Goodness! Jiang Ke could not help but mutter in disbelief. Coughing lightly, he managed to maintain an air of composure while inwardly acknowledging, indeed, you are a true prodigy in the art of alchemy. From this day forth, you shall join me in the alchemical arts, or rather, we shall engage in a discourse on the crafting of elixirs. I am certainly unworthy of assuming the role of your mentor. Within the confines of the apothecary, the sound of Yunlin's sigh resounded once more. Such prodigious talent left even the one known as a divine alchemist feeling utterly inadequate. Another sigh escaped her lips as she placed several tomes before Jiang Ke, saying, My young friend, it is likely that before long, I shall have nothing left to impart to you. These volumes are remnants of my years of toil, now rendered redundant at my side. It would be more fitting to bestow them upon you. This is far too precious, master. I cannot accept it, Jiang Ke replied, touched by her generosity. Nonsense. They are merely old books and my own compilations, Yunlin remarked with a subtle smile, her sleeves billowing gracefully. Though her words were delivered with a lightness of spirit, Jiang Ke, also an alchemist, understood the profound significance of these texts and her notes. Has something befallen my master? Jiang Ke inquired, stepping outside alongside her. Yunlin stood amidst the wind, surveying the vigilant surroundings of Yunzha Academy, and gently remarked, Jiang Ke, are you aware that to the south lies the fallen god Ridge, the Serpent Witch Mountain Range, and the legendary Xingtian secret clan? Currently, the tremors originate from the fallen god Ridge, suggesting that something noteworthy has transpired there. Does my master imply that an incident has occurred? Jiang Ke pondered, suddenly recalling Jiang Li, who had been conspicuously absent. Rest this afternoon, my dear. There is no rush in mastering the art of alchemy. You have been weary these past days, so take a well-deserved respite. Yes, master. Jiang Ke replied with a faint smile, devoid of any pretense. Her gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. Nodding slightly, she turned and walked towards the door. Yunlin took a gentle step forward, gazing at Jiang Ke's retreating figure, and spoke tenderly. This student truly is my fortune. Jiang Ke learns at an astonishing pace. No matter the challenge she faces, she comprehends it effortlessly. I fear it won't be long before she surpasses me. Meanwhile, the members of Yunzha Academy were engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the cause of the recent upheaval. Chapter 51. Jiang Ling. This is not merely astonishing. It is truly terrifying. At that moment, a brilliant white light shot into the sky, prompting the crowd to marvel, pondering who among them had broken through the realms of Yuanling. The white light gradually faded into the depths of the night. Who could that be? Someone exclaimed from within Yunzha Academy. This emanates from the headmaster's courtyard, yet the headmaster's level has long surpassed any known realm. It cannot possibly be him. Could it be? As the white light dissipated at the twilight's edge, discussions erupted in every corner of the academy. Everyone speculated about who had ascended. Their voices a symphony of envy, excitement, and indignation, reflecting the myriad emotions of humanity. Jiang Ke emerged from her room, oblivious to the commotion surrounding her. Yet her countenance betrayed an undeniable joy. Indeed, they are a group of naive fools, merely at the spirit realm, and yet they are so exuberantly stirred. One can only imagine how they would react if one day they ascended to the imperial rank. This discordant voice, however, piqued Jiang Ke's attention. Tianling, if you possess such prowess, why not ascend as well? Speaking here as if sour grapes are all you can taste. Jiang Ke turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The newcomer was a striking woman, standing apart from the crowd. Her long legs encased in a form-fitting robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure and elevated her proud bosom. With her phoenix eyes and cherry-red lips, complemented by an exquisite beauty mark beneath her right eye, she radiated an enchanting coldness. Unlike Yunlin's captivating beauty, this woman was a natural enchantress. Oh, it is the young lady of the Jiang family. It has been quite a while. Have you grown more beautiful? The woman named Tianling crossed her arms, addressing Jiang Ling with disdain. Jiang Ling, regardless of the occasion, always seemed to relish undermining her. It was truly vexing. Today, she was determined to give her a taste of her own medicine. Within the confines of the Yunzhou Academy, Tianling, bolstered by her family's status and her remarkable talent, was seldom challenged. However, there was one notable exception. Jiang Ling, whenever the opportunity arose, the two would invariably clash, drawing the attention of onlookers eager for entertainment. It is indeed Tianling, the little vixen who roams the academy fearlessly. What a pity she has encountered the beauty that is Jiang Ling, pray tell. Jiang Ling, where is that good-for-nothing from your Jiang family? Has that waste made an appearance? Tianling glared fiercely at Jiang Ling and spoke. Although Jiang Ling had only met Jiang Ke once, in her heart, Jiang Ke was no longer the useless individual he once was. She would not allow anyone to insult the swordsman. With a graceful flick of her hand, a blade of wind surged forth with astonishing speed, striking directly at Tianling. Startled, Tianling could not evade in time, letting out a cry as she spewed blood, her body crashing violently against the adjacent wall. No one expected the typically composed Jiang Ling to act so decisively, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Such a person dares to claim that I am not of the Jiang family? I suggest you leave Yunzhou Academy at once, Jiang Ling declared disdainfully. How dare anyone bully my child? A thunderous voice echoed as an elderly man clad in a bright yellow robe appeared before the crowd. It was Master Tian. The presence of Master Tian left Jiang Ling in a precarious position, for it was well known that he held a deep affection for his beloved daughter. Father, it was this vile woman who harmed me. Tianling, disheveled and emerging from the rubble, trembled as she pointed a shaking finger at Jiang Ling. Tian Fuzhen fixed his piercing gaze upon Jiang Ling and demanded, "Was it you who inflicted serious injuries upon my daughter?" "Indeed, Master Tian. It was your daughter who insulted my family first, compelling me to act," Jiang Ling replied with unwavering composure. Tian Fuzhen shouted, "You insolent child! Do not think that just because you are the disciple of that madwoman, I will not dare to strike you. Let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to harm my precious daughter shall face the dire consequences. Master Tian, everyone has witnessed that it was your daughter who instigated the conflict first. Regardless of my mentor's affairs, if you seek to assign blame, then let it fall upon me alone. Do not involve my family or my teacher." Jiang Ling stepped forward, her long hair billowing in the wind, exuding a spirit that rivaled any man. The onlookers cheered, acknowledging the audacity of this woman who dared to confront Tian Fuzhen. "Father, I told you that after that useless member of the Jiang family appeared, this little wretch immediately rushed to attack me. Father, let us put an end to this little wretch." Tianling seemed to have found her support, leaning against Tian Fuzhen with a pained expression. If it weren't for her own carelessness, this little wretch would never have gotten so close. Jiang Ling stood tall before the crowd, facing the father and daughter of the Tian family without a trace of fear in her eyes. Is Master Tian under the impression that my Jiang family is without protection? A languid voice unexpectedly emerged from the crowd, belonging to Jiang Ke. The crowd parted, allowing Jiang Ke to step forward. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ling's face instantly brightened with a smile. Jiang Ke, you've arrived. Yes, cousin, you've worked hard, Jiang Ke replied nonchalantly, yet his tone was laced with concern. Tian Fuzhen squinted, scrutinizing the youth before him. Who are you? A flicker of recognition crossed his face. So it is him. This situation is bound to become interesting. Who is this man? Why does it seem like this is going to be entertaining? Wait, how could I not know who this person is? Let us move away quickly, lest we become collateral damage. Upon sighting Jiang Ke, the crowd promptly parted, for provoking this young sovereign was a folly no one dared to entertain. Whispers filled the air. Are you unaware? This is the young master of the Jiang family who recently clashed with the 9th princess and the 4th prince. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. The 4th prince darted through the air with a swift motion. Some spectators relished in the misfortune. As the onlookers retreated further, their voices dulled. Humph. Who is your mentor? Surely, they have instilled in you the values of respecting one's elders, remarked Tian Fuzhen with palpable disdain. Jiang Ke smirked coldly, his words dripping with scorn. You need not concern yourself with my mentor. Should anyone wish to bully the Jiang family, they must first contend with me. What audacity! Let me see how the Jiang family is beyond reproach. Little brat, reveal your name, Tian Fuzhen growled, his menacing demeanor rivaling that of Tian Linger. Chapter 52. The Life and Death Duel. Jiang Ke lazily raised an eyebrow and declared, Tian Fuzhen, I challenge you to a life and death duel. No retreat, no surrender. Do you dare? The crowd gasped in astonishment. A life and death duel could claim lives. They pondered whether Jiang Ke had lost his senses, daring to challenge someone of such esteemed rank. Jiang Ling's brow furrowed, her expression a mixture of hesitation and disapproval. You, of all people, think yourself worthy of challenging my father to a life and death duel? Spare me the jest. Tian Linger appeared to have heard something immensely amusing, as if questioning if this individual was merely a jester. Jiang Ke remained unfazed and casually remarked, Tian Fuzhen, do you dare accept? This provocation was akin to a slap in Tian Fuzhen's face. What? Are you afraid? Jiang Ke's voice flowed softly, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling. Ha ha ha. In my lifetime, I have yet to be challenged to a life and death duel by a junior. If that is the case, why not accept? Tian Fuzhen laughed boisterously. Jiang Ling interjected, Master Tian, since it's a life and death duel, shall we raise the stakes? I've heard you possess a medicinal treasury. How about we use that as our wager? Though Jiang Ling harbored concerns for Jiang Ke, she trusted in Jiang Ke's capability to confront Tian Fuzhen, given that he dared to initiate such a challenge. Suddenly, Tian Fuzhen felt a shiver, sensing that he might have been outmaneuvered. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed. Very well, I accept your terms. But if you lose, what shall you wager? A Lingxiao pill, is that sufficient? Jiang Ke calmly produced a Lingxiao pill from her hand. This particular pill was a remnant from Xiaojio's promotion, making it a fitting stake. My goodness, it truly is a Lingxiao pill. That is an essential elixir for advancement. The pill's color was pure, and its shape was flawless, clearly indicating its superior quality. The moment the Lingxiao pill was unveiled, Tian Fuzhen's eyes widened in astonishment. Having remained at the esteemed realm for an extended period, he found it exceedingly challenging to ascend further, unless aided by the Lingxiao pill. Initially, he had sought the dean's assistance for its refinement, yet she had always been elusive, making her presence difficult to locate. Now, unexpectedly, it seemed that an opportunity had presented itself. Moreover, this young man appeared to be merely at the Yuanling level, just having embarked on his journey. With this thought in mind, Tian Fuzhen resolutely accepted the life and death duel. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Surrounding spectators began to murmur, speculating on who would ultimately emerge victorious. Some even set up informal betting, offering odds of 5-1 on Jiang Ke's victory and even odds on Tian Fuzhen. I wager 10,000 taels, one proclaimed. 10,000 gold coins, Jiang Ling stated calmly. The crowd regarded her with incredulity. Those who had previously hesitated now fervently placed their bets on Tian Fuzhen. The life and death duel was scheduled for 2 days hence. igniting fervent speculation among the onlookers about the eventual victor. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On the day of the duel, the weather was splendid. And in the central square of Yunzhe Academy, a grand arena was erected, adorned with a deep crimson carpet, buzzing with anticipation. On either side of the arena, groups had gathered, led by Jiang Ling and Tian Linger. Humph, merely a waste of space. Watch as my father handles him. Tian Linger scoffed. Is that so? The outcome remains uncertain, Jiang Ling retorted, glancing anxiously at the passing time. Yet, Jiang Ke had yet to arrive, causing her to fret. Had he encountered some unforeseen trouble? Could it be that this fool is frightened and thus dares not appear? Tian Fuzhen, clad in pristine white attire, stood upon the arena, exuding an air reminiscent of a celestial being. To my surprise, I had not realized that Mentor Tian possessed such a fiery temperament. As he spoke, a man in white gracefully descended, akin to a divine spirit. Jiang Ke. Jiang Ling was nearly beside herself with excitement upon seeing his figure. Her earlier concerns vanished without a trace. Humph, I thought you were too afraid to show up, lest you end up weeping pitifully after I bested you. Tian Fuzhen, having shed his earlier ferocity, now adopted a subtly sinister demeanor. How audacious for a mere boy, still reeking of immaturity, to provoke me. Such recklessness is akin to courting death. Hearing Tian Fuzhen's malevolent words, Jiang Ling felt a flicker of anger welling within her. She clenched her fist and gradually relaxed it, turning to Jiang Ke and saying, Jiang Ke, come here a moment. I wish to speak with you. Jiang Ke cast a curious glance at Jiang Ling before complying and approaching her. What is it? He inquired. In a hushed tone, Jiang Ling confided, Jiang Ke, over the past few days, I inquired about Tian Fuzhen and discovered that his nephew is none other than our Jiang family's Jiang Li. Isn't this akin to the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple? Family turning against family? Jiang Ke raised an eyebrow, realizing that Jiang Li was indeed a relative. This revelation explained his persistent curiosity regarding why Tian Ling was so intent on seeking Jiang Ling's assistance, particularly since he had overheard it. With a smile, Jiang Ke gently patted her hand, signaling that all was well, before turning with nonchalant grace towards the arena. Jiang Ling immediately brightened with a charming smile, gazing helplessly at his retreating figure. This young man had effortlessly captivated her. One could only wonder how many beautiful maidens he would enchant as he continued to grow. Jiang Ke, you must exercise caution, she couldn't help but utter. Jiang Ke lifted his lips, a carefree smile dancing upon his face as he nodded and glanced at Tian Fuzhen beside him, raising his hand politely and declaring, Let us begin. Very well. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Tian Fuzhen trembled, the aura of a respected master surging forth like a tidal wave, crashing relentlessly towards Jiang Ke. The raging wave palm unleashed a torrent that resembled a colossal ocean swell, with Tian Fuzhen conjuring a formidable formation from this tempestuous force. Although this technique was fundamentally elementary, the effects magnified by the mastery of a respected figure were extraordinary. Even a mere hint of his oppressive presence rendered those of inferior rank nearly immobile, some even collapsing to their knees. The higher the realm, the more formidable even the simplest techniques became. Chapter 53. The convergence of myriad swords. As the reverberation subsided, the surrounding air quivered slightly. Tian Fuzhen took a cautious step back, while Jiang Ke stood enscathed in his original position. My heavens, is this a jest? The realm of a celestial mentor is at the respected level, yet this young man appears to be merely at the wheel C tier. How can these two be so evenly matched? This is utterly astonishing. Quite intriguing indeed. The laughter of Tian Fuzhen suddenly pierced the air. You, a mere child, indeed possess the audacity of arrogance, but your journey ahead will not be so straightforward. A sound akin to a muffled thunderclap reverberated in the hearts of the onlookers, rendering them breathless. At this moment, Tian Fuzhen became acutely alert. If this individual remained, he would surely become a formidable obstacle for Jiang Li within the Jiang family. Jiang Ke raised his head and unleashed a thunderous roar, his entire being vibrating with potent energy. With a swift motion of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his grasp, and an invisible sword aura surged forth, swiftly targeting Tian Fuzhen. Jiang Ke's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Tian Fuzhen. With a crack, the protective energy surrounding Tian Fuzhen burst forth, and Jiang Ke deftly sidestepped, his crescent-colored long robe tracing a graceful arc in the air as he executed a flawless backflip, landing nimbly on the ground, completely evading Tian Fuzhen's lethal strike. Meanwhile, a piece of ironwood at the edge of the arena shattered with a resounding crack. "Humph, Tian Fuzhen, have never been defeated by a student," he retorted, responding swiftly. With a flick of his hand, an intangible sword aura coiled around him incessantly, and a soaring dragon ascended into the sky. Divine Dragon's Tail. Divine Dragon's Tail. I shall sever your tail directly. Let us see how you execute your divine maneuver. With the crowd watching in anticipation, the magnificent dragon soaring in the air was abruptly cleaved by an ancient sword, its tail severed with an anguished roar. A crisp sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air as the once mighty dragon plummeted from the sky. Suddenly, the divine dragon fractured, and Tian Fuzhen pivoted, retreating several steps before finally stabilizing himself. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" His intangible sword was crafted by the most formidable swordsmith at Yunzi Academy. How could it possibly be destroyed by this young man so easily? Observing the situation, Tian Fuzhen's countenance shifted slightly. This Jiang Ke appeared to possess some skill, having withstood countless exchanges without yielding an inch. "Unexpectedly, you have managed to parry so many of my moves. I truly underestimated you." A slight smirk graced Tian Fuzhen's lips as he proudly remarked, "But isn't this all the more intriguing? I would advise you not to become overly complacent, for the real challenge is yet to come." Although Tian Fuzhen felt a measure of respect for the young man, this was, after all, a life-and-death duel. Even if the opponent was the future of Yunzi Academy, he would show no mercy. Such is humanity. When personal interests are at stake, notions of righteousness become mere illusions. Do they not? Jiang Ke raised his hand, and the ancient sword vanished without a trace. Before the impending mortal confrontation, he astonishingly discovered that he could communicate with the sword, establishing a profound connection between man and blade, thereby affirming the sword's recognition of its master. This gesture from Jiang Ke was undeniably a display of disdain towards Tian Fuzhen, a clear provocation. At this moment, Jiang Ke stood resolute, unyielding as a mountain, akin to a steadfast pine. 10,000 swords converged into one. With a thunderous crash, countless blades descended upon Jiang Ke like meteors from the sky. The technique of 10,000 swords converging into one is a fundamental swordplay, yet its power is astonishing. Suddenly, the arena was engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust, splinters flying in every direction as a deep crack appeared on the platform. Amid the billowing smoke, Jiang Ke stood resolutely against the wind, impervious to the turmoil surrounding him. What formidable power! It was astonishing to discover the extent of Master Tian's prowess. A few onlookers, who had managed to evade the chaos, expressed their apprehension. "This is disastrous. If things continue this way, Jiang Ke might lose his life." The combat techniques were categorized into ranks: extreme, Tao, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the extreme rank leading the hierarchy. Each technique was further divided into 3 levels: high, middle, and low. With a resounding crash, more wood splintered, and the red carpet was torn into tatters, swirling through the air. "Young master." Xiao Zhou watched the unfolding events with concern, her gaze fixed anxiously on Jiang Ke's figure. Suddenly, Jiang Ke pivoted, and Tian Fuzhen felt an immediate sense of alarm. In the blink of an eye, a powerful sword aura surged forth, akin to a thorn digging into his back. Tian Fuzhen possessed remarkable mental acuity and reacted with astonishing swiftness, instinctively thrusting backward with an invisible sword aura. With a swift motion, Tian Fuzhen sidestepped, bending his body at a sharp angle of 60 degrees. In the next instant, a multitude of swords converged into one. Striking with lightning speed, nearly brushing past Jiang Ke. The crowd gasped, and upon closer inspection, they realized that Jiang Ke had silently approached Tian Fuzhen, his enigmatic steps carrying him close without a sound. With a sudden strike of his right hand, Tian Fuzhen nearly toppled off the stage. Humph, mere tricks. Do you dare to embarrass yourself? Tian Fuzhen raised his right hand slightly, grasping the red carpet on the arena, and with a forceful toss, he attempted to fling Jiang Ke away. Unbeknownst to the reasons, an eerie white flame unexpectedly appeared in the hands of Tian Fuzhen. The moment his fingers grazed the crimson carpet, it instantly transformed into a ghostly white, evoking a sense of dread from afar. Chapter 54. Is this a breakthrough? This is the legendary flame of fire, said to possess the power to incinerate all. Goodness, is it possible? Mentor Tian has actually cultivated such a sinister art. The flame of fire is an exceedingly malevolent technique. Practitioners must immerse their hands in venom and searing heat for years. A mere injury could lead to death, while a severe one could render life worse than death. You brat, perish. Tian Fuzhen extended his right hand, the flames intensifying as he swung towards Jiang Ke's neck. Jiang Ke furrowed his brow, sensing a chilling wind that seemed to howl ominously around him. His right hand formed a shape. The ancient sword was summoned and positioned defensively before his chest, effortlessly parrying Tian Fuzhen's assault. With a swift reaction, Jiang Ke reversed the ancient sword, tracing an elegant arc through the air as he thrust it towards Tian Fuzhen's neck, the movements flowing seamlessly like water. You little rascal! Tian Fuzhen cursed. Jiang Ke gripped the sword with both hands, placing the ancient sword against his brow, while his left hand held the hilt. Rising, he coldly declared, "The hidden dragon emerges from the sea." Accompanied by the long roar of a dragon, a golden dragon seemed to materialize before the onlookers, breaking through the clouds. As the surrounding winds surged violently towards Tian Fuzhen. How could this be possible? The crowd, in disbelief, widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "This cannot be." Jiang Ke's maneuver, akin to the hidden dragon emerging from the sea, was once the proudest technique of Tian Fuzhen. It was a stroke of serendipity that Jiang Ke happened to witness this demonstration while passing by. The hidden dragon emerging from the sea is indeed a celestial-level technique. Yet it requires a mental acuity of no less than the 8th rank to execute such a move. Without the alignment of the Yuan spirit realm, one could scarcely hope to unleash such a formidable technique. Tian Fuzhen, momentarily taken aback, could hardly contain his astonishment at Jiang Ke's ability to perform this move, indicating that his realm must indeed reside within the Yuan spirit domain. However, having just stepped into the Yuan spirit realm, how could he possibly wield such a potent technique? Unless this young man had concealed his true level from the very beginning. Lost in thought for a fleeting moment, Tian Fuzhen dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. In haste, he raised his hand to execute a technique of his own, earthquake and mountain collapse. The resulting shock waves roared forth, akin to a dragon surging from the depths of the sea, severing the flagpoles on either side of the arena with astonishing precision. Taking a couple of steps back, Tian Fuzhen found blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. By the heavens, Jiang Ke is truly formidable, he thought. Had he genuinely inflicted harm upon the esteemed Master Tian? It was hard to believe. He wished fervently that his eyes were deceiving him. Yet the reality of Jiang Ke's prowess was undeniable. Had he not just recently entered the Yuan spirit realm? Should he ascend further, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, it was the first time he had heard of the Yuan spirit realm engaging so directly with the venerable realm. It was nothing short of miraculous. The onlookers, engrossed in the spectacle, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Do you believe yourself to be remarkable? Then let us observe the genuine disparity that exists between us. The demeanor of Tian Fuzhen shifted abruptly. A resounding energy enveloped him, akin to a surging river, overwhelming and far more formidable than the flames of before. My goodness! A respected figure at the 9th level of the realm? Is this a jest? Hasn't Master Tian perpetually struggled to advance beyond the 8th level? Why this sudden transformation? The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. Do you presume you are the sole figure of esteemed rank? Jiang Ke spoke coldly, unwaveringly fixing his gaze upon Tian Fuzhen, channeling his energy and swiftly rotating it. Good heavens! Am I dreaming? This must be a joke. Jiang Ke is also of esteemed rank. It is astonishing, from now on. Anyone daring to call Jiang Ke a waste will face his wrath. He has concealed his true power throughout the recent skirmish, which is utterly terrifying. Yet, the presence of a novice esteemed figure alongside one of the highest caliber. Could it be that Jiang Ke emerged solely to instill fear? How infuriating! Suddenly, Jiang Ke paused, sensing a wave of tranquility at his brow. He steadied his breath, practicing his inhalation and exhalation. The mental energy accrued from the battle began to flourish, enveloping him in warmth. At that moment, he faintly perceived that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and indeed, as he had anticipated, a subtle black light coiled around him. Jiang Ke slowly extended his arm, attuning himself to the most primal forces within. Ultimately, he channeled this energy into his dantian. After completing this process, Jiang Ke ascended once more. The onlookers were astounded, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Could their eyes be deceiving them? Astonishingly, he had leveled up again. The speed of his advancement seemed utterly monstrous. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. A confrontation between a mid-tier and a high-tier venerable was about to commence. A clash that promised to be historically significant. Conversely, Tian Fuzhen's aged visage morphed into a ghastly palette of colors, contorting into an exceedingly grimace as he fixated on Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not let you escape today. Tian Fuzhen's face, increasingly dismal, ultimately turned a sickly green as he ground his teeth in fury, muttering, Is that so? I shall see who shall be spared today. Within mere breaths, Tian Fuzhen raised a colossal, luminescent crescent moon and hurled it skyward, enunciating each word with gravitas. 7-month flowing fire. With a thunderous explosion, the crescent moon erupted, piercing the heavens with a deafening roar. It shattered in midair, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword rain that surged towards Jiang Ke, accompanied by the resounding chorus of myriad swords clashing. As the radiant blades approached, Jiang Ke's pupils constricted, and he swiftly maneuvered his feet to evade the onslaught of brilliance. Amidst the tumultuous clash of blades, an ethereal essence transformed into countless razor-sharp weapons, soaring through the air like the searing flames of July. They collided thunderously upon the sturdy arena, scattering wood shavings and, in an instant, reducing the entire platform to mere dust. How formidable! Jiang Ke could not help but acknowledge the severity of the situation, deftly evading the onslaught. The spectators below struggled to keep their eyes open as the dazzling lights of swords and knives continued to dance. Jiang Ke's figure vanished into the fray. Jiang Ke, young master. Two voices called out simultaneously, one of which rushed swiftly towards the arena. At this moment, Tian Fuzhen's complexion had turned somewhat pale. This young man was truly exceptional, compelling him to unleash the fierce flames of July. Chapter 55. The flames of July. Tian Fuzhen's lips had taken on a slight pallor, yet he forced a smile. Jiang Ke, you are indeed impressive, but can you survive this? However, in the next moment, Tian Fuzhen's eyes widened to the size of copper bells, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable. As the blinding lights of blades faded and dust erupted, Jiang Ke's crescent-hued robe remained untouched by dirt, not even a hair out of place. How could this be? Tian Linger let out a shriek. Tian Fuzhen launched another attack, leaping into the air, swiftly channeling his energy and uttering, "Flames of July." He unleashed an identical strike, yet it bore no effect whatsoever. In fact, the Flames of July were an exceedingly taxing maneuver, and after conjuring 2 consecutive bursts, Tian Fuzhen found his mental energy nearly depleted. Flames of July. Once again, the same technique was executed, yet this maneuver could hardly be compared to the previous one. Jiang Ke merely shifted his form, deftly evading several streaks of sword light. Had he had enough? With a sense of ennui, he brushed off the dust from his shoulder and calmly declared, "Now, it is my turn." With a cold demeanor, Jiang Ke leaped into the air, raising both hands above his head. A colossal sphere of light began to coalesce above him, suspended in the atmosphere, emulating the technique and fortune previously displayed by Tian Fuzhen. He swiftly articulated the incantation, enunciating clearly, July Firefall. The sphere erupted, showering the remnants of the arena with a deluge of sword light. A cacophony of countless sword beams cascaded down like meteors from the heavens. Tian Fuzhen, having unleashed the July Firefall thrice, found his mental fortitude already diminished and utterly frail. As the onslaught of blades approached, he could not evade. He was instead hurled backward, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As the dust settled, his torn garments were stained with blood. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the skies above Yunza Academy, lingering in the air. My heavens! What on earth is happening? As the dust cleared, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Many stood agape. Jiang Ke had utilized the very July Firefall that Tian Fuzhen had just employed. July Firefall. Such a technique could only be wielded by those of high rank in the venerable realm. What defines a genius? This is the epitome of true brilliance. While others merely demonstrated the technique before him, he audaciously mastered it in an instant. Is this not exceedingly extraordinary? Jiang Ke, this is impossible. Tian Fuzhen erupted from the dust, his visage contorted with rage. Is it truly so? It appears you still harbor disbelief. With renewed vigor, Jiang Ke raised his hands, conjuring a luminous sphere, and bellowed, July's fiery deluge. Once again, a colossal orb descended, unleashing a torrent of swords and blades that plummeted from the skies, mercilessly striking the beleaguered Tian Fuzhen. Dad! In a moment of desperation, Tian Linge rushed forward, grasping her father's hand to shield him from the impending onslaught. With a harrowing cry, Tian Fuzhen was caught off guard, subjected once more to the relentless bombardment. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the surrounding crowd instinctively retreated several paces. Their gazes toward Jiang Ke ignited with fervor, their hearts surging with anticipation. July's fiery deluge. July's fiery deluge. Jiang Ke intoned coldly. As spheres of light coalesced in his grasp, cascading down in rapid succession toward the Tian father and daughter. He held high the radiant orb, imbued with a grandeur akin to the might of the mountains, as it thundered downwards. My heavens! The sheer toll of such an attack on mental fortitude was staggering. Did this man possess an inexhaustible reserve of spiritual energy? Even Master Tian had been rendered nearly incapacitated after merely 2 uses of this technique. Yet Jiang Ke unleashed the July's fiery deluge relentlessly, unscathed by the exertion. This was utterly monstrous. In this life-and-death struggle, the Tian family was destined to succumb to Jiang Ke. Alas, it could be said that Tian Linge had offended the wrong individual. She had crossed paths with someone from the Jiang family. This incident serves as a poignant lesson for all. Henceforth, one must exercise caution in every realm and avoid offending anyone with the surname Jiang, lest they find themselves oblivious to their own demise. The crowd murmured in disbelief, realizing that if this relentless assault continued, the Tian family, father and daughter, would surely meet their end. Who could have imagined that a mentor at Yunza Academy would perish at the hands of a student? Jiang Ke, cease your actions. The competition has concluded, or there will be dire consequences, Jiang Ling interjected, her concern palpable. Jiang Ke cast a fleeting glance her way, remaining silent as the luminous sphere in his grasp was raised once more. In the midst of the chaos, Tian Fuzhen glared at his daughter, who still clung to a flicker of life, his teeth clenched in frustration. Jiang Ke, we concede. Stop this at once. If this continues, Linge will lose her life. How utterly shameless. You proclaim this to be a life-and-death struggle, yet you call for a halt mid-battle. The majority of onlookers, having felt the oppressive weight of Tian Linge, found a sense of vindication in the scene before them, each secretly wishing to trample upon the fallen. Who would dare plead for mercy on behalf of the father and daughter at this juncture? Spare them where you can, Jiang Ke, desist. Yun Mu's voice emerged unexpectedly, calm yet firm. Before Yun Mu could finish his admonition, a thunderous clash echoed, and the luminous sphere in Jiang Ke's hands descended once more. The crowd was taken aback, unable to steady themselves. Was Jiang Ke's audacity truly so great as to disregard the words of mentor Yunmu? Upon hearing Yunmu's call, Tian Fuzhen immediately moved behind him, exclaiming, Yunmu, that Jiang Ke has audaciously attempted to steal my secret techniques. According to the regulations of Yunzi Academy, we must promptly expel this insolent brat. How shameless! It is evident that you lost the life and death duel, yet now you seek Yunmu's intervention. Indeed, he has attempted to learn clandestinely, while Jiang Ke has pursued his studies with utmost integrity. This is utterly ridiculous. If one cannot triumph, they resort to wielding power. We shall not accept this injustice. Yunmu watched the unfolding scene with growing exasperation, pondering whether Tian Fuzhen possessed any sense at all. Could he not see that Yunmu was striving for peace? Yet, here he was, sowing discord. Chapter 56. The spatial ring. Yunmu let out a silent sigh of relief. It was only his mentor, the dean, who could rein in this troublesome youth. Observing Jiang Ke's departing figure, Tian Fuzhen felt a wave of trepidation. Whatever thoughts lingered in his mind, he dared not voice them further. Once Jiang Ke had left, the onlookers finally began to comprehend the situation. By heavens, could it be true that Jiang Ke's mentor is indeed the dean? Surely, this cannot be a jest. No wonder Jiang Ke is so formidable. Even without the dean's backing, he is exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, within the medicinal kitchen of Yunzi Academy, Yunfeng remained clad in simple garments, fixated on the alchemical furnace before him, intently observing the concoction within as he deftly controlled the flames. Yunmu casually retrieved a book and addressed Jiang Ke, saying, I heard from senior brother Yunmu that you had a tussle with teacher Tian today. Did you emerge victorious or defeated? Upon hearing her nonchalant tone, Jiang Ke felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if the teacher intended to hold him accountable. I won. Yunfeng raised his gaze, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Quite commendable. Since you triumphed, the Tongtian lock. Where did you acquire the Tongtian lock? Yunfeng suddenly exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as they fixated on the black ring adorning Jiang Ke's finger. Teacher, you are aware of the Tongtian lock. I have studied it for quite some time, yet it has shown no signs of response. As he spoke, Jiang Ke removed the Tongtian lock from his finger and presented it before Yunmu for inspection. Ever since he had obtained the Tongtian lock in Qianyue City, he had endeavored to activate it for his own use, but despite the passage of time, he had yet to glean any insights. Yunfeng examined the ring for a moment before nodding and stating, This Tongtian lock is a manifestation of the 10 fingers of the Creator God. Not only can it serve as a spatial ring, but it can also function as a defensive weapon. Moreover, it is invaluable for cultivating arrays and magical artifacts. Teacher, do you mean to say that the celestial lock contains a total of 8 inscriptions, each representing a distinct realm of space? Once you fully cultivate all 8 realms, you could, for instance, construct a residence or repair the magic array on a sword's blade, thus creating an independent space within it. Should your cultivation reach a higher level, the capabilities of the celestial lock would extend far beyond this. However, with your current abilities, you can only manifest a space of 100 million cubic meters, which is already quite remarkable. Jiang Ke toyed with the celestial lock, recalling that in his previous life, he had heard of such spatial rings. Though they appeared to be mere trinkets, they possessed the capacity to contain vast mountains and rivers. Had he not been the son of Jiang Hong in his past life, he might never have known that the celestial lock even existed in this world. But, teacher, I do not understand how I can expand an independent space within this spatial ring, Jiang Ke inquired humbly. Indeed, coming to Yunzi Academy had proven to be the right choice, especially with such a teacher at his side. The celestial lock is an ancient treasure passed down from the Creator God. The fact that we can still witness its existence is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, the celestial lock possesses its own consciousness and can select its master. Perhaps you should try communicating with it to see if you can enter its space, Yunfeng suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke felt a surge of excitement. If he could truly repair magical artifacts within this space, then the magic array on the ancient sword could also be refined there. Moreover, any elixirs cultivated within the spatial ring would undoubtedly fetch exorbitant prices if brought into the world outside. He held the celestial lock in his hand, channeling the energy cultivated within him into the artifact. Instantly, the celestial lock emitted a soft azure glow, intermingled with a thread of white light that emanated from its surface. Jiang Ke cautiously manipulated the spatial ring, and the moment he entered it, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming, blinding whiteness. He attempted to conjure a house within this ethereal realm. Jiang Ke, remember that within the spatial ring, you are the creator. Whatever you wish to manifest will come to be. Yun Feng's voice resonated from outside. After a brief struggle to acclimate to the intense light, a faint yellow aura emerged, dancing within the vast expanse of white, appearing remarkably out of place. Jiang Ke gently touched the delicate yellow lines, gradually crafting his first small dwelling from them. He slowly stepped out of the spatial ring, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, his expression radiating triumph at the apparent success of his creation. Yet, a voice of caution echoed in his mind. Do not rejoice too soon. You have merely fashioned a modest abode within this space. Once your cultivation level ascends further, the rooms you create shall be grander. Moreover, the dwelling you have conjured now is exceedingly fragile and may collapse at any moment. Jiang Ke nodded in understanding. Then, Master, I shall proceed to prepare for my secluded cultivation. Remember, true cultivation also demands authentic challenges, Yun Feng suddenly remarked. Jiang Ke gazed at his teacher, Yun Feng, with a perplexed expression. To this day, he had yet to fully comprehend her essence. She appeared as a serene, ethereal being, akin to a celestial figure. Chapter 57. The space for cultivation. Do not rush. Yun Feng spoke calmly, retrieving an object resembling a pin from her sleeve. Teacher, what is this? Jiang Ke inquired. This is a divine pen. It allows you to draw anything you desire in the air. However, using it will deplete your mental energy, Yun Feng explained, presenting the pen before Jiang Ke. In his previous life, Jiang Ke had heard tales of this divine pen, reputed to inscribe various formations on magical artifacts. Yet he had never encountered one until now. To his astonishment, the only divine pen in this realm had found its way into Yun Feng's possession. Once you enter the spatial ring, do not act hastily. Every endeavor must be approached step by step. I shall safeguard you. Now, proceed, Yun Feng instructed, waving her hand to conjure an invisible barrier around the entire medicinal kitchen, preventing anyone from approaching. Jiang Ke felt a weight in his heart as he grasped the divine pen and entered the interior of the spatial ring. The small house he had previously constructed had indeed collapsed. Taking a deep breath, he faced the void wall and declared, "This must succeed." Jiang Ke focused his energy, channeling it from his dantian into the divine pen. With swift strokes, he began to outline the shape of the house on the empty wall. Currently, Jiang Ke has reached the realm of the Venerable One. He harnesses the essence of this exalted state to gradually manipulate the ethereal walls, rendering the lines he draws with exquisite fluidity. In merely a few breaths, a rough outline of a room has been completed. According to his mentor, the longer one spends in the creative space, the more one's spiritual energy is drained. Yet, paradoxically, Jiang Ke finds his own spiritual strength continually augmenting. In high spirits, he takes a brief respite before preparing to forge a spatial ring. However, at this moment, he can only depict the necessary exterior of objects and is unable to expand the inner small space. If he could create an interior dimension within each illustrated space, it would provide an inexhaustible reservoir for his use. Suddenly, Jiang Ke is filled with exhilaration. If he can nest smaller spaces within a larger one, then this space could indeed accommodate an entire nation. With divine brush in hand, he meticulously etches upon the void walls, his strokes flowing as effortlessly as clouds drifting across the sky. With a mighty surge, Jiang Ke channels his entire energy into the space, amplifying the dimensions to their utmost potential. Through his relentless efforts, he expands the spatial ring to encompass an area roughly the size of half a town. Countless objects of Jiang Ke's creation float in the void, and as a radiant light flashes, these suspended entities begin to gradually descend, each forming an independent small space of its own. With my current cultivation, I can only extend the space within the ring to this level of advancement. It is impossible to progress any further. Although the area is not vast, it is entirely sufficient for an average cultivator. In the future, when my cultivation improves once more, I will naturally be able to inscribe a larger space, filling the entire void. Outlining the external contour of an object is merely the first step. The subsequent phase involves filling in the intricate details within the smaller components. Jiang Ke summoned the ancient sword and placed it atop the flames of the alchemical furnace, hoping to mend the cracks in the sword with the furnace's heat. As soon as the ancient sword touched the flames, it emitted a hissing sound, the blue flames continuously tempering the blade. Once the fire ignited, Jiang Ke merely needed to observe its intensity. When stronger flames were required, he could channel his internal energy into the furnace, causing it to blaze more fiercely. Positioned beneath the furnace, Jiang Ke worked on repairing the formation within the ancient sword, extending a hand to gradually infuse energy into the formation. A flicker of his gaze revealed the sudden appearance of another Jiang Ke nearby, a manifestation of his illusion technique. "Jiang Ke, what is the matter?" came the slightly concerned voice of Yunfeng from above. Jiang Ke nodded and replied, "Teacher, rest assured. There is nothing amiss at the moment. I am merely repairing the formation on the ancient sword, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is still missing. To cultivate a spatial ring, one requires not only formidable mental strength, but also an array of spatial treasures as aids. Although your realm is indeed sufficient, you are undeniably lacking in spatial treasures." "What do you mean?" Jiang Ke inquired, perplexed. "The celestial lock is a relic from ancient times, a treasure bequeathed by the gods. Currently, as you attempt to forge a spatial ring, what you lack is the recognition of the ring itself. If your spatial ring reaches a state of perfection but has not recognized its master, anyone could access it and intrude upon your domain. Is there anything else?" Jiang Ke nodded thoughtfully. "The spatial ring not only facilitates the forging of various treasures and the repair of weapons, but also serves as a means of defense and offensive power." Yunfeng's voice remarked, "I understand that. But how does one unlock these powers? Is it sufficient for the spatial ring to simply recognize its master?" Jiang Ke's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Naturally, but the prerequisite is that your realm must be sufficiently elevated. Moreover, for the spatial ring to acknowledge its master, your mental strength must surpass the 12th level, necessitating extensive practice and study. Most critically, you must locate the sword cannon. The path to having the spatial ring recognize its master is indeed a long and arduous one." "The sword cannon?" Jiang Ke asked, bewildered. Yunfeng paused momentarily before continuing. "Do not rush. This is an ancient secret method, and presently you are not prepared to practice it." About an hour later, a peculiar sound emanated from the refining furnace. Jiang Ke's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the ancient sword has been successfully restored? He extended his hand to retrieve the ancient sword, cradling it carefully as he observed its intricate details, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the fissures upon its surface had diminished, the magical formations etched upon it had seen little restoration. Turning his gaze towards the alchemical furnace, he noted that while the solitary elixir produced was of exceptional quality, it was merely the first of many that would inevitably be crafted in the future. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke immersed himself in cultivation within the confines of his space. Time seemed to slip away, as a month spent in this realm equated to 4 months in the outside world. Chapter 58. Evil begets evil at Yunzhe Academy. There exists an unwritten rule of peculiar rigor. Each morning, students are required to rise at approximately 4 o'clock to partake in a 20-kilometer cross-country run, a commitment that spans 3 years. A single instance of tardiness results in a demotion during the subsequent advancement examination. The Academy's hierarchy is distinctly defined, categorized into 7 classes, represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with the purple class being the most rudimentary, the very tier Jiang Ke currently occupied. Ascending to the red class signifies graduation from Yunzhe Academy. Originally a student of Yunfeng, Jiang Ke was exempt from the morning runs. However, he chose to persist in this demanding routine, much to Yunfeng's satisfaction, for this student displayed no arrogance despite his remarkable talents and status. Indeed, he was a promising prospect. One day, after completing his morning run, a snow-white dove appeared at his window, a letter pouch affixed to its leg. Jiang Ke, taken aback, unfastened the pouch with a bemused smile. "My dear cousin, I shall soon arrive at Yunze Academy, and at that time, I shall assess your progress in cultivation." Jiang Ke delivered Jiang Yu's letter to Jiang Ling's loft, informing her that Jiang Yu would soon be arriving at Yunze Academy. Jiang Ling smiled at Jiang Ke's expression and said, "Jiang Ke, what goes around comes around." Jiang Ke felt a sense of helplessness from the very beginning. It was that little girl Jiang Yu who sought him out. He had never provoked her. The thought of an 800-year-old man addressing a mere child as cousin was quite absurd. Jiang Ling tucked the note away and whispered to Jiang Ke, "I will prepare for her arrival to arrange accommodations." The next morning, a black carriage appeared at the entrance of Yunze Academy, driven by a young warrior. Jiang Ke cast a glance at him. Such a young warrior seemed like a drop of water lost in the vast ocean, destined to vanish without a trace. "Jiang Ke, you little rascal, how has your training been of late?" Even before seeing her, her voice was unmistakable. It belonged to his cousin Jiang Yu. Tall and graceful, she held a sword in her hands and fixed her gaze on Jiang Ke with a smile. As soon as she made her entrance, the crowd around them erupted in discussion. "Goodness, who is that? She is stunning. Don't even think about it. Haven't you heard? That's Jiang Yu, Jiang Ke's cousin. Be careful not to provoke that lad." So she is his cousin. Perhaps it's best to steer clear. Originally, there lingered a hint of admiration in his heart. But upon hearing that it was Jiang Ke's cousin, he immediately dismissed the thought. "Jiang Yu, calling her cousin, you little rascal. Have you forgotten what I said when I left?" Jiang Yu's expression shifted. Jiang Ke, with a hint of resignation, inquired, "Well, cousin, what brings you here? How is it that you are permitted to cultivate at Yunze Academy while I am not?" Jiang Yu tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on him as she cradled her sword. Jiang Ke scrutinized Jiang Yu carefully. To his astonishment, she had quietly attained the realm of Yuanshi. It was indeed rare for a woman to possess such an extraordinary level of cultivation. With a chuckle, Jiang Ke remarked, "Oh, who would have thought? Our dear cousin Jiang Yu has already reached the Yuanshi realm. If she were to take action, I dare say the average students at Yunze Academy would be no match for her." Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Ke, then turned to the excited Jiang Ling and said with a smile, "Cousin Jiang Ling, long time no see. Although Jiang Ke has already reached the Zuanshi realm, you are not lacking in prowess either." Jiang Ke stepped forward to assist Jiang Yu down, but to his surprise, the young girl executed a graceful turn and leaped down effortlessly, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Jiang Ke gently stroked his chin, focusing on Jiang Yu, and said with a smile, "Jiang Yu, before you arrived, Jiang Ling had already made all the necessary arrangements for you. Tomorrow marks the entrance examination, and your timing is indeed fortuitous." Jiang Ling observed the interaction between Jiang Yu and Jiang Ke, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement from the bond they shared. The following morning, Yun Feng stood in the central hall of Yunze Academy, gazing down at the throng of people below, and, summoning the energy from his dantian, declared in a resonant voice, "The time for the annual entrance examination has arrived. Those who emerge victorious shall remain in the academy, while those who fail will be eliminated. This is the rule of Yunze Academy. Survival of the fittest. If you win, you stay in Yunze Academy. If you lose, you must depart." As Yun Feng uttered the customary words, he casually announced, "Let the examination commence." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to expect. Yet the academy president seemed to conduct the examination with little formality. The venue for the entrance examination was located at the southern region of Yunze Academy, known as the Damaged God Ridge. Besides a few smaller nations, the prominent power was the royal family of the Great Chu. Before nightfall, the young martial artists participating in the entrance examination gradually arrived at this location, each forming their own camps, maintaining a distance from one another. A considerable number of young martial artists had come forth for this entrance examination, with several smaller nations and the Great Chu royal family sending their royal offspring for training. Among these nations, apart from a few subordinate states, the strength of the Chu kingdom was the most formidable, accounting for a significant portion of the participants. Jiang Yu remarked upon this. Jiang Ke surveyed the number of young martial artists outside the damaged God Ridge, roughly estimating the count to be over 2,000, all of whom were adept at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Every individual present is regarded as the most outstanding young genius in their respective nations, with not a single weakling among them. Jiang Ke inquired, "It is curious that individuals from these small nations would send representatives to the entrance examination of Yunzi Academy." Chapter 59. The entrance examination. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Yunzi Academy lies to the south of the dangerous God Ridge, which is deemed the most perilous region across the continent. Only those who have transcended the 8th layer of spirit gathering can venture into the dangerous God Ridge for training. Those who emerge from such trials will undoubtedly become the pillars of their nations. Jiang Yu added. Jiang Ke nodded, ceasing further inquiries, and devoted himself to his cultivation, keenly observing the surroundings of the dangerous God Ridge in search of the teleportation array, acutely aware of the imminent dangers that lurked nearby. As the sky gradually dimmed, nightfall enveloped the area. The majority of martial artists settled into meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, striving to attain their optimal state in preparation for the unknown perils ahead. On the following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Ke was roused by the resounding clang of a bell echoing from the dangerous God Ridge. Those engaged in cultivation or resting were all awakened. Above the ridge stood numerous formidable martial artists, among whom an elderly figure clad in a simple white robe was discernible. Surprisingly, it was not the academy's headmaster. "Are you foolish? The headmaster only appeared yesterday. How could he possibly be here again today? Who then is this person? I do not know." However, it was evident that the elderly man clad in a simple white robe was far more than just a figure in attire. He exuded an overwhelming aura as his gaze swept across the crowd. This year, over 2,000 cultivators have participated in the entrance examination. Our Yunzi Academy shall seek out 10 victors to enter the Sacred Hall for further cultivation. The Sacred Hall. It is a place that every individual within Yunzi Academy dreams of entering, a realm that transcends even the royal families of various nations. This explains why the surrounding Zhou kingdom has dispatched individuals to the damaging God Ridge for training. Fortunately, the rules remain largely unchanged from previous years, spoke Jiang Li, who had just arrived at Yunzi Academy. Jiang Yu fixed her beautiful eyes upon him, exclaiming, "How is it that he is here as well? He truly seems to be everywhere." Jiang Ke, do not forget the matter of Tianfu Town and the father-daughter duo, Jiang Ling remarked disdainfully with a glance. My goodness. With over 2,000 participants, only 10 shall gain entry to the Sacred Hall. With my current cultivation, I have lost all hope, one young warrior lamented. I too feel that I shall not pass this time. Another echoed. Both young martial artists seemingly resigned to their fate regarding the impending examination. Yun Feng descended gracefully, alighting upon a tree branch, her garments billowing in the wind, giving her an ethereal appearance. Her enchanting gaze swept over the assembly as she declared, "The examinations at Yunzi Academy have always been conducted with fairness and justice. We seek to enroll only those with exceptional talents. Previously, 5,000 individuals reported to Yunzi Academy. Now, only 2,000 remain. It is merely a straightforward assessment. Thus, those with lesser cultivation can still gain the opportunity to enter the Sacred Hall, provided their innate talents are sufficiently formidable." Upon hearing Yun Feng's words, the previously incapacitated warriors were instantly reignited with the spirit of battle. An hour later, all had entered the outer regions of the damaged spirit ridge. What you have entered is merely a designated area at the periphery, where one can encounter beasts of the 4th level or higher. In the first round of the examination, participants must hunt ancient beasts. Those at the gathering spirit realm below mid-level must slay 10 second-level beasts to pass. Those at mid-gathering spirit must hunt 23rd level beasts to succeed in the first round. Warriors at the late stage of the gathering spirit realm must eliminate 34th level beasts or above. Is it true? Just 10 second level beasts to pass? Is it really that simple? A little girl asked eagerly, clutching Sister Jiang Ling's hand. Jiang Li scoffed, responding, "You truly have a fanciful imagination. The beasts within the damaged spirit ridge have lived in such harsh conditions for years. They not only contend with human hunters, but also face the ruthless laws of nature. Their strength is certainly not comparable to those of their kind found outside. Each beast here likely rivals a master of the gathering spirit realm." Jiang Ke nodded in agreement, adding, "What you say is indeed accurate. The damaged spirit ridge is fraught with peril. Encountering a mere 4th-level beast would likely spell certain death for any one of us. The 4th-tier demon beasts pose a considerable challenge for Jiang Ke, who will undoubtedly require some time to deal with them." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned pale with apprehension. Jiang Yu, with a bold demeanor, placed an arm around Jiang Ke's shoulder and said, "Do not worry too much, Jiang Ke. The area designated within the Broken God Ridge is vast. Unless fate is exceedingly cruel, we are unlikely to encounter such beasts. Even if we were to face a 3rd-tier demon beast, my demise would be certain." A young woman, Chui, spoke despondently, "The selection process for the Holy Hall is merciless. It is not merely the formidable demon beasts we must evade, but the treachery of the human heart that is most difficult to withstand." Yun Feng continued, "Before entering the Broken God Ridge, each of you will receive a specially crafted water dragon bubble. Should you find yourselves in life-threatening danger, breaking the bubble will cause you to vanish from the ridge, signifying your withdrawal from this examination. The duration of the test is set for 5 days. Should you fail to slay a sufficient number of demon beasts within this time frame, you will be eliminated." He then declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the entrance examination." Each participant received a small water dragon bubble from the hands of the Yunza Academy representatives. It is said that each bubble contains a tiny water dragon, which will whisk you away upon being crushed. You may now form teams and enter the Broken God Ridge to complete this examination. However, the dynamics of teaming up may yield both advantages and disadvantages. While you may assist one another in times of peril, remain vigilant of your teammates, lest one might turn against you when you least expect it. Therefore, if one is to form a team, it is imperative to select individuals whom one can trust. Yet, as everyone hails from disparate origins, familiarity is scarce, and understanding one another remains a formidable challenge. This is, in fact, the initial trial, and also the most arduous one, testing the essence of human nature. As for me, entering this realm is merely akin to stepping into the trivial Shinshin Ridge. What significance does it hold? A haughty woman boldly seized the water dragon and ventured forth, clearly indicating her distrust of all. Chapter 60, Bloodline of the Wind Clan. Subsequently, numerous young warriors made their choices. The vast majority opted to enter Shinshin Ridge alone, with only a little over 100 forming teams, among whom were Jiang Li and Tian Linger. Under the guidance of the 20 senior brothers, the group set forth with great determination towards Shinshin Ridge. Jiang Li fixated on the departing Jiang Ke, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he quietly addressed those beside him. "Listen well. Once you are prepared to enter, your sole task is to eliminate one individual. It suffices to slay Jiang Ke." An hour later, all the warriors had plunged into the perilous Shinshin Ridge, and though they had only just entered, the howls of demonic beasts echoed ominously in the air. "You possess the cultivation of the Yuanling realm. Are you not concerned about slaying 20 demonic beasts, little girl?" Jiang Ke gazed skyward, contemplating Jiang Yu ahead, who responded with a derisive smile. "Even if more demonic beasts were to appear, I would remain unfazed. And stop calling me little girl. Did we not agree to refer to me as cousin?" Jiang Ke was momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you truly going to do nothing at all?" "However, there exists a temporal constraint," Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of amusement. Jiang Ke replied with a cold smile, "What is there to worry about? Once those young warriors slay the beasts, we merely need to seize their beast souls." Jiang Yu lifted her gaze, studying the individual before her intently as she said, "This vast spirit ridge covers such an expansive area. How can you ascertain where the warriors might be or where the beasts reside? The mountain dwellers possess their own ingenious strategies. We have no cause for concern." With that, Jiang Ke's eyes turned towards the horizon, his ears subtly twitching. The fire rabbit, a level 4 low-tier beast, flaunted its crimson coat, and boasted teeth measuring 4 inches long, sharp enough to sever hair. Yet, this rabbit was notorious for its carnivorous appetite, earning it the moniker of man-eating rabbit. Typically, a novice spirit-gathering warrior encountering a man-eating rabbit would likely be devoured before they could react. However, Jiang Ke's ancient sword pierced through its neck with unerring precision. "You are truly remarkable, Jiang Ke," Jiang Ling exclaimed, once again taken aback. Just as Jiang Ling was in awe, Jiang Yu executed a flawless turn and shot down the fiery bird perched upon the tree. This avian creature was a level 4 mid-tier beast, known for its swiftness, yet Jiang Yu managed to strike it with a singular thrust. Jiang Ke was astonished. It seemed Jiang Yu's origins were anything but ordinary, certainly not the typical member of the Jiang family. He recalled that Jiang Yu had not undergone training within the family. And with her astonishing cultivation speed and her earlier reaction time, it was evident. This little girl harbored secrets. A realization dawned upon him that he had been oblivious to in his previous life. Everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not, Jiang Yu? Jiang Ling's gaze bore a hint of scrutiny as she regarded Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu merely smiled faintly and nodded gently. With a swift motion, Jiang Ke wielded his ancient sword, severing the wings of the flame bird, which gradually transformed into 2 orbs. Jiang Yu extended her hand to collect the 2 orbs. It is worth noting that given Jiang Yu's current cultivation level, she would need to hunt at least 20 demon beasts to pass. For them, the carcasses of the demon beasts cannot be taken away. Only the beast souls can be retained as proof. Furthermore, these beast souls have an additional purpose. They can be used for alchemy. Jiang Yu, with her sword in hand, began to gather the essence from the flame bird. This essence could be refined into chi-replenishing pills, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Jiang Ke transferred the essence into his spatial ring, utilizing the alchemical furnace to convert it into chi-replenishing pills. He produced several pills and placed them in Jiang Yu's hand. Without hesitation, she swallowed them, and instantly, her meridians opened wide, allowing her internal energy to circulate at an accelerated pace. As Jiang Yu walked ahead, she remarked, "Jiang Ke, you're quite impressive. You can actually refine chi-replenishing pills. However, to elevate your realm, you will need even more resources, and this spirit-devouring ridge is just the place to assist you." Jiang Ke recalled a remark made by Yunfeng before their arrival. Only through practical combat can one swiftly enhance their cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Ke halted in his tracks. Glancing forward, in an instant, he pulled Jiang Yu and Jiang Ling down with him, extending his hand to examine a leaf that had fallen to the ground. Jiang Yu's nostrils flared slightly as she said, "It's the scent of a martial artist, and it's quite recent. I can't discern much. Your nose is remarkably keen." Jiang Ke chuckled in response. "This is the secret art of tracking across 1,000 miles. Jiang Yu acknowledged, "Indeed." Jiang Ke held a leaf before Jiang Yu and inquired, "How did you discern the presence of martial artists here? How did you identify this as the scent of a martial artist?" Jiang Yu, resting her chin on her hand, countered with a question. "Every martial artist possesses a unique fragrance, which we were taught to recognize before entering the damaged God Ridge. Given your remarkable speed just now, could it be that you are a descendant of the mysterious Wind Clan?" Jiang Ke teased. According to legend, the Wind Clan of the 9 Veins possessed immense mystical powers and exceptional talents. "What if I truly am a descendant of the Wind Clan?" Jiang Yu replied, half in jest. Jiang Yu and Jiang Ke swiftly pursued the martial artist ahead, racing towards the figure in the distance. Jiang Ke noted that Jiang Yu's speed was astonishing. If he did not elevate his own true energy, he might struggle to keep up. Chapter 61. A united front. Jiang Yu was surprised to find that Jiang Ke's speed was nearly on par with hers, closing the gap of several dozen meters with remarkable finesse. "This kid is incredible. His speed is astonishing," Jiang Yu mused silently. Typically, individuals at the revered realm could reach speeds of up to 20 meters per second. However, Jiang Yu's swiftness was innate, while Jiang Ke's was the result of diligent training. Yet he managed to keep pace with her. Before long, they caught up to the martial artist, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a level 4 beast. Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu halted, observing the combatant from a distance. "He appears to be a member of the royal family." and his cultivation seems to have reached the late stages of spirit gathering. He is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Jiang Ke seemed to evoke a flicker of recognition in him. This individual was among the younger adept practitioners of the royal family of the Chu. Suddenly, as if sensing an impending threat, he swiftly withdrew his soul beast and spoke in a deep voice. "Who goes there? If you have arrived, then come forth." Jiang Ke stepped out nonchalantly. "Jiang Ke, it is truly you." "Ha ha ha." The man entered and burst into hearty laughter. Jiang Ke remarked, "Is my presence truly a cause for such elation?" "Ha ha ha. It appears you are unaware that Jiang Li has set forth a condition. Whoever can slay you shall forge a connection with the Yin Sword sect. Do you now comprehend your worth?" The young warrior laughed heartily. Jiang Ke furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Li was indeed relentless. With a mocking glance at the man before him, he queried, "Are you so confident that you can end my life?" The man replied, "I am merely at the realm of the honored, yet I possess the boundless potential. Do you understand the vast chasm that separates the honored realm from the boundless?" He infused his true energy into the blade he held, and with a sweeping motion, a wave of heat surged forth from the edge of the sword, sweeping up the fallen leaves around him like a tempest, as if to sweep away an army in a single strike. A single strike sent the swirling leaves into the air, transforming them into a legion of ancient swords that surged ferociously towards Jiang Ke. With a resounding clash, two immense forces collided unexpectedly, resulting in a fierce confrontation. In an instant, countless leaves were reduced to mere dust. The young warrior instinctively retreated several dozen steps, barely managing to stabilize his footing, while Jiang Ke remained unscathed and composed. How could this be possible? How could a mere practitioner of the infinite realm be defeated by you? How have you attained such formidable strength? The young warrior clutched his chest. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the figure before him. "Humph! Ignorance, such as yours, is indeed a sin." Jiang Yu stepped forward from behind Jiang Ke, casually uttering these words. "You are also a formidable opponent." The warrior's expression shifted drastically, a single thought flashing through his mind. Die or flee? Flee. He summoned all his strength and surged forward with sudden urgency. All-encompassing, Jiang Ke launched another assault, his garments billowing as he swiftly closed the distance. As he unleashed a palm strike, countless leaves erupted from the treetops, transforming in midair into shapes reminiscent of elephant ears. Bang! A piercing scream escaped the young warrior's lips as he crumpled to the ground. "You have rendered my Dantai useless." The warrior trembled. His eyes filled with venomous hatred as he stared at Jiang Ke. For a practitioner, having their Dantai destroyed meant the end of any possibility for cultivation, effectively rendering them a cripple. With a swift motion, Jiang Yu plunged her sword down, mercilessly slaying the warrior. Jiang Ke was taken aback. This girl truly possessed a ruthless streak, despite having been prepared to strike himself. At such a young age, her cultivation had reached such heights. Sparing him would surely invite retaliation from the forces behind him. Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Ke's face, which appeared somewhat conflicted, as she attempted to explain. At that moment, Jiang Ke found himself at a loss for words. Her statements were undeniably accurate. Jiang Yu searched through his belongings and uncovered several beast souls along with a few hundred gold coins. Upon opening a small black box, her face lit up with delight. It contained 7 beast souls. Jiang Ke observed her exhilaration and remarked, "You can keep them all. I have no desire for them." A slight blush crept onto Jiang Yu's cheeks, yet she remained silent and promptly stowed away the beast souls and coins. As a collateral descendant of the Jiang family, she was in dire need of funds. Jiang Ke picked up the knife lying on the ground and declared, "Then this knife shall belong to me, young lady. You have no objections, do you? Call me cousin." Jiang Yu nearly leaped in frustration. Ever since her arrival at Yunzi Academy, this rascal had never once referred to her as cousin. Jiang Ke tossed the knife into his spatial ring. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened slightly as she fixed her gaze on the ring he wore. "Was that a spatial ring?" she inquired. Indeed, Jiang Ke was often secretive with others, yet he had never concealed anything from Jiang Yu. "Is this the legendary Heavenly Lock?" Although Jiang Yu yearned for the Heavenly Lock, she would rather forego it than have it in the possession of Jiang Ke. Be cautious. This spatial ring is a priceless treasure and exceedingly rare. Take care that no one covets it. Jiang Ke replied with a subtle smile. What else could I expect from you, Qianyue? Here, take this Qianyue pouch for the time being. Although the Qianyue bag cannot compare to a spatial ring, it is nonetheless quite rare in this land. However, the Qianyue bag serves solely for storage, lacking capabilities for defense or offense. Chapter 62. The Master Among Masters. Qianyue paused, gazing at Jiang Ke's expression as he reached out to receive the Qianyue bag. You mischievous boy, you are actually giving me something for free. Have you undergone a transformation? Take the gift without so much chatter, Jiang Ke replied with a glance at Qianyue. Let us go, hurry up. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in Jiangyu's eyes. Where is Jiangling? Could it be that the Qianyue bag is truly remarkable? Jiang Ke placed the Qianyue bag upon her slender waist, saying, Now that you possess this bag, you must exercise caution, especially within the treacherous Shunshan Ridge. Human hearts can be wicked. There will surely be those envious of your possessions, wishing to kill you and seize your treasures. I am not a child, I understand, so worry not, Jiangyu replied, somewhat exasperated, dismissing his words with a curt, Let us move on. We shall continue hunting young martial artists. Jiang Ke watched Jiangyu's retreating figure, stroking his chin with a hint of a smile. This girl's prowess and her swordsmanship clearly indicate professional training. Yet, within the rigid hierarchy of the Jiang family, she would never have received such specialized instruction. For an old hand like Jiang Ke, no matter how well Jiangyu concealed her skills, he could discern the truth. Wait up, you little imp. Why are you rushing off? Jiang Ke called, swiftly pursuing her. In the initial round of examinations, spanning a total of 5 days, on the very first day, Jiang Ke and Jiangyu encountered 3 martial artists. The outcome was painfully evident. All succumbed to Jiang Ke's prowess. The elixirs and beast souls were evenly distributed between the two. As night descended, Jiang Ke suggested, Let us take a moment to rest. Jiangyu cast a sidelong glance at someone and remarked, After nightfall, most individuals, guided by a desire for safety, will seek refuge in secure locations. Yet it is precisely during this time that we shall seize the opportunity to act. Moreover, we must eliminate at least 30 martial artists tonight to deem our mission accomplished. Why must we slay 30 martial artists? Jiang Ke inquired, bewildered. Have you forgotten? Both of us exist within the realm of Yuanling, and we must vanquish a total of 44th level beasts to progress. Presently, we have only 10. Jiangyu elucidated. At this moment, Jiang Ke found himself rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he finally conceded, Very well. Let us proceed and complete all our tasks tonight. Under the cover of darkness, Jiang Ke and Jiangyu swiftly navigated through the night, diligently searching for various martial artists. Beneath the shroud of night, chilling cries of despair echoed intermittently. Who are you? I am of the Great Chu royal family. Who are you? The anguished cries resonated from all directions. In the span of a night, a tempest of bloodshed unfurled. Jiang Yu's 1,000-mile tracking technique and Jiang Ke's 5 senses were remarkably potent, no matter how cleverly concealed. Their targets would ultimately be unearthed by the duo. As midnight approached, Jiang Yu had already taken the lives of 7 or 8 individuals, and her crescent-shaped long robe bore the stains of blood in varying degrees. She had nearly slain 9, leaving only 1 remaining. Jiang Ke, wielding a bloodied ancient sword, suddenly grasped Jiang Yu's delicate shoulder and forcefully pulled her back, exclaiming, Danger! Do not move. Swiftly, invisible sword energies sliced through the air, striking the distant trees, ground, and large boulders. Had Jiang Ke not intervened in time, Jiang Yu would likely have met her demise at the hands of this unseen blade. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yu's back as her gaze shifted to the figure in the distance. This person is formidable, likely possessing a mastery of swordsmanship that has reached the realm of lucid sword intent. Such an individual could only belong to the Yin Sword sect. Historically, the Yin Sword sect has been renowned for its sword techniques, famous across the continent. Within its ranks resides a prodigious swordsman known as the Sword Enthusiast. It is said that this individual, at a mere 16 years of age, has achieved the pinnacle of sword mastery, the unity of 10,000 swords. Although Jiang Ke had recently employed a similar technique, it was merely a demonstration of skill, whereas the sword enthusiast truly embodies the art of swordsmanship. Indeed, an impressive feat. Yet I am curious, young Master Jiang, how did you discern my presence concealed in the shadows? I do not regard the members of the Yin Sword sect with any apprehension. Oh, is that so? You truly possess audacity, do you not? I have never heard of anyone daring to mock the swordsmanship of our Yin Sword sect. Not even your father. Upon mentioning Jiang Ke's rather negligent father, his gaze darkened as he replied, "You are exceedingly arrogant. Arrogance requires a foundation. Do you believe my foundation is insufficient for my arrogance?" The sword enthusiast laughed. "It is said that my grandfather once battled your ancestor, and in the end, your ancestor was hung upon the wall, exposed to the sun for 3 days until he succumbed to his wounds. I wonder if this legend holds any truth," the sword enthusiast remarked coldly. "Is that so? Your provocation lacks finesse. Do you truly think I would fall for your trick?" Jiang Ke's indifferent voice resonated from all directions, and the sword enthusiast's attempt to discern his location utterly failed. The sword enthusiast laughed heartily, declaring, "Ha! Even if I employ provocation, what of it? Do you believe you can stand as my rival? Oh, is that so? Then I shall witness just how swift your sword truly is." Jiang Ke replied with a cold smile. With a thunderous roar, an invisible wave of sword energy swept past Jiang Ke, who unsheathed his ancient sword and plunged into the darkness with alarming speed. In the briefest of breaths, Jiang Ke located the sword enthusiast within the obscurity. The sword enthusiast, taken aback by the astonishing speed, felt a jolt of shock and immediately conjured an invisible sword once more. Chapter 63. Countdown to Death Earth-Level Combat Technique, Wind-Shattering Slash. Countless streams of sword energy sliced through the air, whistling as they went. Boom, boom. The sword enthusiast frantically swung his long sword, laced with intangible sword energy. How is this possible? The sword enthusiast held unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, particularly in such close proximity. Even someone at the level of a revered master could not evade a series of wind-shattering slashes entirely. However, Jiang Ke not only did not evade, but instead soared gracefully through the air. Even Qianyue, who was closely pursuing him, was startled by the earlier wind slash. And even he could not guarantee that he could deflect the sword enthusiast's wind slash within a 10-meter range. After dispelling the wind slash, Jiang Ke did not linger for a moment. He suddenly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the sword enthusiast, turning his hand for a counterattack as the ancient sword thrust forth. Jiang Ke unleashed the full brilliance of his sword heart at that moment. He seemed to merge with the ancient sword, denying the sword enthusiast any chance to draw his weapon. He swung horizontally towards him. It is important to note that although Jiang Ke currently possessed the realm of a venerable, he had no reason to fear a sword enthusiast in the primordial spirit realm. With a resounding clash, both retreated a step. The sword enthusiast, gazing at the torn fabric and the bloodied flesh on his shoulder, his expression turned icy. Such formidable swordsmanship. I truly underestimated you. No wonder Zhongli stated that failing to eliminate you would be a calamity for my Yin Sword sect. A calamity for your Yin Sword sect? Jiang Ke scoffed. Since you deem it a calamity, let me send you, this swordsmanship expert, to hell first. The sword enthusiast sneered. Is that so? With just you? He then casually grasped the air, conjuring an invisible bow and arrow. The arrow aimed directly at Jiang Ke's heart. If struck, death would be inevitable. Who could have anticipated that this sword enthusiast possessed such prowess? In this moment, had it been any other warrior, they would have surely met their demise. However, the sword enthusiast found himself facing Jiang Ke. In the fleeting seconds before the arrow was released, Jiang Ke swiftly reacted, raising his sword to deflect the lethal projectile. Miraculously, the arrow veered back toward the sword enthusiast, grazing his neck and leaving a faint trace of blood. He touched his neck, astonished that he had managed to block my wind god arrow. Countless skilled masters have perished beneath the unexpected strike of this arrow. The wind god arrow is the sword enthusiast's ultimate technique, conjured in midair with the air as a bow and the wind as an arrow, designed to catch enemies off guard and deliver fatal blows. The wind god arrow is renowned for its impeccable accuracy, often slaying adversaries of higher cultivation levels and formidable beasts. Since I have also received your arrow, it is only fitting that you receive one in return. Boundless seas and skies. Jiang Ke, stepping forward, wielded his ancient sword, creating a breathtaking arc in the air. The vibrant sword light transformed the ancient sword into countless other blades, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks bursting in the sky. The sword enthusiast retreated repeatedly, yet no matter how far he withdrew, the radiant sword light pursued him relentlessly, drawing ever closer. In that moment, panic set in as his eyes widened in disbelief. Unparalleled sword technique. You. Boom. Countless sword shadows descended upon the sword enthusiast, piercing through his body and emerging from his back. Upon the figure of the sword enthusiast, delicate fissures began to emerge, multiplying gradually, resembling a dense, intricate spider's web that spread from her chest. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, her form erupted into countless vibrant blossoms, bursting in place. A gust of wind swept through, carrying away the remnants, leaving no trace, as if a cataclysmic battle had never transpired here. In the distance, Qianyue gazed at Jiang Ke's silhouette, reminiscent of the youth he once was, gradually transforming into a towering presence. She sighed deeply and remarked, I fear this entrance trial will not be so easily surmountable this time. In this realm of the damaging spirit ridge, the world operates under such a principle. If you do not slay him, he shall slay you. It is the survival of the fittest. Moreover, as you heard, it was this fellow who provoked us first. I cannot be blamed. However, with your esteemed status, to vanquish a swordsman of equal caliber, and considering your prodigious talent, it is conceivable that ascending to the throne may not merely be a legend. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The divine arrows unleashed by a master like the sword enthusiast are suited for ranged combat, not close-quarters engagement, and within this dense thicket, his powers were inevitably subdued. Indeed, were it a close-range confrontation, I too could bring him down within 5 moves. Jiang Yu concurred, acknowledging that in a long-distance skirmish, her demise could very well be a possibility. Jian Qi, a prodigy of the Yin sect, was said to have been nurtured with countless resources by Wu Yinshan of the sect, who harbored great expectations for him. Jiang Li's strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was indeed executed with remarkable precision. If the members of the Yin sect were to discover that Jian Qi had perished during the entrance examination, an exhaustive investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of indifference. Jiang Ke crouched down, retrieving a box from the ground that contained several beast souls, specifically those of the 4th-level beginner variety. With the beast souls from Jian Qi, I merely need to collect 2 more to pass the first round of the examination, Jiang Ke said with a faint smile. Jiang Yu inwardly cursed, pondering how this prodigious individual could smile so charmingly, as if to deliberately ensnare the hearts of young maidens. Jian Qi is indeed unfortunate to encounter someone like you, Jiang Yu muttered. Jiang Ke picked up a card, exclaiming, This is a VIP card from the Tongtian Trading Company. I wonder how many gold coins it contains. Such VIP cards could only be opened by the bearer themselves. It was rumored that Jian Qi's brother had also come to participate in the entrance trial and was an exceptionally skilled swordsman. The restrictions on this VIP card could only be lifted by family members, and only upon unlocking the card could one acquire gold coins from the Tongtian Trading Company. Jiang Yu continued, and Jiang Ke nodded, placing the VIP card close to his heart. In that case, let us take it with us. We must hurry. If Jian Qi is indeed dead, the moment the water dragon bubble bursts, there will surely be individuals arriving at the scene. Though the exact value of the VIP card remains unknown, it is generally understood that the ranking of the card is determined by the amount of stored gold coins. A 1-star VIP card begins at a minimum of 1 million, while a 2-star card starts at 500,000. A 3-star card is valued at 200,000, a 4-star at 100,000, and a 1-star at 50,000. This particular VIP card appears to be at least 4 stars in rank. Chapter 64. The gathering place of geniuses on the surface. The various nations across the continent seem to coexist harmoniously. However, beneath this facade lies a deep-seated animosity among them, especially among the major sections. The practitioners from these sects harbor mutual hatred and hostility towards one another. As Jiang Ke and Qianyue commenced their hunt for martial artists, the sects of each nation began their own campaigns against rival sections. The imperial family of Chu, along with neighboring smaller nations, also became embroiled in this conflict. On the following morning, Jiang Ke and Qianyue stumbled upon the dismembered remains of a woman within a dense thicket. Her upper body was grotesquely suspended from a towering tree. Her azure attire, reminiscent of lake waters, was tattered beyond recognition. Her fair bosom bore numerous bruises, while her lower half lay a short distance away, bloodied between her legs, indicating that she had suffered unspeakable indignities while alive. Silently, Jiang Ke approached the tree and, with a swift stroke of his sword, severed the woman's upper body from its perch. With another gesture, he rejoined her dismembered parts. This woman appeared to be a princess from some kingdom, possessing cultivation in the spirit-gathering realm and exceptional talent, with a significant chance of entering the sacred hall. Tragically, her life had ended here. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Qianyue sent a multitude of leaves cascading down upon the woman, a final gesture of what she could offer. Having long grown accustomed to the brutality of slaughter, Jiang Ke furrowed his brow and remarked, "The method employed in this murder suggests that the perpetrator is undoubtedly a master of their craft, and they have not strayed far, leaving behind their lingering presence." Jiang Ke possessed a profound understanding of the young martial artists venturing into the damned God Ridge. Yet he could not discern which among them wielded such lethal techniques. What is your perspective on this? If my conjecture holds true, this individual must be Ning, the most illustrious prodigy of the Shun family in a century. It is said that he ascended to the gathering spirit realm at the tender age of 10, and by 15, he had already transcended to the origin spirit realm. Presently, he likely stands at the level of a venerable master. Qianyue sighed deeply before continuing. It is rumored that in his childhood, he acquired a tome dedicated to harnessing the feminine essence as a means of cultivation, thus expediting his progress. Jiang Ke gently closed the woman's eyes and, from a distance, conjured a void to inter her remains. I never anticipated that this entrance trial would witness so many at the venerable level. The damned God Ridge truly is a nexus of genius. Qianyue remained silent, lost in contemplation. Seemingly penetrating her thoughts, Jiang Ke commented, "You desire to eliminate him, to avenge this girl. Do you not yearn for that?" Qianyue retorted, "You must understand, this Ning is no mere sword enthusiast. He hails from the Nine Veins clan, and he is an exceedingly formidable adversary." With a dismissive smile, Jiang Ke remarked, "Although the sword maniac is a genius, he pales in comparison to this Ning. The disparity between them is nothing short of immense. Ning's cultivation has evidently reached the 6th level of the venerable realm, while the sword maniac remains at the 10th level of the Yuan spirit realm. The gulf between them is as vast as heaven and earth." Jiang Yu's expression grew slightly grave as he scanned the surroundings and exclaimed, "Jiang Ke, there is danger." In an instant, Jiang Ke expanded his senses, his countenance shifting as he swiftly drew his ancient sword, gazing intently at the movement within the distant thicket. "This is bad. We have fallen into an ambush. After tirelessly hunting eagles, who would have thought that one day we would be caught in the talons of an old hawk? This Ning is indeed a formidable opponent." A high-pitched, childlike voice echoed from the depths of the forest, seemingly both far and near. "Huh, I didn't expect you to become so flustered so quickly. Truly impressive." With a flourish, Ning tossed the slain beast before the two, hovering majestically above them, his haughty gaze fixed firmly on the pair. Slowly he spoke, "Together. Your beast souls must be nearing 30, am I correct?" Jiang Ke glanced upward, spotting a child of about 4 or 5 years perched above them. A visage of innocence on his face, yet his words belied his tender age. "How did you manage to follow us?" This piqued Jiang Ke's curiosity. He and Qianyue moved with remarkable speed and possessed keen senses. How could this individual manage to track them down in such a short span of time? The distinct sound of footsteps echoed through the dense forest, as a young man clad in a cerulean robe appeared, a curved sword in hand, his lips adorned with a gentle smile. Once you discover the first person you have slain, it is not particularly challenging to pursue you. Do you truly believe that you alone possess the art of tracking over vast distances? He glanced at Qianyue, who stood behind Jiang Ke. Qianyue was taken aback, her gaze rising to find that the 4 or 5-year-old child had vanished without a trace. Jiang Ke's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Ning, you are indeed formidable. Considering your status, you seem quite youthful. Your cultivation is commendable, I must say. If I were to absorb your energy and that of the enchanting young lady beside you, I might very well achieve another breakthrough." Ning's brow arched slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jiangyu's long, graceful legs before settling intently on her exquisite face, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Jiangyu's countenance darkened, fury evident in her expression. "Since you have already laid your ambush, let them all reveal themselves. I am eager to see who shall emerge victorious." Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the depths of the forest. Moments later, around a dozen silhouettes surged forth from the shadows, a few of whom were of comparable cultivation to Jiangyu, while others were at the gathering spirit realm. A dozen individuals stood in various positions, completely blocking the paths of Jiang Ke and Jiangyu. Chapter 65. The Moment of Life and Death. Had it merely been the infant Ning, Jiang Ke and Jiangyu could have joined forces to defeat him. However, the subsequent appearance of these dozen individuals, whose combat prowess was not inferior to that of Jiangyu, posed a significant threat. As the saying goes, one fist cannot contend with 4 hands. Should they launch a simultaneous attack, it would indeed be a troublesome matter, catching the two off guard. Moreover, these individuals had sealed off all avenues of escape for both Jiang Ke and Jiangyu, leaving them with no opportunity to flee. Yet, even if the two of them were to burst the water dragon bubble, it would be futile. Jiang Li had already orchestrated everything meticulously. Even if someone on the periphery were to witness the water dragon, none would arrive in time to rescue them. Ning chuckled. Jiang Ke remarked, "It appears this is yet another scheme devised by Jiang Li. Are you not afraid that he might turn against you? Even if you gave Jiang Li 10 times the courage, he would not dare." Ning replied haughtily. "You, Jiang Ke, dares to offend the 9th princess of the Great Chu Imperial family. I promised her I would entertain you here. As for the beautiful lady by your side, once I extract her, I shall show her some mercy." "Ha! Young Master Ning, once you extract her, would you allow us to indulge as well?" sneered one of the lecherous men. Seeking death, Jiangyu transformed into a fleeting shadow under the sun, dashing forward with remarkable speed, and within mere seconds, thrust his Meishue sword directly towards him. Jiangyu's astonishing speed left a crowd in awe. At this moment, it could be said that Jiangyu was truly filled with rage, unleashing her swiftest burst of energy, eager to resolve the matter in a single strike. Ning let out a cold laugh. His speed surpassed hers, appearing beside Jiangyu like a specter. In his hand, the crescent blade was adorned with peculiar azure growths, resembling the claws of a monster. The clash of Ning's blade, as hard as stone, against Jiangyu's plum snow sword emitted a faint scent of charred air. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the crescent blade multiplied from 1 to 5, ensnaring Jiangyu's sword. "Heavenly Demon Claw." Jiangyu gasped in astonishment. Ning chuckled. "You are indeed clever, my dear. This is the Heavenly Demon Claw, a formidable technique I have recently begun to master." Jiangyu withdrew her sword and retreated immediately. But Ning's speed was even greater. The Heavenly Demon Claw morphed into his hand, palm outstretched, aiming to seize Jiangyu by the neck. Shadows of several hands materialized in the air, simultaneously targeting her throat. A gust of toxic wind surged forth from Ning's hand, carrying a putrid scent. Jiangyu's lithe form arched backward, narrowly evading the deadly grasp. She planted her hands on the ground and kicked out with her long, graceful legs, landing a blow to Ning's head. With a loud thud, Ning absorbed the kick, staggering back a few steps, a footprint marking his handsome face. Rather than displaying anger, he broke into a smile, licking his hand and remarking, "This is indeed quite interesting." Jiangyu swiftly grasped the Meishue sword lying on the ground, its blade emanating a faint, ethereal glow, exuding an aura of icy chill. In the midst of a wintry landscape, Jiangyu's arm whirled continuously, causing the sword to dance through the air, conjuring a tempest laden with swirling snowflakes. As the cold deepened, varying degrees of snow began to drift through the atmosphere. Ah, so it also employs a celestial grade sword technique. How intriguing. The expression on Ying Ning's face contorted into a fierce grimace, transforming from that of a gentleman to that of a devil in an instant. He let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Heavenly Demon Claw. The Heavenly Demon Claw morphed into a cerulean shadow, rapidly spiraling towards Ying Ning's side. With a resounding boom, the Heavenly Demon Claw launched a fierce assault upon the sword's tip, releasing waves of crimson energy. Jiang Yu let out a muffled groan as the impact reverberated through his hand, causing the Mei Shui sword to fly from his grasp, landing beside the grave of the deceased woman not far away. With a thunderous clash, the Heavenly Demon Claw struck Jiang Yu's left shoulder, sending him crashing beside the grave, his complexion paling as he suffered severe internal injuries. Haha. Ying Ning laughed as he charged towards Jiang Yu once more, intent on seizing him. All swords returned to one. At that moment, Jiang Ke darted from Jiang Yu's side, wielding an ancient sword, and thrust it towards Ying Ning. The azure sea meets the sky. Ying Ning immediately sensed the imminent danger. A sneer curling at the corners of his mouth as he reached out to parry Jiang Ke's ancient sword. Suddenly, Jiang Ke's ancient sword twisted in his grip, silently activating the array inscribed upon it. The sword's brow clears the path. A sword energy, spanning several meters, erupted from the blade's edge, swiftly reaching Ying Ning's brow. His pupils constricted as he extended his hands, channeling all his inner vitality. Let the divine and demonic be at bay. He hurled the luminous orb before him, conjuring an invisible barrier infused with the anguished wails of spirits and the fierce onslaught of sword energy. Jiang Ke, sensing the overwhelming force bearing down upon him, promptly shifted his ancient sword to shield himself, yet was unable to withstand the might, taking a step back. At that moment, Ying Ning was not faring much better. A crimson gash opened in the palm of his hand. Ha! Who would have thought that the old Coot Jiang Hong would spawn such a concealed talent like you? Impressive. Ying Ning once again summoned the energy within, as wisps of essence flowed from his body, enveloping his arm entirely. Moments later, the wound inflicted by Jiang Ke began to mend at a visible pace. Such formidable self-healing abilities, Jiang Ke thought, keeping a vigilant eye on Ying Ning and those around him. He glanced at the injured Jiang Yu, who retrieved a medicinal pill from the spatial realm and tossed it to her. How are you faring? Can you hold on? Jiang Yu's complexion was pale, with faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, while the injury on her left shoulder deepened. Upon closer inspection, her left shoulder bore a palm-sized patch of bluish-green skin. Surely, her flesh had taken on that hue as well. I'm fine. This monster truly cannot be killed. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Jiang Ke, let us join forces to break free. I will confront Ying Ning while you deal with those 10 or so warriors. However, we have but 5 strikes. After that, we must unite against Ying Ning. Only then can we hope to escape with our lives. Chapter 66. The Art of Emptiness. Jiang Ke gazed at the pale-faced Jiang Yu and replied, I will distract Ying Ning. You must eliminate those 7 men. No, absolutely not. I hold value to Ying Ning. He will not kill me. If you go, you are certain to perish. Jiang Yu exclaimed, her concern evident. Is that so? Let us see who prevails. Jiang Ke retorted with a faint smile, gripping the ancient sword. The intricate patterns on the blade shimmered with a radiant glow, and gradually, a pure white light emanated from it. With swift steps, Jiang Ke advanced towards Ying Ning. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu picked up the Mei Shui sword, a sharp smile gracing her lips as she gracefully approached the group of adversaries. With a single thrust, she pierced the throat of a cultivator, who immediately collapsed to the ground. In an instant, she launched an attack on another opponent. Ying Ning stood at a distance, observing Jiang Ke's approach with a gleeful smile. Just in time. I shall eliminate you first before addressing that stunning beauty. Is that so? Then let us see your true abilities. Jiang Ke responded coldly. Ying Ning glanced at Jiang Ke, mocking him. The ancient sword you wield is indeed a legendary weapon. Yet using it in battle will only diminish your combat prowess. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Then let us put it to the test. Jiang Ke spoke softly. In the brief exchange of words between the two, Qianyue had already eliminated several adversaries, advancing towards the fourth target. Observing this, Ning ceased his idle chatter with Jiang Ke, descended from the branches, and channeled his vital energy to strike a tree. The tree, weighing several hundred pounds, was effortlessly grasped by him and hurled towards Jiang Ke. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ke realized retreat was not an option. He had to confront Ning. With a resounding clash, he swung his sword, cleaving the massive trunk in two, sending the halves flying in opposite directions. A sharp, piercing laugh erupted as Ning emerged from behind the splintered wood, his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. He aimed a powerful strike at the back of Jiang Ke's head. In that moment, Ning's palm deflected Jiang Ke's ancient sword, skewing its trajectory. Then, without warning, Ning spun around, enveloped in tendrils of green energy that slithered like venomous serpents along the blade of Jiang Ke's sword, inching perilously close to his neck. In Ning's estimation, despite Jiang Ke's speed, he was undeniably faster, instilling in him a fierce confidence that he would succeed in vanquishing Jiang Ke. Yet, in this critical moment, Jiang Ke's ancient sword unexpectedly elongated several meters, thrusting directly towards Ning's throat. Should Ning pursue his intent to slay Jiang Ke, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Fueled by rage, Ning had never before been cornered to such an extent, nor had anyone ever thwarted his lethal strikes. His confidence was palpable, yet it was equally accompanied by a significant flaw, his overwhelming arrogance. Ning's form transformed into 5 distinct silhouettes, each advancing towards Jiang Ke from different angles with lethal intent. For an ordinary practitioner, discerning the true essence of Ning amidst the illusions would be nearly impossible. However, as 3 figures launched their assault on Jiang Ke, he discerned that they were all manifestations of Ning's true self, merely accelerated by her remarkable speed, which allowed her to conjure 5 separate apparitions in a fleeting moment. With a resounding clash, Jiang Ke wielded his ancient sword to repel 2 of Ning's shadows. Yet 3 remained within his vicinity. He swiftly conjured a barrier to intercept one, while another strike thwarted a second. As the final silhouette charged forward, both Jiang Ke and Ning met the attack head-on, executing a devastating move that promised mutual destruction, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. From a distance, onlookers could only perceive Jiang Ke and Ning engaged in a relentless duel, their swords clashing against the 5 shadows in a symphony of combat. After exchanging over 30 blows, Ning found herself unable to secure victory over Jiang Ke. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the dense forest, declaring, "It appears that this prince must intervene personally." This was Chu Empire, the 3rd prince of the Great Chu royal family, who had reached the esteemed realm of a respected practitioner by the tender age of 18. A source of pride for the royal lineage and a formidable rival to the crown prince of Great Chu. To Jiang Ke's astonishment, he had now appeared within the treacherous terrain of the damaged God Ridge. "Jiang Ke, you have gravely erred in harming this prince's royal sister and brother." At last, Jiang Ke comprehended the audacity of Ning's actions. She was emboldened by the backing of the Great Chu royal family, which lent support to the Shen clan. The 9th princess and the 4th prince, it seems, are merely a pretext. This 3rd prince has previously visited the Jiang family in Qianyue City thrice, seeking to concoct the soul-devouring pill, yet his father remained unyielding. Thus, it is evident that this 3rd prince has come to exact vengeance. Chu Empire lifted the Qianyue bow in his grasp, knocking an arrow crafted from gold. His essence surged, effortlessly drawing the bow to a full moon shape, producing a low, resonant hum. The star arrow, a weapon specially forged for the royal family of Chu, is seldom wielded by many, yet surprisingly, this 3rd prince drew it with ease. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he aimed the arrow at Jiang Ke's nape, whispering softly, "Young Master Jiang, farewell, and may your journey be smooth." With a slight release of his fingers, the star arrow was unleashed. The arrowhead ignited swiftly, resembling a colossal fireball, hurtling toward Jiang Ke. Chapter 67. Escalating Peril. Ning observed the star arrow poised behind Jiang Ke, a smile gracing her lips intertwined with a hint of displeasure. The smile signified her anticipation of Jiang Ke's demise, while her discontent stemmed from the third prince's unwarranted interference. She yearned to personally deliver the fatal blow to Jiang Ke, rather than allowing this third prince to assist in his death. However, with the third prince's intervention, Jiang Ke's fate was undoubtedly sealed. With a lightness in her step, Ning ascended from the ground, transforming into countless streams of green luminescence, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. Jiang Ke undoubtedly sensed the celestial arrows descending from the heavens, sending a chill through his spine and a tingle across his scalp, as if the very sky were collapsing upon him. Suddenly, a radiant white light emanated from the celestial lock, and a magnificent phoenix descended from above. With a resounding cry, the phoenix enveloped Jiang Ke within its protective embrace. The impact of the celestial arrows crashing into the phoenix swiftly diminished. Yet even so, their formidable destructive force remained potent enough to propel Jiang Ke several meters away, where he collided with a tree, spitting blood from his mouth. Fortunately, the celestial lock, being a defensive artifact, spared his life. Otherwise, he would surely have perished on the spot. For the first time in his 2 lifetimes, Jiang Ke felt a sense of helplessness, having been injured to such a degree. What an astonishing celestial arrow! Jiang Ke steadied himself with his ancient sword, blood seeping from his lips. The third prince hovered in midair, wielding a crescent moon bell, scoffing dismissively. So it is the celestial lock. It is truly fortunate that a wretch like you possesses such a magical artifact. Ning, eliminate him and seize the celestial lock. Ning emitted a cold laugh, advancing step by step toward Jiang Ke. I never expected that even the celestial arrows would fail to end your life. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Jiang Ke observed that Jiang Yu amidst the trees had nearly dealt with their adversaries. Given a little more time, he would surely succeed. Humph! This young master shall no longer indulge you. We shall meet again under uncertain circumstances. Jiang Ke swiftly turned and fled, his agile form darting into the dense forest with remarkable speed. Entering the thicket not only allowed him to buy some time, but also offered a certain degree of concealment from the third prince's gaze, thus preventing another onslaught of star arrows. Do you think you can escape? Ning pursued Jiang Ke with fervor, swiftly entering the woodland as well. At this moment, Jiang Ke found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Within mere breaths, Ning caught up to him once again, and the two resumed their fierce battle. The heavenly demon claw in Ning's hand transformed into a curved blade, whirling rapidly in the air, creating dozens of slashing shadows accompanied by a crisp, slicing sound. With a sharp slice, Jiang Ke's shirt was torn open, revealing a gaping wound. Fortunately, he was protected by the phoenix, or else he would have suffered several grievous injuries. TSK, young Master Jiang. It seems your time has come, Ning exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a cruel smile akin to that of an artist admiring her masterpiece. With a swift motion of her arm, the icy blade lunged towards Jiang Ke's neck. In a moment of crisis, all of Jiang Ke's internal energy surged towards his dantian, causing the air around him to shimmer and distort. Ning's curved blade sliced through the air near him, yet it did not make contact with his body. How is that possible? This cannot be. Ning gasped in disbelief, momentarily stunned as she landed against a nearby tree, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Had she truly seen Jiang Ke evade the onslaught of blades? Just as Ning hesitated, Jiang Ke retaliated, thrusting his weapon and piercing directly through her arm. With a muffled sound escaping from Ning's mouth, he bit down hard on his gums and kicked Jiang Ke aside with a swift motion. Simultaneously, his figure began to retreat, blood dripping steadily from his arms, rendering him immobile in an instant. Numbness? How could this be possible? Ning gazed incredulously at the youth before him. You actually severed my heavenly demon claw. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ke could so swiftly cut through his heavenly demon claw, nor could he fathom sustaining injury at the hands of such an individual. Even his formidable self-healing abilities were of no use at this moment. Just then, Qianyue emerged from the dense forest, brandishing a blood-soaked sword, standing menacingly behind Ning. Her entire being was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid clinging tightly to her curves, accentuating her slender waist and long, elegant legs. In that moment, she resembled a harbinger of death from the underworld, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Ning scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe that the two of you can slay me? Even with but one arm, I could effortlessly crush you both. Ning, would you like this prince to lend you a hand? A gentle voice resonated from afar, striking a stark contrast in the blood-soaked battlefield. Jiang Ke looked towards Qianyue, who, since his awakening, had never encountered anyone daring enough to label him as worthless. Qianyue, your fate is sealed. Suddenly, a melodious sound pierced the air, accompanied by the enchanting notes of a flute, and a swarm of butterflies, thousands strong, surged towards Jiang Ke and Qianyue with breathtaking speed. Since ancient times, beauty has often been accompanied by peril. These thousands of butterflies are the secondary demon beasts of the damned spirit ridge, known as venomous butterflies. A single sting from one of them can lead to immediate death. Although the song of the venomous butterfly is classified as a secondary demon beast, their numbers are staggering. Not only would a person at the revered level or the elemental spirit level find themselves in danger, but even those at the life and death realm would be compelled to flee. Run! Jiang Ke shouted urgently at Qianyue. In an instant, Qianyue appeared before Jiang Ke, who grasped her hand tightly and began to sprint forward, desperate to evade the onslaught of the venomous butterflies. Do you really think you can escape? Ning called out, pursuing the direction of Jiang Ke and Qianyue. As a practitioner of toxic arts, Ning had no fear of these venomous butterflies. Jiang Ke, glancing back at the advancing Ning and then at the bystander Qianyue, felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that Qianyue was a beast tamer? How could he strike from midair? Suddenly, a languid voice echoed in his ear, saying, "Young one, if you agree to a condition of mine, I may be able to lend you some assistance." Whose voice is this? What condition? Regardless of the voice's origin, resolving the immediate crisis is of utmost importance. Rest assured, I will not compel you to commit acts of murder or arson. Simply do not seal me within the heavenly lock. A voice of ancient timbre resonated from the ring of the heavenly lock. Very well, I agree. Although Jiang Ke was unaware of the identity of this individual, he could sense a profound energy emanating from within the celestial lock. He recalled a statement made by his instructor, emphasizing that gaining the allegiance of the ancient celestial lock was no trifling matter. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped the surroundings, and a magnificent image unfolded before Jiang Ke. With a swift motion of his hand, an ethereal silhouette materialized abruptly, landing directly before him. To his astonishment, a colossal shadow fell upon the father-son toad. Ning gasped in disbelief, taken aback by the presence of such a treasure within the damned spirit ridge. The father-son toad, a fourth-tier magical beast, was a rare sight in the world. This creature existed as both father and lover, with a small toad perched atop the larger toad's head. It was said that these father-son toads were typically utilized as formidable sealing artifacts, and the toad father, upon the birth of its offspring, would lose its sight, with the little toad thereafter serving as its eyes. Ning, what are you waiting for? Quickly seize the father-son toad, exclaimed the astonished third prince. Once the seal was lifted, the father-son toad appeared exuberant, having forgotten how many years it had languished in the darkness of the celestial lock. Youngster, I shall lend you my strength to vanquish that fellow with the starry arrow. Ning was equally stunned, realizing that Jiang Ke might also be a beast tamer. With a swift thrust of his sword, Jiang Ke cleaved the approaching magical beast in two, only to attract a swarm of venomous butterflies in response. Sword Heart is one. Jiang Ke unleashed the Sword Heart Clarity technique, forming a magnificent sword approximately 3 meters in length, enveloping himself within its radiant aura. The sword spun incessantly alongside Jiang Ke, emanating an intangible sword chi. Numerous venomous butterflies were thus wounded by the sword energy, plummeting to the ground. Celestial Demon Claw. Ning hastily pursued, arriving in midair, and leaped forward, covering several meters in a single bound. The Celestial Demon Claw struck swiftly at Jiang Ke's chest. Jiang Ke quickly raised his sword horizontally in defense, channeling an intangible battle aura with one hand while attempting to block Ning's attack with the other. With a resounding crash, Ning's celestial demon claw, unleashed with immense power, forcefully knocked the ancient sword from Jiang Ke's grasp. Jiang Ke staggered back a few paces, spitting blood, already injured. He found himself unable to withstand Ning's formidable onslaught. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. If only he could break through to the 10th realm of the Venerable. This battle would not be so grueling. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Ke did not succumb to despair. Rather, his combat awareness intensified. Void technique. His inner energy surged rapidly, causing his blood to boil, and he began to float in midair. This was the void technique, a hallmark of the 10th realm of the Venerable. Even with the void technique, you cannot transcend, even if you break through. Ning scoffed. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she beheld streams of light emanating from Jiang Ke's body, transforming into intangible ropes that enveloped him entirely. With a swift motion, Jiang Ke summoned the ancient sword that had fallen far away, wielding it to cleave a venomous butterfly in two. Standing a short distance away, Ning displayed a contemptuous smile and remarked, "Even if your realm has advanced, what difference does it make? The outcome remains unchanged." "Is that so?" Jiang Ke remarked coldly. The law of void. Enveloped by ethereal threads, Jiang Ke surged forward, propelled by the stimulation of blood, launching an attack towards Ning. Invisible Bull. The vital energy within Jiang Ke surged into his arm, encasing his palm in a cocoon of energy, causing the surrounding air to ripple in tandem with his movements. Heavenly Demon Claw. Unfazed, Ning knew that even though Jiang Ke stood at the 10th level of the revered realm, facing him would lead to certain demise. With a thunderous crash, their formidable powers collided. Pooh! Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, sensing an overwhelming force coursing through his palm and into his very core. The ancient sword in Jiang Ke's hand pressed against Ning's heavenly demon claw, its radiance intensifying with each moment, amplifying its strength and pushing Ning backward. With a thud, Ning stumbled back several paces, his body crashing against a large rock, and once again he coughed up blood. "How is this possible? How can your strength surpass mine? You shall undoubtedly perish today," Ning bellowed. Boundless blood. The blood within Ning ignited, revealing a crimson arsenal behind him. Boundless blood was the ultimate killing move of the 8th level of the revered realm. With each ascension in the revered realm, one's internal vital energy would dramatically elevate, transforming techniques in varying degrees. It could be said that the explosive power unleashed at the 10th level of the revered realm multiplied one's combat prowess by several-fold. Chapter 69. The Ancient Demon Emperor. With a thunderous crash, the most gifted genius of the Shen family met his demise on the damaged God Ridge after a century. Had he not encountered Jiang Ke today, it is likely that within a few years, he would have transcended into the boundless realm, reshaping the entire continent due to this young man's prowess. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Jiang Ke managed to ascend, or else the identity of the deceased would have remained unknown. The innate talent of Ning was comparable to that of Jiang Ke. The only difference lay in their paths of cultivation. As Jiang Ke witnessed the lifeless body of Ning, he exhaled a long breath of rancid air. Finally, he had succeeded in vanquishing this adversary, a feat that had proven to be quite arduous. A faint, weary smile graced his lips, but darkness began to envelop his vision, and his tall, slender form swayed slightly. It was uncertain whether it was fatigue or excessive blood loss that plagued him. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees with the ancient sword still clutched in hand, striving to maintain his consciousness. In haste, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial pocket, placing it in his mouth while sitting in meditation to circulate his internal energy, refining the replenishing elixir. After approximately 15 minutes, Jiang Ke's injuries had recovered to a certain extent, yet he remained notably feeble. At this moment, should another Ning or a 4th-level beast appear, it would pose a grave danger. Suddenly, the third prince, Chu Empire, drew back his celestial arrow once more, aiming directly at Jiang Ke's head. With a swift whoosh, the arrow hurtled through the air, propelled by a force akin to riding the waves. At that moment, a colossal figure descended before Jiang Ke. The father-son toad let out a tremendous roar, its body gradually expanding as it stood before Jiang Ke, blocking the deadly strike of the stellar arrow. The little golden toad incessantly complained, "This fellow possesses quite remarkable prowess. He must have reached the boundless realm and is indeed a beast master. Fortunately, I summoned a swarm of golden venomous bees. Otherwise, I would have truly been at a loss on how to deal with this individual." The little golden toad spoke with a hint of mockery in its tone. Jiang Ke nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for the little golden toad, he and Jiang Yu would have struggled against the combined forces of Yingning and Chuaran. "Young man, quickly provide me with a few energy-replenishing pills." "But how is it that your cultivation has progressed so swiftly?" Jiang Ke speculated that within the little golden toad's body, some entity must be sealed. Otherwise, how could the father-son toad suddenly unleash such terrifying power? Laughter echoed from within the celestial lock, proclaiming, "I am the demon lord from the primordial era." Humph. Yet I never anticipated being captured by that brat known as the creator god and imprisoned within the celestial lock. So, is your primordial spirit what is sealed within the celestial lock? Jiang Ke understood that this celestial lock was a treasure left behind by the creator god, recognized as the finest sealing artifact, yet he had not fathomed that it contained the seal of an ancient demon emperor. Whether this was fortuitous or ominous remained uncertain. Humph. Young man, do you truly believe that such a rudimentary artifact as the celestial lock can confine me? Were it not for my 3 souls and 7 spirits being separately sealed within 10 celestial locks, each spirit bound to a single artifact, how could I be trapped by this trivial celestial lock? The demon emperor scoffed. 3 souls and 7 spirits? What I have sealed within this celestial lock is either your soul or your spirit. My soul, young one, you are indeed fortunate. The demon emperor seemed somewhat dissatisfied as he softly hummed. The human soul, among the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person. The human soul is the closest to the true self. This implies that this celestial lock is the strongest among the 10. The teasing words of the demon emperor echoed once more as he chuckled. Young one, your beloved has arrived, and I must now enter a state of slumber. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to communicate through thought. Beloved? Jiang Ke looked at the blood-soaked Jiang Yu approaching and finally comprehended the meaning behind the demon emperor's earlier statement. Does the demon emperor grow stronger with each celestial lock he finds? You are indeed correct, young one. If I can gather all the celestial locks, I shall undoubtedly break free from them. When I return to the world, I shall bring about devastation and supremacy, and at that time, you need only to remain by my side. Who would dare to offend you on this continent? The demon emperor spoke with a smile. Alas, the difficulty of collecting all the celestial locks is immense. Not even I can guarantee it, let alone you. Now, young one, you should accompany your beloved. I must focus on my cultivation. Jiang Ke carefully reattached the celestial lock to the wounded one, realizing that this ancient demon emperor could not escape the celestial lock. And moreover, he bore no hostility towards him. It is essential to understand that this soul, imprisoned for centuries, can only hope to break free from its seal through Jiang Ke's hands. Should Jiang Ke perish, the demon emperor would be sealed once more. Upon the demise of Yingning, the remaining 20 or so martial artists met the same grim fate, leaving only Chuaran to escape. Jiang Ke discovered 5 beast souls upon Yingning's body, followed by a 2-star VIP card. However, this card held little value for Jiang Ke, primarily due to the absence of Yingning's kin. Yet, the heavenly demon claw, which had fallen from Yingning, presented an opportunity. Should he refine it for his own use, it would undoubtedly serve as a most satisfactory weapon. The claw possessed formidable attack power, though it had been twisted into a malevolent form while in Yingning's possession. Subsequently, Jiang Ke collected the beast souls, weapons, and gold coins from the bodies of the 20-odd martial artists, storing them within the celestial lock for future utility. Before long, Jiang Yu's gentle voice turned urgent. When Jiang Ke turned, he found Jiang Yu had vanished, prompting him to hastily follow her into the dense forest. As he parted the thick foliage, the sight that met his eyes caused him to gasp in shock. Qianyue lay amidst a patch of grass, her delicate hands clasped across her chest, her exquisite face contorted in a blend of pain and ecstasy. Her fragile demeanor tugged at Jiang Ke's heartstrings. Chapter 70. An unconventional antidote. A flush crept onto Qianyue's enchanting face as she tremulously uttered, "Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke, I believe I have been poisoned." In that moment, her voice did not convey a plea for help. Instead, it resonated with a seductive allure, a soft gasp. Qianyue's condition appeared peculiar. Her gaze was dazed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her red lips slightly parted, and her fair skin glimmered with a hint of crimson, exuding a fragrant sweat. Poisoned? What toxin have you succumbed to? Jiang Ke gazed at the faint black imprint on Qianyue's left shoulder, a mark left by the demonic claws of Ning. The poison from the demonic claws. Yet, it seemed there was something more sinister at play. Jiang Ke's attention shifted to Qianyue's right hand and the delicate pink of her earlobe, where he observed faint traces of blood, evidence of a wound inflicted by a toxic butterfly. Her long, slender legs trembled slightly, intertwining and brushing against one another, possibly due to the agony brought on by the poison, or perhaps the hallucinatory effects of the butterfly's venom. Ning's demonic claws were a malevolent technique, designed to siphon the abundant yin energy from women to enhance one's own cultivation. In her relentless pursuit for swifter and more convenient means of subduing women, Ning had insidiously infused her technique with an alluring toxin, complicating matters significantly. Suddenly, Jiang Ke found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He could only produce an antidote pill and administer it to Qianyue. Then, he grasped Qianyue's arm and lifted her onto his back, carrying her away from the perilous scene. Although Qianyue was a cultivator, she was merely at the late stage of Yuanling, and given her injuries, it was nearly impossible for her to fully combat the poison unleashed by the demonic claws. Jiang Ke hurriedly navigated through the dense forest, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape the battlefield swiftly. "Qianyue, you must stay alert," he bellowed in frustration. Yet, at that moment, Qianyue's consciousness was clouded, her mind ensnared in the illusions conjured by the toxic butterfly, rendering her unable to hear Jiang Ke's urgent words. A sudden, sharp sound of tearing fabric echoed through the canopy of the forest. Qianyue, in a frenzy, began to rip apart her own garments. At that moment, a chilling cry from a demon beast echoed above Jiang Ke's head. His expression shifted, prompting him to halt abruptly, turning his body to press Qianyue against his chest, utilizing the surrounding tall trees and dense foliage as a veil to conceal both himself and Qianyue. Jiang Ke stilled his breath and concentrated, casting his gaze towards the sky. Chu Iran hovered atop the back of a second-tier demon beast, circling in the air as he scanned for targets. Beside him, a figure clad in dark garments, their face obscured, also soared aloft. The two of them simultaneously directed their attention downward towards the dense forest, seemingly in search of something. "Jiang Ke, help me." Qianyue's eyes began to cloud with confusion, her mouth emitting cat-like sounds that tugged at the heartstrings, her delicate hands exploring their way into Jiang Ke's embrace. "Don't move." Jiang Ke swiftly covered Qianyue's mouth with one hand while firmly restraining her hands with the other, fearful that her erratic cries might alert the two figures above, leading to unimaginable consequences. Ning had followed Chu Iran into the damaged God Ridge, and the Shin family, which had maintained neutrality in the struggle for the throne, had surprisingly chosen to send Ning along with him. This decision indicated that they were prepared for the unfolding events, having met his demise in this place. Jiang Ke knew he needed to provide the Shin family with an explanation, otherwise, upon his return, he would likely face dire repercussions. Qianyue gradually slumped into Jiang Ke's embrace, becoming as pliant as spring mud. The toxicity of the poisoned butterfly needed to be addressed swiftly, little girl. Today it is fortunate that I am here, or else you would have lost both your senses and your life. Jiang Ke turned Qianyue's body over, spending nearly an hour to find a suitable resting place. Chapter 71. The first round concludes. Jiang Ke channeled his internal energy into his hands, then transferred it into Qianyue's body. This process repeated itself in cycles, and after several iterations, the toxins within Jiang Yu's body noticeably diminished, her dark purple lips gradually transforming into a healthier shade of red. A hint of crimson appeared on Jiang Yu's delicate, frowning face. She coughed out a stream of dark blood. Slowly regaining consciousness, Jiang Yu felt the heat within her body dissipating. She immediately inspected her clothing, only to discover that it had become half undraped. Jiang Ke's hands rested gently on Jiang Yu's jade-like back as he softly urged, "Do not lose focus. Follow my lead and circulate your internal energy to completely eradicate the remaining toxins." Upon hearing Jiang Ke's words, a tumultuous wave surged within Jiang Yu. A powerful force erupted from her body, sending Jiang Ke, who was tending to her wounds, flying backward. Hastily, she covered her exposed form with her left hand, while her right hand formed a seal and lunged toward Jiang Ke's neck, seizing him firmly. Coldly, she demanded, "What have you done to me?" Jiang Ke was momentarily at a loss for words. "Little girl, oh no, cousin, can't you see? I am detoxifying you. Moreover, if I had any ill intentions, would I not have acted sooner, allowing you to attack me?" Silence. Jiang Yu released her grip on Jiang Ke, waves of heat flooding her face as she pressed her lips together and took several steps back. At this moment, her body remained in a state of considerable weakness. Before she could fully regain her footing, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Ke sighed softly and rose to his feet. "Cousin, your health is quite fragile at present. You must sit down and recuperate slowly and promptly expel the toxins from your body. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself." Jiang Yu retorted coldly. She then retrieved a smooth, pearl-like pill from her Qianyue pouch and swallowed it. The detoxification pill, aptly named, was a gift from a debauched young man from the Pu family in Qianyue City, given to curry favor with Jiang Yu. Though she had not anticipated needing it here, a crescent-shaped long robe descended from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Yu's exposed skin. She paused momentarily, casting her gaze downward, her eyes betraying a hint of flustered embarrassment, before finally whispering, "There hasn't been anything else between us, has there?" Jiang Ke chuckled. "Aside from healing your wounds, what else could possibly occur?" Jiang Yu's delicate face flushed crimson. Jiang Ke's irreverent demeanor only fueled her urge to flee the scene. Jiang Ke produced an item resembling a jade pendant from behind him, placing it before Jiang Yu. "Oh, by the way, this fell from you when you were escaping. I'm returning it." Upon the appearance of the jade pendant, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "Give me the pendant." Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ke felt a surge of curiosity. This jade pendant appeared strikingly familiar. "Cousin Jiang Yu, could it possibly be?" However, Jiang Yu hastily interrupted, insisting, "It's merely an ordinary jade pendant, a gift from someone. Return it to me." In a past life, Jiang Ke had seemingly stumbled upon a similar jade pendant. Yet the specific purpose of this trinket eluded his memory. Ultimately, he returned the pendant to Jiang Yu, his face flushed with embarrassment. He bit his lip tightly, crimson droplets seeping from his luscious lips as he exclaimed, "Jiang Ke, you scoundrel." Jiang Ke was taken aback. After saving his cousin, he was being labeled a scoundrel. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu concealed themselves within the unremarkable cave to recuperate. With the aid of various elixirs, by dusk, Jiang Ke's injuries had nearly healed, to the point where even if Chu Ran were to appear, he could easily overpower him. Although Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu had narrowly escaped death, their gains were substantial. The beast souls collected from Ming Ning, along with those from over 20 other warriors, had far exceeded the task assigned by the Academy's head. Jiang Yu gestured toward the beast souls beside her, stating, "I currently possess 60 second-tier beast souls, equivalent to 24th-tier beasts. I have fulfilled my task. And you?" Jiang Ke smiled gently, replying, "I have exceeded my quota as well. My cultivation has reached the 10th level of the Venerable Realm, yet I still need to hunt 10 4th-tier beasts to complete my mission." Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, withdrawing her true energy, and proclaimed, "Let us proceed now." Jiang Ke, momentarily taken aback, promptly stowed away her belongings and began to ambush and eliminate the martial artists in the vicinity. "No, The third prince has yet to perish. A chilling glint flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. Had it not been for Jiang Ke's fortunate advancement, she might have met her demise on the spot. Jiang Ke, with one arm crossed over her chest and the other stroking her chin, mused, "What is the hurry? There are still plenty of opportunities ahead. Let us go." Indeed. Yet, the third prince must be slain. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Jiang Ke inquired skeptically, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. What of it? Jiang Yu replied unabashedly. Were it not for this Chu Ran, you would not have sustained injuries, and Ying Ning would have perished much earlier. If you eliminate members of the Shen family here, how will you defend against their pursuit once we step outside, should the third prince inform them? Are you concerned for my well-being? Jiang Ke tilted her head, teasingly remarking, It is rare for you to jest amidst such dire circumstances. Moreover, consider this, the more resources and wealth we seize, the more efficient our cultivation at Yunzu Academy will be. A radiant smile adorned Jiang Yu's face, her butterfly-like eyelashes trembling slightly. Very well. Since my cousin has urged me so, I shall indulge in this madness with you. Jiang Ke responded. As the night deepened, the silhouettes of Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu transformed into fleeting shadows beneath the moonlight, swiftly traversing the dense forest. Jiang Ke gazed at Jiang Yu with astonishment. Despite being merely at the Yuanling realm, she matched his prowess as a Zunjing realm practitioner. Jiang Yu's talent was indeed formidable. Throughout the entire night, a crimson hue enveloped the skies above the dense forest. Chapter 72. First round, first place. Two individuals amassed a considerable bounty of resources and wealth, while a multitude of warriors perished beneath their blades. Not only did they gather beast souls and gold coins, but they also collected numerous treasures and a substantial quantity of elixirs. By day, they concealed themselves within a cave, honing their skills. Jiang Ke refined the seized elixirs into energy-restoring pills, using them to mend his depleted vital energy and physical injuries. As darkness descended, it marked the final night of this examination. Within the forest, heart-wrenching cries echoed, even as the shattered remnants of the dragon bubble summoned forth water dragons. Yet, when the students from Yunza Academy arrived, they found nothing but lifeless bodies, with the assailants nowhere to be traced. Who could this be? Are we merely pawns in their game? I hope I do not cross paths with them. Indeed, such a scenario has never unfolded before. Who could possess the audacity to slay so many in such a brief span? I surmise that someone is seizing this opportunity to eliminate their rivals. Alas, let us not dwell on it. After all, it is the final night. Let us depart. A few individuals tasked with transportation muttered amongst themselves, mounting their trained beasts and vanishing into the shadows. This was a one-sided massacre that persisted until the late hours of the night, with dozens of warriors falling at the hands of Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu. Faced with their combined prowess, some warriors scarcely had a chance to retaliate. At times, when Jiang Ke became irritable, he would command Jiang Yu to follow closely behind him. He would slay, and she would be responsible for the aftermath, collecting the spoils of wealth. You, young man, your combat prowess is growing ever stronger, came the voice of the demon emperor from within the celestial lock. Jiang Ke seized a warrior's box, opening it to extract the soul beasts and gold coins within, completely disregarding the exuberant remarks of the demon emperor. With a cold smirk, Jiang Ke retorted, Demon Emperor, do not forget, should I perish, you shall remain eternally sealed within the celestial lock. I merely jested lightly. Why take it so seriously? The demon emperor replied, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Jiang Ke's teeth clenched. Was this truly the ancient demon emperor? Could he not embody the aura befitting his title? Jiang Ke sensed that Jiang Yu had made significant strides in her swordsmanship over the past 2 days of practical combat. At this moment, she had likely surpassed the realm of clear sword intent. Little girl, how fares your swordplay? Jiang Ke teased. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the celestial lock, coalescing in Jiang Ke's hand into a golden toad. Young man, Jiang Ke placed it within the ample confines of his chest. Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu exited the dense forest, ambling towards the exit, where they encountered a student from Yunza Academy. From a distance, Jiang Ling spotted Jiang Yu and Jiang Ke, who had mounted a beastly bird that descended before them, lifting the two onto its back as it soared towards the plaza. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled at the sight of Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu's exceptional beast spirits. "You two are quite impressive." "Thank you, cousin," Jiang Yu sweetly replied. Several individuals had gathered in the square when a student approached swiftly. "I am here to escort you to the front for the roll call," he announced. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, a spark ignited within him. While Jiang Yu might not possess the enchanting beauty of Jiang Ling, the students at the academy had grown weary of Jiang Ling's allure. Suddenly, the appearance of such a refined beauty was striking. This young lady, known as Chu Qinling, gracefully approached Jiang Yu. "I am Qinling, a disciple of Master Yunli from Yunzi Academy. Which teacher's martial artist do you two serve under?" Jiang Yu's expression turned icy as she stood with her sword crossed over her arms, choosing to disregard Chu Qinling. She had become accustomed to such unsolicited advances from men. Jiang Ke chuckled, "The fifth prince of Dechu. Indeed, I am the fifth prince of the Dechu royal family. Within the halls of Yunzi Academy, if one lacks a formidable martial artist as a patron, they may face bullying. In the past, there have been peculiar disappearances of new students. However, fret not. If anyone troubles you, simply mention my name, and they will likely show me some respect. Thank you for your concern, Brother Chu. Jiang Yu and I shall take our leave now." Jiang Ling replied with a smile. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the square of Yunzi Academy, where clusters of people had already gathered. Groups of 3 or 5 were huddled together, engaged in discussions, while many others wore expressions of disappointment. A few, however, were animatedly chatting, evidently having completed their tasks. In the heart of the square, a throng of individuals engaged in animated discussions, recounting their harrowing encounters with the monstrous beasts, their voices echoing with vivid tales. "Ah, do you not know? During the trials, 2 formidable individuals formed a duo, rampaging through and slaying warriors possessed by beastly souls. I have heard whispers suggesting that many youthful warriors met their demise at their hands. It is said that these 2 harbingers of death even extinguished the life of Shun Yingning, the rare genius of the Shin family, who had not emerged in a century. Allegedly, they subsequently targeted only those from the Shin family in the Dechu royal lineage. Speaking of which, we ought to express our gratitude to these 2. Had they not been preoccupied with slaughtering members of the Dechu royal family and the Shin clan, I dare say I would not have succeeded in the first round." A chorus of voices echoed this sentiment. Jiang Ke, upon hearing these remarks, merely smiled faintly, surrendering the beast souls in his possession to the student tasked with counting them. Jiang Yu also submitted approximately 70 beast souls. The student responsible for tallying the souls gazed in astonishment at the 2, clearly recognizing that they had far exceeded their assigned task, claiming the title of champions in the first round of trials. Chapter 73. Academy regulations. As the first round of examinations drew to a close around midday, a multitude gathered in the square, awaiting the elders to announce the list of students who had passed. A total of 2,394 students had participated in the first round, with 753 successfully passing the evaluation. The list of successful candidates was affixed to the outer wall, allowing everyone to approach and peruse it. Once the elder concluded the reading, the crowd swiftly surged towards the announcement board. Those who had passed remained, while those who had failed departed with heavy hearts. The elder then proclaimed, "All those who have passed the first round of examinations shall rest in place. Tomorrow at dawn, you will enter the 9-tiered demon tower for the second round. In this round, only 300 will succeed. All others will be eliminated. This means that the first 300 to emerge from the second round shall be deemed successful, while those who follow will face immediate disqualification. However, do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Tonight, you shall remain in place. Any disturbance will result in the forfeiture of your examination eligibility." With those words, the elder departed from the square. After the elder's exit, 2 students made their way onto the platform. The young woman, named Qianyue, was a once-in-a-century talent from the Shin family. Tall and graceful, she sported straight, long hair with bangs, her fair complexion gently exposed to the air. Despite appearing to be merely in her teens, her delicate face radiated a gentle smile, complemented by long eyelashes and bright eyes. Though not extraordinarily beautiful, she possessed a refreshing charm. The two stood upon the elevated stage, disdainfully surveying the crowd below, before casually settling into a meditative posture. The male cultivators in the square were entranced by the presence of these two remarkable individuals. Meanwhile, the students within Yunza Academy dared not lift their gazes towards the two women, their faces betraying a hint of apprehension. Jiang Ke cast a subtle glance at the two women on the platform, slightly astonished as he remarked, "These two are far from ordinary." To which came the teasing retort, "Ah, are you simply captivated by their beauty?" Qianyue lowered the sword he had been holding and fixed his gaze upon the two women atop the high platform. Their attire was distinctly different from that of ordinary students, indicating that they were, like him, disciples of the inner chamber. A soft cough escaped Jiang Ke's lips. Indeed, within the confines of Yunza Academy, only those disciples mentored by the inner chamber's instructors were permitted to don the light blue robes, while the common disciples were relegated to white garments. He was an exception, as his own mentor paid little heed to such conventions. Only disciples of the inner chamber or those who had accrued significant merit could wear the blue robes. Observing the infatuated gaze of the fifth prince, it became apparent to all that the light blue attire signified a position of considerable status within Yunza Academy. The fifth prince, a quintessential dandy and libertine, appeared eager to rush toward the beautiful women on the platform. Jiang Ke's expression reflected a degree of astonishment. He had not anticipated that these two individuals held such high standing within the academy, which implied that their prowess was formidable. He was unable to discern their cultivation levels. Within Yunza Academy, there exists a ranking system for martial prowess, and these two women held the top position on the heavenly list. This ranking system is divided into the heavenly, earthly, and cloud lists. The Yunza Academy ranking is the authoritative index of the most powerful warriors within the institution, evaluated based on cultivation level, skill, and innate talent. The fact that these two women were ranked first on the heavenly list underscores the extraordinary level of their strength. It can be said that every individual who enters the heavenly list is a paragon among the elite of the entire continent. The third prince, Chu Empire, cast a cold gaze across the crowd, settling his piercing eyes upon Qianyue and Jiang Ke. It appeared that this prince had indeed transcended the realm of the esteemed. Jiang Ke remarked with a hint of indifference. Jiang Li, with a sharp glance, also directed his attention towards the two. "What?" exclaimed the fifth prince, his voice rising in an uncharacteristic display of emotion. His expression shifted dramatically. This Chu Empire, whose innate talent was already formidable, has unexpectedly elevated his prowess to such heights during this expedition to the Lost Divine Ridge. At this rate, he is likely to secure the top position in this entrance examination. "Is that so?" Qianyue inquired. "Indeed," the fifth prince responded, somewhat disheartened. "Yet, it is not without merit. At the very least, our great Chu royal family will have someone capable of entering the sanctum, which is commendable. What advantages does one gain from entering the sanctum?" Jiang Ke questioned, having only heard of this sanctum but remaining unaware of its benefits. "Of course, there are significant advantages. Only those students who enter the sanctum are eligible for direct tutelage by the esteemed elders, and they will earn merit points. Consequently, their rankings will improve, and they will receive 1,000 points. A nearby martial artist, who had been listening, scoffed. "Isn't it merely a point? What's so remarkable about that?" "My dear classmate, you may not fully grasp the situation. Within the entire Yunza Academy, only a few points can be exchanged for training resources, elixirs, magical beasts, accommodations. Can those be acquired solely with gold? Within the entirety of Yunza Academy, gold coins are rendered useless. Only points hold value. As long as one possesses sufficient points, Yunza Academy shall fulfill any desire." The fifth prince exclaimed with enthusiasm. "So, how many gold coins does this 1,000 points equate to?" Jiang Ke inquired. 1,000 points, indeed. That amounts to an astonishing 500,000 gold coins. Upon the fifth prince's revelation, a collective gasp resonated around them. 500,000 gold coins. Chapter 74, The Nine-Tiered Demon Tower. Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yunze Academy truly possessed unparalleled wealth. The Jiang family, before their decline, was also a prominent clan, yet in the face of Yunze Academy, they seemed diminutive. Moreover, he found himself in dire need of funds. Attaining first place among the newcomers would yield him 500,000 gold coins. What could be more advantageous? Such a fortune would undoubtedly afford him more resources for cultivation. The crux of the matter lies in tomorrow's 9-tiered demon tower, where superior performance within the tower would correspond to higher achievements. What exactly is this 9-tiered demon tower? A nearby young warrior queried in confusion. Jiang Lingwan, her voice as melodious as a warbler, responded, "The 9-tiered demon tower imposes exceedingly high demands on cultivators, serving as a formidable test of innate talent. As its name suggests, it houses demon beasts starting from level 5, with each ascending tier presenting increasingly formidable creatures. To emerge safely from the 9-tiered demon tower, I fear that very few will succeed." Jiang Yu, with a glint in his eye, asserted, "I will certainly emerge unscathed." "And you, Jiang Ke?" "I possess limited knowledge regarding the 9-tiered demon tower. I can only endeavor to do my best." Pondering this, Jiang Yu thought to herself that the calm demeanor of this individual must stem from a certain understanding of the 9-tiered demon tower. Jiang Ke observed Jiang Yu thoughtfully and had to concede that this young girl was indeed correct. During his previous life, he too had heard whispers of this tower. It was said that the beasts within had essentially awakened their spiritual apertures and were adept at employing various formations to confound their adversaries. However, his understanding of the tower was rather superficial, and whether one could reach the final tier remained a perplexing uncertainty. At this moment, the 5th prince, seated beside Jiang Ke, displayed an air of excitement as he spoke. "Let me share with you that those who dare to challenge the 9-tiered demon tower have ascended to at least the 5th tier. Based on last year's student performance, those who reached the 3rd tier were assigned to the tutelage of various elders, while those who could only access the 1st or 2nd tier were relegated to mere outer students." The cultivators nearby cast envious glances at the 5th prince, for he was already under the guidance of an elder. One cultivator cautiously approached and inquired, "Might the 5th prince enlighten us about what lies within the 9-tiered demon tower?" Another echoed, "Indeed, 5th prince, please share with us the secrets of this place. It would aid us in our preparations for entry, would it not?" As he spoke, a cultivator placed several gold coins into the 5th prince's hand. The onlookers, too, were diligently learning, placing gold coins into the hands of the 5th prince. With a beaming smile, he accepted the coins, for although he was a prince, he found little fortune within the confines of Yunze Academy, and he yearned to experience the grandeur of the Huatian Hotel. "The specifics elude me. I was expelled before even reaching the 1st level of the demon tower, and it was only after numerous trials that I managed to enter." Jiang Ke lifted his gaze towards the towering demon tower, which appeared less like a constructed temple and more like a precious artifact. As the first rays of sunlight broke upon the earth, the 9-story demon tower pierced through the enveloping darkness, revealing itself to the people, radiating a dazzling golden light that resembled a grand Buddhist hall from afar. Not only the students present, but also several elders from the academy stood in the square, gazing upward at the demon tower, while casting glances at the students beside them. They remained unaware of the extraordinary talents that would emerge among this group of students this year. Initially, Jiang Ke assumed that Yunze Academy predominantly comprised male students. Yet today seemed notably different, as over 80% of those present were female students, each more enchanting than the last, as if they had stepped from the pages of a painting. Standing beneath the demon tower, Jiang Ke remarked to the 5th prince, "How peculiar it is that so many female students have gathered today. This has been a long-standing pattern. Each year, the beautiful senior sisters lead the new students into the demon tower, but I never anticipated such a multitude would arrive this year. Is it true?" Jiang Ke pondered while observing a group of individuals. Indeed, it is uncertain when this began, but within Yunze Academy, the status of female students far surpasses that of their male counterparts, and each of them is more formidable than the last. Should anyone dare to bully one of them, they will rise in a collective fury, and one would certainly choose to take a detour upon encountering them in the future. The fifth prince nodded repeatedly. Jiang Ke smiled knowingly, not taking his words to heart. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, what fear could he have of these women? If there were to be blame, it would rest solely on his own lack of ability. At that moment, the grand door of the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower suddenly swung open, unleashing a gust of demonic wind that battered against the assembled crowd. They began to slowly enter the first level of the tower. Several elders stood outside, advising the students to remain calm in the face of adversity, assuring them that shattering the water dragon talisman in their hands would suffice. A few minutes later, those who had ventured inside only to fail their trials emerged from the tower, dejected and some even gravely injured. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What in the world? That individual was at the level of a respected master, yet they failed in such a short time. Could this 9-tiered demon tower truly be that formidable? I barely stepped inside, lost my focus, and was flung out. As the cultivator began to recount his experience within the tower, an elder shot him a glare that silenced him instantly, within a mere span of a few dozen minutes. Challengers from various directions of the demon tower were successively expelled by an unknown force. Among them, a few managed to reach the second level of the tower, emerging in a state of near exhaustion. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there was a prodigious individual who, remarkably, entered the second level unscathed. Some recognized this genius as a member of the Shida family, merely 22 years of age, and endowed with extraordinary talent. It is truly a pity. I am on the verge of reaching the third level. What a shame, what a loss. A gentleman wielding a folding fan shook his head as he stepped forward. An elder approached him, offering words of consolation. As a newcomer, reaching the second level is a feat that occurs only once in several decades. Should no one else conquer the third level, you may well be crowned this year's champion. Chapter 75. The third level of the Demon Tower, not necessarily. I believe this year someone will undoubtedly surpass the third level of the Demon Tower. Let us wait and see. Another elder cast his gaze toward the distant figure of Qianyue. There stood Qianyue, composed and unfazed, accepting the scrutinizing looks from the elders. The trials of the Demon Tower were underway, and soon it would be Qianyue's turn. After approximately 20 minutes, the crimson light above the second level of the 9-tiered tower began to flicker, signifying that Qianyue had indeed ascended to the second level. Truly a gifted youth. It is said that this boy is also a beast tamer, and with his prodigious abilities, he is likely to conquer the third level, making him the probable champion among this year's newcomers. A girl gazed up at the enchanting tower with an expression of obsession. I remarked, "You ought to abandon these daydreams." It is said that Qianyue is already betrothed to a young lady of the Jiang family. A girl nearby scoffed in response, "Betrothed? The Jiang family in Qianyue City hardly seems worthy of the third prince. It is utterly laughable." As an hour passed, the third level of the tower stirred once more, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers below. Could it be? This prodigy is truly terrifying. I wagered, the top new student this year must surely be the third prince. If he manages to breach the fourth level, it would be remarkable. Legend has it that only that eccentric teacher has succeeded in conquering the fourth level in his youth. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their discussions animated. After several minutes, the third prince, Qianyue, finally emerged from the mystical tower. An elder hurried over, concerned, and inquired, "So, how did it go? Did you manage to surpass the fourth level?" "Alas, I faltered at the final challenge of the third level," Qianyue replied, his face a mask of helplessness tinged with regret. "Excellent. Truly, the most gifted genius of the Chu royal family," the elder exclaimed with delight. "Incredible. He reached the last barrier of the third level, so close to breaching the fourth. It seems this year's top new student is undoubtedly him." The crowd marveled. And one by one, individuals began to enter the enchanting tower. Jiang Ke is among this group, and notably, there is the proud daughter of the Shin family, Shin Qingqing, rumored to be arrogant, disdainful, and ruthless. Approximately half an hour later, a few individuals reluctantly emerged from the demon tower. After another 10 minutes, the crimson light of the second layer of the tower began to flicker. The students seemed quite commendable. It appeared that this batch had been well selected, remarked one elder with satisfaction. Another elder added, Do not be hasty. The dean's students have yet to make their move. Indeed, let us await their performance. Chu ran. Observing the resumption of the crimson light on the third layer, coldly remarked, "Humph. The final challenge of the third layer is insurmountable, even for me. I cannot believe these two will succeed." Jiang Ke held great confidence in Qianyue, fully aware of her extraordinary abilities. Her talent was undeniably formidable. Shortly thereafter, Qianyue emerged from the tower, closely followed by Shen Qingqing. The elders exchanged knowing smiles, sensing that this year's St. Hall would be lively. As Jiang Ke appeared, the elders' gazes fixated intently upon him. Jiang Ke chuckled helplessly, wondering if their scrutiny was too overt. Approaching the grand entrance of the demon tower, Jiang Ke noticed two small doors inscribed with the words Life Gate and Death Gate. He chose the Death Gate. For the reason was simple. The majority of entrants typically opted for the Life Gate. Suddenly, the voice of the demon emperor echoed from the ring of the celestial lock. Jiang Ke surveyed his surroundings, where the scenery was rapidly transforming before his very eyes. A place that had previously been devoid of anything had, in the blink of an eye, morphed into a grand arena. However, this arena was unlike any he had encountered before. Its periphery was adorned with intricately carved ancient divine beasts from the primordial era. Each beast bore a luminous orb, akin to a night pearl, emanating a dim yellow glow from its mouth. Jiang Ke stepped into the center of the arena, glancing around. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure descended from above the arena. Though this being possessed a face, it was devoid of any discernible features. "I am the Faceless One, the guardian of this trial. Should you manage to withstand my 5 strikes, you shall have successfully passed the first challenge." The entity standing opposite Jiang Ke was not truly faceless. It was likely a mere ephemeral spirit. This so-called spirit was merely a manifestation of energy coalesced through true essence, left behind within the tower. Jiang Ke remarked, "Your level must be from the infinite era, am I correct?" "Indeed, I am from the infinite era," the entity affirmed. "Yet I possess only the rudimentary strength of the early stages. How could I possibly contend with someone of your peak caliber?" Jiang Ke attempted to discern an ear or an eye upon the figure's head, but to no avail. Who exactly was this Faceless One? The Cloud Zay Academy has been established for over 2 centuries, and each year, countless reckless cultivators arrive to challenge it. This includes not only newcomers like yourselves, but also veteran students. Alas, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of enduring 10 of my strikes, the Faceless One lamented. Jiang Ke seemed to grasp a certain understanding and remarked, "Have you been waiting for someone capable of receiving 10 of your moves?" "Indeed. If I manage to endure 5 of your moves, shall I be considered to have passed the first level?" Jiang Ke nodded in affirmation. "What if I were to defeat you outright?" "That is impossible. Then let us put it to the test." Chapter 76. The Formless Spirit. The woman clad in green, visibly impatient, rose and strode towards the entrance of the demon tower. At that moment, the third elder, absorbed in his reflection in the mirror, tugged at his sparse beard and exclaimed, "Fascinating, truly fascinating. This young man possesses remarkable potential." The green-clad woman, who had initially intended to leave, paused and remarked indifferently, "Third elder, what is so fascinating?" "Oh, my dear, this young man may very well emerge as the champion of the year," the third elder stated, gazing at the tall woman. "His name will undoubtedly grace the heavenly rankings." Curiosity piqued, the woman in green rushed to the mirror, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can this be? A cultivator in the early stages of the infinite realm, battling evenly with brother Wuxiang?" She rubbed her eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to fully comprehend the scene before her. The mirror vividly depicted the clash between the two, immersing onlookers in the spectacle. Up to this point, how many moves had they exchanged? The fourth elder approached excitedly, gazing at the grand screen. "Thus far, they have engaged in no fewer than 100 moves." The third elder wiped the sweat from his brow. How could this be possible? This formless genius, a rare talent seen only once in a century, is actually being matched in skill? The fourth elder found it hard to believe. The reflections of the two figures on the mirror moved with such swiftness that they created dozens of afterimages. The third elder's expression subtly shifted. Could this Jiang Ke be a student of the dean? What? A student of the dean? Surely. Third elder, you must be mistaken. Qianyue asked in disbelief. Meanwhile, a woman clad in yellow perused a list in her hands. Jiang Ke. How peculiar that his name bears a resemblance to mine. Qianyue spoke with a hint of trepidation. Jiang Ke, you don't intend to make trouble for Jiang Ke, do you? While his name may tread upon your taboo, it hardly warrants you seeking him out. Humph. He must first defeat the formless one to earn the right to speak. Jiang Ke set the list aside, her tone icy. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror shifted, revealing Jiang Ke suspended in midair, embodying the stance of a character from a legendary tale. His aura of sword energy compelling the formless entity to retreat several paces. My word, where did this little prodigy emerge from? The third elder nearly exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be possible? Jiang Ke and Qianyue exchanged incredulous glances. With a swift motion, Jiang Ke lunged forward, plunging his ancient sword toward the formless one's head. It was as if the formless being had been frozen in place, a small sword mark appearing atop his head. Yet, the one at the pinnacle is but a fragment of my soul. Even I do not know which fragment it is. The voice of the demon emperor resonated from the heavens lock. Atop the tower, several individuals simultaneously inhaled sharply, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. This person truly possessed remarkable skill, managing to eliminate Wuxiang within a mere 100 exchanges, an extraordinary talent, indeed. Qianyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the events unfolding in the mirror. It was not merely a defeat. He had directly slain Wuxiang during the 120th exchange, a chilling feat. I must see just how far this anomaly can ascend. Qianyue's gaze fixated intently on the mirror, her curiosity about Jiang Ke intensifying. Jiang Ke entered the first challenge of the third level, which resembled a closed martial arena akin to that of the first level. Suddenly, a beast emerged from the illusory walls, gradually transforming into a martial artist, Wuxiang once again. However, he now possessed discernible facial features, though his limbs remained in a state of nothingness. I fear you are no match for me now. Your power is merely at the elementary stage of the limitless realm, while I have already attained mastery in the later stages. Wuxiang's hand gestured, and a beautifully crafted horizontal wave sword materialized before them. At that moment, Jiang Ke's ancient sword seemed irresistibly drawn toward it. Had he not gripped it tightly, it might have soared away. Chapter 77. The hidden dragon emerges from the sea. With Jiang Ke's current mastery at the elementary stage of the limitless realm, defeating a practitioner in the later stages would indeed present a formidable challenge. After all, even within the same realm, the disparity in progression is akin to that between heaven and earth. However, Jiang Ke was not an ordinary martial artist of the boundless realm. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, he displayed not a trace of trepidation and calmly remarked, "What if I were to defeat you?" "That is impossible," Wuxiang chuckled. "Do you not use a weapon?" Jiang Ke unsheathed the ancient sword in his hand, positioning it before Wuxiang. With a tone of disdain, Wuxiang replied, "If I were to wield a weapon, I fear you would not even be able to withstand a single blow from me." In truth, within the entirety of the first trial on the third level, merely being able to endure one of Wuxiang's strikes would suffice to pass. "Then let us engage in battle," Jiang Ke declared. First move, the hidden dragon emerges from the sea. Jiang Ke sheathed his ancient sword, clenched his fists, and, with his feet planted like a lotus, surged forward like a tempest, his form reminiscent of a soaring dragon. An ordinary martial artist at the initial stage of the boundless realm would likely not even catch a glimpse of Wuxiang, let alone hope to withstand his attack. The setting sun bleeds. Wuxiang gathered his strength into a fist and struck Jiang Ke squarely in the chest, unleashing a force that seemed even more potent than before. His fist resembled a blazing sun, appearing before Jiang Ke in an instant. If Jiang Ke were to be struck by this blow, his demise would be inevitable. Third move, the dragon roars across the skies. Jiang Ke crossed his sword defensively, and a powerful sword aura coalesced into a colossal black dragon, coiling around him. Thud! Wuxiang's fist collided with the black dragon, causing its phantom to shudder momentarily as Jiang Ke was forced to stagger back several steps. Yet Wuxiang had no intention of granting Jiang Ke even a fleeting respite. He countered with a swift follow-up attack, delivering a third palm strike. Although the formless entity surpasses Jiang Ke by an entire realm, it seems nearly impossible for Jiang Ke to defeat him. Dragon Leap Heart Sword. With a decisive slash, Jiang Ke shattered the malevolence surrounding the formless being and, instead of retreating, advanced to unleash a formidable offensive. At the pinnacle of the demon tower, Qianyue observed the scene reflected in the mirror and remarked, "The formless entity employs techniques of celestial caliber." Jiang Ke inquired, "Qianyue, you mentioned that this formless being exists at the advanced stage of the boundless realm. To what level have his techniques ascended?" Jiang Ke's innate talent is remarkably extraordinary. If he can withstand 10 of the formless entity strikes, he could achieve a stalemate. Jiang Ke gently shook her head. Is that truly feasible? The formless elder is an exceptional figure, and facing an opponent of different ranks within the same realm is already daunting, let alone engaging in cross-realm combat. The third elder stated. Qianyue, perplexed, responded, "Are you suggesting that the realm summoned by the formless entity is not that of the boundless? It remains unclear. We shall see as it unfolds." Jiang Ke has already withstood 3 of his strikes. Jiang Ke found this hard to believe and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The formless entity, a legendary invincible powerhouse from centuries past, had long been a symbol of the Yunzi Academy. Due to extraordinary circumstances, he remained within the 9-layer demon tower, tasked with its protection. If Jiang Ke were to defeat the formless being at the same realm, it would be a remarkable feat. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. If Jiang Ke were to triumph over the formless entity across realms, the resultant commotion would be unimaginable. 10th strike. Sword of the Unyielding Dragon. Jiang Ke's presence had grown increasingly formidable, as an intangible aura of true energy coalesced around him, forming ethereal water dragons that danced in the air. The azure waves stretched endlessly. It was as if he stood upon a vast river, with the sound of flowing water resonating in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the multitude of water dragons encircling Jiang Ke transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching several dozen meters. Surging towards Wuxiang, with a fierce thrust of his sword, Jiang Ke aimed at the towering waves, yet the impact was akin to striking an impenetrable barrier, producing a resounding metallic clash. Thunderous echoes reverberated as the immense force dislodged the sword from Jiang Ke's grasp, numbing his right arm entirely and rendering him unable to summon any strength. The water dragon before him shattered. Blood spilled from Jiang Ke's mouth as he was propelled backward. He desperately tried to stabilize himself, employing all limbs in a chaotic yet determined effort to maintain his footing. Pain radiated through his hands, threatening to tear them apart. Had Wuxiang chosen that moment to unleash another palm strike, Jiang Ke would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Fixing his gaze upon Wuxiang, Jiang Ke conceded in this round. "You have triumphed. No, it is you who have emerged victorious. I stand at the late stage of Wuliang, on the brink of a breakthrough, engaging you across realms. Yet I remain unable to vanquish you." Wuxiang shook his head. Jiang Ke continued, "When you delivered your first palm strike, you exerted merely 20% of your strength. With the second, you escalated to 30%. Should you unleash 10 more strikes, I would be utterly incapable of withstanding them." Chapter 78. Equivalence of Realms. It is worth noting that Wuxiang, in this moment, merely existed as a spiritual entity, unable to entirely replicate the power of his true form. Among masters, what truly matters is a mutual appreciation for what significance lies in an excessive pursuit of victory and defeat. After a brief respite, Jiang Ke's body had nearly fully recuperated. He then proceeded to challenge the 3rd level, for he had not yet triumphed over the formless adversary, and thus felt compelled to venture onward. The initial trial of the 3rd level tested one's acumen in formations and mechanisms. Countless diminutive arrows, tipped with venom, were unleashed from the minuscule apertures lining the copper and iron walls. Jiang Ke deftly sidestepped, wielding his sword with precision to deflect them all. As he traversed the corridor, measuring dozens of meters, his steps were unwavering and effortless, as though he were strolling through his own backyard. Indeed, these formations and mechanisms were mere trifles to him. Were a warrior of the formless realm to face such a barrage, evading the relentless rain of arrows would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. In the Demon Tower. At the third level, he arrived at the fourth trial. Having navigated the corridor of arrows, Jiang Ke stepped onto the flagstones, reaching the fourth challenge. Before him stood the entrance to the third level, flanked by 4 icy pools. Beside the pools, an inscribed steel bore an enigmatic inscription, "The world laughs at my folly." The gentle breeze passes, leaving no trace. Before Jiang Ke could fully grasp its meaning, a resounding splash echoed through the air. A colossal stone plummeted from above, crashing onto the tranquil surface of the lake. The ice at the center of the pool shattered instantly, sending ripples cascading outward toward the edges. Jiang Ke remained perplexed, pondering the true nature of this trial. Was it a formation? A mechanism? It seemed to embody neither. In the center of the pool, the cracks on the ice sheet grew increasingly larger. Jiang Ke fixed his gaze upon the surface, pondering whether this was a test of a warrior's observation and judgment. His eyes grew more discomfort, even stinging, yet he remained resolutely focused on the water's surface, unable to divert his gaze. What appeared to be a simple task concealed profound principles within. Firstly, the mental acuity required to observe the fissures was paramount. Without formidable mental strength, one could not perceive the shifts in the cracks. Secondly, willpower played a crucial role. In a state of heightened concentration, one must continuously assess the water levels in relation to the fractures, a task that could easily lead to eye fatigue. For those with weak resolve, it would be impossible to remain steadfast until the water's surface was completely tranquil. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed as the cracks gradually faded. Jiang Ke rubbed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain, and closed them for a brief respite. Fortuitously, his frugal father had previously instructed him in the art of eye pulse, and his mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, enabling him to discern each fissure. If this continued, this challenge should not prove overly daunting for him. Approaching the inscription, Jiang Ke retrieved a divine pen from the celestial lock and inscribed a sequence of numbers upon the stone tablet. A total of 3,458 cracks. With a flourish, the inscription swiftly vanished, replaced by a radiant white light, and a woman's visage materialized before him. "Congratulations, you have passed." Jiang Ke smiled faintly. "Indeed. As I observed, this trial seems rather extreme. It is no wonder that so many have succumbed at this juncture." The entrance to the fifth level of the Demon Tower slowly opened with a resounding rumble. Before Jiang Ke stood an endless staircase, and a woman beside him remarked, "We have reached the mid-level. Please proceed swiftly." At that moment, the crimson mist above the fifth level of the tower began to swirl gently. Outside, the young warriors and elders gathered around the tower were once again stirred. Those who had originally entered alongside Jiang Ke began to retreat in defeat, leaving only Jiang Ke and another individual still navigating the challenges within the tower. Who is this? How could they have reached the fifth level? This must be a jest. Someone speculated. I wager it is Jiang Ke, the student of the dean. No, it must be the prince of the Four Directions royal family, Wuling Shi. Indeed, it is Wuling Shi. She is said to be an exceptionally beautiful woman and possesses remarkable talent from the Four Directions royal family. However, she is still merely a genius at the gathering spirit realm. Although some might think it was Jiang Ke, he was still rather young, barely 20. How could he possibly have advanced to the fifth level? Even the elder beside them remarked, "It must be Wuling Shi. This child has certainly concealed her true strength, aspiring to make a remarkable impact here. With such ambition, she is destined for greatness." Wuling Shi was the most favored student of the sixth elder, while the other elders wore stern expressions, clearly displeased to witness the sixth elder's smug demeanor. In this trial within the Demon Tower, the higher the levels reached by the students of several elders, the greater the rewards bestowed upon them as their mentors. Upon witnessing the crimson light of the fifth level illuminate, Elder Lu could hardly contain his elation, basking in a moment of pride. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. The grand door of the Demon Tower creaked open, and Wu Lingji emerged, his demeanor dejected. As he slightly lifted his gaze, he met Elder Lu's intense scrutiny, which startled him, causing him to take a few steps back, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Elder Lu rushed forward, inquiring, Wu Lingji, how far did you progress? Faced with Elder Lu's imposing presence, Wu Lingji recoiled once more. Steadying himself, he stammered, Master, I made it to the 2nd level. I have yet to conquer the 3rd. Elder, what has transpired? Observing the mocking expressions of the other elders, Elder Lu's face turned a shade of deep crimson. And he bellowed, if you did not reach the 5th level, why then did the crimson light flicker? What? Could it be true? The 5th level's crimson light is indeed fluctuating? Wu Lingji appeared even more astonished than Elder Lu. From a short distance, Elder Air laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha! Elder Lu, you must understand that there is another young warrior within the Demon Tower, and it must be that young warrior who has ascended to the 5th level, Jiang Ke, the son of Jiang Hong from the Jiang family of Qianyue City, and a student of the Dean of Yunzhou Academy. At this moment, it seemed that everyone finally grasped the situation, revealing expressions of profound astonishment. It was nearly unimaginable that Jiang Ke could have reached the 5th level. Such an achievement was utterly extraordinary. Jiang Yu smiled coldly, her lips curling in a manner that betrayed her deep understanding of Jiang Ke. Chapter 79, The Forgotten Genius. If Jiang Ke had not ascended to the 5th level, it would have truly perplexed Jiang Yu. Bring me Jiang Ke's information, commanded the 6th elder, his expression darkened by disbelief. He could not fathom how a mere student of an alchemist could possibly reach the 5th level. A thorough investigation into Jiang Ke was imperative. Before long, a disciple presented Jiang Ke's dossier to the 6th elder. How is this possible? He exclaimed, his astonishment palpable upon reviewing the details. The other elders, too, exhibited expressions of curiosity, pondering what remarkable qualities Jiang Ke possessed that could leave the 6th elder so astounded. The 6th elder's gaze shifted toward a distant tree where a woman, serene and composed, stood. She was Yun Feng, the head of Yunzhou Academy, a position he believed should not be held by a woman. His countenance darkened as he addressed the other elders. Come and see this. The elders exchanged glances before approaching, gathering around Jiang Ke's dossier. After perusing the information, their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to look at Yun Feng. Could it be? 8 failures in gathering spirit energy. And now, having just succeeded, he has reached the realm of a respected master within less than a year of cultivation. The elders were rendered speechless by their shock. Look here, one remarked, such extraordinary talent. It is only a matter of time before he claims the top spot on the heavenly rankings. He is indeed a forgotten genius. Due to Jiang Ke's tardiness, they did not have the opportunity to peruse his information. It was only now that they encountered his profile, prompting an outburst of expletives. That scoundrel Yun Feng. How could Jiang Ke, such an extraordinary talent, not have informed us? What a pity. What a lamentation. The elders were notably vexed, their hearts filled with regret. Had they known of Jiang Ke's remarkable gifts earlier, they would have eagerly sought to recruit him before his arrival at Yunzhou Academy. Meanwhile, a student of the dean, standing at a distance, exhibited a displeased expression and remarked, The elders are usually quite amiable. I cannot believe they are disparaging our master here. Let us refrain from getting involved, especially since the dean remained silent. In another scene, within the 9-tiered demon tower, Jiang Ke advanced to the first challenge of the 5th level, entering a closed combat arena that bore a striking resemblance to the first challenge. The walls, constructed of stone, echoed with the emergence of formless figures. However, this time, 2 such figures appeared, their features and limbs taking on a more corporeal form. The formless entity gazed at Jiang Ke with a smile and stated, In this challenge, you need not stand idle. We have already fought during the 2nd challenge. Jiang Ke discerned that the entity's cultivation had reached the late stage of the formless realm, prompting him to inquire, How many exchanges must I engage in with my esteemed predecessor to pass this challenge? Young man, a voice resonated from the celestial loch. Why does the aura of this formless being feel so familiar to me? Jiang Ke furrowed his brows. This time, you only need to withstand my 3 moves. After saying this, the body of Wuxiang emanated a trace of spiritual energy and vanished from the training ground. Jiang Ke smiled and proceeded toward the 2nd challenge of the 5th level. Demon Emperor, why does this Wuxiang seem so familiar? Could it be a fragment of your soul? Jiang Ke inquired as he walked. The Demon Emperor replied nonchalantly, "It is possible. The aura of this Wuxiang closely resembles my own." Upon exiting the training ground, Jiang Ke arrived at the second challenge of the 5th level. It appeared that no one in the entire Yunzhi Academy had yet managed to reach the 5th level. This challenge was undoubtedly formidable. Jiang Ke examined the inscriptions on the wall, scrutinizing the rules for this challenge, which turned out to be surprisingly straightforward. He nodded and opened the grand door to the second challenge of the 5th level. What lay before him was a corridor stretching several dozen meters, approximately 2 to 3 meters wide, adorned on both sides with intricate murals. These murals depicted 15 individuals, each bearing distinct expressions. According to the challenge rules, each figure was said to possess a body of immense strength, marked with various inscriptions, clad in diverse attire, and wielding an array of treasures. This group of 15 was referred to as the supreme warriors on this continent. Each warrior was at the pinnacle of the respectful realm. It is crucial to note that these beings were immensely powerful, exhibiting no weaknesses, their bodies as unyielding as iron. This meant that Jiang Ke now faced 15 martial artists at the respectful realm, all within such a confined passageway. Even for the formidable Jiang Ke, escaping from the boundless realm seemed a daunting task. It was utterly abnormal. Jiang Ke sheathed his ancient sword. For the foremost requirement of this challenge was the prohibition of weapons. Thus, he prepared for battle. Jiang Ke rolled up his sleeves, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. The two warriors depicted in the mural stirred slightly, their eyes igniting with flames. The sound of clashing metal resonated as the warriors emerged from the wall. With a swift motion, both warriors struck simultaneously. One wielded a sword while the other operated a crossbow, confronting Jiang Ke. One of the fighters radiated layers of fiery energy from his fists. Chapter 80. 15 Individuals. The other warrior unleashed a terrifying force, transforming into an intangible energy that surged toward Jiang Ke. This assailant approached with an aura of icy chill, aiming low. Their speed was astonishing, and in the confined corridor, evasion was nearly impossible. Jiang Ke leaned back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and swiftly countered with a palm strike directed at the other warrior. Little did he anticipate the greater peril lurking behind him. Suddenly, the two additional warriors from the mural launched their assault, encircling Jiang Ke and attacking him from all sides. Boom, boom, boom. The four warriors, each possessing the strength of a Qilin, converged upon Jiang Ke from every direction. He swiftly channeled his inner energy, executing a side kick and a sweeping motion, Brahma Palm. In a swift flurry, Jiang Ke unleashed a barrage of strikes, sending four warriors hurtling through the air, some crashing against the walls and scattering across the ground in disarray. As Jiang Ke pressed forward, several more warriors launched their assaults upon him. No, he could not afford to waste any more time. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. With a thunderous thud, Jiang Ke crouched low, extending his arms in a defensive arc, channeling a formidable force that sent the warriors flying. Supreme Realm Heart. The Dragon SI. The flying dragon soars in the sky. With an unstoppable momentum, Jiang Ke swiftly navigated through the corridor. Qianyue gazed intently into the mirror, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her heart heavy with discontent. It was worth noting that she had endured 2 trials before reaching the 3rd challenge of the 5th level. Throughout the history of Yunzhi Academy, only a handful of students had managed to ascend to the 5th level of the 9-tiered Demon Tower. Jiang Ke was the 3rd among them. Qianyue inquired, "Sister Ke, do you think he can clear the 3rd challenge of the 5th level?" Jiang Ke pondered for a moment before responding. In the annals of Yunzhi Academy, a freshman who can independently conquer the 3rd challenge of the 5th level is destined to become a future guardian. Given that Jiang Ke has already bested Wuxiang, he may very well succeed in this 3rd challenge. Furthermore, should he triumph here, there would be no need for him to face the 1st challenge of the 6th level. Jiang Ke's eyes fluttered gently, as if she had contemplated something significant, and remarked, "This extraordinary talent, within the confines of Yunzhi Academy, may very well overshadow our achievements." "What do you mean?" Qianyue inquired, somewhat puzzled. "If he surpasses this trial, We must intervene to prevent him from entering the 6th level. Should we fail to do so, this individual may become the future luminary of Yunzhe Academy, potentially stirring the entire sanctum into upheaval. Qianyue nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible. In that case, let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly. However, are you certain that such actions do not constitute an oppression of newcomers? No, we are not stifling him. We are, in fact, safeguarding him. If he exhibits too formidable a prowess, it may not bode well within Yunzhe Academy. Qianyue endeavored to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, everything we do is in his best interest. A cunning smile graced Jiang Ke's face. At the threshold of the 3rd trial on the 5th level, Jiang Ke stood pondering aloud. This year's fresh entrants, the most exceptional among them, have barely managed to conquer the initial challenge of the 3rd level. If I display too much brilliance at this juncture, it may not serve my interests well. Jiang Ke was not one to seek the limelight. As the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot. If he were to exhibit excessive excellence now, his subsequent days at Yunzhe Academy could prove to be quite arduous. As these thoughts occupied his mind, 2 enchanting women emerged from the mural, blocking his path and addressing him directly. Jiang Ke, there is no need for you to venture further into the 4th level. Jiang Ke stood upright, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of arrogance as she delicately tilted her chin, casting a condescending gaze upon Jiang Ke below. Her slender waist and long legs accentuated her flawless figure to perfection. Jiang Ke addressed the 2 captivating women, stating, having already navigated through the 3rd challenge of the 5th level, why am I barred from entering the 6th? However, what difference does it truly make? Jiang Ke was unfazed by their tactics. After all, they were within the 9-tiered demon tower, and he knew they would never resort to taking his life. Jiang Ke replied earnestly, we are attempting to assist you, not harm you. Should you exhibit excessive brilliance, it could attract more cultivation resources, positioning you as a significant prospect within the academy. Yet, this could spell disaster for you, potentially inciting deadly envy. Though you are already a student of the esteemed dean of Yunzhe Academy, consider the implications of adding another layer of distinction. It could lead to your demise. Her words bore a semblance of reason. Jiang Ke nodded thoughtfully before responding. However, our connection seems tenuous at best. Your apparent concern for my well-being raises suspicions. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Speak plainly. What motives could we possibly have? Qianyue smiled. We merely fear that jealousy may lead to your untimely end. You are aware that the bird that dares to stand out often meets an early fate. Chapter 81. The 3rd individual? Jiang Ke maintained her noble and aloof demeanor as she spoke. Revealing the truth is not entirely out of the question. You must have heard of the 4 formidable individuals under the tutelage of the mad teacher, correct? Jiang Ke nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Ke continued. Are you aware that among these individuals, one is a descendant of the Wuxiang? Jiang Ke pondered. That is indeed difficult to ascertain. In Jiang Ke's view, women were rather troublesome, with the exception of Qianyue. He recalled the likes of Dantai Ling. Jiang Ke chuckled softly and inquired, do you know what 2 things Wuchen despises the most? Jiang Ke replied, I do not. In her world, it was absolutely intolerable for anyone to become the guardian of the 9-tiered demon tower, and second, no one should surpass her in excellence. You must understand, when she first attempted the challenge, she barely made it past the 4th level. If she were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly seek to duel you. However, with your current cultivation, she could eliminate you with a single strike. Jiang Ke spoke as though it were an undeniable truth. Yet Jiang Ke showed no sign of fear and retorted, it seems that within the entire Yunzhe Academy, there is yet to be one who could lay a hand on me. Is that so? Qianyue interjected with a smile. Do you know what her other alias is? Jiang Ke inquired, gazing at the vivacious Qianyue. Jiang Ke took the opportunity to respond, the female demon. Do you truly believe you could contend with her? Jiang Ke replied defiantly. So what if I do? Let me tell you, with Wuchen's current prowess, she could effortlessly eliminate you without a trace. Had they not found themselves within the confines of the demon tower at this moment, the 2 individuals would have relished the opportunity to fracture the legs of this arrogant fellow. instilling in him a profound awareness of their formidable prowess. Jiang Ke contemplated the two before him, recognizing that both possessed the exalted rank of first on the heavenly list, each a remarkable paragon of strength. To transform their current predicament into a position of dominance in the presence of such formidable opponents would prove to be no trivial endeavor. In truth, it was not impossible for me to refrain from challenging the 6th level. Yet, Jiang Ke began. Jiang Ke nodded, a smile of acquiescence gracing her features. However, you both must concede to one condition. To their surprise, Jiang Ke's tone shifted abruptly. The smiles on their faces vanished in an instant. The audacity of this individual was astounding, daring to propose terms to them. Their expressions darkened as they prepared to take action. Observing their grim countenances, Jiang Ke swiftly interjected. If you do not acquiesce to my terms, I shall proceed to challenge the 6th level. Qianyue murmured softly, Sister Chun, we are within the Demon Tower. We cannot contravene the Academy's regulations, nor can we resort to violence here. Perhaps we should listen to her first. Jiang Ke chuckled lightly. So it is merely a trivial matter. Within the entirety of Yunza Academy, none would dare to provoke you in our presence. Should anyone have the audacity to trouble you? Simply invoking our names would deter them entirely. Given this, do you both agree to my proposal? Jiang Ke stated. Merely a trifling matter. Jiang Ke added. Jiang Ke inquired. Aside from the royal family of the Great Chu, are there others who wish to conspire against me? Within the entirety of Yunza Academy, no one would dare to confront you, Jiang Ke replied. Jiang Li was merely a pawn, while the forces behind him were exceedingly formidable. Presently, Jiang Ke remained unaware of these entities. If they were to act within Yunza Academy, it would pose a grave threat. Upon hearing the affirmative responses from the two, Jiang Ke exhaled a sigh of relief. Given his current cultivation, a moment's carelessness could result in an assassination. With the enemy lurking in shadows and him exposed in the light, he found himself in a precarious position. Now that he had secured the support of Jiang Ke and Qianyue, two exceptional talents, why not utilize their aid? After all, Jiang Ke had no intention of challenging the 6th level. The promise from two top-tier experts of the heavenly rankings was indeed an extraordinary gain. Yet, Jiang Ke harbored a concern. But I have already defeated Wu Xiang. Does this not mean I must become the guardian of this realm? If Wu Chen learns of my victory over her ancestral figure, what will happen when she seeks revenge? Rest assured, at present, only the three of us are privy to this knowledge. To become the guardian, one must recreate the identity, realm, and power of that individual within the Demon Tower, forming a void spirit. As long as we do not disclose your triumph over the transcendent Wu Xiang, the guardian shall remain Wu Xiang, Jiang Ke assured him. Jiang Ke remarked, it is rather unreliable that an elder tasked with overseeing the Demon Tower would entrust such a significant matter to two students. Qianyue raised an eyebrow and remarked, this is because the elder wishes to devote more time to cultivation, striving to break through to a higher realm. Naturally, there is no time to guard the Demon Tower, especially since the results of the students undergoing trials within will not be erroneous. Indeed, Jiang Ke replied. May I inquire about the names of the two esteemed sisters? Jiang Ke, Qianyue. Once Jiang Ke memorized their names, he casually strolled towards the exterior of the Demon Tower. Upon witnessing Jiang Ke's departure, Qianyue let out a sigh of relief, saying, it truly is no simple task to rid ourselves of that fellow. Chapter 82. Exiting the tower, could it be that he... Oh my, everyone look. The 5th floor's red light has illuminated. No way, has he actually breached the 5th floor? How could that be? If he survives within the tower, that alone would be a stroke of luck. Another warrior interjected. A faint smile crept onto Chu Iran's lips as he remarked. The guardians and beasts within the Demon Tower are exceedingly formidable. It would not be surprising if he were to perish inside. Jiang Yu and several elders grew concerned. If Jiang Ke were to encounter an unfortunate incident within the Demon Tower, it would spell the fall of yet another youthful genius. Yunza Academy would suffer the loss of another formidable talent. Suddenly, the great doors of the Demon Tower swung open, and Jiang Ke emerged unscathed. Several elders approached with smiles, saying, Jiang Ke, You have advanced to the mechanism. Yes. The third challenge of the fifth floor, Jiang Ke replied. The fifth floor? Is this some form of divine intervention? A novice of immeasurable potential has unexpectedly breached the fifth level. Wait, did you just claim to have reached the third challenge of the fifth level? The sixth elder gazed at him in astonishment, as though struck by a bolt of lightning, rendered motionless in place. The other elders were equally dumbfounded. It is known that throughout the illustrious history of Yunzi Academy, only a handful of prodigies have managed to penetrate the third level. Yet Jiang Ke transcended this, surging directly to the fifth level. This marks the first occurrence in the annals of Yunzi Academy. The fourth elder spoke in a grave tone. Jiang Ke, are you certain you are not spinning tales? He remained skeptical that this alchemist could have ascended to the fifth level, especially being a pupil of that woman. Jiang Ke replied nonchalantly. Surmounting the fifth challenge is hardly an arduous feat. The elders collectively coughed up blood, bewildered by his assertion that it was not particularly difficult. The onlookers around them collectively fainted. Was this person even human? Was he intentionally inciting envy? To declare that surpassing the fifth level was merely trivial was utterly incomprehensible to those present. It is worth noting that these elders had labored through numerous trials merely to enter the fourth level, while Jiang Ke had effortlessly ascended to the fifth. The fourth elder, still unconvinced, stated, I must venture into the spirit realm to observe Jiang Ke's performance within the demon tower. Outside the tower, the crowd could only see the crimson banners fluttering above the fifth level, unaware of the exact challenges Jiang Ke had conquered within. Not only did the fourth elder doubt it, but all present were incredulous. After all, it was unprecedented for a newcomer to breach the fifth level. The fourth elder approached the entrance, channeling his vital energy into his arm, and gently pressed his palm against a concave slot beneath the demon tower. The nine-tiered demon tower, a magical artifact, gradually activated under the influence of the fourth elder's energy. Suddenly, a surge of black luminescence emanated from the mirror on the fifth tier. The image of Jiang Ke's ascent to the fifth level immediately materialized upon the surface of the mirror. The elders and the gathered crowd below held their breath, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene within the mirror. The image depicted Jiang Ke engaging in combat alongside 15 warriors, his movements fluid and powerful, effortlessly overcoming each adversary. The onlookers, especially a group of female students, felt their pulses quicken with excitement, their gazes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Ke's performance within the demon tower was nothing short of breathtaking. In a world where strength reigned supreme, a prodigious talent like Jiang Ke would undoubtedly captivate countless young hearts. How infuriating that Jiang Ke has actually reached the fifth level. Zhang Li spat vehemently amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, Chui Ran stood among the new students, his gaze icy as he watched Jiang Ke from below the tower, silently vowing to eliminate him. He considered Jiang Ke a potential obstacle on his path to ascendance. Chui Ran, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Ke were all exceptional young talents. However, in comparison to Jiang Ke, the disparity in their abilities was stark. Thus, Jiang Ke had eclipsed their brilliance entirely. In the illustrious Yunzi Academy, a remarkable individual has breached the fifth level for the very first time. Who could possibly rival such an achievement? Among the 10 contenders, there are 5 women and 5 men. The emergence of Jiang Ke has shattered the long-standing imbalance of female dominance over male within the academy. Notably, 2 of the entrants into the sacred hall hailing from Qianyue City are none other than Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu, who have certainly garnered significant attention. Traditionally, the royal family of Dechu would secure a few disciples within the sacred hall. However, this time, it is Qianyue City that has seized the spotlight, much to the chagrin of Prince Chuaran. Had it not been for the impressive feats of Jiang Ke and Jiang Yu during the initial challenge, this year would hardly have afforded them such prominence. The third prince remarked disdainfully, with you entering the sacred hall, our Dechu royal family does not come off too poorly. The fifth prince chirped in his ear, look at that Jiang Yu. She is quite attractive. Why not simply capture her to be your bride? Indeed, Jiang Yu possesses exceptional talent, and should she be won over, it would greatly enhance the prince's standing. However, Jiang Yu seems to be quite close to Jiang Ke. Would she consent to our proposal? Chu Ran mused, admiring Jiang Yu's exquisite profile. Jiang Ke is merely the scion of a family, while you, your highness, are the esteemed third prince of Dechu. With but a beckon, this clever Jiang Yu would surely recognize the advantageous choice, the fifth prince said with a sly grin. Before the might of imperial power, none can remain unyielding. A faint smile appeared on Chu Ran's face as he surveyed Jiang Yu. Indeed, she possessed extraordinary beauty, yet her demeanor was notably aloof, in stark contrast to her sister. Jiang Ke. Chapter 83. The Tiger's Den. It would indeed be a splendid affair to have this woman join his harem. However, upon laying eyes on Jiang Ke, the smile on Chu Ran's face twisted into a sinister expression as he proclaimed, "This Jiang Ke must perish. Fifth brother, summon Shen Feng to see me tonight." Shen Feng, the elder brother of Shen Yingning, would be incensed to learn that his sister met her demise at the hands of Jiang Ke. In that moment, Chu Ran could simply orchestrate a covert assassination. Upon becoming a student of the Sacred Hall, one was required to collect garments and resources from the Song clan storeroom, as well as receive dormitory assignments and identity tokens. Students outside the Sacred Hall donned white garments, while those within wore blue attire. As for the identity tokens, the students outside possessed wooden ones, whereas those within the Sacred Hall were bestowed with jade tokens, intricately inscribed with runes and forged into weapons. Though diminutive in size, these tokens encapsulated the students' achievements and merits. Moreover, students within the Sacred Hall were obligated to partake in monthly assessments. Failure to pass these evaluations granted the elders the authority to expel them from the Sacred Hall, allowing for the selection of new candidates from the students outside. In the entirety of Yunzhe Academy, all cultivation resources required merit points for redemption. It could be said that without merit points at Yunzhe Academy, one would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. The so-called merit value essentially represents the contributions and accomplishments made by the students. Aside from the monthly red commendations awarded by Yunzhe Academy, all other accolades must be fiercely contested by individuals. Jiang Ke infused his vital energy into his waist token, which instantly displayed his ranking and strength. Jiang Ke, at the initial stage of the Limitless Realm, currently ranked 125. This was merely the preliminary achievement. One of the observers remarked, "This ranking holds little significance. Only those who enter the heavenly rankings can truly claim to possess strength," another individual added. Jiang Yu inquired, "Jiang Ke, from where did you acquire that key?" Jiang Ke lifted the key in his hand for inspection and replied, "Qinglong Hall, number 1 of the Emperor." The Qinglong Hall is renowned as the area within Yunzhe Academy with the most abundant spiritual energy, and only one student may enter each year. I have heard that the dean resides there as well. Moreover, the Qinglong Hall offers not only cultivation opportunities but also various benefits. In short, young man, you are indeed fortunate. The individual gazed at Jiang Ke with envy. Jiang Ke, somewhat perplexed, responded, "If that is the case, it seems to be a good fortune." The person shook his head and said, "It might not necessarily be a blessing. It is rumored that the mad teacher resides there. That lunatic once left a genius boy severely injured within the Qinglong Hall." Severely injured? This teacher truly is mad. To maim a young prodigy in such a manner. He must have witnessed some harrowing scenes himself. Jiang Ke mused, suddenly recalling Jiang Ke and the female in green, both known for their ruthless nature. A chill unexpectedly coursed through him, creeping from his feet to the top of his head. "Is that mad teacher truly so brutal?" Jiang Ke remarked. "That he would break the legs of even a new genius?" The other person continued, "Do you think it's solely that mad teacher? Are you aware of the reason behind this punishment? It was because that genius dared to spy on the sisters while they bathed. Yet, even if given 10 lives, who would dare to do such a thing?" The individual lamented. "And that genius confessed just like that?" Jiang Ke inquired, bewildered. What other choice did he have? If he did not confess, he would be beaten to death. Who wouldn't fear such a fate? "Preserving one's life allows for the continuation of cultivation," the person replied. Ultimately, the genius even surrendered all his merit points to compensate the 2 female tyrants, and only then did the matter come to a close. It is indeed a pitiable situation. Hearing this, Jiang Ke couldn't help but gasp in shock, beginning to perceive that the Azure Dragon Hall resembled a forbidden zone within Yunzhi Academy. Qianyue remained nearby, standing alongside Jiang Ke, clutching an ancient sword. She turned to him and said, "If it comes to that, why not spend the night at my place?" Jiang Ke was taken aback. Jiangyu's face flushed, and she, slightly dazed, added, "Where did your mind wander off to? I merely fear that you might be beaten to a pulp and thrown out of the Azure Dragon Hall." So, Jiangyu was concerned for him. Jiang Ke chuckled softly. "There's no need for that. The Azure Dragon Hall is hardly a den of dragons and tigers. Could it possibly be more perilous than the damaging Spirit Ridge? Moreover, you impetuous child, what if you were to have a fit one night, wielding your sword and decapitating me? How unjust would my demise be?" Jiang Yu's expression grew increasingly frosty. Did this young man not realize that she was attempting to save him? His lack of gratitude was astounding. Perhaps it would be best to let him fend for himself. Jiang Yu became lost in her thoughts, her fingers drumming upon the sword in her grasp. Her heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. Chapter 84. The beauty scheme. Jiang Ke observed Jiang Yu's complexion turn ashen. Had his previous remarks been too severe, causing her undue worry? He hastily reassured her, "I assure you, I shall be fine. Please, do not fret excessively. How about this? I will stay at your place tonight and share with you all that I have acquired from the damaged Spirit Ridge. What do you say? That is unnecessary. How could my residence be so easily accessible to you?" Jiang Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly as she replied coldly, turning to leave. "Take care of yourself." Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback, watching her retreating figure. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, he mused, shaking his head as he made his way toward the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall, centrally located within Yunzhi Academy, was flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, its terrain perilous. The entrance to the hall was a picturesque valley, alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, exuding an enchanting poetic charm. One cannot help but marvel at the opulence of Yunzhi Academy. Even the student dormitories resembled a grand palace, exuding an imposing splendor. At a glance, the Qinglong Hall comprises 4 grand halls and 8 auxiliary chambers, arranged in a marvelous configuration that seemingly forms an invisible formation. When Jiang Ke arrived outside the Qinglong Hall, the night had gradually darkened. However, not far away, a few disciples could still be vaguely seen, all gazing in Jiang Ke's direction. "He has arrived. The top student of this year's newcomers has come. Is he the one who has reached the 5th level?" They wondered. "Do you think these 2 enchantresses will defeat this genius the moment they arrive?" "Certainly," they exclaimed. "These 2 enchantresses specifically target prodigies. It is said that the higher one's talent, the more tragically they are defeated by them. I suspect this time it won't just be a simple defeat. They may very well incapacitate him entirely." A group of onlookers regarded Jiang Ke with pity, while a few newcomers nodded in agreement. There were constant sighs echoing around, as if everyone feared that Yunzhi Academy was about to lose yet another genius. Jiang Ke's ears were remarkably keen, and he clearly heard the murmurs of the crowd. Yet he resolutely stepped through the grand entrance of the Qinglong Hall. Indeed, it was a place abundant with spiritual energy, Jiang Ke quietly remarked. Upon entering, he could feel the rich aura emanating from all directions, far denser than outside. Beneath his feet lay a vast square crafted from colossal jade stones, stretching approximately 200 to 300 meters in length, while in the distance rested a massive reclining dragon, coiling around the palace. At the pinnacle of the palace, 3 grand characters proclaimed the name Qinglong Hall. True to its title, the hall is magnificent. Behind Qinglong Hall, several other grand halls stand, namely Chengfeng Hall, Xihua Hall, and Baohua Hall. Upon these principal halls, 8 auxiliary chambers are nestled, including Yuhua Hall and Qingfeng Hall. The students fortunate enough to reside in Qinglong Hall are distinguished individuals, the prime focus of cultivation within the entire Yunzhi Academy, and naturally, their living conditions are unparalleled. A sense of discontent stirred within Jiang Ke as he pondered. Who could these individuals be? Resolute in his curiosity, he decided to investigate further. As he stepped through the entrance, The delicate fragrance of flowers enveloped him, only to be followed by a scene that made his heart race. A woman, her skin as fair as porcelain, reclined in a bathing pool. Though only her back was visible, her beauty was breathtaking, evoking an almost suffocating allure. The subtle contours of her back, illuminated by the soft glow of lights, exuded an intoxicating charm that could make anyone lose their composure. Upon glimpsing the woman in the bathing pool, Jiang Ke was struck with clarity, recalling a remark made by someone at the foot of the mountain. The last genius had been falsely accused of spying on two women bathing, resulting in his tragic downfall. This was troubling. These two individuals were employing the same ploy. Although Jiang Ke possessed extraordinary talent and formidable cultivation, he was still at the nascent stage of his journey. How could he possibly contend with these two formidable figures? These girls were excessively ruthless. Even in his previous life, Jiang Ke had never encountered women as audacious as these two. To devise such a scheme against him, these two were evidently willing to go to great lengths. Jiang Ke let out a silent sigh, realizing this was indeed a spectacle meant to expose him. Jiang Ke glanced around, noting that no one had emerged to apprehend him. He took a step back, preparing to quietly slip away. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" A melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale, echoed from the bathing pool. The woman within remained seated, seemingly relishing the sensation of her bath. "If she knew I was coming, why does she appear so unfazed?" Moreover, her voice sounded eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Suddenly, Jiang Ke realized this might be a trap set specifically to ensnare him. He summoned the true energy within him, and the ancient sword in his hand gradually took form. With his current level of cultivation, he was certainly no match for this woman. Unless, of course, she was caught completely off guard. The woman in the bathing pool, devoid of any sense of caution, stood up and slowly turned around. "Ke, since you are here, why?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ke's palm shot towards her face with remarkable speed. Her expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to channel her inner energy for defense, but alas, it was too late. Heaven's heart path. Jiang Ke struck her squarely in the chest, sending the woman soaring from the pool, landing several meters away beside it. She lay there, her form strikingly alluring and flawless. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing back into the water, her chest ablaze with pain, clearly bearing a severe injury. Even though she ranked first on the heavenly list, without any defenses in place, she was struck with full force by Jiang Ke, leaving her on the brink of death. Fortunately, in a moment of crisis, she swiftly circulated her true energy to protect her chest. Otherwise, she would have perished. Jiang Ke gazed at the woman lying on the ground, glancing at his own palm. Utterly astonished that he had inflicted such grievous injury upon someone of the initial limitless realm, he felt no pity, for his actions were merely a means of self-preservation. Chapter 85. Who is right and who is wrong? Upon hearing Jiang Ke's words, Qianyue trembled with rage. "You, how dare you trespass into my abode? You are simply seeking death." With that, she spat another mouthful of blood. Jiang Ke furrowed his brow slightly, replying, "It is utterly absurd. The Azure Dragon Hall is, in fact, the residence of this competition's first place. How dare you turn the tables?" Nevertheless, it was fortunate he had acted first, otherwise, he would have met his demise at the hands of this girl. She appeared gravely injured. Ultimately, Jiang Ke's compassion prevailed, and he approached Qianyue, producing a pill and placing it in her mouth. He then utilized his true energy to examine her injuries. It was perplexing how she had sustained such severe harm. After probing further, Jiang Ke realized that perhaps he had indeed struck too forcefully, having disrupted several of her meridians. At that moment, he had not anticipated that Qianyue would be entirely unguarded, prompting him to unleash his full strength. At this moment, the woman in blue had succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Ke gazed down at her, shaking his head in resignation, his brow furrowing deeper. Once again, he retrieved a medicinal pill from the heavenly lock. It must be said that the woman in blue was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, especially with her delicate eyes now softly closed, exuding an aura of perfection. Her rosy lips were so inviting that one could not help but be tempted to kiss them. This woman, with her formidable cultivation, was the formidable enchantress of Yunzhi Academy, a true beauty in every sense. Countless individuals within the academy harbored desires to experience her charm, yet none dared to act upon their wishes. However, the opportunity now lay before Jiang Ke. A mere touch could claim her first kiss. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against it, swiftly diverting his gaze and placing a hand upon Jiang Ke's back, channeling his vital energy to refine the pill within her body. As the sun and moon reversed, dawn broke the following day. The woman in blue gradually opened her eyes, surveying her familiar surroundings, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain throughout her body. What on earth had transpired yesterday? Surely, it must have been a moment of weakness. As this realization struck her, a grim expression settled upon her face. Why was I in bed? Whose clothing am I wearing? What has happened? Her complexion turned ashen, as though she had suffered the greatest blow of her life. Were it not for her current injuries, she was certain she would have killed the scoundrel responsible. She struggled to lift her head, only to find Jiang Ke seated at a distance, nonchalantly sipping tea. That beast. He dares to enjoy tea after what he has done. Suddenly, tears like pearls cascaded from Qianyue's eyes, her heart heavy with regret. Had she foreseen the outcome of the day, she would not have intervened when Jiang Ke sought to take his life. It was precisely this intervention that had led to the current misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Ke was counting the gold coins, elixirs, and martial arts manuals he had procured from the depths of the Lost God Ridge, a veritable bounty. In that treacherous place, over 100 martial artists had perished at the hands of Jiang Ke and Qianyue, each a prodigious talent, their resources exceedingly abundant. After a thorough tally, Jiang Ke was astounded. 840 gold coins, 251 precious artifacts, and numerous vials of elixirs, alongside many treasures yet uncounted. Additionally, there were various manuals, although Jiang Ke found them beneath his notice. In comparison to the cultivation resources, the gold coins pillaged from those martial artists were substantial, amounting to no less than several tens of thousands. He decided to keep the remainder for himself. Jiang Ke carefully stored the individual gold coins, intending to present them to Qianyue the following day. Once organized, he lifted the soul blade, grasping it in his hand. This weapon, once wielded by Ying Ning, was known as the lethal curved blade. It had transformed her into a purveyor of dark arts, yet in Jiang Ke's hands, it became a tool of righteousness. Despite being merely a few grades of artifact, its sharpness was astonishing, its power undoubtedly surpassing that of the ancient sword, with a value exceeding hundreds of thousands of gold coins. At that moment, a feeble voice reached Jiang Ke from behind. "Jiang Ke, you bastard, what have you done to me?" Upon witnessing the awakening of the young woman clad in blue, Jiang Ke felt a flicker of joy within him. He approached her with measured steps, intent on seeking clarity regarding the events of the previous day. The sight of the life-taking sickle in his hand, coupled with his smile, rendered the maiden in blue pale with fear, her delicate form shrinking back. "What do you truly intend to do?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Despite her formidable prowess, she was still but a young and beautiful woman. At this moment, she felt her vulnerability acutely, and fear gripped her heart. "Do not be afraid, my lady," Jiang Ke reassured her. "The events of last night cannot be entirely attributed to me, can they?" Chapter 86. The Demon Among Demons. As Jiang Ke spoke, the sickle in his hand swayed ominously. Clenching her teeth, the maiden in blue fixed her gaze on the weapon, acutely aware of her precarious situation. Under the weight of Jiang Ke's menacing presence, she reluctantly nodded, conceding, yes, it is all my fault, entirely my fault." The disdain Jiang Ke had elicited in her heart had ascended to new heights. Jiang Ke, sensing a glimmer of hope for her redemption, acknowledged her response with a nod. "Do you understand where you went wrong? Was it not an egregious affront?" However, upon glimpsing the sickle once more, she yielded again, her voice quivering as she confessed, I dare not. I have erred. I should not have sought to entice you in the bath. Yet within her heart, the maiden vowed silently that once her injuries healed, she would exact a brutal reckoning upon Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke nodded once more, pondering inwardly. This individual indeed aligns with my suspicions. She intended to orchestrate my downfall. Fortunately, I had previously inflicted severe injury upon her. Otherwise, that would have been my fate. Jiang Ke cast a glance at Qianyue, then approached her side and remarked, acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them is commendable. In any case, it is not a grave matter, and I shall not dwell on it. As Jiang Ke exited, he noticed a woman clad in blue garments entering. With a hint of surprise, he exclaimed, Sister Ke, what brings you to my abode today? You are unharmed. Jiang Ke expressed his astonishment. Perplexed, he inquired, what could possibly be the matter with me? Ke, with her striking eyes filled with alarm, responded, Sister Qianyue did not succeed in ending your life? Jiang Ke, even more bewildered, countered, why would Sister Qianyue wish to kill me? Ke, appearing as if burdened by guilt, hastily retorted, no, not at all. A flicker of discontent crossed Ke's heart. She then scrutinized Jiang Ke from head to toe. Are you certain you aren't scathed? Is Qianyue still inside? No, she is not. Last night, I had a minor altercation with Sister Qianyue, and she sustained injuries. Jiang Ke nodded in acknowledgement. Injured? How could Qianyue be wounded? Ke exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Ke emerged from the chamber. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Look, look, Jiang Ke has actually come out. Is it real or merely an illusion? My heavens, could this truly be happening? Surely he hasn't been utterly defeated, has he? Perhaps his cultivation has been rendered impotent. The murmurs spread through Yunzhou Academy, as it seemed no male student had ever returned safely from the Qinglong Hall. Last night, everyone had gathered outside, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, waiting for Jiang Ke to be expelled from within. Then, one individual approached Jiang Ke, inquiring, Did you not encounter that female fiend last night? Indeed, I did meet someone. Jiang Ke replied. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they pressed for details. Who was it? They asked. Qianyue, Jiang Ke revealed. Upon hearing this name, a collective gasp echoed among them, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. They shouted in unison, How is it possible you emerged unscathed? She did not confront you? Recalling the events of the previous night, Jiang Ke responded nonchalantly, Not at all. Naturally, I am fine. Xiao Jiu, come with me to the side hall. I shall arrange a room for you. Xiao Jiu followed Jiang Ke, weaving through the crowd, which watched them leave with wide-eyed trepidation. Once they reached a secluded area, Xiao Jiu asked, Young master, are you truly unharmed? It is entirely my fault for being unable to protect you. Jiang Ke chuckled. What nonsense are you speaking? How could your young master possibly be in any danger? Little Jiu could not suppress her curiosity and remarked, Young master, I have heard that this Qianyue is notorious for being a femme fatale. Those who fall into her clutches seldom meet a favorable end. Has she truly not targeted you? Jiang Ke's expression darkened as he replied, Indeed, this Qianyue has orchestrated a scheme to ensnare me. Oh, young master, are you unharmed? Little Jiu's complexion turned pale. The beauty trap, Jiang Ke said mysteriously. I glimpsed her while she was bathing. Ah, young master, you have seen the lady's form. Little Jiu gulped. Pray tell, how much did you behold? Almost everything, Jiang Ke replied nonchalantly. Little Jiu, alarmed, glanced at Jiang Ke and exclaimed, Young master, I have heard that Qianyue is not a virtuous person. It is said that the last prodigious youth who merely glimpsed her bathing was utterly ruined. It is not a significant matter. Do not fret. Jiang Ke reassured her. Where have you been of late? I forgave her for her mistake, Jiang Ke stated. You forgave her. The surrounding onlookers were once again astonished, unable to fathom how a sorceress could be compelled to apologize to him. They found themselves at a loss for words to adequately express their admiration for Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke, momentarily speechless, clarified, You misheard. It was I who misidentified her as my senior sister, Qianyue. With a sigh of resignation, little Jiu thought to herself that the young master was indeed merciful. After all, Qianyue had acknowledged her error, and it would not do to tarnish her reputation. A woman's honor is of utmost importance. Jiang Ke ambled towards Jiang Yu's dormitory, hands clasped behind his back, leaving a crowd still recovering from the recent events.